who was in prison for 29 years for something that he didn't do. And when we were made aware that he was set free, we got in touch with him because we were going to do a program right at the same time after all the George Floyd stuff happened. And we had an idea to create these events where plainclothes police officers, who were not identifiable, and former gang members, former incarcerated people, at-risk youth, got together to grill food and then ate together. And then only after they ate together did they introduce themselves to one another. They had no idea who they all were, to try to foster this, relationship between police and citizens at risk and stop making everything so contentious. And he came in and started that program, and it has been one of the most successful things Say Detroit has ever done. It's called Better Together. We have done dozens and dozens of things, and he coordinates all of it. And he stands up at the end and says, all right, let's introduce everybody. Where are you? And he starts with the ones who were, well, I just got out of prison, or I'm trying to get my life together. And then he says, and you, sir? And he says, well, I work for the city. Oh, really? What do you do? I'm a police officer. And, half the people at the table want to get up and run, but they don't, because he lived it, and he was in prison, and he managed to have a forgiving, heart and to turn his life around. And he lives it every day. And we are proud to call him part of Say Detroit.
Change is big. It's solar panels and wind turbines powering every Michigan business. It's a smart thermostat in every home. Now, this may seem like a far-off dream, but Consumers Energy is making it happen. They're embarking on a journey to ensure Michiganders like you have access to sustainable, reliable, and affordable energy for generations to come, bringing cleaner energy to Michigan's power grid and helping residents and businesses learn how to lower their energy use. Small changes adding up to big savings. Learn more at consumersenergy.com/clean energy.
Metro Detroit, it's Rob Gagliano with Genesis Cadillac. Has your current car dealership left you less than satisfied? Tired of offers that nobody qualifies for? Would you rather have your wisdom teeth pulled and visit a car dealership? Maybe it's time for a change. Genesis Cadillac. We make car buying enjoyable and rewarding. We'll even deliver your new or certified pre-owned Cadillac right to your door. Open weekdays and Saturdays at Genesis Cadillac on 994 in St. Clair Shores or genesiscadillac.com. The difference is the dealer.
Hi, it's Chuck and Ken from the Inside Outside guys. Are you one of those homeowners that keep calling people to get work done at your house and no one's showing up? Boy, we have so many emails from frustrated homeowners. That's one of the reasons we started the Inside Outside guys, to bring honest, ethical contractors for homeowners in Southeast Michigan. They will return your call and they will do a professional job. Don't forget to listen every Saturday and Sunday morning starting at 10 a.m. right here on AM 760 WJR.
Sponsored by Lake Point Electric. Power outages aren't just a hassle. They can be costly too. Flood loss, mold removal, and basement flooding can be a stressful situation. Until now, a Lake Point Electric Briggs & Stratton whole home generator system can power your entire home, all for a lower cost to purchase, install, and upgrade. A Lake Point Electric Briggs & Stratton standby generator is more affordable than ever. Get a free estimate today and get $500 off by visiting mylakepointelectric.com. That's mylakepointelectric.com. Call Lake Point Electric and never lose power again.
Please consider this your personal invitation to join me, Steve Courtney, along with WDIV's Jamie Edmonds for the WJR Sportsbook, Monday nights from 7 to 8, proudly presented by our friends at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort.
Discover more at thegreatvoice.com, 760 WJR's podcast homepage. Get all your favorite WJR content delivered directly to your desktop or mobile device. Plus, uncover new podcasts you can only find on thegreatvoice.com.
This is the great voice of the Great Lakes, 760 WJR, Detroit, a Cumulus media station.
Who's the better Trump alternative? I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. 4 of his Republican challengers debated again last night.
His conduct is unacceptable. He's unfit, and be careful of what you're going to get. If you ever got another Donald Trump term, he's letting you know, I am your retribution.
Chris Christie also sparred with Ron DeSantis and Vivek Ramaswamy, calling him an obnoxious blowhard as those two ganged up on Nikki Haley, who's been rising in the polls.
In the News Nation debate Wednesday night, they said,
Nikki will cave to those big donors. You are corrupt.
As for Haley,
I love all the attention, fellas. Thank you for that.
And then former Governor Chris Christie came to Haley's defense.
This is a smart, accomplished woman. You should stop insulting.
So I'm going to take this.
The GOP presidential frontrunner, former President Trump, was not on the stage.
That's Fox's Jill Nato. President Biden's renewing his call for Congress to pass stricter gun laws after a shooting at the University of Las Vegas left 3 people dead, another injured.
It's scary, but we got to make sure to look out for each other.
He says he just tried not to panic as the shots were fired, the gunman going room to room in a building.
Officers immediately responded, engaged the suspect. The suspect at this point is deceased.
UNLV Campus Police Director Adam Garcia. That shooter is said to be a 67-year-old man who had applied to be a UNLV professor but was not hired. It's been 2 months since the Hamas terror attack triggered Israel's war in Gaza.
Israeli troops are pushing in deeper on the ground, targeting a number of different areas along Gaza, including the Jabalia neighborhood in the north and also Khan Yunis, Gaza's second largest city in the south. Much of that street-to-street fighting is causing heavy casualties also among Israeli forces, who say now at least 87 of their soldiers have been killed since the ground operation began.
Fox's Trey Yanks near Gaza, where officials say more than 16,000 Palestinians have been killed. And the Senate Republicans blocked a bill funding military aid to Israel and Ukraine, demanding more border security. America's listening to Fox News.
WJR Traffic and Weather First.
We're currently accident-free as you begin your Thursday commute, but we do have some road work that could be slowing you down this morning. We have construction that has the roadway reduced to 2 lanes, 696 westbound between M10 and I-96. Construction has your left lane closed, 94 westbound between Haggerty and Rossumville Road. Road work has the roadway reduced to 2 lanes, 96 eastbound between Novi Road and I-696, as well as construction has closed your 2 right lanes on M59 eastbound between Romeo Plank and Card Road. Now, WJR weather first. From the Weather Channel, mostly sunny skies, 49 degrees for your high this afternoon, mainly clear, 35 degrees at the low for this evening, and 56 mostly sunny for your Friday. Currently 35 degrees and cloudy. I'm Jason Fissler with WJR Traffic and Weather First.
Denise has been playing jazz for 40 years. Last concert, one of the musicians fell sick with RSV. Respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV, is a highly contagious virus that can lead to breathing problems. This time, she's choosing to help protect herself with Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo. Abrysvo is a vaccine for the prevention of lower respiratory tract disease caused by respiratory syncytial virus, RSV, in adults 60 years of age and older. Abrysvo is not for everyone and may not protect all who receive the vaccine. Don't get Abrysvo if you've had a severe allergic reaction to its ingredients. People with a weakened immune system may have a decreased response to Abrysvo. The most common side effects are tiredness, headache, pain at the injection site, and muscle pain. Ask your pharmacist or doctor about Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo, respiratory syncytial virus vaccine. For full prescribing information, please call 1-844-989-7284 or visit abrysvo.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2, have a plan to get there. Step 3, make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all 3 with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including Radiothon. Past performance.
Every year we gather for a 15-hour broadcast designed to draw attention to the plight of needy Detroiters and how the multiple operations of Say Detroit address those every day. Say Detroit is committed to rebuilding our city's neighborhoods, providing opportunities where there are none, and lifting our neediest when they stumble. Our goal is to spread the message, bring some local and national big names in for support, and raise operating funds for the coming year. Your support is a hand up to your neighbors in need of food, shelter, medical care, and education. Join us as we say Detroit and say something amazing. Those less fortunate in our city. You can order at brownbagpopcorn.com, and if you order before December 12th, we'll ship it in time for Christmas, fresh and fast, anywhere in the USA. All our great flavors, all the wonderful tins. brownbagpopcorn.com. Give the gift that helps Detroiters and that you'll love. brownbagpopcorn.com.
Welcome to the 12th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon on WJR 760 AM. This hour is generously brought to you by the Jeffrey Seller Family Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Now, Live from the North Side Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albom.
And good Thursday morning to you. And welcome everybody to the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. We are live in the Somerset North Grand Court. We got the whole mall to ourselves. All the doors are locked, but we got the whole mall to ourselves. And for the next 15 hours, we will be attempting to raise as much money as we possibly can to help the neediest citizens of Detroit in the most important time of year to give, when it's cold, when the weather is turned, when it's dark outside, when people who are homeless, when people who are poor, when people who are in need of a hand are most in need of a hand. And that's why we are here. I'm your host, Mitch Albom. For the next 15 hours, I'll do my best not to get you sick of my voice, because I'm going to be the voice you hear, but I won't be the only voice. I'll be one of many, 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 many voices with many, 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 many guests. And I don't even know how to spell many, 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 many. Alongside is my longtime cohort on our show in the afternoon, Kenny Brown, who's been with me since 27 years, 28 years.
Too long, long time.
We've been together a long time.
Is it 4 o'clock in the afternoon?
No, yeah.
Okay,
That's what we changed your alarm clock so that you would actually think it was. But didn't you wonder when you got up why it was pitch black outside at 4 in the afternoon?
Yes, I wonder.
Alongside as well is Chad Audi, the CEO, president, head of driving force of the Detroit Rescue Mission Ministries, who has been our partner since we formed Say Detroit in 2006. Say Detroit, for those of you who have never heard the origin story, if you're kind enough to get up this early in the morning, you'll hear the origin story. The origin story, 2006, the Super Bowl. I read a story about a party for the homeless, a Super Bowl party for the homeless. When we're hosting the Super Bowl, I say, what on earth is a Super Bowl party for the homeless? Turned out it was a euphemism for getting the homeless off the street and hiding them from the paying public. And then on Monday morning, we were going to put them back out in the street. I thought this was incredibly unkind. And so I went down to a homeless shelter, the Detroit Rescue Mission Ministries homeless shelter. Remember, Chad?
Yes, definitely.
Remember when you got that call?
Sure.
And some guy calling you and saying, hey, I'm not homeless, but can I stay in your shelter tonight?
Right.
Why did you say yes?
I wanted you to see the experience.
Well, you set up the experience all right, and I came down and spent the night at the homeless shelter because I wanted to write about what people get when they go to a homeless shelter and why you can't just take it away from them 3 days later. And I've often told the story while I was online. One of the clients turned around, looked me up and down, and said, aren't you Mitch Albom? And I said, yeah. And then he looked me up and down again, and he said, so what happened to you? And not only is that a commentary on how I dress, but that's also a really true statement. You know, we are all just one bad event away from being in a situation we never imagined. Many people online at homeless shelters are people that could have been your neighbors a year ago, and they had an accident at work, a bad divorce, you know, fell into some substance abuse, whatever the case might be. And so I came back, I wrote a story about that, and hopefully it seemed to move people. And we were trying to raise, what, $60,000?
$60,000 originally.
That would have been enough to keep everybody who was in the shelters there until the weather warmed up.
April 15th.
And we ended up getting over $325,000 in less than a week or so from all of you, people like yourselves, who just sent in $5, $10 and said, hey, you know, we agree this is no way to treat our neediest citizens. And from that, we formed Say Detroit, which stands for Super All Year instead of Super One Weekend. And Chad Audi became my partner because I said, Chad, I got $300,000, $25,000 here, and I don't know what to do with it. How do I run a charity?
Yeah.
Remember what you said?
We're going to help people.
Yeah.
We are going to help people make sure that our money do not go for administrative, goes directly to the projects that we are going to fund. That's how we started.
Yep. And we began with, we started something called Bright Beginnings, which was something we're going to talk to Chris Illich in a moment. He helped us begin that. And we started
gas.
A
Capuchin.
We helped the Capuchin Kitchen.
NSO.
Soup. We got milk, I remember, for a thing. NSO. We started funding other organizations and then eventually created things of our own. And Say Detroit has grown from the 2006 to now it is a multi-million-dollar operation every year that we spend money on all kinds of things. And everything from a medical clinic for homeless children, the first one in the nation, to the Say Play Center at Lipke Park, which is a beautiful 15-acre facility, an after-school facility that not only provides the best in recreation, but the best in studying and digital learning for 300-some kids now every week. We have a bicycle factory where we create bicycles for needy citizens in Detroit who don't have transportation. We have Working Homes, Working Families program where we refurbish homes for needy people who have children but who don't have a place to live. And if they can sustain the taxes and utilities for 2 years, then we give them the keys to the house. We're well over 50, 60 houses already that we've done in that program. We've got our Time to Help volunteer program, our seniors programs, our veterans programs, many, many more that we help fund. And that's what today is about. So for the first time, but certainly not the last, I'm going to be shouting out the phone numbers. Right, Kenny Brown?
Yes, and I'm trying to feed where they usually are, which we will need in a second.
And the phone numbers are. Okay, we have our first small glitch. I've got 100 pieces of paper.
Every year we come in here, there's 35 things with the phones.
And the phone numbers to call are usually on top, right on, like on a big piece of paper. Okay, we have a Radiothon T-shirt. That's good, and we've already raised 2,400. Oh, now they're giving us a piece of paper. A little late to set up.
Here they go.
855-955-GIVE, 855-955-GIVE, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, or you can text money, Mitch12 to 59925. Text Mitch12 to 59925. Easiest way is, of course, the phone line. We have phone banks. We have people working all day long. We are going to try to make this the most entertaining show we've ever done. 15 hours on the air. We've got celebrities galore. Amongst our guests will be joining us today, Hugh Jackman will be with us. Smokey Robinson will be with us. Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. Hank Azaria will be joining us. Anderson Cooper will be joining us. Joe Dumars going to join us in a couple of hours. Dan Campbell, the coach of the Lions. Blake Corum from the Michigan Wolverines. A couple of the other Wolverines are going to be here.
Junior Colston.
Yeah, they're going to be here on site with us. A lot of celebrities are going to be here on site. Matthew Stafford from Now the Rams. Still going to join us because he supports the organization so well. Bernie Smilovitz and Carmen Harlan and pretty much every anchor. Guy Gordon's going to be here in a second. All day long, we'll have various guests. And more importantly, you'll hear from the clients, the people who benefit from the services here, because we want you to hear their voices. That's what's most important. So, Chad, you ready to go?
I am.
Kenny, you ready to go?
I'm ready.
All right.
Ready to do it.
We'll do 15 hours here uninterrupted, except by some commercial breaks. Rosie's got us all ready to go, and we're all looking at Starbucks over here and saying, okay, let's get open. Let's get open Starbucks.
Exactly.
So we can get going. I got the tie on. I got a pink shirt, and ready to take the tie off when we hit our first. What am I looking for, Kenny? 300,000 goes with the tie, I think.
Yeah.
And already, before we even started, people were kind enough to make some offers. We're up to $2,427 right off the bat. And a gentleman named Bob Sullivan, who's the owner of Advanced Lighting and Sound, literally walked in and gave us a check for $1,000. And what impresses me most about that is not that he gave us $1,000, but that he walked in at 6 o'clock in the morning. So 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, or text Mitch12 to 59925 at 760 WJR.
The Mitch Album Show Radiothon 2012.
I've already got a cup of coffee. I've already finished half a cup of coffee. and this will begin a 15-hour marathon that we are attempting for the first time here as we are live in the Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, Michigan. We're being joined all around the world via the internet. And those of you who are listening to us on radio on WJR can continue to follow us all day long if you should go to work at our website at mitchalbum.com, at WJR.com, at Click on Detroit, and at Freep.com. So we have 4 different channels. We get 995 more. We'll be
Right
direct
there.
TV. We will be here for 15 hours for a single purpose, to see how long Kenny Brown's voice lasts.
I'm saving.
Well, we're here to raise money for the neediest of Detroit citizens at this holiday season. At the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon, we're happy to welcome someone who's been with us, I think, since the very first one, and even before that with Say Detroit, Chris Illich, joining us here. How are you, Chris?
Hey, Mitch. Good. And before I forget, I want to congratulate you on your new book, The Little Liar. I hope the book tour is going well.
The book tour is exhausting, but the book seems to be doing well, so it's always makes it a little less tiring. It's a little like Red Wings or Tigers season, you know. You don't mind when they're winning. And I want to thank you, Chris, because Say Detroit really got off the ground before we were doing radiothons back in 2006. It got off the ground with, in part, a large donation from you and your dad and the Illich Family Foundation to get started with Bright Beginnings, you know, taking care of young children whose mothers were in treatment and who didn't have any place to go. And you said, "Yeah, it sounds like a great idea. Let's fund it." And that organization is still going very strong today, even way larger than it ever was. And it was part of you believing in, you know, long before Say Detroit was a logo, that we had something good to do here. And I want to thank you for that. What is now 17 years later.
Well, Mitch, we've been proud to support you and Say Detroit and the Radiothon every year since it began, because you're making a tremendous impact on those that need it most. And you're supporting organizations all across the city and the region, both large and small. And as you know, our companies are all about trying to make our company a better place for everyone. So the giving back's been a big part of what we do. It's been a big part of our history, our culture for, you know, nearly 65 years now since we started as an organization. And our goals in the community are really centered around youth and jobs and culture in Detroit, and investing in important charitable causes that really lay a foundation for our community to move forward. And so we are proud to partner with you, Mitch. You're doing outstanding work, and we are proud to donate $25,000 again this year to Say Detroit, which now, you know, with everything we've donated since the beginning, brings us to nearly $400,000 since 2006. Wow. So keep up the great work, and we're proud to support you, Mitch.
Well, when you add it up, I probably shouldn't be calling you anymore. You're probably like, yeah, that's a lot of money. You're still calling us, and yet you're there every year. And you know, unfortunately, the problems are here every year too, and the challenges are. So we keep meeting them. So thank you for that, Chris. Thanks to your whole family, and thanks to everyone at the Illich organization, which has been there even longer than Say Detroit, and I'm sure is going to be around Detroit for a long time. You're a pillar in the community, and we thank you for this donation and wish you all the best for the holidays.
Thank you, Mitch. It's our pleasure and our privilege. Keep up the great work.
Thanks, Chris. Chris Illich joining us here on the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483.
WJR Traffic and Weather First.
This report is sponsored by
Going to pick up the kids. Have a great day.
Welcome to the Say Detroit Play Center. My name is Eric Reed, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Executive Director. And let's meet our students who are about to come in off of our buses. What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yes.
How's school today?
Good.
All right, good. Good to see y'all. How was school?
Good.
Huh?
Good.
deep. Our students have eaten, they played, and now it's time to learn. We are entering the Deep. The Deep is our education center. It's named the Deep because it used to be a swimming pool. The Deep is where our young people come mandatory Monday through Thursday to spend at least an hour and 15 minutes on a variety of academic enrichment activities. Our young people are engaged in tutoring or literacy with the help of our staff. The students can get the individual attention that they need. This is our reading table. One of our certified teachers who's actually providing some reading enhancement activities to a group of our students who are struggling just a little bit with where they are in terms of reading and comprehension. Cubicles are set up for our students to have some individual space to either work on their own or to work one-on-one with our staff. One of the things that we're blessed with is to have a number of volunteers that come in and support the work that we do here. And I have with me now Mr. Malcolm McCants. Malcolm is the Director of Education, and he oversees all the activities in the Deep.
We offer breakout sessions in STEAM, creative writing, and reading.
We've got some students that are getting some homework assistance from Miss Diane, who is a retired certified teacher. And so whatever our students need, we want to make that available. Now let's go and look at some of the activities and the electives that are available to our students here 5 days a week. Notes for Notes is a national organization that provides music studios across the country. Our wonderful art teacher, Ms. Kai Puritan. Can you talk a little bit about just kind of the value of having this kind of space for young people?
Especially in Detroit, this kind of space for young people to express themselves, to learn who they are as like humans and artists, to hone those skills with people from the community like us. I think it's a one-of-a-kind space and it's needed like throughout this.
Let's get this gaggle of money. It's more like the end of It's a Wonderful Life. Remember the end of It's a Wonderful Life? Jimmy Stewart is in need. His family's in need. And everyone in the town comes together and brings whatever they have. Some people who have a lot of money, give them a big check. Other people empty out their pockets.
Right.
One woman has a
Up
piggy
to that divorce
bank.
part. We're not doing that.
No.
But
But someone empties out a piggy bank,
Right.
and it is the town coming together to help its needy citizen. And that's what we're trying to do here in Detroit. Chad Audi from the Detroit Rescue Mission Ministries, who's our partner on this thing, give our audience a bit of an idea of the need this year.
You know, Mitch, unfortunately, we don't have great news this year. The number of homeless is going up, despite all the efforts that everybody's putting together. We have at least 17% over the last 2 years of people who are experiencing homelessness. The number of the kids eventually is going up for people who are homeless. And the alarming number of people who have food insecurity is going way up high, not only in Michigan, but also throughout the whole country. So in a country like America, we have over 44 million people who do not have enough money to food.
Yeah.
So
crazy.
But in Detroit, we're really doing everything we can, but the numbers keep going up. And the reason mainly is substance abuse, mental health issues, and people who are not able to pay rent or find houses with rent, affordable rent. And we don't have enough units for people to move on when they graduate from any program that they're receiving services
to go into someplace.
Right.
Well, homelessness is just one of the issues that Say Detroit addresses. And, one of the, I think, good things now about Say Detroit is that if one particular thing isn't your area of, I've given enough to that, or that's not what you'll find another one. Because if you say, well, homelessness, is something that I've given to before in the past, whatever. All right. How about children? Not homeless children, children who come from impoverished homes, who are looking to improve their lives. We have the Say Play Center where they can come after school, get a real meal, because many of the schools are not providing enough nutrition, as you talk about, their home life. They're hungry. We provide first, they get there on this beautiful campus, 15 acres, which is growing and growing. They get a hot meal. Then they do an hour and a half of study in the Digital Learning Center before they touch a basketball or a football or anything. One-on-one studying with teachers, going over their homework, going over the subject matter. Then they have opportunities to play in a beautiful gym or beautiful football field, beautiful baseball field, a recording studio, a dance studio. They have a place to go to and belong and not be out on the street and feel like somebody cares about them. That's an investment in the city of Detroit, because that's an investment in our kids, right?
Mitch, I would like to say a few things about Say Detroit. And as you mentioned, we started from the beginning with you, and I saw the development from when we had $310,000 to spend all the way to what we are today. The most important thing that people need to know, that their money goes directly to the people. They're not really going to any salaries or anybody's pocket or electrical bill or any. The money is going directly to the people who needs it.
Right.
And the other very important thing is the quality of the service that people receive. It's the same as any private club. So it's not like they're going to a place where it looks like
substandard.
It's
good enough for the poor.
Right.
That's not something that we believe in here in Say Detroit. We believe we're going to provide a service. We're going to do a medical service. We want to provide a medical service the same as if you were going to U of M or Beaumont.
That is.
So our medical clinic, our Say Play clinic, that's the standards that we try to hold ourselves to. Same thing for the Say Play Center for the kids. We don't want to, this gym's good enough for poor kids. It's not maybe what Birmingham would have. No, why not have the same? When we create these bicycles at our bicycle factory, look at them. There's one of them right in front of us here. It's beautiful. We're not going to say, well, it's a good enough bicycle. No, we want one to be that's going to function, that's going to hold up. No matter what we try to do, when we fix up houses for working homes, working families, we decorate the house. We don't just say, look, here's a house that has a working heater. You're lucky to have it because you were homeless. We go in and decorate with the help of Humble Design. We decorate the rooms for the kids in the posters and images that make them happy, so that they feel like they have a home, because that's what you would want if you lived in West Bloomfield or Birmingham. You want your kids to have a home. So we try to treat people with dignity. I want to remind people that we have tons of auction items as well. If you go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, there are so many different things. You can even get your wedding. You can bid on a wedding,
yes, that's
okay? At 250 people, up to 250 people at Andiamo's. So check that out. We've got a lot of incentive items that you can just purchase. Everything from autographed footballs and gift cards. And it's too long a list right now to go through, but I will go through it. Coming up, we've got Guy Gordon, Jamie Edmonds, and Lloyd Jackson are going to join us here. Many, many celebrities, many, many guests. We're at the Somerset Collection. The phone number is 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Back with more after this.
Make plans this holiday season.
Like your typical health clinic with waiting rooms, medical equipment, and patients, but it's not. When the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic opened in 2008, it made history. Located in Highland Park, it was the nation's first free medical clinic devoted to homeless, uninsured, and underinsured mothers and their children. 12 years and thousands of patients later, the clinic has expanded its reach to children, women, and now men, regardless of their ability to pay. The clinic is open weekdays, 9 to 4, and provides all sorts of exams, from ear infections, high blood pressure, cardiology, and even on-site laboratory services. In 2019, Trinity Health became a managing partner, and they provide medical staff, including doctors and nurse practitioners.
This is our time. If you work in this space around in underserved communities, you know that is a time for us to really put our feet down and do something about what we see around poverty, around access to health. We changed out and included some additional staff there so we can serve more people and can have a connection to the community. We did some cosmetic changes where we upgraded the floors and painted out the ceilings, and most recently we've done a new pharmacy build out, so it'll be additional service available to our community.
Right down this hallway is the pharmacy, and this is important because patients will be able to see their doctor and receive their prescriptions on site. That's a big deal. Most of them don't have transportation.
This clinic is a type of clinic that every city and any city in the United States should want to have the type of people that work here that care.
Always looking to improve and expand, the clinic is upgraded to electronic medical records. In addition, the clinic now has a new community outreach coordinator who will make sure that more residents take advantage of the free services here. For example, the clinic hosted C-Mobile screenings where 1,500 Detroiters received free COVID tests during the height of the pandemic.
It does not matter about your finance. Their whole concern in this clinic is to take care of you when you come in that door.
For those who need it the most, the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic is a gift, truly a gem of the city, and just what the doctor ordered.
Books are like instructions to life.
It makes me feel like I'm in a whole different place. Like I could do anything if I read a book.
I like reading. It's adventurous. And when I'm reading, I imagine like I'm one of the main characters or something.
Encouraging kids to lose themselves in stories is transformative.
And the thing about kids is they're so innocent. And we have an opportunity to mold them. They're relying on us.
Our annual Radiothon, telethon for Say Detroit, we hold every December. And we were coming pretty close to last year's record. Then Tom Gores called us and blew us all away. He would offer a certain amount of money for every book that one of our kids read and completed. We can have a lot of fun with this. Good luck, Tom Gores, the owner of the Pistons.
Wow.
So he basically just pledged $250,000. I want to thank some people. Many people have already given. Catherine Garazzini from Wolverine Lake gave us $350. Doug Bernstein from Royal Oak, $350. Someone made a donation in honor of Mary Horak from Davisburg. By the way, that's something that you can do, and we'll try to read those out over the course of the day. If you want to make a dedication to somebody in honor of somebody, family member, maybe they're celebrating a birthday or celebrating an anniversary of some kind, or maybe they've passed and you want to do something in their memory, this is a good way to do it, to give to help other people. So 855-955-GIVE is a great way to do it. We've got all kinds of auction items that if I started to read them, it would take forever. But to give you an idea, you can skate with the Detroit Red Wings. You can get an autographed album by Smokey Robinson, a Miguel Cabrera signed photo, University of Michigan 2024 package for football where you tour the big house and you stand on the sidelines before a game and receive an autographed football by Jim Harbaugh. You can bid on all of these things. There's dozens and dozens and dozens of them to go through. You can even see Gary Puckett in the Union Gap bring 10 people to Andiamos. We're covering everything. So go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. You can see all of that. There's two types of items. You can auction items that you can bid on, and over the course of the day, we close them out. Whoever has the highest bid, you get it. And what we call incentive items, which are you just buy them. You know, autographed footballs, autographed jerseys, special things. You pay for it, you got it. You don't have to worry about, am I going to get outbid? 855-955-GIVE. Our phone numbers want to say hi to our first in studio or in mall guests. In mall guests. If you listen to the radio during this hour, you already know them. The Guy Gordon program staff, Guy Gordon himself, Jamie Evans, and Lloyd Jackson. Hello, team.
Hello, Mitch.
This is a little bit different setting for you than what you normally do, but glad to have you here.
Well, normally we don't drink a quart of coffee and then have a fountain running in the back.
Yeah, there is.
Got to
Imagine,
sleep in.
you forgot to mention that the nearest bathroom is about 100 yards away.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, so try getting to it when you're in the middle of hosting the program. You all know what's going on in our city. You all know the need that we have. You talk about it on your program. Give your best Guy Gordon team pitch to your listeners to help us out today in this unique day.
I loved your Bedford Falls analogy. The idea of this mythical town where Jimmy Stewart helped people and they turned around and helped him when he needed it. That's really what this is about. Detroit has always done that. You've managed to do it with the leanest, meanest nonprofit out there where there is no overhead here. It goes to the mission. And that's really
I don't want people to think we don't have overhead. We have it. It's just
Right.
I pay it. There's a difference because otherwise people would have this envision of like we're meeting out in the
a dark
cold,
room.
outside. I wish
Well,
we had an office.
It was in
but we
Rosie's
can't.
trunk before, wasn't it?
Well, most of our business is conducted in the front of Rosie's car, but that's because we're always moving there. But I mean, we do have some administrative costs, but I just pay for them privately because I don't believe people's money should go for that if they're helping us out. So we are lean and mean, but we're not out in the cold.
But Jamie and Lloyd and I have talked to a lot of business leaders that things are worse this year because inflation has just crushed so many families. People that thought coming out of the pandemic that they were pretty flush now see that the prices of things they pay for are 17% higher than they were a couple years
And a lot of people who gave maybe last year are in need themselves this year. And, what I love, too, Mitch, about what you do is the stories from these young people and the people that you help in the community that say, wow, if not for this, I wouldn't be able to go to the doctor or I wouldn't, have a nice place to play and have these different programs. And that's what I love about it.
I've been to the Say Detroit Center through
Yeah.
my work at WDIV, and it is so inspiring. Those kids just light up when they walk in there. And it's not just the basketball court. It's the little library in the back. It's the classrooms. It's just, and then yesterday you told me from sort of birth to old age, you help people and veterans and moms who are pregnant. And I'm so inspired by the work you do.
We tried to make that sort of our philosophy, Lloyd and Jamie, was that, all right, when Chad and I try to think up ideas of like, well, what's needed. And it's kind of like a think tank. We're sort of the Disney of charity things. We just sit around and say, well, what's needed? We try to walk through every hour of the day for people who are in need and say, okay, so for example, kids who are homeless weren't going to the doctors because if you take a child to like emergency room, which is where poor people always got their medical care before Obamacare, and you give an address and you say, I live in a shelter, they're obligated to call social services and you can lose your kid. Mm-hmm. So why would you take your kid to medical services if you're going to lose them? So homeless kids were not getting medical care. So we said, well, we can fix that. We'll create a place where we don't ask those questions. Boom, problem, solution, done. We saw that one of the biggest problems in Detroit is transportation because we're not set up. We don't have a subway. Our public transportation is challenged.
Yes.
Challenge. Is that a fair word,
Yeah,
guy?
that's fair.
Very
challenged.
That's fair.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just have a bunch of people standing at a bus stop going, I've been here for days. And so we said, well, a lot of people just want to get to work or to a job. It's not far, but it's cold outside. How about bicycles? So we created a bicycle factory. It's practical solutions for real problems. That's what we try to do here from, as you said, Jamie, from 5 days old. I think our youngest client is 5 days old at Bright Beginnings.
Right. Wow.
Up to literally senior. So our oldest was 103. Texana House.
Yes. 103.
She still holds the record.
No, 106, the one we did her boiler.
106?
Yes.
Okay.
Wow.
It's expanded.
So the bar has moved up.
And she was smoking and doing her ironing when we went to her house.
Yeah, always a good combination, by the way.
Yeah.
What could
Guts to
possibly go wrong with that?
That's right.
Yeah. Phone numbers are 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. on the web. That's not only how you can give digitally, but also how you can see all the auction items and incentive items. Our own Rick Kelly, who is the executive director of Say Detroit, would be here under normal circumstances, bouncing around. He's got the energy of 14 caffeinated people. But unfortunately, he's got COVID. So he's joining us via StreamYard because he doesn't want to get us sick. Good morning, Rick.
Good morning. Good morning. Happy to be here.
Yeah, I'm happy to see you up.
Yes.
Sorry about the COVID.
No
You're the
coffee
healthiest
either.
looking COVID guy I've ever seen.
Yeah. No, you should see him when he's healthy, man.
I have. He's a tennis buddy
He's
of mine.
a whirling dervish.
Absolutely.
So tell us about it. I'm looking at a beautiful teal bicycle right in front of us, and there's something special about this bike, Rick.
Well, absolutely, Mitch. As you mentioned, we started My Cycle last year to help get bikes into the hands of people that need them most. We provided well over 500 bicycles so far this year, which have been refurbished in our factory, as you mentioned, by mostly formerly homeless veterans who we've been able to employ in that factory. And we're excited to debut today our brand new Say Detroit bicycles that are right there on stage, as you can see. And we are auctioning off
Look at
today.
this thing. Yeah.
Great.
Yes.
That's a beautiful
bike.
Now this we built
Wow.
from scratch, right?
That is exactly right. So we will be assembling these bikes in our factory. And this is bike number 001 that we are auctioning off today to get us started. This bike will be signed by you, Mitch Album, as well as the team that helped build this bike. So we're excited that in addition to refurbishing bikes, we will also be starting to offer new bikes to our clientele.
So this is the first bike produced by the My Cycle factory. I'll sign it, and we'll get everybody else who comes up here on stage to sign it if there's room.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, we'll go around the fender. We go up the center bar there and sign the basket. And it's a nice collector's item. It's a beautiful bike. You can use it anywhere. And you can bid on it through our MitchAlbumRadiothon.com.
Absolutely. It is live right now. The starting bid is $1,000. $1,000 will put 5 more of those bikes into the hands of those who need it. And but we hope to go way beyond 1,000 with that today. So it's a beautiful bike and just the start of what we hope will be a lot more bikes into the community.
And Rick, can you just in 20 seconds just talk about how Say Detroit has grown and where it's headed?
Absolutely. Well, as Chad mentioned earlier, the needs in our community are great and getting greater. Just this year, we've had over 20,000 kids come through the doors of our Say Play Center, 4,000 appointments at our health clinic, 6,000 prescriptions filled at our health clinic. We just opened that pharmacy last year. As I mentioned, over 500 bicycles given away, over 50 events for our Better Together program where we bring police officers and kids together. But our community, as they always do, continues to step up, and we are very grateful for all of their support because we can't do this alone.
Yeah, it's very much an interactive thing, and thank you for that, Rick, and we hope that you feel better. You look great, so I don't know, don't get too much better. We're going to start worrying about you. But thanks for everything that you do. Rick is a driving force of Say Detroit. When you put together charities like this, and there was a stretch of time where I was doing everything, and there's a point at which you have to grow up and say it's too big now for one person.
Right.
You have to share. And when we found Rick, I found 3 of me. So he's got the energy of 3 of me, and I thought I had a lot of energy. So you need people like that.
But it's okay to be big, though. It's okay to be big, Mitch.
Right. You're helping more people.
More people being helped.
Well, and big ideas created everything that you see right here. So.
Well, as long as you don't get so big that you lose sight of your mission, that's why I never wanted to be a charity that took money and started building buildings. We still don't have a building for Say Detroit. We don't have a major office. We don't have a lobby because I keep thinking, well, in the end, you just go to the building and you go in there and you do the work. But I have an office. We just took my stuff off the desk and gave it to somebody else, just to try to make sure we're keeping our philosophy right. So I don't mind getting bigger as long as we keep our intent involved. And we're going to check in with our call center now because a lot of people go into, my face is on this thing, and I'm sure you get sick of seeing it if you're watching us on the stream, which, by the way, if you're listening on WJR right now, but through the course of the day, you can watch this whole thing. It's a production. It's a TV show. You can watch it at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, WJR.com, MitchAlbum.com. I think it's on Click on Detroit. Freep.com, other places. So you can watch the whole thing. And so many people are involved in putting this all together. You're not even seeing it if you're watching the cameras here, but there's 14 people over there on the tech side, and there's people selling copies of my books I see over there in front, and Vince and Trish and our team are in front here. And then, of course, there's a call center where people are waiting for your calls. Mark Pastoria is at the Lingo call center at Startup Nation. Let's check in with him at 6:45 in the morning.
Good morning.
Mark,
All
yeah,
right,
now
Mitch.
Mark's a former musician, and so he's not used to being up this early unless he's just coming in.
I just didn't go to bed.
Yeah, that's usually how it works. How are things over there?
Good, real good. The best part is we got you in the same spot for 15 hours. So how about that one?
Yeah, well, I'll be standing up every now and then, and using the bathroom. But other than that, you're right. So who's the group over there working with you right now?
Well, we have DTE and Northern Trust and the Point Academy Dance Center. So, and then throughout the day, we'll have about 40 or 50 volunteers. They're working 4-hour shifts, and they're working really hard. These people beat me here this morning. They were here at 5 o'clock, ready to go.
Wow. All right. So let's keep them busy. All right. You got all those volunteers there, folks. Make a phone call. If you're in your car right now, 855-955-4483. It's easy. You're on your way to work, then you're already better off than a lot of people that we're trying to help because they don't have a job to go to. And it's not because they don't want one. All right. Please, the one thing that has always rankled me is when people say, why should I help them? Why don't they help themselves? We're not in the business of handing out money. None of the programs that we do hand out money and say, here, just come here and just take money because you don't have to work and other people do. Everything we do is services that are vital to keeping children alive, keeping them educated, keeping patients healthy, keeping people in homes, providing veterans with food and meals and shelter, senior citizens. So if you're on your way to work, just take a second and say, man, how grateful I am that I'm on my way to work. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can spare $5, $10. If everybody who is listening to us right now, because I know how big your audience is, Guy, if I'm not killing it. If everyone who's listening to us right now in their car dialed 855-955-4483 and gave $10, we'd probably already exceed our goal for today.
Well, the same people that you're talking about make those judgments about others, say, well, yeah, I pulled myself up by my bootstraps. Well, these folks don't have boots or straps, right? So you provide them with that service. And so many of the things, and Jamie and Lloyd, we were talking about this, even the kids that go to your rec centers have to do their homework first in order to use a lot of those services. So the whole thing is about making sure that you not only teach them to fish, that they do a little fishing in the process.
100%. 100%. And by the way, when people say I pulled myself up on my bootstraps, unless you were born to wolves, you had help.
Absolutely.
You had parents. You had shelter. You had a house. And many of the clients that we're dealing with don't have any of that. So if you don't have a family structure as a backdrop, you're already, challenged. And we're trying to help people in situations like that. So 855-955-GIVE. I know Guy Gordon's audience and Lloyd and Jamie's audience is very generous. So let's see. Let's see how generous you are. And we'll even read off some of your names in honor of Donna Pop from Richmond, a $250 donation. Russ White from Okemos gave us $350. In honor of Chris Barry, my dear friend from Royal Oak, $150 donation. Thank you for that. Lori Nichols, Lena Canigilaro, Barbara Einish, Robin Bolitho, Michael Casina, Albert O'Neill. Thank you all for your donations. We appreciate them. Please keep them coming. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, our phone numbers here. Now, one of the things that next, we've got lots of celebrity guests coming up, everybody from Hugh Jackman to Hoda Kotb to Anderson Cooper to Gino Vanelli, Smokey Robinson, Dan Campbell from the Lions, Blake Corum from the Wolverines, many, many, many star guests. But in my mind, the people who are our star guests really are not the movie stars or the athletes. They're the people that we help. And the people who help us help the people that we help. And two of them just sat down with us right next to me here. Rita Dubai is the Chief Executive Officer of the Michigan Veterans Foundation. Nice to see you as always. Yeah, you got to press that button. It's on. Okay, you're just soft-spoken. Yeah. Lift that microphone up and speak really loudly.
Good morning. It's nice to be here
Good
with
morning.
you.
And Robert Calhoun, a Marine Corps veteran, former resident of the Michigan Veterans Foundation, who joined the Michigan Veterans Foundation Honor Guard, graduated from the Resource Development Program, was able to obtain permanent housing as a result of it. Robert, good to have you here.
Good to be here.
Yeah. Tell us about your situation at your lowest point when you needed help.
I was going through a divorce from my wife, and I didn't want to go stay with my parents or friends or anything like that because they would be too demanding on me. So I wanted a little more independence, so I went to the Michigan Veterans Foundation.
And what happened there?
Well, they gave me a lot of help. They, set me up on the right way. They gave me the understanding. They asked me what I needed, first of all, to get started. And they got me back in school, so they gave me all the help I needed.
When did you serve, and where did you serve?
Marine Corps,
When?
Camp Lejeune,
Camp
1972, 76.
And when you went to the Michigan Veterans Foundation, what would you say your biggest need was at that time, if you're being honest?
Clothes.
Clothes.
I needed clothes and food.
Mm-hmm. And they provided that.
Everything I needed.
And a lot more, because apparently they've helped you get to a job.
Yes.
And you're working now at the LaGuardia Security?
Yes, I am.
And Rita, despite the good that you're doing, your grant was reduced this year by 60% because that's what government does. If it's effective, we need to cut it.
Right.
We only want to make sure we give more money to things that aren't working.
They're going to waste money.
Yeah. So how are you able to operate? You went from 104 beds to 40 beds?
We're just taking it day by day. And with the help of our supporter, our bed been reduced from 104 to 40. So we had to lay off staff. I had to cut down a lot of budget around just to keep our essential going.
This is to take care of our veterans. Okay, that's criminal.
What's that political calculation like?
Yeah.
Tell me that.
A lot of
that
votes
committee
there.
meeting.
Yeah, well, it was probably done in some meeting where they never see Robert, and that's the thing.
Yeah.
They don't see Robert, and that's why we want Robert here so you can see him. If the cameras can put the cameras off of me and on Robert, it would be better, because I want people to make sure that they see and hear the people that you're helping. So right now, let's try to make up for some of that 60% cut. 855-955-4483 to help veterans like Robert, to help organizations like the Michigan Veterans Foundation, who we help with our money and partner with Say Detroit. Thank you for being here, Rita. Thank you for being here, Robert. God bless you.
Thanks
man.
for having me, Mr.
Have a
Allen.
great holiday.
Thank you for your service.
Guy Gordon, we're gonna wave you off with a little clip from 2017 when you were working afternoons, or I don't even know if you were on radio yet. Were you?
Yeah.
By 17? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was still in my first year.
You came out here and had brown bag popcorn for breakfast.
And it's at the top of my food pyramid to this day.
To this day. And but here's where it began.
The Mitch Albom Show Radiothon.
It was all said and done with. There was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up. And then Say Detroit came in our life. Started, thought we were doing fine. My husband had a TIA, which meant he had to stop working for a moment. But in the middle of that, the bad news just kept coming. Tried to go back to work. Work let him go, continued to let him go each job he found after that, because he would have a seizure at least once a week, something that was new to him. They sold the home from up under us. So that meant the leasing went up and we still couldn't afford it. Before we knew it, we were living out of our car and a motel sometimes 2 times a week with 3 children. Drastic difference from a 2-bedroom home to a vehicle. My chest felt heavy every night. We were finding somewhere to park. My chest felt heavy every time my crying baby was laying on my chest and we're in this vehicle parked. You can't imagine the claustrophobia, the shame I felt. You have these children in there, it's just this car. No space to play, breathe, be human, you know. It was a lot. It just seemed like one thing was happening after another. We still were working, but not full time. And every dime we made, it just seems like it wasn't enough. We just thought, what more could happen? Like, we're just gonna continue to go down. Then they say Detroit came into our lives and things drastically changed. It's almost like it was a dream, a fairy tale that someone could never imagine.
For me, it was a relief. It was a point to where I'm no longer having to worry where we're gonna have a roof on our head that night, where we're gonna be displaced to tonight, where are we gonna park the car, or where we're gonna rest our heads. It's a sanctuary.
Home.
Home.
Comfort.
Right.
Security.
Right.
Peace.
Right.
All the kids have their own room, personally to them. Their names are even on the wall. They know this belongs to them. It's a sense of comfort, even with my girls, because they're older. They know this room belongs to me, and this is just my personal area. I can be free to be me and just be comfortable.
These are not lazy people. Me and my husband both work.
How happy are you about that?
I can take a shower in peace.
That's all we needed was a chance. All we needed was a chance. Almost immediately, getting into the home, we slept peacefully. And then the calls came in from the jobs. It's like everything fell in line, one after another, after another, after another. I could come home, make food, and just sit there peacefully at a dinner table with my children and just listen to them laugh and play and run around. Best feeling in the world.
Do for you and your family?
What it's gonna do? Oh
Yes.
my God, y'all just saved our life.
Aww.
Man, I just can't tell y'all how happy I am.
Say Detroit has been changing lives for the better since 2006, when I wrote about how our city was providing homeless people 3-day shelter parties to get them off the street while tourists were in town for the Super Bowl. A city that is super just for a weekend isn't very special come Monday. So we put out a call to raise enough to at least help all year long. The idea of Say Detroit is in its letters, super all year. You answered our call, and to amazing results. Say Detroit has grown into a charity that offers help where it's needed the most. And we need your help as we meet the increasing needs of people at risk.
We thought it was all said and done with. There was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up. And then Say Detroit came in our life.
We're providing pathways to success for Detroiters in need. And we're doing it with a focus on solving learning, healthcare, and housing challenges. Without good health, learning is going to take a back seat. If you don't have housing, staying healthy is harder. And if you're not learning, your opportunities are limited. That's why our programs, like the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic, are so important. Not only is it free to all patients, it now has a pharmacy on site.
If this clinic did not exist, I would not be able to get the health care that I need because I don't have any insurance. And this is the only place that I know that I can go to and get excellent health care.
It's been such a joy to see how far the clinic has come. We help move whole communities forward. And the base of that is always good health.
The clinic is also now hosting Wellness Wednesdays, monthly support groups for women, and providing one-on-one coaching and resources for mothers during their baby's first year.
A place like this is needed, especially in Detroit, because there are a lot of women and children that do not have medical care. And where would they go if they became sick?
It's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy.
They are so kind, caring, and they totally wouldn't let me leave until after they had checked my breathing. Then she gave me a treatment and she made sure that I could not leave out of here until I was well. I don't know many places that would do it in that manner.
The Stay Detroit Play Center is about a lot more than play. It's really about learning. We partner with the city's top sports teams to turn an abandoned recreation center at Lipke Park into a first-rate after-school program where students have a safe place to study, play, and socialize.
Every time I come here, it just feels like home. It brings me hope.
The pandemic created a learning loss for many of our young people. We've helped them catch up, and we're partnering with local schools to keep kids in school.
They work together to make kids learn here, so that's why I like coming here. I grew.
And when they're at Say Play, students receive homework help, have access to wellness services, and are engaged in activities like sports, arts, music, dance, robotics, drum classes, and more.
It means a lot to me because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that I'm doing now.
And we'll be offering more to neighbors on the east side of Detroit with a new annex. The Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will provide job training and opportunities for young people and adults.
A diverse community thrives when its members learn to respect each other. That's why our Better Together program launched in 2020.
Human beings connecting with other human beings. We bring law enforcement officials in plain clothes together with the community. Gang members, high school students, people with substance use disorders, and they would grill meals together, sit down and break bread without any labels.
We have some other good friends here that I want them to share just a little bit more about themselves and what they do, and then we want to have a conversation about that. And so I'm gonna ask my good friend here if he would say just a little bit more about himself.
I'm Tavan Hall. I'm a police officer for the city of Inkster.
Are you a cop?
And I'm a cop too.
And I turn myself
too? Yes, sir. And I turn myself around.
You a cop? He don't look like no cop.
He don't look like no cop?
Yeah, neither though, for real.
Neither one of them.
Once you connect with each other as human beings, you can begin to identify that we're struggling with some of the same issues. We're struggling with some of the same trauma. We desire to be successful. We all desire to raise a family and have a good family life.
A good family life requires clean, affordable housing and safe neighborhoods. Our Working Homes, Working Families program puts families without a decent place to live into refurbished homes that are previously donated or abandoned.
After getting our home, their grades went up. The behavior became better. It adds a sense of security for them, not just me. I would say my home is home now.
A stable home can mean a whole new life, healthier lifestyles, better job opportunities, and overall well-being, and it makes communities stronger.
It's a sanctuary.
Home.
Home.
Comfort.
Right.
Security.
Right.
Peace.
Right.
This is just some of the work that Say Detroit does to improve the learning, healthcare, and housing challenges of our city's neediest people. Please help the efforts of Say Detroit by donating or volunteering. Follow along as we share the experiences of your neighbors on their journeys to success all year long. Our story and theirs is only just beginning.
Say something positive.
Say something inspiring.
Say Detroit.
And say something amazing.
Side Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy. Here's Mitch Albom.
Okay, 1 hour down, 14 to go. We can do that.
Oh, yeah.
855-955-4483. That's 855-955-GIVE or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, or you can text Mitch12 to 59925. Kenny Brown alongside.
I'm here.
Chad Audi from the Detroit Rescue Mission alongside.
I'm here.
And a million more guests coming up in this hour. Tom Izzo is going to join us in a couple of minutes. The great John Pizzarelli will be here live. Dave Coulier will be here live. We're at the Somerset North Collection, raising money for Say Detroit and the neediest of our citizens here at the holiday time. And if you're on your way to Christmas shop today, or that's on your list before you go buy presents and iPads and all the rest of it, just think about people who don't have anything and how you might be able to help them just a little bit, like people have done.
You can give
Absolutely.
one of our items here as a Christmas present, and you help it and get
Absolutely.
There's a lot of items given away today.
Yeah, there's a lot. If you want to say, oh, I want to give something for nothing. All right, then buy an incentive item.
And those things you can't just find in any store.
No.
Good stuff. Good
We've got all kinds of gift cards that you could give. Anita's Kitchen gift card, Avalon International Breads, Baobab Fair, Bar Pigalle, Brown Bag Popcorn, Capitol Grill, Cork and Gable. And these are all gift cards that are worth more than what you donate.
Right.
So, you're giving money to charity, and then you're getting a gift card that you can give to somebody else. We've got football signed by Jared Goff. We've got football signed by Jim Harbaugh, Desmond Howard, Kirk Cousins, a signed jersey, Motor City Casino Experience. Steve Yzerman signed some pucks for us. Matthew Stafford signed different jerseys you can pick up. You can co-host the Mitch Albom program if you would like. We've got lots of copies of my new book, The Little Liar, that you can pick up here, autographed. They're signed right here. You can get them here. We'll get them out to you for Christmas. Shinola watches, all the rest. So if you want something for your donation, okay, we can do that too. Just go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Blaine Fowler, who you hear every morning, the Blaine and Lauren Show, is joining us via, are we on StreamYard? Is that where Blaine is?
He's on
on the board.
Simulcasting.
Oh, simulcasting. Oh, all right. Hey, Blaine.
There he is.
There, I see his photo.
Photo.
Just looking for the actual.
We're working on it.
Okay. All
Blaine
right.
is,
Well,
not
we'll
talking
get him
about it.
eventually.
We'll
Okay.
have him.
Tom Izzo is going to join us in just a couple of minutes. And again, we can read out here on the air. If you need to, we can read out a dedication.
Yes.
So if you'd like to make a dedication to somebody, we can do that. Meanwhile, I want to thank Robert Husak, Gene Rye, Paula Handley, Joseph Blanchard, Patricia Selke, Deanna Shin, Danny Daniels, Margot Bynon, all made donations here before 7 o'clock in the morning. Larry Boeing of Oakland made a $400 donation. That's early for that. Way to go. In honor and memory of Ron Wangaro from Farmington Hills, a donation. In honor of Deb Hunsaker from Ferndale, a $450 donation. Joanne Steele, who we know well, South Lyon, $325 donation. That's very kind. Thank you all so much. Again, 100% of the money that we raise goes to help the needy. There are no administrative costs involved, which is rare, right, Chad? I mean, what's the norm?
I mean, for best practices, usually they stay within 17 to 21%. But I can attest to the fact, because as you know, Mitch, from the beginning, I used to work with you and I used to reach to your pocket personally, which is...
You reached in my pocket or I reached in my pocket?
I used to dip in your pocket to make sure that we pay the bills. But, I got to say this, Mitch, and people don't know your real heart when it comes behind the scenes. They see you on the radio, they see you on TV, they know about you when you write. But Mitch is a great person. in person. He makes sure that he gives much more than people knows, and I know today I'm gonna get a don't. Why did you say this? But I have to say it. He has been true to the statement that he says. He put the money where his mouth is. He makes sure that pay from his own pocket. It's not coming from any donation. It's not coming from anywhere. And the most important part of all this, he watches that the things are going first class. And that's what I love about you, Mitch, that you make sure that people are treated with the highest, most dignity and respect. Like there's no difference between somebody who's coming from the orphanage or coming from the homeless shelter or coming from anywhere, not to be treated as anybody who goes to, without talking about promoting cities, but like Birmingham or West Bloomfield or Bloomfield Hills. It's the same kids, same level of services that are receiving. So it is, I can't talk enough about how good of a heart you have, and then
Well,
where you
I
reach
think
to your
you've-
pocket and
you've
you
talked
do
enough.
that.
You got it.
You have talked enough.
I didn't.
Hey, I'm
I
looking
did.
at one of these
I did.
charities, Mitch, and like you say, money comes in, it goes out to the charity. I'm looking at some of these, and they have some. You can go Google. People can Google this on. There are some of these charities that have 82% overhead.
Right.
82%. So that every
82%.
dollar you give, only
18%
coming out.
18 cents of the dollar goes
18
to
cents is
the
coming out of it. And so
I don't understand
this
that.
is a come in, go out charity.
Yeah, I don't understand that, but we don't do that.
No,
and,
no.
We've actually been scolded sometimes by church. Say, no, you need to take 20% for your thing. I said, we don't need to take it, because as long as I have a job and I can afford to pay those things, I'm going to do it. And so that people who give us a dollar know that
Know that's
dollar is
going
going to help
going to the church.
put food in somebody's mouth, or a roof over somebody's head, or create an educational program, or get medicine for a clinic, or whatnot. So we went from 2006, where we started with a handful of your donations, and here we are in 2023, seeking more of your handful of donations, but operating now, 9 or 10 full-time operations that are different, from 5-day-old children at the Bright Beginnings partnership that we have, all the way up to senior citizens, of 106. So 5 days to 106. That's our record. And you can help us at 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. Coming up on the program, Joe Dumars is going to join us shortly.
Head of discipline.
Kelly and Matthew Stafford going to join us in the next hour. Wow, what are all these athletes doing up so early? John Pizzarelli is going to be here playing his guitar. Dave Barry will be with us. Dave Bing. They're going to join us. Jane Pauley, J.K. Simmons, Blake Corum from the University of Michigan football team. Desmond Howard going to be with us. Hank Azaria is going to join us. Smokey Robinson, George Lopez, Hugh Jackman. It's all going to be in 1 hour. Bernie Smilovitz, Monty Williams from the Pistons. Tim Allen is going to be with us, as he does every year. Maria Shriver going to be with us. Dan Campbell, coach of the Lions. Chris Spielman, Devin Skillian, Kimberly Gill. Bob Costas going to join us. Oh, I didn't know Bob Costas joining. Anderson Cooper going to be with us as well. Lily Tomlin, Junior Colson, Mike Sandberstill from the University of Michigan football team. Alice Cooper, Nate Burleson from the CBS Morning Show. We call him the former Lion. Sawyer Fredericks, Hoda Kotb going to be with us. A lot of great people, just scratching the surface there of the celebrities who are going to join us here to try to, throw their name behind the efforts. And why do we have all these various celebrities come on? Because we want to show you that across the board, there are people supporting Detroit, not who aren't necessarily from here, but believe in what we're doing. And sometimes they offer up some incentive things to get people going. But whatever it is, hopefully just a desire to help. If you want to just make a straight donation, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. You can always text a donation, Mitch12 to 59925. If you want to bid on some auction items, there are some incredible auction items. The opportunity to go to a morning skate with the Red Wings, get some autographed albums from Smokey Robinson and Miguel Cabrera, a wedding. You can bid on a wedding at Andiamo's.
Trust me, you want to do that.
For
Bid
up
on
to
that.
250
Yes.
people. They'll provide all the food and the
Yes.
facility and all the rest of it. Anyone in your family's getting married, I think a great one. All right, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. We have a little Michigan State music we can throw up there, a little Spartans theme song or something. The people in the back. There we go. I'm always ready to play when I hear this song. It's a great fight song.
That's right.
And if I did play, I would play for Tom Izzo, because I know he'd make me taller. And he's on the line right now for the Michigan State Spartans, the basketball coach. Hello, Tom.
Well, Mitch, I haven't made myself taller, so I don't know if I'd make you taller.
Well, I'd feel taller just running some suicide drills for you, or whatever they call them these days.
Well, how are you doing? This is a big day for you.
This is a huge day for us. We're just getting it off the ground, and, we're looking forward to 15 hours of broadcasting. Most importantly, we're looking forward to, signing off with at least as much as we earned last year, if possible, which is $1.8 million in a single day, all of which goes to help needy Detroiters.
Wow, that's an incredible endeavor, and I commend you. I always like to be a small part of it, because giving back is important, but giving back to the city that's important to all of us in this state is even better. So I commend the efforts, and it's amazing how much money you have raised, and when you can do that in a day, wow, that's pretty good.
I always say that basketball coaches, football coaches, people who recruit, understand a little bit in their own way about how you change a life. Because I am sure that you have walked into some homes when you're recruiting high school players that have probably astonished you with the poverty, the crowds, the challenges, the lack of heat that you see sometimes in the areas where a lot of athletes come from. And you realize you hold the key in your hand, like, hey, I can give this kid a scholarship. This kid can get a college education, whether he goes to the NBA or not. He's going to have a better life than where he comes from. And I hold this in my hand by giving him this scholarship. That's a powerful thing to be able to control. And it's a little bit like operating charities, when you realize, hey, we can make a big difference in someone's life just by getting involved. Can you just talk for a second about the ability to transform young people, especially's experiences in life, and how seriously, you take that obligation?
Well, Mitch, that is number one for me. I it used to be to just win a championship and all this, and not realizing the impact you can have. And mine and yours is similar and different. I'll explain it quickly. But, I always say, coming from where I came from, which, was, an area that is not bad. It's just not as, not as open as some. And I always say I get a chance to live my dream, and now my job is to help other players or other people live theirs. The difference with mine and yours, charity, is when I sign a kid, I'm helping him, but he's helping me. When you do something for a charity, you're helping them. And really, the only thing you get back in return is the feel good. And but that feel good, I've done some charity work, is a pretty big high if you really enjoy people. So our things are similar, but I do get something that helps us win and helps us do well here. What you guys do is unbelievable, because the only thing you get back is the feel good, and yet the feel good's pretty good.
Well, feel good's a pretty important part of it. And, for every one success story that we get, it inspires the possibility of another success story. And that to me is something. And, at the end of our lives, what's our somethings? Is it going to be how much money that we made, or how rich we, made ourselves? Or is it going to be the number of people that we touched, and the number of people that affected, the ripples in the pond from our stone being thrown in the water? And if you can count a lot of ripples, to me, that is something. At least that's how I look at it.
Wow. I can see why you're a hell of a writer. That's a profound statement.
I speak in metaphors.
It really is. If you really get down to it, as we go through life, I'm not sure we understand that, but as you look back on accomplishments and things you've done for others, it is the most rewarding of all the stuff that comes our way.
Well, you've done a lot for a lot of people in your program, Tom, and you've done a lot for us. I was hoping we'd see you in person. One of these years, we're going to get you down here in person.
I promised you last year, as you know, we're going through a little bit of. In fact, we got a little film session in 5 minutes, so I promise. Somebody hold me accountable to it, but we are going to work that out. I'll get my guy KP to rearrange our schedule. So put yours out a little early, and I would really enjoy doing that. Today would have probably been a good day because I'd feel a little better about myself if I did it. But I'm doing it from distance, and I'm going to try to take care of my guys. But God, Mitch, seriously, respect the hell out of what you're doing. I hope people reach down and appreciate the time you're going to spend to help others. And I promise everybody that gives is going to feel a little better today.
Well, we appreciate that, Tom, and I'm impressed with the fact that you've got a film session at 7:25 a.m. Apparently, that's the punishment if you lose. So, like I said, if I played for you, I'd be taller because I wouldn't be losing. I wouldn't be getting up that early.
I saw Tom say the other day he's breaking out the shoulder pads again this year, Mitch.
Yeah.
Didn't you say you're breaking out the shoulder pads?
Yeah, bringing out the shoulder pads. I like that idea. Yeah, get back to basics.
I worry about those lawyers that'll sue me, but other than that, I want to get right back to it.
Yeah,
we'll get it back on track, guys.
I have no doubt.
Injuries and illness, and we'll get back. But you have a great day, and I'll be thinking about you all day long.
Thanks, Tom. Tom Izzo, everybody from Michigan State. Great guy, great man, contributes a lot to the community. 855-955-4483, 855-955-GIVE. Back with more here on 760 WJR, the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. We're here till 9 p.m. at Somerset and the North Court. Come on out, witness the whole show, watch it on MitchAlbumRadiothon.com or on WJR.com. It's a great TV show. Most importantly, help us out. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483 or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com.
The Mitch Album.
28 years and 11 months. Now I'm in Clarenceville High School when they told me I was going to die in prison. Know why I'm here? Because I didn't give up. My name is Daryl. I dropped out of school in the 8th grade. Started selling drugs. I found myself at the wrong place at the wrong time, associating with the wrong people. Someone was killed. I didn't do it. They convicted me for being an aiding and abettor in this homicide.
Let's stay engaged with them and hear them a lot, and get them to talk, because that's what's going to make a huge difference when we transition. Oh, this is amazing. This is the biggest one that we ever done with 400 students. They're laughing, they're working together, don't know who they're working with right now. But they just having fun, natural fun. Young people desire a lot. They want to be heard. So it's not just a monologue in here, it's a dialogue that's going on. We're here to lift each other up.
First of all, we want to thank you for welcoming us into your school today. It's been an honor and a privilege for us to be here with you guys. We have some other good friends here that I want them to share just a little bit more about themselves and what they do, and then we're gonna have a conversation about that. And so I'm gonna ask my good friend here if he would say just a little bit more about himself.
I'm Savannah Hall. I'm a police officer for the city of Inkster.
And I'm a cop too. And I
Oh,
turn
you a
myself
cop too?
Yes, sir. And I turn myself around. You a cop. He don't look like no cop.
He don't look like no cop?
Him neither though, for real.
Neither one of them
no
got. We want to help them to believe in themselves. We want to empower them with the tools that they need so that they can win in life.
I don't like bad people because it's not all cops, just like it's not all kids. To be a cop, you go out there and you risk your own life for everyone else's every day. And just because there's bad people in like the police system, there's bad people everywhere, but you can't like say all cops are bad.
But we're saying here that we ain't got no beef with the police. You know, we got a beef with foolishness. She gets it, and you all got to get it, because a many of these cops that's in this room right now could be your ticket to winning. Better together means us coming together as a community and saying that everyone have a voice, everyone have a seat at the table, everyone lives matter. And that's what we need to be about as a nation, working together so that we all can be better together.
Record of last year of 1.8 million. 855-955-GIVE. All of the money you give us today goes to help needy Detroiters. We've got many people coming up. Dave Coulier is just going to join us in a minute here. The great John Pizzarelli is here. Joe Dumars standing by. Matthew and Kelly Stafford getting up early in California. Going to join us within the hour. So
visit.
Yeah, make sure you stay with us here and call in and make a donation, please. $5, $10, anything.
Whatever
makes
you give.
Anything makes a difference. There is no give too small. We'll announce it over the radio if you want us to, in honor of somebody. You want to make a donation that way. 855-955-4483, 855-955-GIVE, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. You hear the dulcet tones of John Pizzarelli playing in the background. Back with more right after this. Water ice, popcorn, rice pudding, Philly pretzels, soft serve ice cream, everything goes to charity. The Detroit Water Ice Factory was an idea I came up with to sell the best possible products we could, something really unique, and then give all the profits away to charity. So water ice is a derivative of Italian ices, but it's much smoother, has a lot more flavors, no fat, it's got no gluten, it's got no cholesterol, and it's got no dairy. I grew up in the Philadelphia area, and we used to eat it every day. When I got here to the Midwest, I found out they didn't have it. And we now are able to make it here ourselves. When you run 9 different charities, people see you coming and they start running the other way because they think, oh, he's going to ask us for money again. So we just remind people that charity can be delicious, and it was the beginning of what's essentially become a dessert shop. Watching people's eyes just sort of light up when they taste something that they've never had before. You know, you watch it and you go, yep, told you.
The NBA crew, Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith, and Charles Barkley with a shout out to the Say Detroit Play Center.
Say Play is a premier learning center. It offers academic enrichment, athletics, and arts programs for students 8 to 18.
Since day one in 2015, Say Play has been rebuilding and empowering one of Detroit's most challenged neighborhoods.
Set on nearly 15 acres in the Osborne community in northeast Detroit, the facility was the site of the rundown Lipke Park Recreation Center, which had been shut down by the city due to budget cuts.
It was rebuilt by Say Detroit in partnership with Detroit major sports teams. Say Play offers all its programs and services, including transportation, meals, mental health awareness, and resources free of charge.
The students who attend Say Play commit to their after-school studies, and they love to learn.
They could take part in a wide array of activities, including sports, creative programming, arts. STEM, social justice, and summer employment experiences.
As part of an expansion announced in 2021, the Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will grow services for members and its neighboring community. And let us not forget the staff and the volunteers, right, fellas?
Good job, guys.
They are game changers, providing pathways to success for the youth of Detroit. Well done.
Offering up a fun way to taste some of Detroit's newest restaurants while helping out a great cause. Mitch Album is here to talk about Eat Detroit.
Yeah. Eat Detroit is awesome. Eat Detroit. Yeah. It's the best time ever. We're having a great time. Let's go.
You gotta go. I'm gonna eat this in 1 minute, but we have to Cheers, go. Everybody. We'll see you on the other side cheers. In a second. Yummy.
Say Detroit's involvement with the veterans goes back to its very beginning in 2006. Some of the original money raised went to build the first kitchen that the Michigan Veterans Foundation had ever had.
And we were able to create our mess hall that looked like a cafeteria. With those dollars we did all the computers, we hired an IT guy.
The computer is just a beautiful thing for these people, the guys in here, because they put you back on track, put you back online. But without that computer, man, you know, you could be lost.
I had the opportunity about 50 other times to be in places like this on days like this, and they are amongst the favorite days of my life. Because today we get to give a home to a family. All right, say hi to your new home. This is your new home. This is your living room where you first come in and you greet your guests and your Christmas tree. Do you like that Christmas tree?
You know, we didn't have a dining room where we were staying either. So, you know, to be able to eat as family together.
Be able to eat as a family. Bedroom. Ooh.
Oh, God. I almost can't breathe What? Oh my God. I love y'all. You are a godsend. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow. This is really beautiful and amazing. I just can't imagine the time this must have took, or Lord God, the money, but thank you so much for everything that it took you to do, for even the stuff unseen that I can't see. Thank you.
Well, just seeing you and your kids so happy is the whole reason that we do this at Working Homes, Working Families, and it's the reason that we're raising money today at the State of Detroit Radiothon, the 9th annual, so we can have more moments like this. Congratulations, Smith family. We are so happy for all of you.
water ice, popcorn, rice pudding, Philly pretzels, soft serve ice cream, everything goes to charity. The Detroit Water Ice Factory was an idea I came up with to sell the best possible products we could, something really unique, and then give all the profits away to charity. So water ice is a derivative of Italian ices, but it's much smoother, has a lot more flavors, no fat, it's got no gluten, it's got no cholesterol, and it's got no dairy. I grew up in the Philadelphia area, and we used to eat it every day. When I got here to the Midwest, I found out they didn't have it. And we now are able to make it here ourselves. When you run 9 different charities, people see you coming and they start running the other way because they think, oh, he's going to ask us for money again. So we just remind people that charity can be delicious, and was the beginning of what's essentially become a dessert shop. Watching people's eyes just sort of light up when they taste something that they've never had. WJR and many, many other points on your streaming systems at the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. I just
say that number again.
855-955.
No, not that number. The number of radiothons we've done.
12.
12th
annual. This is the 12th annual.
12.
Yeah. I just did a TV. If you saw the inner workings of this thing, it's remarkable that it ever gets pulled off, because I literally was just on TV with Channel 4 on this computer. Now I jump over to this computer, unplug the headphones from this computer, plug in the headphones into this thing. Now we're back on the radio or on the streaming thing. To my left is the great Ken Brown and Chad Audi from the Detroit Rescue Mission Ministries. Dave Coulier just walked into the building and sat down. To my right is one of the great jazz guitar players in the world, John Pizzarelli, who just sat down. And it's like 7:30 in the morning. You know, when most people are still trying to figure out, are my pajama bottoms on or off? I forgot.
It's so early because that's not Dave Coulier, that's Craig Gass.
I do a Dave Coulier impression.
Yes, but Dave Coulier is coming here somewhere. Okay. Craig Gass has sat down. I didn't even look. I just saw a guy. I just saw a guy in a hat, and I just thought it was Dave.
It's full house.
Hello, Craig Gass.
Mitch is so busy. He's just reading his notes.
Yeah.
All kinds of people are just coming and going around him.
No idea where I am.
Understand.
But I know why I am. I'm here to help raise money for all of our charities of Say Detroit. John Pizzarelli, how are you?
I'm fantastic. And yourself, sir?
I'm great. John rejoins us.
We missed him last year.
Last year was a remote experience.
Remote pits.
And it was like, and now let's go to John Pizzarelli somewhere in New York for a song.
He sent us some songs over. Remember, he sent them over.
Yeah, he sent them over. He recorded them.
Now he's live.
Yeah,
he's back live.
So John and I had dinner last night. It's a tradition. The night before, John flies in from New York. We have dinner. We talk about. So you've got songs for like many of our guests, correct?
I'd have to say 1, 2. Yes, I got all of these have been covered.
All right. So what we do is John, who's a great singer and guitar player, and if you have all his albums, you would know that. John writes these little sort of
ditties.
Yeah, ditties. Which, by the way, is an underappreciated art form. I think the ditty. You know, ever since doo-wah, it's never really been the same, has it?
No, it hasn't.
But we write these little songs, and we tend to cajole money out of people by doing it. You know, like we write a song, and we get a lot of famous celebrities sing a little song, and next thing you know, they're writing you a check.
Some of them actually end up being very good.
Yeah.
The best one was for Jeff Daniels about 10 years ago, and he's like, I have to use that in my act. I never remembered it after that.
Wow. You can't remember it now?
No, I couldn't remember.
You remember any of the old ones there?
Well, some of the old ones I still have. So there's some good. You'll hear.
For example, you know, like a line or two from some of them. That,
you know, there's Hoda Kotb with my coffee, and it goes from there.
Okay,
that's a good one. And then there's Lily Tomlin, though your mama called you Mary Jean. Lily Tomlin.
We're supposed to join in on that one,
Well,
right?
yeah. Well, later on we'll have a rehearsal.
Okay, all right.
During the news at 10.
So the phone numbers are 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. Yes, we're going to try to keep you entertained throughout the course of the day, and a lot of very famous people are going to be joining us. But the point isn't just entertainment. The point is to help out our needy Detroiters. Craig Gass, who has joined. Where'd you come in from, Craig?
Where was I? 5 seconds. New York.
New York.
I was in New York last weekend.
You get 5 seconds to know where you were. Craig, how did you end up you came in and did our show in the afternoon, right? Because you were in town.
Yep. I was telling somebody the story just before I walked up here that
Me.
I came in to tell the I don't even know where I came from, who I was talking to.
Yeah.
I come in and I do your guys' show, and we all get along so famously that as I was walking out the door, you guys said, "Hey, you'd be great for our charity event." And I said, "Yeah, sure." Then Rosie reached out to me and he said, "Hey, are you available on these dates?" I didn't know anything about the event. I came in and I watched it unfold in front of me, and I was floored by what I witnessed. I couldn't believe just bringing in families that were homeless, giving them keys to a new home. I met a guy that does that charity event who's brings convicts and undercover policemen together, have barbecues, and they don't know anything
our
about
Better
each
Together
other.
project. Yeah.
And I just heard incredible stories all day long, and it was one of the most mind-blowing things I've ever experienced. So I was excited when you guys called to have me come back again.
Yeah, and we didn't even know who you were before you came on the show. But we said, this guy's funny. He's a local comedian, and now he's part of the family. This is how easy it is to become a Detroiter.
And man,
you're one of us.
I'm looking at the list, this impressive list of people you have coming in today. I've got stories about several of them, and there's one guy who I just hung out with in New York last weekend that did something that I thought was one of the craziest things I'd ever witnessed, and I can't believe he's coming on your show later.
All right, so you're going to expose that, right?
Yes.
Going to bring it up, embarrass him?
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
you did that last year to somebody. Who do you have on that? Who was it? Oh, yeah, you did the dueling Pacinos with, who was that? With Hank Azaria.
Hank Azaria. And I told a story about Hank that was so funny, and Hank said, I would never do that. He had just mentioned my name on the air. He was talking about who's the guy that does the voice. And I happened to be listening to the show. It was like in Minneapolis or something, driving in a rental car. And I heard him say, that guy, Craig Gass, is the best. And a week later, I saw him walking down the streets of New York. And I parked my car at a fire hydrant and just ran towards him.
Oh, that's always a good thing to do in New York. Yeah. What could possibly happen to your car or you?
He pulls out his cell phone. He sees me coming and he goes, hey, sorry, I'm on the phone. And I go, look, I just want to say, Hank, you said something amazing about me on the air, and I just wanted to say thank you. And he said, what? And I go, my name's Craig Gass. And he goes, oh, and he put the phone back in his pocket. And he goes, oh, you got to do the voice. And he had me do Al Pacino. But last year when I brought it up to him, he said, I would never do that. And I said, all right. But it was an amazing moment.
So he's got the phone in his pocket, and then you hear a voice from his pocket going, hey, where'd you go? So he really was on the phone.
Yeah.
So, well, now you can't build that up. You got to do a little Pacino for us.
My God, I just had another baby, even though I'm 8,300 years old. Hooah. Me and my baby are both wearing diapers.
What an impressive feat. 80-something years old.
Yeah,
still
him
having a
and
baby.
De Niro at the same
And De
time.
Niro.
Like, was it like a competition?
I don't know.
Who's more fertile at 80?
It's crazy.
I can't drive at night. I can't read labels, but I can still knock the ladies up.
What a life that guy has.
Really.
But yeah,
what a life for the baby. It started that as 80.
I also took a line from last year that I've been repeating to people for the last 12 months. Paul Stanley came on your show last year, and I told you right before he came on, I said, Mitch, a couple things about this guy. He's a fan of mine. I am on his voicemail, but he also hates my impression of him.
Yeah.
And he brought both of those things up himself. And he said, well, listen to the impression. Craig, do the impression of me. And I said, hey, everybody, this is Paul Stanley. And he goes, you make me sound like I own a hair salon in Long Island. I'm like, what a great premise for a comedy bit. Welcome to Paul Stanley's hair salon. Come on in, have a seat. I'll give you a blow up. Come on. People!
Yeah. All right. The phone numbers are 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. We'll read your donations out over the air if you like. Coming up, Joe Dumars and Kelly and Matthew Stafford in the next some minutes. It's 760 WJR.
The Mitch Albom Show Radiothon.
Eric, here we are.
Yes.
Just about 9 months ago, they were putting shovels in the ground.
just to see all of the development, just so exciting.
Yeah, and now we're about getting inside of our new building. It's been an amazing 9 months. It's gone by quick, as you have said, and we're excited to get in here.
Yes.
Should we check it out?
Yes, let's go check it out and see what's going on.
6 months ago, we stood in this very space.
Yes, we
There
did.
were no walls, there were no bricks, there was no ceiling. We were on an open field, and it was just really about potential at that point. And now we're starting to see the potential come to life.
Absolutely, increasing the impact of the work that we've been doing and doing it on a larger scale.
It's great to be right outside of the new theater here, the centerpiece of this building. Really the centerpiece of what we'll be doing for the kids, but it goes beyond that even. It's the centerpiece of the community as well.
Besides performing arts, community events, it's going to be a multi-use space that is going to be unlike any other in this community.
We are now in what I would say the heartbeat of the facility.
Yes.
Our new classrooms. We have 6 state-of-the-art classrooms here. This is something we didn't have in our old building.
Much needed.
Eric, now here's some spaces that I'm really excited about. Our new vocational classrooms.
Yes.
We will really be able to do some fun and innovative things in here that allows us to bring cars on campus, to bring different trades and skills on campus, and really expose our students to all sorts of career fields that they might not have considered before.
Absolutely.
You know, we are desperately in need of vocational services and trades in our city, and this is going to be a great opportunity to be able to introduce our kids to some of those, you know, early stage services.
Absolutely. Our students ask for it, the community asks for it, and we've had calls and inquiries from some local job training programs, vocational programs that want to come and support our expansion of opportunities, offer job training, skills trades programs. So we're looking forward to that.
As with everything else at the Safe Place Center, it takes a village, right? It takes a community and it takes a village. And none of this would have happened without our community of supporters, our community of staff members, our partners who come here every day and work with our kids. And so I just want to say a big thank you to the community for helping us to bring this to reality.
Absolutely, thank you. And thank you also to the families that believe in us to look after their kids day in and day out. And they truly believe and support the vision of what we're trying to do is coming to a reality.
Yep. Educating our kids in this community is a team sport.
Yes.
And it takes a lot of players.
Yes, it
and we're
does.
just very grateful to have the players that we have on staff. Yes. So thank you to everyone out there for all of your support.
Yes.
Now, I think they're working on some electrical over there. I know a little bit to be dangerous. Should we go try to help them out a little
let me
bit?
see if I have a circuit tester.
I see some tools. Let's go get them. Okay.
State Detroit's involvement with the veterans goes back to its very beginning in 2006. Some of the original money raised went to build the first kitchen that the Michigan Veterans Foundation had ever had.
And we were able to create our mess hall that looked like a cafeteria. With those dollars we did all the computers, we hired an IT guy.
The computer is just a beautiful thing for these people, the guys in here. Because they put you back on track, put you back online. But without that computer, man, you know, you can be lost.
By visiting mylakepointelectric.com. That's mylakepointelectric.com. Call Lake Point Electric and never lose power again. This hour of the 12th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon is generously brought to you by Moran & Company. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
We're here till 9 o'clock. Don't forget to tip the waitresses. We're raising money for Say Detroit and all the needy Detroiters that it helps. And really, if you count the number of people, I don't know, Chad Audi, is there any way that we could estimate the number of people that are actually helped through Say Detroit? It's thousands of appointments at the medical clinic. It's 20,000 different kid visits at the Say Play Center.
If you want to accumulate the numbers since we started, it would be over 1 million.
Okay, well, that's a lot of people.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a lot of people.
That's
almost one Taylor Swift concert.
It is a lot of people.
Yeah.
I mean, you know that 6,000 prescription has been filled only this year.
Yeah, that's
So-
just
so,
that alone.
yeah,
So think of all the different people you're helping and all different ages. I like to say that Say Detroit is sort of a one-stop shop for your charity needs. If you like helping children, if you like helping seniors, if you like helping veterans, if you like helping the homeless, if you like helping promising young students get scholarships, we do all of that. And we're supported by amazing people. John Pizzarelli, the great jazz guitar player, is here with us all day long. Craig Gass, the hysterical and who we just met comedian, sitting right here, who I mistook for Dave Coulier because it says on my thing, Dave Coulier joins us at 7:30, and I looked over and there was a guy in a baseball cap, and I said, so Dave Coulier sat down, and it turned out, and I look at him, it's not actually Dave Coulier. But now I look to my left, and there's Dave Coulier. Hello, Dave Coulier. How about it for Dave Coulier?
There we go. I've never worked with a microphone before. Yes, as long as you don't look over and go at Jeff Daniels, who's just joined us.
Yeah, unlike many who confuse you, I know both of you, so I know the difference. You smile a lot more.
I smile a lot more, and I'm not sure, though, if I'm dumb or dumber. Not quite sure.
This is early for you to get out here and do this. Is amazing.
It is, and I was trapped in my own street this morning. Apparently, they're replacing the main drain on the street. And then it's always a guy who comes out, hey, we're sorry, but this just ain't going to happen for a little bit. Okay, so I sit here. Yeah, we're going to look at each other and, hey, aren't you Jeff Daniels?
Is he the only guy you've ever gotten mistaken for? Has there ever been anyone else that kind of flourished?
Bill Cosby. I get that a lot. Oh, wow. I mean, a long time ago. Not recently. Man, you're funny. It's like I'm looking at Cosby right now. Yeah. But that's the old Cosby. That's a different era.
Yeah. People may not realize that when you say, well, Dave Coulier got up this morning and talking to some guy on the street to come here. Dave lives here. A lot of people probably still presume you live in Los Angeles or New York or something, but you moved back a couple years ago.
Did.
Redid your own house, right?
I did. I went to contractor school, but they don't teach you how to build a house. They just say, when you have employees, and I'm like, employees, I'm going to be building this by myself. So I had to fire myself a couple of times for mistakes that I made. But yeah, we moved in. We're on Lake St. Clair. I love it here so much. I love being a part of the city again and being back with family and friends and skating and doing charities and helping people. Tomorrow night, I'm going to be skating with the Red Wings alumni out in Dearborn for Easter Seals with Carhartt.
And he's not skating as good as he used to. We just talked about this in the break.
I'm
he's
not.
Still 85%.
I'm not. I wear a Dixie cup now. It's different. It's much different.
Not expecting a lot of contact, are you?
No, it's a different game.
Yeah.
It's a different
It's not
game.
as rough as it used to be.
When
Yeah.
you're tired in warm-ups, that's when you know. But I love being back here.
Yeah,
Mitch.
it's interesting that someone who has a big Hollywood career and is known, wants to come back here. I think that's what's special about Michigan. It's what's special about Detroit is that the dream of a lot of people who start here is to make it big, accomplish their dreams and everything, and then come back feeling, like, yeah, I did that, but now I want to live here. And I don't think you could say that about every place. I mean, I grew up on the East Coast. We couldn't wait to get out of there. Like, it was like nobody's going back.
Yeah.
I always say about Michigan and Detroit, people say, well, what's the difference between the two? I say, here's the difference. In the East Coast, you're 18 years old or 22 years old, you graduate school, and you say, well, I got a job in Phoenix, and everyone throws you a party, and they never see you again.
Yeah.
In Michigan, you say 18, 22, you say, I got a job in Phoenix, they throw a party for you, you go 6 months later, you're back.
Yeah.
and you say to them, like, why are you back? I miss my family, miss my friends. That's the kind of people that we are. We want to be back amongst our people. Is that
and
your
you know,
case?
I love the water. I grew up in St. Clair Shores near Lake St. Clair, and I always tell people who don't know Michigan very well, it's the Mediterranean of the Midwest. It really is. I mean, the water, the islands, the special places that are out on the water, the views, the boating culture, it's really amazing. And when you realize from Lake St. Clair, you can go anywhere on the planet from Lake St. Clair on some kind of water vessel.
Wow.
It's pretty amazing.
You haven't tried that yet, have you?
I haven't. I can't get enough air in the inner tube to do it, but I want
to get pulled behind the boat.
Yes.
Dave Coulier is visiting with us as part of many, many people who are going to be joining us just in the next half hour alone. Joe Dumars are going to be joining us from Vegas it's got to be 5 o'clock in the
big
morning.
tournaments out there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Kelly and Matthew Stafford are going to be joining us from LA. What is it? Everybody like getting up early and we're going to have everyone in their pajamas, apparently.
And stay tuned for that one because we got to talk because the way it looks, that first round playoff game may be Matthew coming back into Detroit for that game.
Yeah.
How would you like that?
We're going to have to ask him about that.
How would you like that?
That might be a shocker. Yeah. And many, many other people going to join us over the course of the day. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. People are making donations in honor of people, in honor of Victoria Falwell from Howell, a donation there. In honor of Dr. Peter Roberts from Destin, a $725 donation. In honor of Bill Eckstein from Birmingham. Thank you for that. In honor of Bob Marcus.
Billy Eckstein?
Bill Eckstein. Oh, who knows? Patrick Roberts made a nice donation, $425. Thank you. And another donation for $550. We thank you for that. In honor of Rick and Fred Thornton from Alice in Dearborn. In honor of Greg and Janine Graham in Oxford, a $15,000 donation. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Greg and Janine Graham, thank you, whoever did that in honor of you. That's fantastic. Again, trying to break our record of 1.8 million raised last year. Dave Coulier, before we go to break, I want to give a shout out to people as to why you think they should give now that you've given them a reason that they could sail anywhere in the world from Lake St. Clair.
If you're not sailing away from Detroit, there are many people here who are going through tough times, and if you have the ability to help those people, your fellow Detroiters, this is the place to do it. And it's such a wonderful conduit to be able to funnel money right into people's lives. It's really wonderful what you do, and that's why I've been here. I think this is my 115th time.
We've only done 12, but yeah.
But I keep showing up, and you guys aren't here.
So you just go shopping instead.
I just go shop. I bought a pair of pants 112 of those times. So I have a lot of pants because of this thing.
All right, we'll continue here at Somerset Collection in the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. The phone number is 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Thank you, John Pizzarelli, for that beautiful out music. Back with more after this.
What's it going to do for you and your family? What it's going to do? Oh, my God, y'all just saved our life.
Aww.
Man, I just can't tell y'all how happy I am.
Say Detroit has been changing lives for the better since 2006, when I wrote about how our city was providing homeless people 3-day shelter parties to get them off the street while tourists were in town for the Super Bowl. A city that is super just for a weekend isn't very special come Monday. So we put out a call to raise enough to at least help all year long. The idea of Say Detroit is in its letters, super all year. You answered our call, and to amazing results. Say Detroit has grown into a charity that offers help where it's needed the most. And we need your help as we meet the increasing needs of people at risk.
We thought it was all said and done with. There was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up. And then Say Detroit came in our life.
We're providing pathways to success for Detroiters in need. And we're doing it with a focus on solving learning, healthcare, and housing challenges. Without good health, learning is going to take a back seat. If you don't have housing, staying healthy is harder. And if you're not learning, your opportunities are limited. That's why our programs, like the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic, are so important. Not only is it free to all patients, it now has a pharmacy on site.
If this clinic did not exist, I would not be able to get the health care that I need because I don't have any insurance. And this is the only place that I know that I can go to and get excellent health care.
It's been such a joy to see how far the clinic has come. We help move whole communities forward. And the base of that is always good health.
The clinic is also now hosting Wellness Wednesdays, monthly support groups for women, and providing one-on-one coaching and resources for mothers during their baby's first year.
A place like this is needed, especially in Detroit, because there are a lot of women and children that do not have medical care. And where would they go if they became sick?
It's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy.
They are so kind, caring, and they totally wouldn't let me leave until after they had checked my breathing. Then she gave me a treatment and she made sure that I could not leave out of here until I was well. I don't know many places that would do it in that manner.
The Stay Detroit Play Center is about a lot more than play. It's really about learning. We partner with the city's top sports teams to turn an abandoned recreation center at Lipke Park into a first-rate after-school program where students have a safe place to study, play, and socialize.
Every time I come here, it just feels like home. It brings me hope.
The pandemic created a learning loss for many of our young people. We've helped them catch up, and we're partnering with local schools to keep kids in school.
They work together to make kids learn here, so that's why I like coming here. I grew.
And when they're at Say Play, students receive homework help, have access to wellness services, and are engaged in activities like sports, arts, music, dance, robotics, drum classes, and more.
It means a lot to me because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that I'm doing now.
And we'll be offering more to neighbors on the east side of Detroit with a new annex. The Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will provide job training and opportunities for young people and adults.
A diverse community thrives when its members learn to respect each other. That's why our Better Together program launched in 2020.
Human beings connecting with other human beings. We bring law enforcement officials in plain clothes together with the community. Gang members, high school students, people with substance use disorders, and they would grill meals together, sit down and break bread without any labels.
We have some other good friends here that I want them to share just a little bit more about themselves and what they do, and then we want to have a conversation about that. And so I'm gonna ask my good friend here if he would say just a little bit more about himself.
I'm Savan Hall. I'm a police officer for the city of Inkster.
And I'm a cop too. And I
Oh,
turn
you a
myself
cop too?
Yes, sir. And I turn myself around.
He don't look like no cop. He don't look like no cop?
Yeah, neither though.
Neither one of them.
Once you connect with each other as human beings, you can begin to identify that we're struggling with some of the same issues. We're struggling with some of the same trauma. We desire to be successful. We all desire to raise a family and have a good family life.
A good family life requires clean, affordable housing and safe neighborhoods. Our Working Homes, Working Families program puts families without a decent place to live into refurbished homes that are previously donated or abandoned.
After getting our home, their grades went up. The behavior became better. It adds a sense of security for them, not just me. I would say my home is home now.
A stable home can mean a whole new life, healthier lifestyles, better job opportunities, and overall well-being, and it makes communities stronger.
It's a sanctuary.
Home.
Home.
Comfort.
Right.
Security.
Right.
Peace.
Right.
This is just some of the work that Say Detroit does to improve the learning, healthcare, and housing challenges of our city's neediest people. Please help the efforts of Say Detroit by donating or volunteering. Follow along as we share the
955 Give to help. Now, live from the Northside Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albert.
He's out with Ryan Reynolds. He might be eating fennel, and we don't want to displace him. But when you need a hand, you call the music man, and you can't replace him. Right. Right. Okay, so we're actually back here. Sorry, but you see a little behind the curtain on the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. We're writing the jingles and the ditties in the commercial break for when Hugh Jackman is going to join us a little later on, because there are some guests that if you write a song for them, they tend to give you money. And we're going to put that theory to test right now, because Dave Coulier is sitting here with us. And John Pizzarelli has a song for him.
Oh, man.
So let's see how this works here now.
It was one of the hardest songs to come up with, and it's not one the song isn't anything anybody knows, so it's singular to Mr. Coulier.
All right. Well, he's a singular guy.
Well, as long as it's not Alanis Morissette, I'm fine.
Okay. So it goes like this. Dave Coulier, there's not a bigger Detroit Red Wings fan. Dave Coulier, he does the voices no one else can. Worked on Scooby and Scrappy Doo. He was Joey Gladstone and is a pilot too. Dave Coulier, nobody quite like you. Dave Coulier.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Man.
Write that down.
That's a hit. That's a hit. That's
exciting.
Got to go on a rotation on Keener Radio out of Windsor.
So how's the theory work there? We write songs and you give money. How's it work?
I'm giving $1,000 for that.
There you go.
$1,000.
There you go.
Do another verse.
Dave Coulier.
Oh, now I want my money back. Yeah.
It could also pay us not to write songs.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The story that we were talking about in the break with Dave. And we all started Mark Ridley's Comedy Castle before, but he was telling me that Mark and them drove up to Yuck Yucks in Toronto, which was the comedy chain. Tell him who was on the first show you went up there with. It's a young comedian. Now listen to this show.
I was 18, and Mark Ridley and I and Joe Napoli drove to Toronto to play Yuck Yucks, and I was really terrified because I thought, is my material going to work in another country? And I thought, oh boy, I hope they have Bullwinkle in Canada. And so we drove there.
If not, they should.
We drove there and we followed Jim Carrey and Howie Mandel.
Get out of here.
And another guy, Mike McDonald, and they crushed the room. Right. And I thought, these guys are so good. They're so amazing. And then we went up, and I remember the owner afterwards, we had to wait for him to get his opinion. And he said to Joe, he said, man, that is funny stuff. He goes, but I just don't see it happening. And I was crushed. And then we had to drive, all those hours back home. And I was like,
can't wait to get to London.
I was like, Mark, what do you think he meant by I don't see it happening for you? And then I remember seeing that guy, who he will remain unnamed.
This is such a great story.
He showed up. He showed up at our 100th episode party for Full House. And I remember getting some of those little miniature corns at the little salad bar there. And I'm just about ready to eat my miniature corn. He goes, Dave, how are you? And he introduces himself. And I go, good. How are you? He goes, man, I'll tell you, when you played Yuck Yucks, man, I just knew you were on your way.
Exactly.
And I just, that little thought bubble popped up above my shoulder, and I just said, I hate you. No, I
have a
don't
little
hate
corn.
anyone. Yeah, have a little piece of corn. But, it was just one of those little life lessons where, you just got to listen to yourself and not always listen to the critical things people say.
Craig Gass is responding to that in a big way. Did you have a similar experience like that?
I met Dave at a radio station in Toronto, and I remember him telling me that story, and I remember him saying that this guy, who is a legendary club owner in Canada,
told him he was never going to make it.
Just stop. Yeah. Just stop. It's such a crushing thing to say to somebody.
For what it's worth, the literary version of that. I went around in 1995 to a bunch of publishers in New York with an idea for a book called Tuesdays with Maury, and went into one place and said, I'm just trying to raise enough money to pay my old professor's medical bills. It's not a lot. It's a story about an old man talking to a young man about what's really important in life once you know you're going to die. And I got about that far, and the guy said, stop. He said, not interested. You don't even know what a memoir is. That's what he said to me. He said, you don't even know what a memoir is. Maybe come back in 20 years and you'll know what it is. And I remember leaving the office of that guy and saying to my literary agent who was with me, I said, why don't they just say no? I mean, why do they have to just say, and by the way, you don't even know what a memoir is. And Tuesdays with Maury, which we finally found, we were turned down everywhere. We finally found one publisher, is now the most published memoir of all time.
Wow.
So as far as people out there listening to critics.
And Mitch.
And to wrap the story up, though, that was the same guy.
Yeah. You know, the last thing he said to me, before I left was, if you ever run into a comic named Dave Coulier, run the other way because I don't see it happening for him.
And in retrospect, don't you love the notes that you get when you're in a meeting? Like,
congratulations.
I think this would be a success. Could you change it to Thursdays?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's Thursdays. That just rings a bell. It's funny, you know?
Well, when after Tuesdays with Maury became what it did, and I went around 6 years later to try to do in the next book, everybody who didn't want it said, and I was trying to do a novel at that point. No, well, you know, novel's going to, how about Wednesdays with Maury? How about Chicken Soup with Maury? That's a good one. No one's done that. Venus and Mars and Maury. So you can't.
Maury for idiots.
Yeah. You can't let other people tell you whether you're going to make it or not. And, you know, you have to trust your own instincts. And you have to take help where you can get it. And we are here to try to help people, after all, to try to bring this back to why we're here. We're here to help needy Detroiters get their break. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. We're here at the Somerset Collection. We're here till 9 o'clock. We're going to be broadcasting on the air all that time. You can watch us on MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, WJR.com. Click on Detroit if you want to see the show visually. But what's most important is, could you please help us out? If you're on your way to work right now, you're driving in your car, as I said, you're already better off than a lot of the people we're trying to help. Turn down the radio for a second. Call 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. People are going to be very nice to you. It'll take less than 60 seconds. Give $10. And just take $10 out of whatever your day is today that you might otherwise. That's a Starbucks bill, right?
Yeah.
That's 1.5 cups of coffee
Just
at
do
Starbucks.
regular company coffee today, and don't do the Starbucks.
I'll write you a song for $10.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And then go back about your business, and you'll be amazed at how good you feel about yourself. Like, I did something nice on my way to work today. You won't miss the $10. Or the $25. It's not going to change your life, but it might change somebody else's. Because I told Guy Gordon, he has a big audience that's usually listening today. If everyone in your audience who is listening right now just gave us $10, we could probably stop for the day and say we've made enough money. So that's all it would take. And someone would do that for you, hopefully, if you were in need.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
And from the amount of fans, my fans that have showed up here, if they just gave $1, if we could get them 2 million more of my people to show up. There's one guy over there, but he's not looking up. He's on his phone.
We got $2. We got $2.
You know, this is actually more people than we normally have, Dave Coulier, because when we first started the Radiothon, the only people in the mall were mall walkers.
Yeah.
Which are an interesting breed. They're in, like, you ever see mall walkers?
They wouldn't stop for the radio.
They didn't stop. They just walk right around us. Okay, there's people broadcasting in the lobby. We're just walking. They're in their sweatsuits.
I got
sneakers, and they're just walking the mall.
I got an idea for a movie, Mall Walkers.
Mall
They're
Walkers.
zombies, and they walk the mall.
Who are you going to call?
Yeah.
Mall walkers.
Full mall.
Write that down.
Somebody get that idea. Kevin O'Neill has joined us on the stage.
Thank you so much. I got to tell you, every year when I do this, I do something that you suggested the very first year, and I did it again this morning. I did the roll the window down deal. And I'll tell you what you always tell people to do, roll your window down for as long as you can stand it, which isn't very long, and you get an idea of what it's like to be out in the cold. And I did it this morning, and it's like, oh, my God, we got to raise some money today.
Yeah.
Got to do it.
Well, thank you for bringing that up. And it is a good exercise because there are people sleeping out in that or sleeping in their cars instead of driving to work in their cars. And they're not the only people that we help. This isn't just, it began as a homeless sort of endeavor, but right now we help kids who are on their way to college. We provide scholarships for kids to study at the wonderful Center for College for Creative Studies in downtown Detroit. We help veterans get jobs. We help seniors keep their homes. This is not just, the guy on the street who's asking for change and we have to help him out. These are kids as young as 5 days old whose mothers are trying to get jobs so that they can support them, but they don't have daycare. So they had to bring the babies to the job interviews and weren't getting jobs. This was a practical problem that Chad and I found out about. It's like, wow, whoever knew that this was a problem? And it's hard to get a job when you're saying, yes, I'll be very, okay, baby. Okay, baby. Yes, no, what was it? It's really hard to win the job interview. So we provided, working with Bright Beginnings, a place where kids can be taken care of during the day for women who are trying to get back out into the workforce or dealing with transitional housing. So it's not just helping the guy on the street who's homeless. I don't want people to think that, but that's amongst the people that we help. We promised that we would read some. In fact, Kevin, Kevin's got the voice for this.
Oh,
anything that's in the yellow, you can read. If you want to make a donation to honor of somebody.
Yes. Thanks, Rich. In honor of the Tuttle Hut Internet Marketing, Brighton, $400. Thank you so much. Also, there they go again. They're back again with $35, so we can add that to their total. Thanks so much. And Janice Kanka, thank you, $175 from Troy. Hello there, Jennifer DeCrane, Grosse Pointe Woods, $50. We appreciate you taking the time to call today.
John Patrico from Washington Township gave us $350. Jim Allen from Northville, $500. We're reading some of these out because they just show the incredible generosity of people. But by the way, you don't need, there's no minimum. Okay. If you want to give $1, it's okay. I mean, Dave Coulier did. So,
and there were 3 zeros after that dollar part of me.
Okay. All right. $1,000. Okay. Another song for Dave Coulier.
Dave Coulier. Happy days to Dave Coulier. Coulier's so hard.
It's really hard to rhyme something.
Well, you could do a winter song. It's really coolie, eh? You bring some Canada into it.
Yeah,
we're heard in Canada, right?
Yeah, we're right across from Canada.
I was told I wasn't going to make it a business, but it was by my parents.
Tough crowd. Tough crowd.
What did you ever have, John Pizzarelli, a rejection that has stayed with you? Now you can laugh about it now, but
the Beatle record. I made a record called John Pizzarelli Meets the Beatles. It was a jazz record.
Yeah,
and
I love that record.
We went to the studio and we were going to play it for the head of the record company, and he heard the first track, and we had it set up a little bar like we thought it was going to be a party, and he took a shot of tequila. He said, "That'll never do."
Oh my gosh!
Wow! Wow!
And he went right into the comedy club business right after that.
Right.
Same guy.
He said, "You remind me of somebody. This guy named Coulier. Never gonna make it."
I love hearing stories like that.
Yeah, it's inspirational. Though,
Eddie
right?
Murphy has the greatest story.
Rodney Dangerfield.
Do you know that story,
Yeah.
man?
No.
Eddie, I saw him on Rosie O'Donnell. Rosie used to have that daytime talk show.
Yeah.
Eddie Murphy comes out, and Rosie says, "I don't think people at home realize that you and I have known each other since you were a kid." He goes, "Yeah, you used to give me rides, you and Jackie Martling." And they start talking about all these older comedians. And he goes, "Were you there the night that Rodney showed up?" And she said, "No." And he looks at the studio audience and says, "I swear to God, This is a true story. He said that
You're kind of going into an Eddie Murphy impression here.
Really?
I'm kind of thinking.
I start sliding.
Yeah.
I think Dave, like you naturally start bending towards someone when you do the voice.
I just do Bill Cosby. That's all. I just turn into Bill Cosby. That's all.
So Eddie tells a story about Rodney Dangerfield perform at a local arena near this comedy club he used to work at in New Jersey, and he wanted to come in to see the local new people. And he walks in. Eddie Murphy is 15 years old. And the club owner says, hey, Rodney's going to go up and do a set, and then we'll put you on after him. And he said, and I had to follow Rodney Dangerfield. Rodney goes up, he does a set, then I go up and do my thing. And he said, I was really dirty back then. He said, if you think Eddie Murphy Delirious was dirty, I was filthy at 15. I get off stage, and I go up to Rodney, and I said, excuse me, Mr. Dangerfield, my name's Eddie Murphy. I don't know if you had a chance to watch me. And he said, I'll never forget. Rodney said, hey, kid, you're too dirty, and you're never going to make it. You're too filthy. And he said, I was crushed because he was the first authority on stand-up comedy I'd ever met. Fast forward 7 years, and he looks back at the studio audience and says, I swear to God, this is a true story. 7 years later, this is after Saturday Night Live, after Trading Places, after 48 Hours, I'm in Vegas having a boys' weekend with my boys. And I had to go to the bathroom. I walk into the restroom, and there's only one person in the restroom. It's Rodney Dangerfield at a urinal. I took the urinal right next to him, and I just stared at him. And he looked at me and said, hey, who knew? And walked out of the restroom. He said that was the entire exchange. Love that story.
So he knew why he was staring at him.
He knew I was staring at him.
Because if someone was staring at me while I was at a urinal, a million things would go through my mind. I wouldn't be thinking necessarily about my career, if you know what I mean.
I love it.
But that's the difference between us and Eddie Murphy, apparently. Okay.
Yeah.
Good story, Craig.
Yeah,
Gass.
my
Thank you
boys'
for that.
weekend was in Roseville. When I had my posse, let's go to Roseville, you guys. Eddie Murphy goes to Vegas.
Waffle House?
Yeah, I went to the Waffle House. You were there, Kenny. Jeez, I'm sorry.
All right. Our phone numbers are 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. Please. We'll provide some entertainment. We'll provide some great incentive items. If you go to Radiothon.com, you can see all kinds of auction items if you want to bid on them, such as skating with the Red Wings and a morning skate, or signed stuff from Smokey Robinson, Cade Cunningham, signed jerseys, a Shinola Hotel getaway, the wedding that you can.
I'm telling you, bet on that wedding, people.
Bet on a wedding.
Doing the squeegee work now because of the wedding I just paid for.
Yeah,
bid on that.
Have a wedding at Andiamo's for 250 people.
Come on.
You can have lunch with the Mitch Albom Show cast. You can co-host our show. You can co-host Paul W. Smith's show. That's a great opportunity for any business that wants to get out there. Regards. You can get tickets to the Lions versus the Vikings game.
What? Say that one again.
You can get tickets to the Lions
That's
Vikings
a big one.
game. Yeah.
You can't even get tickets now. They're all sort of dope. You better bid on that.
All right. We've got a Fender Player Telecaster electric guitar, Gibson Les Paul special tribute guitar, and all of them, those guitars are going to be signed by every guest who's here on site with us. These are all things you can bid on for auction. And then we've got all kinds of what we call incentive items, which are things you can just buy. Everything from autographed Desmond Howard footballs, Jim Harbaugh. Who else has signed footballs for us here? Matthew Stafford, Steve Yzerman, he signed pucks, obviously a little bit different. Tim Allen's got the memorabilia from the Santa Claus movie. You've got signed copies of my new book, The Little Liar. I will autograph as many as you like for the holidays. Just a million different things you can bid on. You can see them all on MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. So however you want to give, you want to get something for your giving, or you just want to give from your heart, it's the same thing. 855-955-4483. 855-955-4483. 855-955-4483. Give. Dave Coulier, thank you for being with us, pal.
Thank you.
Great having you here. Joe Dumar's coming up. Woo! Matthew Stafford coming up. Woo! All in this hour as we continue the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon.
WJR.
Look like your typical health clinic with waiting rooms, medical equipment, and patients, but it's not. When the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic opened in 2008, it made history. Located in Highland Park, it was the nation's first free medical clinic devoted to homeless, uninsured, and underinsured mothers and their children. 12 years and thousands of patients later, the clinic has expanded its reach to children, women, and now men, regardless of their ability to pay. The clinic is open weekdays, 9 to 4, and provides all sorts of exams, from ear infections, high blood pressure, cardiology, and even on-site laboratory services. In 2019, Trinity Health became a managing partner, and they provide medical staff, including doctors and nurse practitioners.
This is our time. If you work in this space around in underserved communities, you know that is a time for us to really put our feet down and do something about what we see around poverty, around access to health. We changed out and included some additional staff there so that we can serve more people and can have a connection to the community. We did some cosmetic changes where we upgraded the floors and painted out the ceilings, and most recently we've done a new pharmacy build out, so it'll be additional service available to our community.
Right down this hallway is the pharmacy, and this is important because patients will be able to see their doctor and receive their prescriptions on site. That's a big deal. Most of them don't have transportation.
This clinic is a type of clinic that every city and any city in the United States should want to have the type of people that work here that care.
Always looking to improve and expand, the clinic is upgraded to electronic medical records. In addition, the clinic now has a new community outreach coordinator who will make sure that more residents take advantage of the free services here. For example, the clinic hosted C-Mobile screenings where 1,500 Detroiters received free COVID tests during the height of the pandemic.
It does not matter about your finance. Their whole concern in this clinic is to take care of you when you come in that door.
For those who need it the most, the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic is a gift, truly a gem of the city, and just what the doctor ordered.
During the summer of 2022, Say Detroit students participated in an entrepreneurship program where they designed and marketed t-shirts for the Detroit Pistons.
Hello, I am Marcus Parker, a 14-year-old dancer, singer, and now designer. I was born in Royal Oak and raised in Detroit.
Meet the Say 22 Entrepreneurship Program.
From the sports world in just a couple of minutes as we continue here on the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. Folks, if you're on your way into work, you can take a time, think about one little thing today that you might be able to skip. Maybe skip the Starbucks coffee. Maybe skip eating out lunch or go to a different place and take the $10 or the $20 that you might have spent and just give it to help people who are less fortunate. You can do it right now with a phone call, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Plenty of auction items and incentive items to bid on there as well, as we continue until 9 o'clock here tonight on WJR 760, the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. Stay with us, please.
They say it's not a party till I show up. Nick! Is it my charm?
My mom found Say Play Detroit just for me and my siblings to have something fun to do. There's actually a lot of opportunities here that are actually really helping me be more creative and learn how to collaborate with other people.
If I was to describe Marcus, I would say he's the love bug of the house. He's definitely one of those kids that's like, I have dreams and aspirations. I want to know how to work it, and I'm not afraid of the word no.
I really want to be like an entertainer, maybe like go to Broadway, create my own studio, like have my own company.
Marcus is the example of anybody who doesn't know they have a shining light inside of them to learn how to uncover it. Find your support, love your support, show them that you have a shining light and they will help you uncover it.
All proceeds go to Say Detroit Play Center.
fire, actually, though. Y'all got some XLs or something?
I think it begins with a conversation. I believe it begins with seeing each other as human beings. They come to find out that they are the same people, in which they are. It's not like a police officer is the boogeyman. It's not like some of those young men who have been struggling in the gang life are the boogeyman. They are human beings.
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm Officer Devon Maples. I've been on the job going on 24 years.
Because I was incarcerated, formerly incarcerated 12 years, and I made a comeback.
We don't go there with titles. I'm a gang member, I'm a police officer. We just there as men and women and connecting together, and just to see that transformational process take place is nothing but amazing.
Trying my best to be a mentor and doing everything I can to show people, like, the uniform is just that. It's a uniform. I'm a black man. When I drive in my car with tinted windows and everything else, I get pulled over and treated like a black man until I prove otherwise.
And so once you connect with each other as human beings, you can begin to identify that we're struggling with some of the same issues.
I ain't gonna lie,
Right.
I ain't had the best run-ins with police.
Those are the police that you've had encounters with. You haven't had an encounter with every police.
But they ain't too comfortable to walk into that police station because they like, what is going on? You know what I mean?
We can march, and that's nice. But what are you really gonna do? To me, I said, let me join DPD. With me joining DPD, I feel like I can stop another officer from doing some stupid stuff because I know they're not gonna do it in front of me.
Just to let y'all know, if y'all are having problems like that, it's okay to go up to the precinct and see if you can get that one-on-one conversation too.
I'm not against lawlessness. You know, we need people, if they do something, if somebody breaks into your mom's house, what does she do? She got to call the police.
It's just my hope that we come to understand each other a little bit better as a result of coming together and eating together.
I do it another way.
Stay out the streets, bro.
For real.
When I'm policing the city, I personally feel like I'm policing my family.
I ain't never heard nothing like this. This is the first day, I ain't even gonna lie, this is the first day I've ever heard a police talk like this.
My man just had to butcher. Now, you done ripped off all the skin. Hey, come on.
Home had caught on fire in 2019. It was the coldest day of the year, and we basically lost everything. I love living there. That was my home for all of my life. I moved there when I was 8. That was my dad and my mom's home. He passed away in 2014. And I inherited it. So it was near and dear to me, and then it caught fire. This is when I met Rosie. Rosie told me that, hey, I got a way that not only fix your electrical problem, but make your house a home as well for you and your children. Here we are, 2020, and we're living the dream. I can't help but to say I love living there. That was my home. They did everything for me in a way that I never would have been able to fix, even though I was so adamant about fixing my home, going back home on myself, even if I had to paint and do it myself. But I couldn't ask for a better way of going home. After getting our home, their grades went up. The behavior became better. It adds a sense of security for them, not just me. We have our Christmas tree up early, so we're looking forward to Christmas, even though COVID has been such a tragedy. I've been through so much this year that we're looking forward to this great memory. I would say my home is home now.
Pancreatic insufficiency. EPI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But EPI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Immerse yourself in premium nationwide coverage, contract-free plans, and always-free activation with Consumer Cellular, now at your local Target. While you're there, check out our newest phone, the Iris Flip. It's all the phone and camera you need. Plus, it features a user-friendly design, making it the perfect flip phone. From now to December 16th, you can score $10 off when you buy the Consumer Cellular Iris Flip at Target, making it only $39.99. Visit your nearest Target for the full scoop.
This hour of the 12th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon is generously brought to you by Illich Holdings. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
All right, back here at the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon to help needy Detroiters. That is the number, 855-955-GIVE. Got a beautiful little crowd here already this early. It's Somerset, and the mall's not even open yet. Want to say hello to still a current Detroiter because he still lives here, and always a Detroiter in the minds of basketball fans, and a guy I call a friend, Joe Dumars, who was kind enough to get up in Las Vegas. Wow. So what time is it there? 5:30 in the morning. Good morning, Joe Dumars.
Good morning. Good morning. What's happening, bro?
That's Las Vegas, man.
That's Joe's morning voice.
That's it.
Mitchell?
Morning
Joe and I are used to early mornings because after his playing career was over for many, many years, we would enjoy breakfasts up at Leo's Coney Island. And Joe would come in a sweatsuit, always a different sweatsuit. At 7:30 in the morning, I'd feel this big hand on my back, Mitchell. And we would sit down and we would talk for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and almost never mention basketball or writing, right?
That's true. That's exactly right, man. We saved the world for those 2 hours. That's what we said.
Yeah, we solved all the problems, and then we both had to go home to our wives.
Yep, absolutely.
Joe, you have a job which, and I mean, you've had a million different jobs, and that speaks to your eclectic personality and character. But I never thought you would have the job of disciplinarian for the NBA. How did that happen?
About 2 years ago, I got a call from Adam Silver, and he just asked me, would you consider it? And I said, I don't know if I would or not. So actually, I said, what's the job description? He said, look, it's a long list of things, right? But part of it is being a discipline as well. And so I said to him, I said, I don't know if I would or not. And I said, Adam, what is the real job? Like, what's the job itself? I know what this paper says, but what's the job itself? And so we talked about that, all the different stuff you're going to be involved in. And this was about 2 years ago, Mitch, and I said, I don't know. Let me think about it. And it took about 3 or 4 months before I said yes. And that was it. It was just a phone call. It was Adam, Mark Tatum, deputy commissioner, and
but didn't he want to say to you, like, didn't you want to say to him, I was never in trouble in my entire career. I don't even know if you ever got a technical in your entire career.
Yeah.
And now you're going to be the guy who's in charge of discipline. Like, I mean, maybe the best cops are the ones who are never in trouble, but it just seems like, have you ever found a moment where, like, I know, for example, Draymond Green, who's a friend of yours, who's been at your house a gazillion times, you watched him grow up, and now you have to be the guy who says to him, I'm sorry, but you're not playing for the next 5 games.
Well, here's what I've said about that, is that I know what it looks like. I was around it for
That's true.
for years. So it's not like it's new to me. So it's not like I'm some guy who never got in trouble and never saw it. You know, I was around a whole lot of stuff, man. So I know what it looks like. And that's the first time it wasn't even awkward for me to call Draymond. And because he knew the call was coming.
Yeah.
He knew it was coming to me. And it was like, hey, you know what it is, man. And I know, Joe D. I know, how many games I was at? Oh, just one. And it's like, okay, oh man, And then we went on talking about stuff at the house and Debbie and everybody else,
Short call. Do you ever have anybody when you discipline him who goes, because everybody knows you? I mean, Joe Dumars is known to everybody in the league. You ever have someone when you say, oh, listen, it's 3 games. Oh, come on, Joe. Come on, Joe.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And you know what I say? Did you not do this? Did I not see your feet do this?
Did I not see your fist hit that guy's face?
Yeah.
Well, it's just another one of the interesting roles that you have played in your life, Joe. And another interesting role for you is you're a New Yorker now. And for a guy who came from Natchitoches, Louisiana, and we used to talk about like how big cities kind of overwhelmed us. You are now in the heart of the big city, living smack in the middle of Manhattan. How have you found that?
It's been great. I really enjoy it. It's been great. I told you briefly, man. I walk home every evening after work. Me and a friend of mine that I work with at the office, we live really close to each other. So at the end of every day, man, we hit the road, and you'll see us cutting through Manhattan, man, just walking and talking, and just and right now, as you know, when the holiday season comes in, Midtown Manhattan becomes just
crowded,
even twice as crowded as it's ever been. So it's great. It's something different every day. The aroma in the air when you're walking home is let me just say this: it's legal now, and it's out there.
I know. You're absolutely right. Manhattan reeks of pot.
Yeah.
The
Oh
whole
my God.
city just stinks of pot. It's terrible.
Yeah.
You got a contact high just walking home.
Yeah,
well, Joe, you are a Detroiter as well. You've maintained your home here.
Yep.
You've known me since I started Say Detroit. I think we had one of our breakfasts when I said I think I got this idea, and and now Say Detroit is 17 years old. It went from a few $1,000s to a multi-million-dollar operation with 10 different charity operations underneath its umbrella. So you can speak a little bit to your fans, of which there are many, many, many listening to us.
To Joe Dumas.
Can you give a shout out as to why people should help at this time of year?
I think it has to be a part of your core to give back. I don't think that you should force yourself. I don't think that you should do it reluctantly. I think the core of everybody should want to help others. And if you don't, I don't know. I'm not going to bash people who don't want to, but I just think it has to be a part of your core to give back. Detroit's an incredible city, great people. It's been home for over 30 years for me. My kid's born there. We still live there. And so love Detroit, love the people there. There's not a better place to give back to than Detroit. It's salt of the earth people. Mr. You and I have talked about this many days, like, the Midwest, man, and Michigan and the people there, man, just incredible.
Yeah.
And so I think we did. Like, we talked about this early on, 17 years ago. We talked about this. I remember you telling me about this. That you're going to do this. You want to do this. Like, great. I think it's going to be great, Mitchell. And here we are 17 years later. And You guys are
Well,
still doing
I
it.
have an idea, because we offer some auction items up here that fetch some good, good money and help us out. Here's an idea. You tell me, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but you tell me if this works. How about when you're in Detroit, we offer up a breakfast up at our old place with you and me and somebody who bids on it, provided we get a lot of money for it. You and me will have breakfast with someone else, and they can sit in on one of our breakfast conversations.
Yeah,
Can we do that?
absolutely. Let's do it. Let's
All right.
do it. Absolutely.
Good deal. All right. That's great. Two people. Yeah, because you can only fit 4 people in the booth, and we're not taking more than 2. And Joe's a tall guy, so his legs, he has to sit on the outside. That's a mandatory thing. No inside for Joe.
Yeah.
Joe's on the outside. His legs have to go out into the aisle. Okay.
Yeah.
So 2 people to have.
Can I say, is that Kenny?
Yes, that's Kenny.
Hey, Joe.
My man, Kenny, bro. What's up, Kenny? How you doing, man?
Pretty good. How you doing, Joe?
Nothing changes.
I'm doing great, man. That's the thing. Love it, man. I love it.
Need the discipline, my man.
Yeah.
How far we have come. Yeah.
How far we
Joe,
have come.
it's great to talk to you. Thank you for that. God bless you, man. Have a great holiday, and we'll do
guys.
breakfast soon.
All right.
Okay, sounds good.
Joe Dumars. All right, we'll put that breakfast. Vince, put that on the item. Breakfast with Joe and me, and we'll take you up to our old place for 2 people. All right, we're going to go to the call center, the Lingo Call Center, Startup Nation. And who are we joining over there?
We got
Barb
Mark over here.
And
All right.
Mark is there. Okay. And I understand that Barb, Norm, and Keith are there
Yes.
from the Northern Trust. Is that right?
Yeah, and they have a gift for you. Not only
All right,
have
well,
they been here
this
since
is a
6
day for
a.m.
giving.
Here we go. Go ahead, Barb.
Hi, Mitch. This is Barb from Northern Trust. I'd like to present this check to you for $2,900 for the people in Detroit from Northern
Oh, wow.
Trust.
Oh, nice. Thank you. Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you for that. And thank you for your work at the call center. And I hope the phones are ringing at 855-955-GIVE. We appreciate all your efforts over there. Please thank everybody from Northern Trust.
Okay, thank you, Mitch.
All right. Continue to give at 855-955-GIVE, which is 855-955-4483, or at mitchalbumradiothon.com. And that's where you can get incentive items, auction items as well, or you can give digitally, however you like, whatever your preferred method of giving is. Even if you want to text,
you
can
texting
text.
this
Yes,
year?
Mitch 12,
Mitch 12.
for the 12th annual Radiothon. Mitch 12 to 59925. 59925. Okay.
Very nice. Very nice.
Are we ready for Matthew, or is somebody going to tell me? Yeah, all right. I understand that Matthew Stafford, this must be early wake-up call on the West Coast time, because we just woke up Joe Dumars in Vegas at 5:30 in the morning, and it's 5:48 in Los Angeles, and I believe Matthew Stafford is joining us. Matthew, how are you? There he is.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Okay, he's got the background of morning.
What are you doing up this early, Matthew?
I'm at work. I'm in the Rams studio right now. So I'm at work, and figured I didn't know what office to jump into because there's going to be guys popping in to watch some tape here in a minute. So I just jumped into the Rams studio. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, it looks like you're hosting a TV show in
yeah,
there.
exactly. That's where they film it in here. I figured this was a safe spot, so I went for it.
Is this a normal thing that you are at the facility before 6 a.m.?
Yeah, usually right around the time I called in is about the time I normally get here.
Wow. Well, how are you doing, Matthew? It's great to see you.
It's good to see you guys too. I'm doing good. Obviously just trying to figure out a way to win some football games and stay in it as we are as a team. But I'm doing great. Family's good. Kelly can't join us this morning, but she sends her best and wishes she could. But the girls are good. Kelly's good. Everybody's good. I appreciate you asking.
Well, we keep track of you. I did Kelly's podcast not too long ago, which was interesting. She's pretty good at that.
Yeah, she's having fun with it. She enjoys it. Just something to do. She's talking now with Hank a bunch of the times from Channel 4 out there. So it's cool to still have a tie to Detroit, which is great.
Yeah. Well, you have a tie, much more than still have a tie to Detroit. You've got not only in your heart, but you've got on the ground at the Save Play Center at Lipke Park, which I know, you with your football season, you haven't had a chance to come by and see yet, but I have. And that your annex, I think it's the Kelly and Matthew Stafford annex. We have to make sure the order goes correctly.
Rightfully
And
so.
Friends. Kelly and Matthew and Stafford and Friends, a learning annex, is nearly done. And it's really quite something. I mean, it's huge. And Matthew and Kelly, before they left, I don't mean to embarrass him. He's in front of us, but I don't know too many athletes when they leave town decide to make a gift to the city to help out. Usually it's when they arrive, they try to buy good graces, but he did that when he was here. And then when he left, he and Kelly, $1 million gift that enabled us to get launched this center, which is going to add 6 classrooms, a theater, a work area. It's just going to, that place is busting through the seams. I mean, there's 300 kids there now every day. So you've had a huge part in that. And I hope you plan on coming back to cut the ribbon.
Definitely. We want to be back to see that. I know I've been getting some updates through Rosie and just how well it's doing, and not only for the kids, but obviously the new annex as well is something that we're really looking forward to, something we'll be really proud of when it gets all settled in and done. And we would love to come back and see it. Obviously, love coming back. Got great friends there, great people we know, and then the Safe Play Center is something we're so proud of.
You may be coming back sooner than we think. I've already
Yes.
predicted that it might be a first-round playoff game here in town, and it might be you guys coming in. So I'm speaking it into existence.
Well, I wouldn't mind. That'd be fun. That means we're in the playoffs, so that's a good thing for us. And we're trying to keep up with teams like Detroit at the moment. Man, they're playing really good football. I'm really happy for them. Every time they're playing somebody that's not us, man, I'm cheering for them. So I'm happy for those guys. Still have a lot of friends on the team and wish them a bunch of success.
Has that thought occurred to you that you could play a playoff game in Detroit?
I'm not that far down the road, to be honest with you. I'm trying to figure out a way to solve Baltimore's defense at the moment. But no, if it came up, it'd be awesome. I love playing in the obviously in the city of Detroit in front of those fans. I know they'd make it tough on us, but it would be a cool thing to get a chance to come back and play there.
I think he'd be the only opposing quarterback who got a bigger cheer than the home team.
I just got to ask you one thing, though. What do you do on Thanksgiving now that you don't play? You play so many years on Thanksgiving. What did you do Thanksgiving morning when the game's going? Out there, it's like on at 9 in the morning. But
yeah, it's not as fun. I'll give you that. You got to watch what you eat. Normally, you used to get to play the game, and then you go out there and you just eat as much food as you possibly wanted because you didn't have a game, throughout the weekend. So we got a Sunday game. Thursday, kind of got to watch what you eat, figure that whole thing out. But we shortened practice down, watched some of the games, got to catch the afternoon games. But it is definitely a different experience. I miss playing on Thanksgiving.
Well, as you know, you've been at many of our radiothons. This is our 12th one, believe it or not. And I'm pretty sure you were at all of them physically at all of them until you left. Yeah. And so part of the deal is the great John Pizzarelli, jazz guitar player and singer, is here, and you've graduated up to the level where you actually get a song.
Yeah,
usually that's just for Hugh Jackman and Hoda, a couple of them, but now Matthew Stafford elevated to the Song Hall of Fame. So John Pizzarelli, take it away.
Matt Stafford, Super Bowl champion. Matt Stafford, to win again, he's keen. Matt Stafford, say Detroit loves you, but we hope we don't play you too soon.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, wasn't that great?
I'm pretty sure, and you've done a lot of things in your life, that's the first time you've been serenaded at 5:54 LA time in your life by anybody.
Absolutely, and I'm hoping it's the last. No, I'm kidding.
Well, next year, maybe we'll call you later in the day.
Yeah, right.
But I know that you've made some donations with some, we got some jerseys that Matthew signed and things like that, right?
Yeah.
Right, Rosie?
Yes.
Yeah, so for that. We'll be able to raise some money off of that. And we really appreciate your supporting us, Matthew. As always, you're always part of us no matter where you are.
Well, I appreciate it, guys. You guys do unbelievable work this time of year and really all year round. And I know as a family, we're really happy to be a part of it. And I know the people of, the people of Detroit really appreciate the work that you guys do. So keep it up. I know you got a long day ahead of you, but I appreciate you guys and all the way out here from LA. It's great to hop on with you.
Well, we'll see you in January. Yeah.
Sounds good.
At Ford Field. Great Matthew Stafford. How about it, everybody? Fantastic. All right, we're going to take our first look at a tote board as we've been on the air for just about 3 hours here now. So let's see where we're at here, off and running in the first quarter of the event. Drum roll, drum roll, drum roll. $126,602. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. We're in triple figures.
Very nice.
Triple figures is good. The tie is going to come off at what, 300 or 400? 300,000. Okay, the tie comes off. The shirt comes off at 500,000, and my pants come off when we make 2 million.
We want to cut ties this year, not just take them off.
Cut the tie. Oh, I don't need this tie.
Yeah,
No, you
okay,
can cut it.
cut it
Okay,
off.
we can snip
Yeah,
this
cut
tie.
them off.
Yeah, yeah. I had to go searching for a tie. Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah. All right. 855-955-GIB, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web. If you want to bid on those Matthew Stafford jerseys and things like that, now's the time to do it. Back with more right after this.
WJ.
Books are like instructions to life.
It makes me feel like I'm in a whole different place. Like I could do anything if I read a book.
I like reading. It's adventurous. And when I'm reading, I imagine like I'm one of the main characters or something.
Encouraging kids to lose themselves in stories is transformative.
And the thing about kids is they're so innocent. And we have an opportunity to mold them. They're relying on us.
Our annual Radiothon, telethon for Say Detroit, we hold every December. And we were coming pretty close to last year's record. Then Tom Gores called us and blew us all away. He would offer a certain amount of money for every book that one of our kids read and completed. We can have a lot of fun with this. Good luck, Tom Gores, the owner of the Pistons.
Wow.
So he basically just pledged $250,000, which is a little. That means the kids here are constantly facing dangers and threats on the street to their very existence. There's not a lot of options. There's not a lot of entertainment, but a book can take you anywhere.
It means a lot to me because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that I'm doing now.
It's that idea that you provide an environment to access themselves and their greatness.
Every time I come here, it just feels like home. It brings me hope.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
About 50 other times to be in places like this on days like this, and they are amongst the favorite days of my life because today we get to give a home to a family. All right, say hi to your new home. This is your new home. This is your living room where you first come in and you greet your guests and your Christmas tree. Do you like that Christmas tree?
We didn't have a dining room where we were staying either. So, you know, to be able to eat as a family together.
Be able to eat as a family. Bedroom. Ooh.
Oh my God. I almost can't breathe right now. What? Oh my goodness, this is beautiful. Sorry. Oh my God.
I love y'all.
You are a godsend. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. This is really beautiful and amazing. I just can't imagine the time this must have took or Lord God, the money, but thank you so much for everything that it took you to do, for even the stuff unseen that I can't see. Thank you.
Well, just seeing you and your kids so happy is the whole reason that we do this at Working Homes, Working Families, and it's the reason that we're raising money today at the State of Detroit Radiothon, the 9th annual, so we can have more moments like this. Congratulations, Smith family. We are so happy for all of you. You watch it and you go, yep, told you. Say Detroit's involvement with the veterans goes back to its very beginning in 2006. Some of the original money raised went to build the first kitchen that the Michigan Veterans Foundation had ever had.
And we were able to create our mess hall that looked like a cafeteria. With those dollars, we did all the computers, we hired an IT guy.
The computer is just a beautiful thing for these people, the guys in here, because they put you back on track, put you back online. But without that computer, man, you could be lost.
A beautiful day at Save Play. Going to pick up the kids. Have a great day.
Welcome to the Say Detroit Play Center. My name is Eric Reed, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Executive Director. And let's meet our students who are about to come in off of our buses. What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yeah.
How's school today?
Good.
All right, good. Good to see y'all. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How was school?
It was so good.
Yeah, I like to hear that. What's up, big fella? Y'all doing good?
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
I got the highest grade in the class.
Oh, sweet. Hey, how was school?
Awesome.
Good. Y'all doing all right? How was school?
Good.
Huh?
Good.
It's time for the deep. Our students have eaten, they played, and now it's time to learn. We are entering the deep. The deep is our education center. It's named the deep because it used to be a swimming pool. The deep is where our young people come mandatory Monday through Thursday to spend at least an hour and 15 minutes on a variety of academic enrichment activities. Our students are separated by grade. Our 3rd through 5th graders are on one side and our 6th through 12th graders are on the other side. Our young people are engaged in tutoring or literacy with the help of our staff. The students can get the individual attention that they need. This is our reading table. One of our certified teachers who's actually providing some reading enhancement activities to a group of our students who are struggling just a little bit with where they are in terms of reading and comprehension. Having the reading table has been a valuable addition to the deep. Cubicles are set up for our students to have some individual space to either work on their own or to work one-on-one with our staff. One of the things that we're blessed with is to have a number of volunteers that come in and support the work that we do here. And I have with me now Mr. Malcolm McCats. Malcolm is the Director of Education, and he oversees all the activities in the deep.
We offer breakout sessions in STEAM, creative writing, and reading. So we've identified almost 10 students that are reading well below their grade level, and what we're doing is giving them 1 hour of instructional time Monday through Thursday here for free at the center. So our goal is to have them reading at least 1 grade higher than where they are now by the end of the school year.
We've got some students that are getting some homework assistance from Miss Diane, who is a retired certified teacher. And so whatever our students need, we want to make that available. Now let's go and look at some of the activities and the electives that are available to our students here 5 days a week. Notes for Notes is a national organization that provides music studios across the country. We also offer students an opportunity to learn how to podcast and expands the overall development of our young people. We have our wonderful coordinator here, Ms. Lolly.
Notes for Notes is a nonprofit that started in Nashville, and it has expanded. So there's over 20, I believe 26 actually, locations throughout the nation, and youth are able to really grow in the program, become tomorrow's musicians. So we really help them to record and get used to what it is to mean to be in the music industry.
So now we'll take a walk so that you can see our art room as well as our dance studio and the space that we hold our social justice initiatives. Our wonderful art teacher, Ms. Kai Kierton. Can you talk a little bit about just kind of the value of having this kind of space for young people?
Especially in Detroit, this kind of space for young people to express themselves, to learn who they are as like humans and artists, to hone those skills.
Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Now, live from the Northside Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albom.
All right, we are going into our fourth hour. Been here since 6 a.m. We'll be here till 9 p.m. Our goal is to try to come close to what we did last year, which was a record breaker, $1.8 million in a day, all to help needy Detroiters at this time of year when you're thinking of giving to your family members, to your loved ones. Try to think about giving to your community as well, at least today at 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483 or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Normally, if you're tuning in right now, of course, you're expected to hear Tom Jordan and Kevin Dietz. Tom Jordan on the line with us right now. Kevin's on vacation. But, Tom, I just want to thank you for the rental time.
No, it is my honor. I mean, just to be a small part of what you're doing with State Detroit. I love it. And I think the entire gamut of demographics that you reach, from children to the elderly, providing jobs, with a bike factory, the play center at Liberty Park for hundreds of kids every day, the medical. And my passion is the homeless issue that you are addressing head on. And I'm honored to be here, Mitch. Thanks for what you do.
Well, yeah, we appreciate your lending us your show, and hopefully you're getting some rest in lieu of this. But you speak to your audience much more directly than I do. So how about a shout out from the host of the program, Tom Jordan, as to why people might want to give today to help this particular cause?
Oh, absolutely. So I'll tell you, I mean, one of the things that I love is the way this whole Say Detroit started. We can understand maybe when a big event comes into town, so the town kind of gets cleaned up, the homeless, like what happened in 2006.
Right.
In
Super
Detroit,
Bowl.
when the Super Bowl comes into town, the homeless are kind of given a temporary reprieve from their plight, only to be put right back in it after the Super Bowl is over. And then their problems persist. And to me, a 3-day vacay is nice, but the reality of life for so many people is incredibly sad and difficult. And you decided, when you saw that, to say something about it and started Say Detroit, to actually try and fix the problem and not just whitewash the realities of life that still persist for so many Detroiters.
Exactly.
And to me, I'll tell you what, Mitch, this is realism, and this is what speaks to me. You deal with the actual truth about life's issues, Detroit's issues, and you do more than just complain or talk about it. You actually do something.
Yeah.
So I particularly am passionate about the homeless issue everywhere that it occurs. I mean, I love these people, and they need shelter, and you're providing it so clearly. I mean, you love these people big time, and I hope that love spreads today to everyone who is listening right now, because you're one of the programs that absolutely, based on the love you have for those who are in a difficult plight and circumstance, are doing something to fix the problem. And I'm behind you 100%.
Thank you, Tom. Tom Jordan, giving us the hour. We appreciate it. Thank you for coming on, Tom. And thanks. You got to go back to work tomorrow, but today you got the day off. I appreciate your support.
Thank you.
Tom Jordan, 855-955-GIVE is the phone number. more importantly than the superstar guests who will join us or have joined us, we just talked to Matthew Stafford. We just talked to Joe Dumars. Hugh Jackman is coming up. Hoda Kotb is coming up. Anderson Cooper is coming up. Many, many more. But more importantly, in my mind, are the people that we help as guests here. And a few of them have sat down with me right now. These are people we work with and people who we have helped. So Erica Wright is the founder and director of the West Side Cultural Center. And she's here. Hi, Erica.
How are you?
And so is Carrie Wright, her daughter-in-law, board member. Hi, Carrie.
Thank you. Hi.
And Chuck Nagy is the director of our Operation My Cycle, which we created to build bicycles, which we now have, Chuck, the very first bicycle that we have built from scratch right in front of us.
It is. It's amazing just to look at it. It still doesn't seem real.
And the people who are, pull that microphone real close in front of your mouth. The people who are building this are?
So we actually, two of our employees were from the Michigan Veterans Homeless Shelter.
Uh-huh.
They have both transitioned into their own houses as of last week.
Partly as a result of having the job, I'm sure.
100% because of having the job.
Yeah.
So, and that's just an aspect when we started My Cycle that I really didn't foresee it being such a
life changer.
Yeah, it's a total life changer.
And I understand that we've already refurbished and given out over 500 bicycles. This is the first one we built from scratch, but not the last. There's going to be many, many more.
Right. And the thing is, we're actually closing in on 550 for this year
Wow.
alone.
And these bicycles are given to people who need transportation here in Detroit, be they students, be they people trying to get to work. It's incredible. I'm sure your eyes have been open to how big a challenge transportation is in Detroit.
Yeah. And it's nice that they can put them on buses, but even the bus system runs really late for a lot of my employees. So It's definitely been an eye-opener.
Yeah. People who benefit from this are the kind of people who go to the West Side Culture Center, which was started by Erica Wright, who, as I always tell the story, was working for the IRS until she had her eyes open that there's better work out there than that. Came home and was taking care of the kids in the neighborhood. And they said, when are you going to start? What are we going to do tomorrow? And pretty much that got you into the whole thing, didn't it?
Yes, it did. And it has been unbelievably successful. I have Dr. Derek Coleman, superintendent of River Rouge Public Schools.
The graduate of your program?
Exactly.
How many kids have gone through your program over the years?
Oh, you have got to be kidding me. I can't even tell you. It's
Hundreds.
thousands. No, thousands.
Okay.
And a lot of them have become successful, and a lot of them are not with us, and a lot of them are inmates, but we're still doing what we can do and
providing something for the kids to do and programs and guidance and education
sports.
Right after school.
Providing
And
mentoring.
right in the neighborhood. Well, we're going to talk more about this in a second, and we're going to have a special visitor for you as well. Dave Barry is going to join us. Dave Bing is going to join us, all coming up in the next few minutes. Jane Pauley, J.K. Simmons, the Academy Award-winning actor, Blake Corum from the University of Michigan football team. All that happening here as we continue at the 12th Annual Radiothon. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. Please think about helping others today and make that call or go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Back with more right after this.
The Mitch Albom Show Radiothon 2012.
What's it going to do for you and your family?
What it's gonna do? Oh my God, y'all just say.
All said and done with, there was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up, and then Save Detroit came in our life. Started, thought we were doing fine. My husband had a TIA, which meant he had to stop working for a moment. But in the middle of that, the bad news just kept coming. Tried to go back to work. Work let him go, continued to let him go each job he found after that, because he would have a seizure at least once a week, something that was new to him. They sold the home from up under us. So that meant the leasing went up and we still couldn't afford it. Before we knew it, we were living out of our car and a motel sometimes 2 times a week with 3 children. drastic difference from a 2-bedroom home to a vehicle. My chest felt heavy every night we were finding somewhere to park. My chest felt heavy every time my crying baby was laying on my chest and we're in this vehicle parked. You can't imagine the claustrophobia, the shame I felt. You have these children in there, it's just this car. No space to play, breathe, be human, you know. It was a lot. It just seemed like one thing was happening after another. We still were working, but not full time. And every dime we made, it just seems like it wasn't enough. We just thought, what more could happen? Like, we're just gonna continue to go down. Then they say Detroit came into our lives and things drastically changed. It's almost like it was a dream, a fairy tale that someone could never imagine.
For me, it was a relief. It was a point to where I'm
Campbell Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
We promised also that we will read out if people make donations that they want to honor somebody, in memory of somebody, in honor of somebody. We'll read them out over the air. In honor of Paul and Diana Mott from Harper Woods, a $100 donation. In honor of Mitch Album and all that he does, someone from Fraser, a $200 donation. I thank you for that. In honor of Douglas Elliott King from Saline. In honor of Ron Brown from Clarkston. In honor of my dad, David Kammer from St. Clair Shores. In honor of Patricia Ferrugia from Mount Clemens. And in honor of my dad, David Kammer. I read that one. Okay. In honor of James Raptis from Wixom. In honor of Tony and John Carew from Orchard Lake. Thomas Lewandowski made a $500 donation. John Lokar, a $250 donation. Karen Schimmel from Warren, a $600 donation. Gerald Minkin from Bloomfield Hills, $250 donation. Thank you to all of you. Donations in honor of Laura, Elijah, Noah, and Annika Wilson from Grand Blanc. In honor of Jean Waybright. Sorry, I'm in the Haitian frame of mind. Jean Waybright from Maybe. Robert Basil from Chelsea. Donations made in honor of you. Valerie Shuby from Canton. Donations made in honor of you. In honor of Les and Shirley Truscott from Royal Oak. Donations. So you can keep doing that, and we'll keep reading them out here. Now, I was telling you about Erica Wright, who started this organization and literally on her front porch. I went and visited her one time, and after I talked to her about it, she said, well, do you want to see the kids? And I said, well, where are the kids? I thought we had to go across the street or something. She said, they're in my kitchen. And we walked into her kitchen, and the entire room was just filled with kids doing their homework. And they said to me, well, this is the only place that we feel safe and encouraged to do our homework at Miss Erica's house. And since then, Westside Cultural has grown dramatically in its scope. But Erica, you said you can't count how many people have come through your program, right?
I can't.
It's got to be hundreds, thousands.
It's years, since 48 years.
But one of them did pretty well for himself. His name was Derek Coleman. You remember a young kid named Derek Coleman?
Yes, I do.
What was he like as a kid?
Quiet and shy, intelligent.
Yeah.
A superhero in basketball and baseball.
Uh-huh.
And just a caring kid.
And did you say to yourself when he came to you when he was, I guess, a teenager, hey, if I can help this kid, maybe he'll be able to make something of himself one day?
As a teenager, he was about 9 years old when
when he was 9. Did you say one day, I think I can maybe make something of
course. Well, not me make something of him.
That he would,
yeah.
But with your help. With your help, he has, because he is now the superintendent of schools for the River Rouge School District. And Derek has just sat down here right now, no longer 9 years old.
No.
The gray in the beard kind of shows that.
That's wisdom.
But welcome to you here.
Yep, thank you.
Nice to have you here.
Yep, thank you.
I want to talk about a program that's actually been effective. When you were 9, what difference did what someone like Erica make in your life?
Oh, phenomenal, the impact. And I actually joined the program when I was 7, but I lived around the corner from Erica. So my mother grew up with her, so our families were always interconnected. And she just provided this safe space for the children that were impacted by these deep social inequities. The poverty was rampant. You know, I grew up with the sons and daughters of heroin addicts, but Erica was able to create this safe space. It was a 2-block radius where nothing negative could happen there. So we started out with athletics, which kept us out of trouble, but then it became homework help. She taught the young ladies etiquette. She taught us how to be young men. So she became mothers for children who didn't have mothers, second mothers for those of us who did, but more importantly, in a space, you know, we're from 48208, the Condon community. No one thinks about that place. And so how do you help children who have access to nothing outside of that neighborhood? We didn't have cars, you know, in our neighborhood. So we're in the back of Erica's station wagon, going to baseball games, and she's making multiple trips. We talk about parental involvement. Parents did the absolute best they can. I don't want to in any way diminish their effort or what they were dealing with. But Erica loved children who were not her own and made us all feel like we were her own.
Wow.
And it's because of me watching her vigilance. I mean, there were no days off. I don't remember her being sick. It's the reason why I went into education, because I knew that had she not been in my life, my outcome would be much different.
Wow. Wow. I'm getting a little teary-eyed hearing that story, Erica. That's pretty good tribute to you.
It is. I love you, Derek.
I love you too.
Proud of you.
And nice looking suit that he's got on here too for 9 o'clock in the morning.
Fine young man, because when we got my fraternity don't take anybody. Derek was after me, but when he got there, he was a well-rounded young man. Took him in. He's part of our fraternity. I've known Derek for 20-something years now. This is great. I didn't know this whole story until just now, but I know the guy that came to Eastern Michigan
Derek,
University.
we're not going to hold that against you that you're in the same fraternity as Ken Brown.
And we're in the same family in the same fraternity.
Right.
Yeah. Well, folks, this is what we're trying to support here with your donations. Success stories like Derek, success stories like Erica and Carrie putting together the West Side Cultural.
And Mr. Nagy, he did an absolute wonderful job with the bike. Bike-a-thon. Oh my goodness. There were so many kids. There were one little girl, she was, I got a pink one. I got a pink one. I mean, these kids don't have bikes.
Right.
Communities become prisons, Mitch, when
right.
children don't have access to transportation.
Well, as you just said, no cars, and there are a lot of people. So this is why we created our bicycle program, My Cycle. So we've already done well over 500 bicycles. We'll do probably twice that next year to people who are needy. So I can't thank you enough for coming by, Derek. It's great to see you, Erica and
I love
Carrie.
you, Nick. I thank you for everything that you have done for the kids in the program and me.
Well, you're welcome.
Deeply.
It comes back 1,000 times over. Chuck, we're proud to have you, man, running our bicycle
Mitch,
program.
I would like to pledge $500 in the name of Erica Wright.
Well, consider it done. That man over there will take your check, or donation. Thank you. That's very kind of you.
Thank you.
855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. Want to say hi to my good friend Dave Barry, who is a Pulitzer Prize winning humorist. I can never get past that saying that, but more importantly, he's my dear friend, and he's been on our show many, many times. Can we give a nice round of applause for Dave Barry? Love the guitar in the background, Dave.
Thank you, Mitch. There it is. I promise not to play it now that I know John Pizzarelli is there handling that chore.
Okay. Yeah,
I've taught John everything I know, and I think he's doing really well.
Well, let's see. We'll get John up here, and he's walking up here now, picking up his guitar. Dave, you've been up here before, sitting here with us numerous times.
I have.
Why do you do that? I mean, I know we're friends, but you got a lot of friends. You don't travel halfway across the country for all of them.
It's because of the pictures you have of me naked, Mitch.
Well, I was hoping you weren't going to say that, but okay.
No. I do it, and I do it for the reason that everyone else has been saying, but it's really real. People like us, we get asked to do charities events all the time, and yours is unique. It really is. I don't know of any other charity organization where you see so clearly the beneficiaries of where the money goes. And that the video you showed in between this last segment and this segment, there's a woman who was living in her car, and you folks gave her a house. That just made me cry. It's just and you story after story after story like that. How can you not give? How can you not give to this organization? It's just so wonderful to see.
Thank you, Dave. Well, we're hoping people will. The phone number to do that is 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. John Pizzarelli is sitting here, and Dave Barry's a guitar player too.
No.
No, he is. He is. What was the name of your first band, Dave?
The Federal Duck.
Federal Duck.
Yes.
What was the name? What was the name of your first band, John Pizzarelli?
Well, my favorite was Johnny Pick and his Scabs.
That's a classy name.
How long did that band last?
That was a very popular band. We took over illegally for another band, so we were Scabs, and I was called Johnny Pick. It just happened to be Johnny Pick and his Scabs.
Okay.
That's genuinely disgusting.
Yeah. Dave, where did Federal Duck play?
We played all over the Philadelphia area. We were cheap, and we played like every mixer and for every college, Penn and Temple and Villanova, and where I went, Haverford, Bryn Mawr, all over the Philadelphia area. We played in all kinds of conditions. We were playing one night in a frat house, University of Pennsylvania, and it was this big old brownstone house, frat house, and with a big bay window and a porch out front. And while we were playing, and all these frat brothers are dancing, the sofa that had been sitting out on the porch came flying through the window, just glass everywhere, and we just kept playing, and everybody's
it's like the band in Animal House,
Right? We used to
just keep singing.
It's poor musical technique, but we used to put our amplifiers in front of us rather than behind us, which is the traditional.
Yes,
just to
very
form
bad.
a barrier between us and the frat bros.
So for you, amplifiers were mostly protection as opposed to
you
amplification.
wanted a big sturdy amp that was hard to get over, if you were anyway.
A wall with alligators in front of it, just in case.
Yeah.
All right, stay with us if you can, Dave, for a couple minutes. Take a brief break. We'll come back. 855-955-4483. We've got a lot of guests for you. Dave Bing, this is the Dave Hour. Dave Bing is going to join us in a second here right on site. And Jane Pauley from the CBS Sunday Morning Show. J.K. Simmons coming up. Blake Corum from the University of Michigan going to be with us. All that for your entertainment. But the reason we're here is to help the needy. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Back with more right after this.
Man, I just can't tell y'all how happy I am.
Say Detroit has been changing lives for the better since 2006, when I wrote about how our city was providing homeless people 3-day shelter parties to get them off the street while tourists were in town for the Super Bowl. A city that is super just for a weekend isn't very special come Monday. So we put out a call to raise enough to at least help all year long. The idea of Say Detroit is in its letters, super all year. You answered our call, and to amazing results. Say Detroit has grown into a charity that offers help where it's needed the most. And we need your help as we meet the increasing needs of people at risk.
We thought it was all said and done with. There was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up. And then Say Detroit came in our life.
We're providing pathways to success for Detroiters in need. And we're doing it with a focus on solving learning, healthcare, and housing challenges. That's why our programs, like the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic, are so important. Not only is it free to all patients, it now has a pharmacy on site.
The clinic is also now hosting Wellness Wednesdays, monthly support groups for women, and providing one-on-one coaching and resources for mothers during their baby's first year.
It's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy.
Their whole concern in this clinic is to take care of you when you come in that door.
The Stay Detroit Play Center is about a lot more than play. It's really about learning. We partner with the city's top sports teams to turn an abandoned recreation center at Lipke Park into a first-rate after-school program where students have a safe place to study, play, and socialize.
Every time I come here, it just feels like home. It brings me hope.
The pandemic created a learning loss for many of our young people. We've helped them catch up, and we're partnering with local schools to keep kids in school.
They work together to make kids learn here, so that's why I like coming here. I grew.
It means a lot to me because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that I'm doing now.
And we'll be offering more to neighbors on the east side of Detroit with a new annex. The Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will provide job training and opportunities for young people and adults.
A diverse community thrives when its members learn to respect each other. That's why our Better Together program launched in 2020.
Human beings connecting with other human beings. We bring law enforcement officials in plain clothes together with the community. Gang members, high school students, people with substance use disorders, and they would grill meals together, sit down and break bread without any labels. Once you connect with each other as human beings, you can begin to identify that we're struggling with some of the same issues. We're struggling with some of the same trauma. We desire to be successful. We all desire to raise a family and have a good family life.
A good family life requires clean, affordable housing and safe neighborhoods. Our Working Homes, Working Families program puts families without a decent place to live into refurbished homes that are previously donated or abandoned.
After getting our home, their grades went up. The behavior became better. It adds a sense of security for them, not just me. I would say my home is home now.
This is just some of the work that Say Detroit does to improve the learning, healthcare, and housing challenges of our city's neediest people. Please help the efforts of Say Detroit by donating or volunteering. Follow along as we share the experiences of your neighbors on their journeys to success all year long. Our story and theirs is only just beginning.
Say something positive.
Say something inspiring.
Say Detroit.
And say something amazing.
To the Say Detroit Radiothon.
Every year we gather for a 15-hour broadcast designed to draw attention to the plight of needy Detroiters and how the multiple operations of Say Detroit address those every day. Say Detroit is committed to rebuilding our city's neighborhoods, providing opportunities where there are none, and lifting our neediest when they stumble. Our goal is to spread the message, bring some local and national big names in for support, and raise operating funds for the coming year. Your support is a hand up to your neighbors in need of food, shelter, medical care, and education. Join us as we say Detroit and say something amazing.
Water ice, popcorn, rice pudding, Philly pretzels, soft serve ice cream, everything goes to charity. The Detroit Water Ice Factory was an idea I came up with to sell the best possible product we could, something really unique, and then give all the profits away to charity. So water ice is a derivative of Italian ices, but it's much smoother, has a lot more flavors, no fat, it's got no gluten, it's got no cholesterol, and it's got no dairy. I grew up in the Philadelphia area, and we used to eat it every day. When I got here to the Midwest, I found out they didn't have it. And we now are able to make it here ourselves. When you run 9 different charities, people see you coming and they start running the other way because they think, oh, he's going to ask us for money again. So we just remind people that charity can be delicious, and it was the beginning of what's essentially become a dessert shop. Watching people's eyes just sort of light up when they taste something that they've never had before. You know, you watch it and you go, yep, told you.
State Detroit's involvement with the veterans goes back to its very beginning in 2006. Some of the original money raised went to build the first kitchen that the Michigan Veterans Foundation had ever had.
And we were able to create our mess hall that looked like a cafeteria. With those dollars we did all the computers, we hired an IT guy.
The computer is just a beautiful thing for these people, the guys in here, because they put you back on track, put you back online. But without that computer, man, you could be lost.
Brought to you by the Himmel Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
All right, yes, we are back at the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon, raising money to help Detroit's neediest. At MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, you can go and check out any of our auction items and our incentive items. What's the difference, you say, between an auction item and incentive item? What's the difference between an auction item and incentive item? That's what I heard you ask. An auction item is you bid on, and then we close it out. Whoever has the highest bid gets it, and that could be a chance to go to a Red Wings skate around, the morning skate, and then get 4 tickets to the game that night. It could be a chance to stand on the sidelines at University of Michigan for a game, go to the big house, and then get an autographed football from Jim Harbaugh. But how about sitting on the sidelines of the game? Might be the Texas or Arkansas game, they're saying, once the schedule's announced of next year, or a Top Golf Auburn Hills party for 12 guests. I mean, there's 10s and 20s and 30s of items here that you can bid on. And then incentive items include everything from gift certificates to places like Baobab Fair, Avalon Breads, Bar Pigalle, Brown Bag Popcorn, our own operation here, the Detroit Water Ice Factory, places like that, all the way to autographed jerseys and footballs by the likes of Matthew Stafford or Desmond Howard, Jim Harbaugh, Steve Yzerman. There's just a ton of. There's even some Shinola watches, which you can buy straight up. You just pay for them and boom, they're gone. That's an incentive item. Kevin O'Neill, a couple people have made donations to be read out.
Jim Harbaugh doesn't always get to sit on the sidelines, so that is one.
That's right. You're ahead of him.
A deal, yeah. Yes, Mitch, in honor of Les and Shirley Truscott in Royal Oak, thank you so much. Also, in honor of David and Jill in Bad Axe, way up there on M53. Also in honor of Lorraine Jankowski from Granger. Christopher Bilakis from Dexter, $1,000. Thank you so much, Christopher. That is a wonderful donation. Also, in honor of Phyllis Moore of Dearborn, Michigan, how about Christine Sommer, Van Buren Township, $500. Thank you so much, Christine. And in honor of 5 great-grandchildren in Troy.
Nice.
There we go.
So you make donations in honor of people. We'll read them out here. Dave Barry is still with us on the both on the phone and on the images. If you're watching us, if you're watching the whole broadcast here on streaming, which you can do at WJR.com, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, click on Detroit. A million places where you can see it. We see Dave there. John Pizzarelli, our fantastic musical host and director here, and jazz guitarist extraordinaire, has a song for you, Mr. Barry. Apparently. Yeah. We got to turn on John's
It's quick, but I think you'll like. Sorry, that's my fault.
Okay.
But for us rock and rollers out there, Barry on our radio. He's at home, but that's okay. Means so much to us this day. Don't you cry no more. Go!
There you go, Dave.
All right.
That's
best I could do.
That's wonderful, John. I don't even mind that you sort of gave up. John gave up on that last line there. Just took the line from the original song, but
still. Sometimes you can't improve on the original.
Thank you, John. I'm honored. Deeply
Best
honored.
I could do, Dave.
Don't you cry
year,
no more. Don't you cry.
Don't you cry no more.
No more.
Don't you cry.
I could have said, don't you write no more, which would have been
That
terrible.
would be good, yeah.
Dave Barry and I play in a rock and roll band of sorts, the Rock Bottom Remainders, which is a band of writers. Rosie, the monitor just went. I'll just pop back on. A band of writers from everybody from Stephen King to Amy Tan, Ridley Pearson, Scott Turow, James McBride, pretty much anybody who's ever written anything but can't play can get into our band. Here's a little, we have a cut actually of Dave Barry singing with the band here on the Houses a Rockin'. You can play that back in the studio. You can hear Dave, because Dave knows what he's doing. That's passable, right, John?
That's rocking and rolling. That's what
Rocking
it's
and
about.
rolling. Yeah.
Don't you cry no more.
Now, Davis suggested an auction item. Dave was kind enough to last year auction off was it a lunch with you?
Yeah, I've done that a couple of years.
But which is fetched a lot of money. But he has an idea. I don't know if it's going to work, but we can try it.
Well, okay, the idea is this, and it would somebody who wants to have a party where people will be probably ideally drinking alcohol, and therefore their standards will be lower than usual, but would like to have musical entertainment. I was thinking of, like, we could put together a band. Mitch plays keyboards. I play guitar, not well, but I play it somewhat. We have Ridley Pearson as a bass player. We got a drummer. And we could probably get some other folks together, but we would come to your event and perform for you, and you would pay us to stop. No, no, I'm kidding. We are kind of a fun party band, are we not, Mitch?
Yeah,
I mean, come on
we
now.
are. We are.
And
We can passably. We have a real drummer, real sax player, so we can passably provide background music for your hopping party.
So assuming
if you throw a couch through the window, that would be even more.
We could keep playing. We've dealt with that before.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was my idea. We'll put together like a pickup band. Rosie plays. Mitch's wife.
Rosie will play. Yeah, Rosie can sing. Yeah. All right. So we will play your party. Dave Barry, Mitch Albom, Ridley Pearson, a couple other celebrity writers. Who's that? CD? Yeah. Okay. We will come play your house party, your bar mitzvah, your dance or whatever. But we got to get a decent. That's not going to be a $300 item because
because
our days of playing for $300 ended last year. No more.
Use the line. It's so nice to be back at the Dexter Lake Club.
Papa,
do you mind if we dance with your dates?
With your dates.
All right, Dave, that's a great idea.
For that.
We'll put it. Somebody will want that. We'll put that up there and see what we can get. Dave Barry, thank you so much, man. It's always great to have you on.
Love you all.
Appreciate you coming on. How about it? Great, Dave Barry. All right, so Vince, I don't know how you're going to phrase that on the thing. Rent a band, the Dave Barry experience. Or something. Myself, Rosie, Ridley Pearson, some other authors, whoever we want to throw in there. It'll be great. All right, we go from one great Dave to another great Dave. The former mayor of the city of Detroit and basketball legend, Dave Bing. How about it?
Might have to sue Dave up, man. That team was
Dave,
I
don't know,
some
Dave.
jumpers out of you.
Dave, you could definitely help him, Dave.
Oh, man, it's tough to watch.
It is tough to watch. It's kind of surprising because I thought the Pistons were kind of turning the corner with all that talent. I think Monty Williams is a great coach. I mean, you've been in that system. What happens? Sometimes you just can't break the cycle.
Yeah, they got to get a leader. They got to get one guy who can take those guys together and tell them what they really need to do. And they're missing a good defensive player.
Mm-hmm.
And, offensively, they're good. They got a lot of young talent, but it's just tough to watch right now.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't probably help the Pistons much. To say it's tough to watch. Not the tagline that you want for that. Now, Dave, I salute you because, we're trying to raise money here for Say Detroit at 855-955-GIVE. Our organization started in 2006 and has grown. It was about that time, and maybe a little before, maybe a little after, that you yourself, as if a life of service as the mayor of the city of Detroit wasn't enough, you started a fantastic mentoring organization, the Bing Youth Institute, which we have helped support. We're proud to help support here. We kind of run parallel lives, and how have you found that, that part of giving back? It's a smaller scale thing than being the mayor, or being an NBA Hall of Famer. And yet I'm sure in many ways it feels bigger, right?
It does, because now you're touching people's lives. I mean, I get to know these kids. I know what some of their problems are. And people have given up on them. And we cannot give up on these young people, because they, as we always say, they're our future. And I've seen so many kids that have come from the bottom with nobody supporting them, graduate from high school, some of them gone to college. And what we try to do is make sure that the young talent doesn't leave here, that they stay here and give back themselves. Right. And that is starting to happen.
And you have found that literally just having one man, one responsible man in these young people's lives who will be there, not even 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, just reliably be there for regular visits, has made a huge difference in these young men's life.
Absolutely, because a lot of these kids, the failure in their lives is because they don't have anybody to believe in them. They don't have anybody that can put their arm around them and say, this is what you did wrong. Now, can't change that. Let's fix it on a going forward basis. And I want to give props to a lot of the men out here, because the verbiage has been, we don't care about each other. You know, the black men in particular don't care about black boys, and that's the farthest thing away from the truth.
Well, certainly is in your organization, because that's exactly what it is.
Correct.
Black men caring about black boys.
Good.
Yeah. Well, we salute you. We've been proud to partner with you. It's part of what we do. And you have reached that vaulted status of Dave Barry as well. You get a song, Dave, by our own John Pizzarelli right next to you.
Yeah,
just for joining us.
It just popped into my mind. Bing! There was no one else with that great jump shot. Bing! All-Star MVP, such a juggernaut. Bing! Orange Man, Mayor, and all whatnot. We're so glad that Bing's here, yes. We're so glad that Bing's here, yes. We're so glad that Bing's here today.
Thank you.
That was constructed in the last 60 seconds. I saw him feverishly working on that. You know, that was like watching a coach with one of those whiteboards. You know, I'm going to go here. We're going to go there. We're going to go there.
We got to go to man.
Well done, Dave. We're happy to help you. We're glad you're here. Stick around for a minute or two. We've got some check presentations, from what I understand. I see people walking up with some very large cardboard. Let me remind you again, 855-955-GIVE is our phone number. If you want to get some incentive items or auction items, just go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. You can do that on the web. You can give digitally as well if it's easier. And if you like to text, you can also text a contribution, Mitch12 to 59925. Mitch 12 to 59925. Jane Pauley, J.K. Simmons, all coming up shortly. Blake Corum from Michigan coming up as well. Want to say hi to Nina Tocco, who has made Say Detroit his beneficiary from donations raised at the Italian-American Delegates annual golf outing. And last year, Nino couldn't be with us because he was recovering from surgery. This year, we wanted to have him here in person because he wanted to, there's two reasons. One, he wants to make a nice donation. Two, last year, I accidentally called you Nino Taco on the air, and I've been waiting all year to apologize to you because it's Nino Tocco. So please accept my apology. And Rosie?
You don't have to apologize, Mitch. Everything you do for Detroit, you can call me anything you want.
Okay, Frank. So what do you got here, Nino?
We've got a check from our little club. We put on a golf outing every year. This is our 91st. We did this last summer, so we've been around for 3 generations.
You don't look that old, Nino, I got to tell you.
Yeah, well, no, this is something that was started way before I was born. But we wanted to give you this check for $3,000.
Wow.
To help
Thank
out
you.
in a small way with everything we do.
Nothing small about that. Nothing small about that at all. Nino, that's fantastic. Please thank everybody involved with the golf tournament.
It's been a pleasure to contribute just a little bit to this. Thank you.
And you look pretty healthy. Whatever you were missing last year, looks like you recovered.
Yeah, God is great, and I'm glad we can do a little bit to help all the other people that need the help.
Thank you for that.
Thank
Nino
you.
Tocco. All right. That's what this is all about, folks. That's what this is all about.
So, Mitch, we were supposed to have somebody from Gardner White.
Uh-huh.
I'm jumping in for them
Gardner White was very, very generous with us in terms of sponsoring our food program over at the Safe Play Center, and they wanted to give us a check for $7,500.
Wow, fantastic.
For that food support. So thanks to the good folks at Gardner White, and we're very happy to have them as a partner.
Thank you, Gardner White. Way to do it. And thank you, Rosie, for sitting in on that. And this is what it's all about, folks. We're trying to help needy Detroiters from literally age 5 days old. That's our youngest. To our oldest so far has been 106 years old through our senior program. People who are about to lose their houses. So we helped Texana Hollis, you remember that, Chad? Save her house and give her a place to live. We've got seniors programs, veterans programs, which you're going to hear about a little later on. Programs, volunteer programs, programs for college-age kids, programs for kids. We basically, Dave Bing, we like to try to approach this from, okay, when a child is born in Detroit with a challenge, what's that challenge? How can we help? When that child has to start school, what's the biggest challenge? How can we help? When that child is in danger of falling out of school, how can we help? If that child could get to college, how can we help? So it's kind of, ironic's not the right word, but it's sort of complimentary that we have a full-out program for kids who have dropped out of school to try to help them get back. But we also have college scholarship program for kids who are aces in school and just don't have the means to get there. So it's kind of a whole approach all the way up to the end of life as not a hand out, but a hand up. Everybody needs a hand up at some stage of life. I imagine, I'm projecting a little, but that's a little like being mayor. Like, you've got to be mayor for everybody. You're not just mayor for the handful of people who voted for you. You're not just mayor for the black population. You're not just mayor for the old people. It's everything.
Absolutely right. And personally, from my standpoint, I want you to know how much we appreciate what you do collectively for this area, and more specifically for Being Youth. I mean, you've been with us from day one for the last 8 or 9 years, and every little bit helps. So thank you so very much.
Well, we're honored to be working with you, Dave. And do you ever miss being mayor?
No.
That was a quick
answer. Let me think of another question. What's the square root of 125?
But hey, if I had the chance to do it again, I would. But I don't miss it. But if I had the chance to do it again, if I was asked, I would do it.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. How about basketball? You ever miss playing?
Not playing at all.
No.
But I do. I'm a fan. I like to watch the game. And these young athletes today, it's just off the charts.
Yeah, they are. It's a different world. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, they're all about 14 years old. We've got to figure out how to mature them. All right. Thank you for coming out. It's great to see you. The former mayor, Hall of Famer, Dave Bing. We'll continue here on 760 WJR, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web. Please help. You've heard some great stories, some inspiring stories, but this whole Radiothon is nothing without you. If you don't help us, there's no point in our being here. So please dig deep if you can. Think of others and make that call. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web. Back with more, including, let's see, Jane Pauley and J.K. Simmons and Blake Corum, all coming up in the next hour, right after this.
Eric, here we are.
Yes.
Just about 9 months ago, they were putting shovels in the ground.
Just to see all of the development, just so exciting.
Yeah, and now we're about getting inside of our new building. It's been an amazing 9 months. It's gone by quick, as you have said, and we're excited to get in here.
Yes.
Should we check it out?
Yes, let's go check it out and see what's going on.
6 months ago, we stood in this very space.
Yes, we
There
did.
were no walls, there were no bricks, there was no ceiling. We were on an open field, and it was just really about potential at that point. And now we're starting to see the potential come to life.
Absolutely. Increasing the impact of the work that we've been doing and doing it on a larger scale.
It's great to be right outside of the new theater here, the centerpiece of this building. Really the centerpiece of what we'll be doing for the kids, but it goes beyond that even. It's the centerpiece of the community as well.
Besides performing arts, community events, it's going to be a multi-use space that is going to be unlike any other in this community.
We are now in what I would say the heartbeat of the facility.
Yes.
Our new classrooms. We have 6 state-of-the-art classrooms here. This is something we didn't have in our old building.
Much needed.
Eric, now here's some spaces that I'm really excited about. Our new vocational classrooms.
Yes.
We will really be able to do some fun and innovative things in here that allows us to bring cars on campus, to bring different trades and skills on campus, and really expose our students to all sorts of career fields that they might not have considered before.
Absolutely.
You know, we are desperately in need of vocational services and trades in our city, and this is going to be a great opportunity to be able to introduce our kids to some of those, you know, early stage services.
Absolutely. Our students ask for it, the community asks for it, and we've had calls and inquiries from some local job training programs, vocational programs that want to come and support our expansion of opportunities, offer job training, skills trades programs. So we're looking forward to that.
As with everything else at the Safe Play Center, it takes a village, right? It takes a community and it takes a village. And none of this would have happened without our community of supporters, our community of staff members, our partners who come here every day and work with our kids. And so I just want to say a big thank you to the community for helping us to bring this to reality.
Absolutely, thank you. And thank you also to the families that believe in us to look after their kids day in and day out. And they truly believe and support the vision of what we're trying to do is coming to a reality.
Yep. Educating our kids in this community is a team sport.
Yes.
And it takes a lot of players.
Yes,
and we're just very grateful to have the players that we have on staff.
Yes.
So thank you to everyone out there
much
for all of your support.
Yes.
Now,
We're back here on 760 WJR, the 12th annual Mitch Albom Radiothon, Say Detroit Radiothon, on the web, mitchalbomradiothon.com, 855-955-GIVE. This is a day that we ask you to think about your fellow Detroiters. Roll down the window in your car, if you're listening to us in your car, and just imagine that you had to sleep outside in that weather. And that was your prognosis for the whole winter. And maybe we can skip lunch today, skip a Starbucks today, and just take that money and give it to help somebody else here in Detroit. We are the best city, in my view, in the country for helping one another, the best state in the country for helping one another. Today's the day we ask you to do it. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or mitchalbomradiothon.com. Coming up for your entertainment pleasure, Blake Corum from the University of Michigan football team, J.K. Simmons, Academy Award-winning actor, Jane Pauley. All that just in the next hour. Hugh Jackman going to join us shortly as well. Hank Azaria, too. So stick around. All day we'll be here till 9 o'clock at Somerset Collection North. Come out and see us. Back with more after this.
Please consider this your personal invitation to join me.
Inside the NBA crew, Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith, and Charles Barkley with a shout out to the Say Detroit Play Center.
Say Play is a premier learning center. It offers academic enrichment, athletics, and arts programs for students 8 to 18.
Since day one in 2015, Say Play has been rebuilding and empowering one of Detroit's most challenged neighborhoods.
Set on nearly 15 acres in the Osborne community in northeast Detroit, the facility was the site of the rundown Lipke Park Recreation Center, which had been shut down by the city due to budget cuts.
It was rebuilt by Say Detroit in partnership with Detroit major sports teams. Say Play offers all its programs and services, including transportation, meals, mental health awareness, and resources free of charge.
The students who attend Say Play commit to their after-school studies, and they love to learn.
They could take part in a wide array of activities, including sports, creative and programming, arts, STEM, social justice, and summer employment experiences.
As part of an expansion announced in 2021, the Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will grow services for members and its neighboring community. And let us not forget the staff and the volunteers, right, fellas?
Good job, guys.
They are game changers, providing pathways to success for the youth of Detroit. Well done.
Yeah, these are fire, actually, though. Y'all got some XLs or something?
What we're going to do now is present to you, Rashida, the keys to the house. And it's our wish from Say Detroit and everybody else on the team that this is a new start for you. Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow, this is so beautiful. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is so special. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you. So we have a spaghetti for dinner tonight.
Oh, radio.
This is nice. This is crazy. Look at that room.
All right, open them. Cool. What's that in mine?
Oh, wow.
Look.
It's been a really big difference with the stability it brings to me and my children. We have somewhere we can actually call home, and we're safe. The community is good. I haven't had any issues. We've had a Thanksgiving here. We've had a Halloween here. The kids were able to decorate our home, and now we're getting ready to decorate for Christmas. So it's a lot of family togetherness. So thank you, Say Detroit. I'm very happy. I don't know what to say. I can't stop smiling. Nice couch. My table is, my house is nice.
Detroit Dream Scholars Fund is a fund here at CCS that funds Detroit students who are coming to CCS, the College for Creative Studies, to study art and design. Part of the scholarship commitment when the student accepts the scholarship is that they are able to give back to the city by doing a summer project.
I want to be an art director. Without the Dream Scholar Fund, I wouldn't be here today.
Good morning, welcome everybody. My name is Rosie, I'm with Say Detroit. This is part of our Working Homes, Working Families, where we take homes, refurbish them, renovate them, and give them to a deserving family. And it's always a great day when we have GM with us doing this. On behalf of Say Detroit, the people that we serve, you're doing such good work today. You have no idea what this means to hand a home to a family that's never had a home or has experienced some housing insecurity that forced them to leave a home they previously were living in.
Working with GM Cares, something a little bit personal. Growing up in Mexico, I'm one of those kids that grew up with less than most. Got to experience what it is not having a house and moving, bouncing around. Giving back is a little bit of a personal because it means doing what others did for me.
Hi, I'm Sam. I'm with the GM Cares. We're here supporting Say with Detroit, Working Homes and Working Families. We do landscaping today, And hopefully in a couple months, this will be a nice home for a family in need. We have a small but mighty group of people volunteering today, and everyone had a good time, and I think we accomplished a lot.
Rice, popcorn, rice pudding, Philly pretzels, soft serve ice cream, everything goes to charity. The Detroit Water Ice Factory was an idea I came up with to sell the best possible products we could, something really unique, and then give all the profits away to charity. So water ice is a derivative of Italian ices, but it's much smoother, has a lot more flavors, no fat, it's got no gluten, it's got no cholesterol, and it's got no dairy. I grew up in the Philadelphia area, and we used to eat it every day. When I got here to the Midwest, I found out they didn't have it. And we now are able to make it here ourselves. When you run 9 different charities, people see you coming and they start running the other way because they think, oh, he's going to ask us for money again. So we just remind people that charity can be delicious, and was the beginning of what's essentially become a dessert shop. Watching people's eyes just sort of light up when they taste something that they've never had before. You know, you watch it and you go, yep, told you.
AM. This hour is generously brought to you by Imagine Entertainment. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Now, live from the Northside Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albom.
All right, as we enter the, let's see, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is our 5th hour on the air now. We've been on since 6 a.m. We'll be here. Yeah, it's flying by. Wow. Flying by. We'll do a tote board tally this hour to see where we're at. Of course, last year we were able to raise $1.8 million, a record, and we're hoping to try to break that or come close to that anyhow this year. Wonderful guests help us do that. One of them is on the line with us right now and on our video as well, if you're watching along at home. Jane Pauley, the host of CBS Sunday Mornings, is on the line. Hello, Jane.
Oh, hello. Thank you.
Everyone here is applauding you and looking at you. You have a big crowd in the mall.
I'm applauding right back, and I have a curious screen shot, but not to worry.
Okay.
If you see me fine, then it doesn't matter what I'm looking at.
I see you fine. What are you looking at? What are you seeing?
I see. Okay, you see the sweater part?
Yeah.
I see the sweater.
Okay, well, let me assure you that there is a head attached to the sweater.
Yeah. I'm visiting my son and daughter-in-law and grandchildren, and I had to borrow this from my daughter-in-law. I wasn't prepared for the video part of the Radiothon.
Well, yes, every year we're progressing. Pretty soon we're going to be 3D, So
yeah, okay.
Yeah. Well, you look great, and apparently you look great in anything that you borrow. And what's most important is that you're here and supporting us. And you're a friend, Jane, and we can't thank you enough. It really means a lot.
Long time friend, and I hope people are generous, and you crack right through that 1.8 and call the number that I partially see on my screen. Partially, yeah.
I'll give the full number. It's 855-955-4483 or 855-955-GIVE if you want to spell it out. Jane Pauley, of course, hosts the CBS Sunday Morning Show, but I remember getting a call. Now, you're so aligned with it now that people don't even remember a time when you didn't host it, but I remember getting a call from you. It's got to be like, I want to think it's like 7-8 years ago already, that you were starting, you had just gotten this offer for this new gig on the CBS Sunday thing, and did I want to do a story with you to sort of kick it off?
Number one.
Yeah, and that was so
fun.
So I'm just happy that they didn't tell you, you know what, this isn't going to work out, Jane, after that story.
No, that was a big hit, and since then I know Nancy Giles has come down and done a story. Mitch Albom is you're the story that just doesn't stop, and it was an honor for me to do that. Just got a new book. Congratulations on a new book.
Thank you.
How many have you written now?
That's 13.
13. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know I've got a title for a book, my book.
What's that?
It's and she just drew a blank.
Well, that's actually more accurate than it sounds, at least on an incident that I remember. We were doing I don't think it was a radiothon. I think it was one of our special night events that we were doing, maybe for Haiti. And Jane was scheduled to come in, and your husband, Gary, calls me on the phone, who I've never spoken to, but of course I've admired from afar because he's the cartoonist behind Doonesbury.
Yeah.
And first time I ever heard his voice, he said, yeah, hi, this is Gary. I'm Jane Pauley's husband. I said, yes, I know who you are. I'm a huge fan. Yeah. So Jane might not be able to make the event tomorrow. She banged her head and has a major concussion. And so we're just calling to see if it might be possible if she doesn't come. And I'm like, what are you kidding me? He was so low key about it, but he was so apologetic.
Yeah, I banged my head at a theater before a show for Sunday morning, a nighttime show, never mind that, and didn't know anything was wrong until about 6 days later. It was a brain bleed, which is pretty darn serious. Now, it's funny that you would bring that up, Mitch, because I hit my head the other day in a circumstance that was so preposterous I can't even describe to you how I did it. But I'm fine. But I have under this. I switched my part. I have 20 stitches here.
Oh, no.
And the incident was shocking, but I did not have a concussion. Nope, no brain bleed, nothing. But it's funny that you would mention that.
Yeah. We have to, those of us who love you are going to suggest that you wear shorter heels or something, because apparently you're too tall and you're banging into things that human beings should not bang into.
Okay, so I have to tell you a joke that my 5-year-old grandson, this is an original joke, and you're going to have to think about it for just a moment, but it's apropos. A man walked into a bar and said, ouch.
I get it.
Okay.
I have a 5-year-old sense of humor, so I found it very amusing immediately. The rest of the cast up here is still looking at one another, but I got it.
Yeah. Okay, well, I have to be more careful about walking into bars.
Yes, please, because we love you and we want to keep you around forever. And we want to get you down to Haiti at some point. Nancy has come down, and Mary Lou and your other people, but we've got a lot of kids in Haiti we've now got 12 in universities here at school, most of whom are on the dean's list. And I've got one in medical school, believe it or not. Yeah. And so going to be our doctor. And we've got a 2-year-old, Janine and I, now that we brought in when she was 6 months old, and we're raising her. So I'm at my age changing diapers and all that comes with that. So
oh, bless you. I hope one of these kids grows up to be a Mitch Album, because you are one of a kind. Well, and kind of indispensable to a whole lot of people in one great city that I know of.
Well, thank you. And they're gonna do much better than me. I'm going to tell them to shoot higher. But I want one of them to be president of Haiti one day, so that and then when they say, well, what privilege did you come from that you got to be the president? And they say I grew up in an orphanage. And one of them will, because I got my eye on one particular one.
There you go.
So, Jane, you've always been kind enough to offer up visits with you, which have helped raise, I can't tell you how many tens of thousands of dollars over the years.
I've met such great people. I meet the best people from Detroit. And
will we be able to do that again?
Yeah, you bet.
All right. So
bring it on.
All right. So this is to come into New York City. And to see, can they, are you back to letting them witness the show yet?
It's changed. So, but please, come in on a weekend.
Right.
I will fly you and a guest, put you up in a hotel, and we will have brunch together, and we will talk about your lives, and I will talk about my lives.
Bumping into things. Yes.
Did I say my lives?
Yeah. How many have you had?
Yeah. And I will tell jokes along the bar. And walked into a bar.
Walked into a bar and said, ouch. We will put that up, and I'm sure it'll raise a ton of money. And as per usual, before we let you go, the great John Pizzarelli is here as he flies in from New York every year to join us, and has composed a little musical thank you to you, Jane Pauley. So here we go. Ready, John?
Yeah, I start in the middle, just so you know.
Start in the middle.
She may draw a blank, but it's okay, man. She looks so great on every single day. She may have banged her head, but it's okay, man. The 20 stitches made it all okay. Sunday morn, when it's glistening, Pauley speaks and we're listening. She's so a-okay, she makes our Sunday. Jane Pauley makes a Sunday ever grand.
Yeah, nice. God bless you, Jane Pauley. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Best of luck.
Call 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483 to donate here, and you can bid on those auction items in case you want to have brunch with Jane Pauley in New York City, you and a guest. Go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com.
I may have to bid on that. I'm in New York.
Yeah, you're in New York. She doesn't even have to fly you.
Yeah.
You can come here, and then she can fly you.
Just for the flight.
We want to take advantage of the whole package.
Can I have the miles instead?
Okay, we go from one legend to another and one friend to another. J.K. Simmons is the Academy Award-winning actor and star of so many things, from the Batman films to banging drums on and throwing drumsticks. He is a huge Tigers fan. He's got a massive Detroit connection, but most of all, he is one of the most generous and down-to-earth guys I've ever met, and he's joining us right now on the Radiothon. J.K. Simmons, how you doing?
Hey, Mitch.
Where are we catching you? You're usually in Budapest or someplace like that.
You know what? Budapest is one of the places on the list. Every time I get a script that's shooting in Budapest, I hope it's good because my wife and I want to go there. But no, I'm in Savannah, Georgia, a delightful little town. But yeah, it ain't Budapest. But I'm doing a movie with an emerging young filmmaker. I don't know if you would have heard of him, a guy named Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, he's on his way. He's on his way.
He's going to be something. Yeah.
Yeah. So, a couple more films and he might have a career. Yeah. How does it feel to work with a guy who's, what is he now, 91, 92?
He's 93 and a half.
93 and a half. Wow. You must feel like a child.
Yeah, and it's such a nice feeling for me.
That's all right. I'm looking to work with people like that too. Yeah. We should all work with 93-year-olds. That's a remarkable thing that he's still directing and still got all that creative energy.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously a remarkable guy in many ways. And this is my first time. My first time I met him was my first day on set. And
wow,
he's just a delightful and kind and gentle and funny guy. People don't know Clint's funny. He's funny.
And a jazz lover.
And that too, yeah, like a really accomplished musician. That's another thing a lot of people don't know about him.
Yeah. What do we know the name of the film, or what? Can you tell us what it's about?
Yeah, it's a courtroom drama. It's called Juror Number 2. I played Juror Number 4.
So you don't come in until later.
Yeah. Kind of a cameo. Yeah, but it's as Clint, he always gets a great cast. It's a really good bunch of actors, and right now this week, all of us on the jury, including Nicholas Holt, who plays the titular character, we're basically background actors, what we used to call extras, and then next week we get to actually be part of we get to actually have dialogue. This week, we're listening to Toni Collette and Chris Messina and Gabriel Basso and Amy Aquino do their lawyer and judge thing. Yeah, it's a great cast.
Wow, that's a fantastic cast. What a wonderful thing. I'm sure it must have been frustrating to go through the strike period because J.K. Simmons works like got 6 movies at a time, and did everything come to a grinding halt? And did you have was that the reason you grew the beard? And did you discover new meaning in your life during your forced time off from work?
I mean, the silver lining of the strike, which was obviously, an economic disaster for a lot of people. And it was the actors who were on strike, but the caterers are out of work. The guys that wash cars on the studio lot are out of work. It was the negative trickle down effect was really devastating to a lot of people. So I'm glad we're all back at work now. For me personally, it was kind of a nice vacation, really. And I was able to just spend a lot of time with my wife and kids. And that becomes increasingly precious as our kids are 25 and 22 now. And right now, they're home taking care of Mom, who's recovering from the inevitable foot surgery that all Broadway dancers end up having to have at some point. So, love you guys.
It's either that or a hip replacement.
Yeah,
that might be next for both of us. But we don't need to get into that list.
I see the Tigers cap that you're wearing, and I want to point out that for the last 2 years and going forward, JK, working through us with Say Detroit and Rosie in particular, has sent hundreds of kids to Tigers games, gets them tickets, gets them concessions, food, transportation, does it very quietly, and just provides for kids from our Say Play Center frequently and from all over the city to go and see the Tigers. And I want to salute you for that, because you're not getting any attention for it except maybe what I just said. And I know you didn't want me to say it, but I am, because I believe in acknowledging good works by good people. And you're a good guy, and you've done some amazing work. And for that, J.K. Simmons, Simmons,
yes,
we have John Pizzarelli, the great jazz musician. So I was hoping. Well, don't hope too hard, because, he writes these 5 minutes before you come on, but we have a little song for you.
Yeah, it also starts in the middle. In Savannah, he's been gigging with Clinton Eastwood. In Savannah, he's a juror, we know that he'll be real good. J.K. Simmons, J.K. Simmons. What else can we rhyme with J.K. Simmons? Yellow M&M guy once threw a drum. Bum ba-dum bum 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 bum. He's number one among all others.
Yeah. You are, J.K. You are to us.
Well, we know that wasn't prepared ahead of time, because who
No.
knew I was going to talk about juror number 11 or whatever I am.
No, I have to look at a corner of my eye and see if the pen is down in order to say, can we go to him? JK, anything that we can offer up as an incentive here to try to? We're trying to break our all-time record last year, which you and many others helped us achieve, which was 1.8 million in a day. And we have more programs than ever, and sadly, we have more need than ever. Chad Audi from the Detroit Rescue Mission sitting right to my right, and the number of homeless, we just had our Michigan veterans on, where homeless veterans go to get their lives turned around. They just had their budget cut by 60%. Yep. So instead of 104 beds, they only have 40 beds. It's crazy. The need grows and the funding gets smaller. It's insane. So we need to try to raise as much money as we can today. Anything you want to toss on the pile that you got?
Yeah,
might raise
absolutely.
money?
In addition to making a donation and encouraging my friends to do that in the remaining hours today, I'd love to have, speaking of, as you were earlier, our program that we're working with you and Rosie and everybody to bring kids to Tigers games. We're expanding that this year, and I would love to offer up a Tigers game with me, probably one or both of my kids. I'd like to treat somebody and their family, let's say family of 4, to a Tigers game with me.
Wow!
And don't know when yet, because the schedule is up in the air.
We'll say mutually agreeable.
We'll figure out a time and I was going to start to expound on that, but I have no idea.
I think mutually agreeable covers everything.
We'll figure it out. Yeah.
Oh, that would be
little
fantastic.
Buddy's Pizza before or after the game, maybe.
So I can go to a baseball game with J.K. Simmons and see the Tigers and have a piece of pizza as well. That's fantastic for 4 people, up to 4 people. Fantastic. That'll fetch us a lot of money, I'm sure. J.K., you're an ace, man. Congratulations on this wonderful film project and being back to work. Great to see you. Thank you for caring for Detroit.
The guy does a
and
pretty
thank you.
good Fred Mertz, too.
And he does a good Fred Mertz. Great to see you. God bless you. Thank you, J.K.
You too, Mitch.
How about it,
Take
folks?
care.
J.K. Simmons helping us out. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web. Coming up, we're going to talk to Blake Corum, one of the stars of the University of Michigan football team, and Lomas Brown's going to be here as well. Stick around as we continue on the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon.
Look like your typical health clinic with waiting rooms, medical equipment, and patients, but it's not. When the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic opened in 2008, it made history. Located in Highland Park, it was the nation's first free medical clinic devoted to homeless, uninsured, and underinsured mothers and their children. 12 years and thousands of patients later, the clinic has expanded its reach to children, women, and now men, regardless of their ability to pay. The clinic is open weekdays, 9 to 4, and provides all sorts of exams, from ear infections, high blood pressure, cardiology, and even on-site laboratory services. In 2019, Trinity Health became a managing partner, and they provide medical staff, including doctors and nurse practitioners.
This is our time. If you work in this space around in underserved communities, you know that is a time for us to really put our feet down and do something about what we see around poverty, around access to health. We changed out and included some additional staff there so that we could serve more people and can have a connection to the community. We did some cosmetic changes where we upgraded the floors and painted out the ceilings, and most recently we've done a new pharmacy build out, so it'll be additional service available to our community.
Right down this hallway is the pharmacy, and this is important because patients will be able to see their doctor and receive their prescriptions on site. That's a big deal. Most of them don't have transportation.
This clinic is a type of clinic that every city and any city in the United States should want to have the type of people that work here that care.
Always looking to improve and expand, the clinic is upgraded to electronic medical records. In addition, the clinic now has a new community outreach coordinator who will make sure that more residents take advantage of the free services here. For example, the clinic hosted C-Mobile screenings where 1,500 Detroiters received free COVID tests during the height of the pandemic.
It does not matter about your finance. Their whole concern in this clinic is to take care of you when you come in that door.
For those who need it the most, the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic is a gift, truly a gem of the city, and just what the doctor ordered.
All right, back here on the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. Want to mention, are we going to this now? Or right now?
No, we're going.
No, this is afterwards, Rosie.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Rosie's excited.
Rosie is
Rosie's
messing me up
excited.
here.
Yes.
Okay. That's all right. It's live radio and live television or whatever. If you want to be watching us, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web, or click on Detroit or WJR.com, many places where you can find us. And again, go to Mitch Album Radiothon for all the amazing auction items, incentive items. Trust me, you can do all your Christmas shopping and have all the money go to help needy Detroiters and
By
get all your
phone.
Christmas gifts.
By phone. You
Yeah,
have to leave
by
the house.
phone.
It's
Yeah,
done.
you don't even
It's
have to leave
over.
the house. Just go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com and you'll see all the items. Back with a Blake Corum from Michigan football. Lomas Brown going to join us as well. Hugh Jackman coming up as we continue on 760 WJR.
Call us or text us.
I think it begins with a conversation. I believe it begins with seeing each other as human beings. They come to find out that they are the same people, in which they are. It's not like a police officer is the boogeyman. It's not like some of those young men who have been struggling in the gang life are the boogeyman. They are human beings.
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm Officer Devon Maples. I've been on the job going on 24 years.
Because I was incarcerated 12 years and I made a comeback.
We don't go there with titles. I'm a gang member, I'm a police officer. We just there as men and women and connecting together, and just to see that transformational process take place is nothing but amazing.
Trying my best to be a mentor and doing everything I can to show people, like, the uniform is just that. It's a uniform. I'm a black man. When I drive in my car with tinted windows and everything else, I get pulled over and treated like a black man until I prove otherwise.
And so once you connect with each other as human beings, you can begin to identify that we're struggling with some of the same issues.
I ain't gonna lie,
Right.
I ain't had the best run-ins with police.
Those are the police that you've had encounters with. You haven't had an encounter with every police.
But they ain't too comfortable to walk into that police station because they like, what is going on up there? You know what I mean?
We can march, and that's nice. But what are you really gonna do? To me, I said, let me join DPD. With me joining DPD, I feel like I can stop another officer from doing some stupid stuff because I know they're not gonna do it in front of me.
Just to let y'all know, if y'all are having problems like that, it's okay to go up to the precinct and see if you can get that one-on-one conversation too.
I'm not against lawlessness. You know, we need people, if they do something, if somebody breaks to your mom's house, what does she do? She got to call the police.
It's just my hope that we come to understand each other a little bit better as a result of coming together and eating together.
I do it another way.
Stay out the streets, bro.
When I'm policing the city, I personally feel like I'm policing my family.
I ain't never heard nothing like this. This is the first day, I ain't even gonna lie, this is the first day I've ever heard a police talk like this.
My man just had to butcher. Hey, you done ripped off all the skin. Hey, come on.
And I'm the executive director of Say Detroit. Our families are facing a lot of the challenges that many in the city are facing in terms of food insecurity, housing issues, medical issues, and schooling, really, and making sure kids are going to school. The pandemic set us back greatly in this city in terms of learning and healthcare, and so we're able to address a lot of those issues with the families that we serve. I get to see the results of our efforts on a daily basis. And it's not always that way, especially in the nonprofit world. I've worked in nonprofits for many years, and sometimes you're in a dark room on a telephone making calls. Here, I get to see the smiling faces of the kids that we serve at our play center. I get to see the smiling faces of the patients that we serve at our health clinic. I get to see the smiling faces of a family taking ownership of a home for the first time. And so I get to see the impact of all the good deeds that really our community does. A lot of our employees come from the communities where our kids come from, and them being successful in life is just as important to me as the kids that we serve. And so having an environment that's safe for them as well, and a career path and a pathway to success, it goes right into our mission statement. Not just the constituents that we serve, but also our staff and our volunteers are a very large part of that. We're very excited for the next few years because through our strategic planning process and our focus on these new 3 pillars, we have a lot of exciting things coming up in the future.
This hour of the 12th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon is generously brought to you by Imagine Entertainment. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
All right, as we continue here at Somerset, the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon, asking you to give at 855-955-4483. 855-955-GIVE. Mike Lange joins us, the Southeast Michigan Regional President of Huntington Bank. Joins us on the line. Hi, Mike.
Hi, Mitch. How are you?
We're doing great. We're doing great here. We're plugging along. We'll do a tote board pretty soon. We're hoping to get to our close to what we did last year, which was a record of $1.8 million to help the neediest of Detroiters. And I understand that Huntington Bank is going to help us out a little bit too.
We are, yeah. We're gonna hope we get things moving along, or keep things moving along, I should say, and get you to that magic number. So pleased to announce, Mitch, that we are donating $25,000.
Wow, yeah.
To Say Detroit.
Nice. Well, that'll help. That's fantastic, Mike. Well, you know that every dollar that we raise goes right to help the needy. We don't have any administrative costs. We pay that all privately. So we appreciate that very much. Please thank everybody at Huntington Bank for us.
Yeah, I will, Mitch. And, we're super happy to do it. We're really proud of the, I'm a board member of Say Detroit, as you know, and, we're just, we're so pleased with everything that you're doing there at the organization. And I'm so happy to be part of it. It really aligns with what Huntington does. We're obviously a bank, Mitch, but we think we're more than that. We say every day that our purpose is to make people's lives better and strengthen the communities we serve. And, I look at what we're doing at Say Detroit around housing, about medical care, about scholarships for kids to achieve the dream of college education. And it just fits so well into what we focus on. And that's really making people's lives better. And I think we're doing that with Say Detroit. So.
Yeah, well, you are. You're helping us. You see it firsthand. We're blessed to have you as part of the board. And we're very, very fortunate to have Huntington Bank in the community to help us out. Please thank everybody there. And thank you, Mike. And have a great holiday.
I will. You too. Talk soon.
All right. That's $25,000 more towards the goal. That's fantastic. Yeah. Let's welcome in Lauren Nicole Chapman. If you went to high school around West Bloomfield, you might say, oh, I know her. She was always in the school plays and singing and everything. Now she's here in Frozen, which is down there right now at the Detroit Opera House, and she's playing no less than Anna, which is one of the star roles. If you have kids, everybody knows that. Yep. Hi, Lauren. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
We're great. Congratulations. Welcome back home.
Thank you so much. So happy to be here.
How many tickets do you have to provide when the show comes back to your hometown?
We definitely have a lot of people coming out, so it's been an amazing turnout for sure.
What high school did you go to?
I went to West Bloomfield High School, and then I transferred to Interlochen Arts Academy my senior year.
Okay, so you've got 2 schools worth of people trying to get free tickets.
It's true. It's true.
Do you? Now, I have not seen the musical of Frozen, but obviously with 65 kids in an orphanage and a bunch of them in my house, I have seen the movie more times than I care to count. If I have to hear that song one more time, honestly, I think I'm going to jump out a window. Let it go. Really, just let it go. But do they skate in the show?
Oh, you don't want to see me on ice skates.
Okay.
No. We are the Broadway musical. And the good news for you is that there's actually 12 new songs
Wow. Oh,
by the
good.
same writers. So,
Okay.
a deeper look into this story, into these characters, and it's a lot of fun.
Well, great. That's fantastic. And it's really nice to have you back in the in our area here. And thank you for if you want to give a shout out to all theater fans to help us in our charity efforts here today.
Yes, I'm just so proud to be from Michigan and from this area. And I know how much generosity there is here. And so, Broadway in Detroit is doing a real special thing where if you type in "say" as you're purchasing tickets, $5 will go to the charity. So they're doing a really amazing thing. It's the giving season. And like I said, I'm just so proud to be from this area. And I know how much generosity that there is here. And so why not, come see a Broadway show and give at the same time? There's nothing better.
Fantastic. So that's Broadway in Detroit. When you go get your tickets from Broadway in Detroit, make sure you enter the code SAY, and $5 will go to our cause here. And you can go see Lauren Nicole Chapman and go up to her afterwards if you find her and say, I saw you in high school, which I'm sure everybody is going to say. And nobody is actually telling the truth. It's amazing how many people you probably did a play for 12 people and suddenly 12,000 people saw it when you were in high school because they all want to say they knew you when, right?
Well, we're here for another, week and a half. So till December 17th. So there's more time for all of that.
Okay. Well, congratulations. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for supporting us. And we're so happy for your success.
Thank you so much. Happy holidays.
Playing Anna in the musical of Frozen with 12 new songs. Thank God. Okay. You might remember in a little football game between Michigan and Ohio State the other day, not too long ago, there was a couple of star plays by our next guest. Here's a little sound of one of them.
Dancing. Breaks a tackle to the end zone. Blake the Great. Touchdown, Wolverines.
That's right. Blake Corum from the University of Michigan joins us now. How's it going, Blake?
Yeah.
How you guys doing?
We're doing great. We're doing great. I understand you guys got a week off from practice and everything, and you were very smartly ditched town and went someplace far away.
Sure did. Had to go somewhere a little warm, soak up a little sun.
Well, congratulations on an amazing season. You and I had a chance to talk for a piece I did with you last year, and I heard your kind of incredible story growing up chasing frogs in the creek by your property there. And back then, you told me that you had a dream that you would Monday maybe go to the NFL, make money, and then buy that property back that you grew up on, which was in a rural town. But now it seems like you don't even have to wait till you go to the NFL. I think you might be making enough money. Now, is that still your dream? Are you going to buy that home back?
That's still my dream. It sits on about 250 acres. I would love to go back and just have my whole family live there one day. That's still a dream of mine.
Fantastic.
Blake did our NRL show, though. I know you missed that day, but Mitch Albert, this is his second appearance now.
Oh, yeah? Well, he's a veteran of the program. But this is his first year doing the Radiothon and helping to raise money. So what we do here all day, Blake, is we're on from 6 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night in the middle of this mall where you're going to be in 2 days for your toy drive. We're here. We take over the whole thing. Even Santa Claus moves over for us. And we try to raise money for needy Detroiters. Last year, we raised $1.8 million in one day through all our programs. And I've got, I started this charity 17 years ago. We've got 10 different programs underneath it, from little kids 5 days old all the way up to senior citizens as old as 106, and programs all the way along the way to help them, from college scholarship programs to after-school programs to clinics for homeless children, veterans programs, seniors programs. So that's what you're helping us do today by coming on with us.
This is absolutely amazing what you're doing. It's incredible. I'm glad I could be a part of it.
So how do you feel now that Ohio State vanquished, Big Ten title vanquished? Because you took a big chance on coming back this year. You know, there were a lot of guys that kind of did the same thing. You never know. Guys get hurt. You could get hurt again. You don't achieve your dreams. But you've reached this point. I know you're not done yet, but do you allow yourself to take a breath and say, okay, this was definitely worth it already to have come back and done what we've done?
You know, I told myself when I came back, you know, if I came back, you know, I wasn't going to think about, dang, I wish I would have gone to the NFL. I said, when I commit to coming back, I'm just going to commit to coming back, you know. So I never really thought about, dang, I wish I would have gone, you know. So I'm glad that I came back. You know, it's been a beautiful journey. It's been a beautiful season. But just like you said, you know, the job's not finished. You know, we still have more to do. But, you know, it's been a great season with some great teammates of mine.
So now that section is over, what was it like to not have Jim Harbaugh on the team? I mean, you know, you guys all put on a good brave face. We're going to, you know, next man up kind of mentality. But next man up doesn't usually apply to the coach. You know, it's usually for a player. So was there, you know, some moments that first game or whatever where it's like, God, this is weird, man. We're our coach is at a hotel and we had to say goodbye to him in the morning, like when you go off to summer camp and you have to wave bye-bye to your parents. You know, what was it strange? Was it disconcerting?
You know, the first 3 games, it was a little weird, you know, but I wouldn't say it was too bad, you know, especially with the strength of the schedule, you know, the first 3 games.
Right.
Now, you know, when we got on the plane and we get off the plane and we're, you know, going to Happy Valley playing Penn State, and then they tell you, oh, your coach isn't going to be there tomorrow. Now, that was a little tough, you know, because, you know, he prepares you all week. You know, he has a great game plan. You get used to, you know, just him being on the sideline, his persona, you know, his game day speeches. You know, you get used to that, you know. So especially going into a tough environment, you know, like Penn State, it was definitely tough, but it made us closer together. It made us come closer together for sure.
Yeah. Well, you sure played that way. 2 days from now, you're going to be sitting here, and I'm going to be coming by and watching. You're doing a toy drive right here in Somerset, which is in conjunction with the Detroit Rescue Mission Ministries. Chad Audi, I don't know if you can see him on camera, is sitting right next to me, the CEO of Detroit Rescue Mission Ministries.
Yes, sir.
Who houses, 2,000 people a night here in Detroit have beds on account of the Detroit Rescue Mission Ministry. So quickly tell us about your program on Saturday.
Yeah, it's Saturday. We'll be hosting a toy drive in North Grand Court. It will be myself, a bunch of my teammates. So if you bring a toy, you get a picture with us. If you don't bring a toy, you can purchase one at one of the Somerset stores, Toys R Us, and a couple others. And they will actually match the first 100 buyers. So like I said, you know, December 9th, you know, this Saturday, please come, bring a toy. There will also be an author there. That will be my girlfriend, who she is. She'll be having her books there for sale. And if you buy a book, you get a signed autograph, and that will go straight to donation as well. So, you know, there's so many opportunities for you guys to help out, along with get some pictures with a bunch of my teammates and myself. It's going to be a great event. You know, I hope to see you guys there.
Wow.
Fantastic.
You did a lot of community service. He did a turkey in Ypsilanti I saw before the Ohio State game. You, as a young man, to get involved with the community like we're trying to do here, how did you do that? When did you really want to be community responsive?
You know, it started when I was young. You know, I always tell everyone, like, I was raised in the church, and every time we would go to church, I would want to give. You know, at the time I didn't have any money, so I'd ask my dad, hey, can I have $1? You know, can you give me $1 before we go in so I can put it in the basket? And it just kind of started there. You know, when I was in high school, I went to school in Baltimore, and I would help out the homeless on the street. And then when it came to college, you know, I really wanted to make a difference in the community wherever I was going, and it happened to be Michigan. And NIL has blessed me, and so therefore I want to bless others. You know, so just bringing everyone else closer together, bringing communities together, that's what it's all about. And I see you guys are doing the same thing. So, you know, I love seeing people that are just want to basically give their life to help others.
Well, we are doing that, and it's a great. It's an even higher calling than football. Hard as that is to believe, it is. And I don't know if you you know, you rely on blocking. I don't know if you can see over here. We move the camera, but this guy did some half decent blocking in the NFL. His name is Lomas Brown. You might remember him sitting next to me right now. And I dare say that if he blocked for you you might even have more yards than you have right now because he blocked for a guy named Barry Sanders who got a few yards behind him.
Barry Sanders, that's a bad man.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Hey, listen, Blake, before we let you go, since you're going to be here in a couple days and we auction off things all day long, that's part of how we raise money. Could we get you to sign some footballs when you're here on Saturday and we can auction them off?
Yeah, we should sign some footballs, maybe even a jersey if we can get that as well and auction that off.
Beautiful. We'll do that. Thank you so much. We'll see you on Saturday here. God bless you for all that you're doing, and best of luck in beating Alabama. Because nothing like drawing an easy team, right?
That's right.
Well, it wouldn't be fun if it was easy.
That's
Blake
right.
Corum, everybody. How about it for the great Blake Corum, as they call him, Blake the Great. All right, so we'll put that in there. Vince, we'll put some autographed footballs from Blake Corum, and we'll get a jersey. I'm sure we'll be able to get a jersey and autograph a jersey as well. So I mentioned Lomas Brown has joined us. Sean Beligian has joined us from the new Sports Rap, which you hear on WJR now, the great tradition. Lomas, how are you?
I'm great,
Big fella.
Mitch. How are you? Or
I'm doing
Mitchell.
good.
And you know I'm trying to sit up because actually you're sitting taller than me. And
Yeah, I get a booster seat here.
Yeah, and I'm the big fella, man. So I'm supposed
sorry.
to be sitting up here taller.
Sorry, Lomas. I didn't mean to do it.
All
yeah.
right.
You guys have been, Lomas, you've been out here, I think, a lot of times that we've done this show. You know what it's about in the Detroit community. People respect you. Give a shout out to people who are on the fence about giving, like, oh, why should I give? I mean, it's a nice show that Mitch is putting on here, and he's getting a lot of celebrities, but, why do I have to give any money? You tell them, because you're bigger than me, and they might be more scared of you.
Well, Mitch, first of all, this is just great what you do. I mean, each and every year for you to put your time and your face and just all you guys. I mean, you put in a lot of hours doing this, and I have to commend you and everybody in your foundation for doing what they do, but it's just important, Mitch. I mean, we're a state that we give. That's just us. That's just our human nature. We just give. We're a giving state, and we prove it. All the tough times that we've been through, bankruptcy as a state, and, all the industry, going down and having to come back, and people rely so much on those industries, but yet and still through all that, we find a way to keep and continue to give, and that's what we do. So as Detroiters, as Michiganders, that's just in our DNA, and that's what they do each and every year, Mitch. So we're gonna top that 1 point what that you got
1.8 million.
Okay, we're gonna top that this year.
I hope so.
We're gonna do it.
I hope
Mitch.
so.
Come
It's
on
a
now.
big number, man.
Come on now.
That's hard to do.
Yeah.
Sean Beligian is here with us as well. I want to also say hello to Don Tusky, who is the president of the College for Creative Studies, which is one of our programs that we had. In fact, this was the first charity that I ever established, even before, say, Detroit, in 1995 or right around there, right after I had met with my old professor, Maury Schwartz, which became the book Tuesdays with Maury. And he told me, you need to do more for your community than just write checks. You need to, call attention to things. I started something called the Dream Fund at the College for Creative Studies, which was to provide scholarships for kids in the arts who didn't have the means to go do it, because I was one of those kids when I was younger. I was in the arts, and there weren't any programs like that. And so Don is here, and so is Devon Trebier, who is one of our Dream Scholar recipients. So say hello to them, folks. Welcome. Nice to have you guys here. Devon, what year are you? You have to probably press that button so it turns green. There you go. Is it green?
Yep, it's. I'm a hello everybody. I'm Devon Trevier. I'm a film and art education major.
You can take your finger off the button. We're okay. You're good.
And I'm 2026 graduating.
So
sophomore.
you're a sophomore now.
Yep.
Okay, great. And studying film?
Yes, studying film.
And how did the Dream Scholarship program that we have help you?
I want to say the Dream Scholarship really helped me, because being able to, you guys basically investing into my career, and our career was so impactful to me, to be able to dream big because being able to go to college for creative studies, I'm able to collaborate with so many other artists, and that energy, I'm able to feed off that energy of just other creatives, and having access to so much camera equipment, lighting equipment, studios, and other creatives. I'm able to collab with.
And would none of that have been possible if you didn't have this scholarship?
No, I don't know what I would have been doing and have done.
Right. Well, first of all, number one, we're happy to help you out. Number two, we expect you to come back and film one of these events someday since you're in the film business, okay? Because you have to give back to the people that help you. So as soon as you feel comfortable running one of these cameras, you're going to go from guest to employee. Okay. But Don, you see a lot of kids like Devon. We've had many, many kids who have come through the program. I've told you before that one of the most satisfying moments I had over the years, every year we do a get together with all of the kids and the donors to just sort of see what they're doing, where the programs go. And one of the years was during COVID. Everybody was on a Zoom, and there were a lot of the kids who weren't going to classes. But then one of the kids was a graduate, was in LA at like Disney or someplace like that, and I'm at my desk, I'm an animator, I'm at Disney. And she was telling us how she never would have gotten any of this opportunity without this program. And sometimes you don't get a chance to see where the graduates go on to, but you do, and you can speak to the impact that it has.
It's a tremendous impact, Mitch, and I can't thank you enough and all the Say Detroit supporters for this great support for our students, because it is a game changer for these students, and it allows them to do a lot of great things like Devon. And I don't think I know a harder working student than Devon is in terms of what he's been able to do in a short amount of time at CCS. And I think he makes a great point about the synergy that's created at CCS, and that really lifts them up for their whole careers to be able to keep these connections and work at places like Disney or Pixar and do some really wonderful things. And I'm looking forward to Devon's career in terms of what he's going to do, and I can't wait till next year to have him here doing some filming. So,
yeah.
But it really is a game changer, and we can't thank you enough at CCS to provide an opportunity, because the world needs and wants more creativity, and what better place than CCS for Detroit kids?
Yeah. Well, last year we gave $45,000 to help aspiring students in art education. We want to at least do the same thing if we can this year, and that's going to require help from all of you at home. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. If you don't invest in the most important currency in your city, which is your young people, you don't have a future of your city. The most important currency we have isn't coins or dollars, it's youth. Because if our kids grow up educated and on the right track or whatever, you have a future for a city. If they don't, if they're hard scrabble and they're don't have opportunities and don't have jobs, your city doesn't have a future.
Exactly.
So we're happy to invest in you, Devon. And that camera's got your name on it, by the way. Sean and Lomas, did you ever have any aspirations when you were younger? I know what you wanted to do. Did you ever want to study something in the arts or whatever? And did you ever benefit from a program like this, or would you have wished that there was one?
No, I wish there was one. Growing up and Mitch reading you and seeing the things that you were doing. I mean, in all sincerity, you were an inspiration, I think, to a lot of people in this business. And so the way that you continue to give back to young people like that and just in general is awesome. And I want to encourage people, check out the auction items. I mean, there are some unbelievable auction items. Yeah. I'm going to hit my wife up and see if we can get in with that gig with J.K. Simmons in particular.
Yeah.
But no, Mitch, I mean, honestly, I think the way that you give back to young people like that, and you can see the smile on his face too. I mean, that's the coolest thing, is you're on your way and keep going. And that's some of the stuff that this foundation does love.
Well, I kind of feel offended, man. I was in the band. I played the trombone. So come on now. That's art, right? In the band.
Yeah. Well, maybe not the way you played it, but.
Oh, come on, Mitch. He just, come on, cuz. He just bypassed me with the trombone.
What was your best number on the trombone?
Well, look, seat number 2. It's only one more I could have got was seat 1. So I got to seat number 2.
Come on, remember any tune that you played?
We're going way back, Mitch. That career ended in high school.
You were playing a trombone, which made basically your part was
hey, yeah,
right?
That's what I'm saying.
Can you still play it?
No.
If we got you a trombone, could you play it?
No, it would be ugly right now. So give me a little time, though. Give me a little time.
All right.
But that's all
I like
right.
that. We'll see. We have artists right here. So had there been a dream scholarship fund back then, Lomas Brown might have skipped football altogether.
Might be in the Detroit Symphony right now.
Might be the second chair in the symphony. Well, we'll see.
Barry
All right.
Sanders will be hurt.
Barry would have retired after 4 years. Whole lives would have been changed.
If only that Trump was
sliding doors. Don Tusky, president of the College for Creative Studies, thank you for coming out and what
Our
you do.
pleasure. Thank you so much.
Devon, we're looking forward to great things from you, and we're looking forward to your working here with us next year, okay?
All right.
Sound
thank you.
good?
Yes. I'm
All right.
excited.
All right. All this can happen, folks, on account of you. Can we do a tote board here? Can we get a tote board together real quick? Vince, can we do that? Can we do a tote board before we break just so we can see where we're at? It would be nice to know as we head into, okay, let's find out where we're headed towards as we work towards. All right, $242,368. Okay. I don't know what percentage that is of 1.8 million, but it's a chunk. We got a chunk to go, and you can help us at 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web.
What's it going to do for you and your family?
What it's going to do? Oh
Yes.
my God, y'all just saved our life.
Aww.
Man, I just can't tell y'all how happy I am. Like,
Say Detroit has been changing lives for the better since 2006, when I wrote about how our city was providing homeless people 3-day shelter parties to get them off the street while tourists were in town for the Super Bowl. A city that is super just for a weekend isn't very special come Monday. So we put out a call to raise enough to at least help all year long. The idea of Say Detroit is in its letters, super all year. You answered our call, and to amazing results. Say Detroit has grown into a charity that offers help where it's needed the most. And we need your help as we meet the increasing needs of people at risk.
We thought it was all said and done with. There was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up. And then Say Detroit came in our life.
We're providing pathways to success for Detroiters in need. And we're doing it with a focus on solving learning, healthcare, and housing challenges. That's why our programs, like the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic, are so important. Not only is it free to all patients, it now has a pharmacy on site.
The clinic is also now hosting Wellness Wednesdays, monthly support groups for women, and providing one-on-one coaching and resources for mothers during their baby's first year.
It's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy.
Their whole concern in this clinic is to take care of you when you come in that door.
The Say Detroit Play Center is about a lot more than play. It's really about learning. We partner with the city's top sports teams to turn an abandoned recreation center at Lipke Park into a first-rate after-school program where students have a safe place to study, play, and socialize.
Every time I come here, it just feels like home. It brings me hope.
The pandemic created a learning loss for many of our young people. We've helped them catch up, and we're partnering with local schools to keep kids in school.
They work together to make kids learn here, so that's why I like coming here. I grew.
It means a lot to me because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that I'm doing now.
And we'll be offering more to neighbors on the east side of Detroit with a new annex. The Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will provide job training and opportunities for young people and adults.
A diverse community thrives when its members learn to respect each other. That's why our Better Together program launched in 2020.
Human beings connecting with other human beings. We bring law enforcement officials in plain clothes together with the community. Gang members, high school students, people with substance use disorders, and they would grill meals together, sit down and break bread without any labels. Once you connect with each other as human beings, you can begin to identify that we're struggling with some of the same issues. We're struggling with some of the same trauma. We desire to be successful. We all desire to raise a family and have a good family life.
A good family life requires clean, affordable housing and safe neighborhoods. Our Working Homes, Working Families program puts families without a decent place to live into refurbished homes that are previously donated or abandoned.
After getting our home, their grades went up. The behavior became better. It adds a sense of security for them, not just me. I would say my home is home now.
This is just some of the work that Say Detroit does to improve the learning, healthcare, and housing challenges of our city's neediest people. Please help the efforts of Say Detroit by donating or volunteering. Follow along as we share the experiences of your neighbors on their journeys to success all year long. Our story and theirs is only just beginning.
Say something positive.
Now, live from the Northside Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albert.
Okay, we're back here at the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon to raise money for needy Detroiters here. We're trying to work our way towards our goal of $1.8 million, which is what we raised last year. And we try to provide as entertaining a program as we can for you along the way. And I have no doubt that our next guest will help continue that. Here's a play you might remember when he was playing football for the University of Michigan. Oh, the play was much more dramatic than that.
He's fast.
Okay.
He's fast.
Do we not have that cut? Well, now we have the band.
We have the band.
Okay, fine.
Band's on the field.
It's
Plays
live
over.
radio. And
It was a touchdown.
We're in the 6th hour already of broadcasting.
Yes.
Let's just say hi to Desmond Howard, Michigan legend, NFL legend. Desmond, it was set up. It was set up way better than
We're
that.
sure you scored on that play. We're sure you scored. We didn't see it, but you crossed the goal line.
Yeah. Trust us, you
Oh
scored.
man, you guys are the absolute best. That was very entertaining. I was in suspense my damn self. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and he said, it's funny. I don't remember that play. The nothing play.
Exactly. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, we're already a little punchy. We've been on since 6 a.m. We're going to be here till 9 p.m.
Okay.
And we've already raced through J.K. Simmons and Matthew Stafford and Joe Dumars and Jane Pauley and Blake Corum and all. So it's probably hard to keep all the. We might have just as easily played a J.K. Simmons movie clip for you. And so, remember when Desmond Howard was in that movie? Batman. Yeah. Desmond, you have to be smiling from ear to ear because we had you on our program just before the Michigan-Ohio State. And, you took Michigan. You supported Michigan. You said, I think they're going to be able to do it. You took a lot of heat from your colleagues, including Paul Feinbaum, who would do anything under the sun, apparently, to take Michigan down. And yet there you were. Like, how good did you feel Saturday, about 3:45 when that Ohio State game was over?
Hey guys, let me put this in context for you. So when this whole sign stealing scandal first came out and it became like this huge story, I said on game day, I said, you know what? I said, if there's a silver lining to all this, I said that now there are no more excuses. And then because they have 4 games left, I said Purdue, I said Penn State, Maryland, and Ohio State. No more excuses. And now they proved me right. And not only did they prove me right, but they did it without their head coach on the sideline for the toughest part of their schedule.
Right.
Everybody thought, oh, yeah, the commissioner's taking Harbaugh, suspending him for 3 games, taking him off the sideline. Oh yeah, now they don't have this quote unquote ability to know the other team's signs. They don't have their head coach in the toughest part of their schedule. So now it's like, oh, they're definitely going to falter, and they just prevail. So it felt good not only for the Ohio State game, but obviously, you know, the weekend of Penn State when they got the news. You know, they're on the plane going to Happy Valley. And that's when, you know, the commissioner said, yeah, we're going to suspend Harbaugh. And so now they're in a bad situation. And then they go and they beat Maryland. And obviously at home, toughest game of the year, biggest competitor. They take down Ryan Day and Ohio State. So just to see those guys, you know, persevere, see how resilient that they were, you know, as a team and as a staff. I couldn't explain just how happy I was for them, for the program, and for those young men.
You were ready to battle that morning, Desmond. I watched the game day that morning. You had reporters telling them to come over to the stadium and talk, if you're going to say it. Desmond had his fist balled up the whole show.
Wow.
I said, is Desmond going to make it to 12?
I got to hit
somebody.
somebody.
Man, I was excited for them guys. It was great to be in Ann Arbor, especially after everything that had transpired, like, you know, the previous 4 or 5 weeks. So it was, and it's just something that you knew that these guys are going to, you know, prevail because, you know, at the end of the day, they're a hell of a team, man, and they're well coached.
All right, so they are. Now the big question: are they enough of a hell of a team to beat Alabama, which has gotten better as the year has gone on? Nothing like an easy draw for being the number 1 seed. You get Alabama in your semifinal game. Can they do it?
I tell you what, it's going to be a huge task. I think that they have the personnel to do. I was talking to someone last night and they said, you know, if there was ever a beatable Alabama team, they said, I think this one is. I mean, because they have, you know, obvious flaws, but they're a hell of a team. And like you said, the thing about them is that they've gotten better as the season has grown older. So, you know, and Jalen Milroe, you know, he started off the season very, very shaky. But, man, I think he's finally found his groove, and he's becoming more and more comfortable. It's crazy when you think that these guys, meaning Alabama, I almost lost. Like, they were one play away from losing to Auburn, who's having an awful year. Like, they were one play away
Fourth and
from
31.
losing.
They pulled out that 4th and 31 play that you always keep in your back pocket. Yeah.
Exactly.
I think today's the day we use this one, guys.
Right.
It's gonna work. 4th and 31. Hey, Desmond, before we say thanks to you, and by the way, you donated some footballs that you autographed, which we're going to be auctioning off. So thank you for that. It's going to raise a lot of money.
My pleasure.
But the great John Pizzarelli, jazz guitar player extraordinaire, world class, and singer, has put together a little thank you ditty for you for our special guest. We do a little musical thing. So here we go, John. I hope you can hear this through the phone, Desmond. Here we go.
Okay, here we go. It goes, he won the Heisman, Super Bowl MVP. Love college game day. Thank you, Eisenhower, for today.
Yeah. Thank you, Desmond.
Can I get a copy of that and put it as my ringtone? I want that to be my new ringtone.
All right, done. We'll get it to you. God bless you, man. Thank you, Desmond.
All right,
Have a
guys,
great holiday. Desmond Howard,
You guys
everybody.
too.
Always contributing. Again, the phone number's here. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Would you? I want to say thank you to Lomas Brown and Sean Belizian. You guys have been great, man.
Absolutely.
It's so great to have you on the radio. I can't tell you what a joy it is to come in when we finish our show at 6 o'clock and you walk out of the studio and there's Lomas Brown just hanging around the hallway. And you say, hey, Lomas, what's going on? You say, I'm about to do my show, Mitch. And they say, bye, Lomas. And he says, bye, Mitch. And then they come back and he's there the next day.
Simple, huh?
I love it. It's like being on a team.
Always with a smile,
without
Mitch.
getting hit.
Yeah. Always with a smile.
So thank you, Sean, for reeling him in. Whatever you did, it worked.
Hey, continue to do what you do.
Yes.
I mean, you give back, not just this time of year, all year long. Continue to do what you do.
Thank you,
man.
Sean. Thank you for your kind words. How about it for Lomas Brown and Sean Belizian joining us here on the program? Hank Azaria is going to come up in a minute or two.
Yeah.
Hey, would you be kind enough, Kevin O'Neill, to read out some of our we were telling people that if you call in and you want to make a donation in honor of somebody and want to hear it read over the radio, we can easily do that in honor of somebody that you love, in memory of somebody who passed, and or just a significant contribution.
Sure.
Kevin?
Thank you, Mitch. Susan Girth, St. Clair Shores, thank you for $500. How about Livonia? Jeffrey Nichols, $350. Very kind to you, Jeffrey. Matthew Brestavansky in Leonard, $500 from Matthew. Eric Peterson in Troy, another $500. Another donation in honor of Lucas, Andrew, and Nicholas from Grandma, Grandpa, they're in Grosse Pointe, $300 from them. That surely is appreciated. How about in honor of Caroline Livingston in Livonia? $50 in honor of her. Also in honor of the awesome John Pizzarelli. There we go.
Yeah.
From Lakewood.
Bring
There
it
we-
in,
yeah,
bring it
they
in
love you,
donation.
John. That's
Yeah,
excellent.
nice.
In honor of Sarah Modica in Northville, we got a $250 donation from those folks. Richard Diefenbacher in Southfield, in honor of Richard, $50. And in honor of Warren Piper of Novi, a really nice $300 donation. Thank you so much for those. Another one in honor of the mother, Patricia LaFontaine in Garden City, $91 donation. Dolores Harris in Bloomfield, $1,000. Thank you,
Wow, thank you.
Dolores. That is wonderful. And some more in honor of John and Nadine from Lake Orion, a $100 donation in honor of Sally and Wes Hendrickson, also in Lake Orion. That's another $100 donation. And Mike Donahue, Rochester, $100 donation for Mike. So keep them coming. Also, Carol Ewing, got to mention Carol. She called in from White Lake, $425. Thank you so much, Carol.
Thank you, all of you. And what's important, remember, it's not the amount of money. If you make a $1 donation, we're happy to receive it. But if you're driving around as you're listening to us, or you're going shopping, or you're going out to lunch, think about how much money you'll spend over the course of the day, that if you had to just take it, if you were sick today and you didn't go to lunch, or you didn't get that cup of coffee, you didn't spend that money, you wouldn't know the difference. So instead of doing it, maybe make a donation to help people who don't have homes, or who wouldn't otherwise be able to go to school, wouldn't otherwise be able to attend college, can fund programming for kids at our Save Play Center, or medical clinic for people who don't have health insurance, or homeless children who can't otherwise get medical care, or Bright Beginnings for kids who don't have opportunities for daycare. Mothers don't have the chance to go get jobs to pull themselves out of poverty unless somebody can help take care of their kids. These are all some of the things that we do with Say Detroit, and where some of your donations will go if you make a contribution today at 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Now, when you call in, you're going to hear people at our call center. And so we want to acknowledge that we shifted our call center to Startup Nation during the pandemic. And John Izzo, the founder and CEO of New Image Building Services, since then has donated his company's cleaning and sanitizing services to help keep our volunteers safe and healthy during their shifts. This is the fourth year that New Image has supported the Radiothon. He's here with us right now because he can. A few months ago, John was undergoing hernia surgery when he went into cardiac arrest. Oh, my goodness. He almost didn't survive. Now he's resuming his everyday activities, including running. So, John, thank you for being here. Wow, what a story.
Thank you, Mitch.
Glad to have you here.
Thank you.
In one piece.
In one piece. Got my workout in this morning, too. Feeling
No
good.
more drama, okay? And Chris Ramsey, the Chief Revenue Officer with Lingo, which is our telephony and lifeblood for our call center, is here as well. Thanks for coming in, Chris.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Appreciate it. It's nice of you guys to help us out. Why do you do it?
Well, Mitch, we were asked in 2020, as you know, because of that year, the pandemic, and we really didn't know how dangerous this thing was, and wanting everybody to feel comfortable to take the calls and do the call center at Startup Nation. So we were happy to serve in that capacity. Our team loves doing it, and we love watching that number climb every year, keep breaking records, and that we're a part of that is just an amazing experience for our company to do something for the community and for your group.
Thank you. Well, we're happy that you do. We're happy. And Chris, why did Lingo get involved?
So Lingo is providing the call center services for everyone who wants to donate and calls in immediately, right? So what Lingo does is we have volunteers that come there. We set up the technology. We had guys come in late last night, make sure the technology's there, to answer the phones, to get the phones going. And we have so many people that are involved in this. Mitch, I want to thank you, first of all, for what you're doing for Say Detroit. It really does make a big difference in the lives of so many people in the community directly. And I hope people call in. And like you said, if they were going to donate, I think you said $2.75. If everyone would do that, we'd hit our goal. And we have people there waiting to do it. So
yeah, we go over to the call center and let's just check in with them and see how things are going. While you mentioned that, I think, is it Mark is on with us from the call center? Who we got? Or we're just doing a visual of it? Looks good.
That's it, Sim.
Yeah. Lingo Call Center. Look, they're all stretched out, and we want to make sure those phones are ringing. So 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. We are very, very grateful to have you guys doing that. Really, I really appreciate it. So thank you for being here. Thank you for taking part in our radiothon, telethon, maulathon, whatever you call it. Callathon.
Yeah, this is our 9th year to do it, Mitch.
Wow.
And we just love it.
You guys do a great
So
job.
It's awesome.
We could not do it without you. We can't, you got all the confusion, that goes on would be impossible. Mark Pastori is over there at the call center. How's everything going over there, Mark?
Not yet.
Okay, they
No
said,
Mark.
we've got Mark over here.
Must be at lunch.
Yeah.
Must be at lunch.
They
Well,
said he's over
it
there.
looks good.
He's
and
over
that's-
there somewhere.
It's as Billy Crystal said, it is better to look good than to feel good. You know what I'm saying? And you know who you are. Okay. I want to tell people, we haven't had a chance to do this recently, but I want to tell people about the auction items that we have here, some of which that you can get on here. So a wedding at Andiamo's Warren Banquet Facility, okay? A wedding for up to 250 people, valued at $25,000. Good for any mutually agreeable Friday or Sunday in 2024. Can't do Saturdays, apparently, because they do shows. Winners will choose a package of their choice with upgrades, the linens, the napkins, the cake cutting service, the service staff, 6 hours of reception time. If you've got someone in your family who's getting married, this would be a fantastic
I'm
thing
telling
to
you, that
bid
is
on.
a fantastic bid right there.
Yeah, so you're going to spend a lot more than that. Right now, the bid is at $10,000. So, I mean, look at how much money you'd be saving.
And time. It's just all inclusive right there. I mean, like you said, the whole event's there.
Exactly.
Trust me.
All you need to do is pay the band now.
Yeah.
Put my picture
Maybe
next
get
to that.
Dave Barry's band to play it.
Put my picture next to that item and say,
There you
say-
go. You can double
say
up
Dave
on it.
Barry experience.
Okay, how
Man.
about a NASCAR Cup experience?
Oh, yeah.
Experience a NASCAR Cup as a VIP at the Michigan International Speedway on Sunday, August 18th. Drivers put in all the time in the manufacturer's backyard to take home the Michigan Heritage Trophy. 2 tickets, 1 parking pass, VIP pre-race, up-close access to the activities, including signing the start and finish line, the red carpet, the victory lane passes. Boy, if you like NASCAR,
I think Craig wants
bid
that.
on that.
I'm about to
Yeah.
say.
How about the Grand
Let me give you an example of
Hotel?
that right now.
The wonderful Grand Hotel. We all know about that. A grand room for 2 nights, anytime between May 3rd and June 30th or August 11th to October 27th of 2024 with a Sunday, Thursday arrival departure pattern. How about that? Breakfast daily at the Grand Hotel.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Very nice.
Rekindle your
Very
romance.
nice. Yes.
All right. How about University of Michigan fan package? Listen to this. You can tour the big house.
Uh-huh.
Derek Walker, former Michigan great, will provide the tour.
Mhm.
Then you can stand on the sidelines pre-game for a game. It's either the Texas or Arkansas game next year.
Mhm.
Stay and enjoy the game and receive an autographed football by Jim Harbaugh to cap the experience.
Wow.
That's a fan experience
Okay,
right there.
bid on that. That's at $1,000 right now, $1,055.
Come on.
Let's see. We've got Plum Hollow Country Club golfing for 3, the Rocket Mortgage Classic Insider
Oh,
exclusive package, the Oakland Hills Country Club golfing outing for 2. Now, you can't get
Come
into
on.
Oakland Hills.
No.
You cannot get in.
Right.
I've had so many people call me and say, can you get me into Oakland Hills? I said, I'm sorry. I
You
know
can't
a lot
even
of
drive
people.
down Maple.
I'm not even
can't even-
allowed. I'm not even allowed to pull into
You
the
can't even go
parking
down
lot.
the street. Can't go down Maple. They turn you off on Telegraph.
You can play the iconic South Course. You can play the South course for 2 on a mutually agreed upon date and time in coming up. That's currently at $1,000.
That's got to be higher than that. All these golfers in town, all you guys talking about how good you play golf. Get on that right there.
You can have lunch with the Mitch Albom show cast.
Oh, there you go.
You
There
can
we
have lunch
go.
with
Yeah.
Carmen Harlan and Bernie
Ooh,
Smilovitz.
there you go. That's a great one.
Yeah, Indy 500 grandstand tickets. We can go up and see the 108th running of the Indianapolis 500. Kane Brown concert package at Little Caesars.
Oh, that's a good one.
Okay,
So authentic.
Gary Puckett and the Union Gap
Right.
at Andiamo's.
Kevin.
10 tickets. 10 tickets.
Not 9.
Plus dinner and a meet and greet with Gary Puckett.
Not 11.
And the
10.
And the
has Kevin
Buckingham.
O'Neill written all over
And
it.
the Union Gap.
I wouldn't want to do a song for Gary Puckett.
No. Yeah. You can go to a Tigers game, 4 lower bowl game tickets, plus 4 guests to watch batting practice and a parking pass. You can get tickets to the Lions against the Vikings for the last game of the regular season, January 7th, 2024.
Yep.
That's great. 2 game tickets.
Any item with
plus
a parking
2
pass, you better
sideline
jump on it.
passes.
Yes.
2
Yes.
sideline passes. for
Any
field
downtown item with a
access.
parking pass, you better jump on that quick.
Yeah. A Comerica Park suite for the Tigers.
Woo.
You can do a book club Zoom meeting with me. You gather your book club. For
Now,
any
you've
book
done
that you-
those before. I've had big results from those.
30-minute book
Yeah.
club signing. It can be with the new book, The Little Liar. It can be of any of the
I
books.
watched you do one of those. Those are great.
Yeah,
I'm
you can
telling
do Bo if
Yeah.
you want to. All right, we've got some amazing guitars. A Candy Apple Red Fender Player Plus Telecaster electric guitar. John, is that a good guitar?
It's one of the best guitars ever.
Okay.
It's the color we're debating.
All right, so
The
you
color's
can bid on that,
debatable.
and a Gibson,
Copper.
a Gibson Les Paul special tribute humbucker.
Yeah, good
What
one.
rhymes with
Is
that?
that a good one?
Yeah,
write a song about that.
in the world. Can't do humbucker either. Sorry.
White satin, and these guitars, by the way, are autographed by every
everybody?
guest who has come out here so far. Every guest who will be here live will autograph that guitar. Let's see. There's a Blake Corum autographed jersey. There's the Jane Pauley experience to go to New York
That's the
City,
great thing.
have brunch with Jane Pauley right after the Sunday morning CBS show.
You get to wear her daughter-in-law's sweater
Yeah,
afterwards.
she'll let you wear a sweater.
Quite an experience.
There's breakfast with myself and Joe Dumars.
Yeah,
at
that's
Leo's
good.
Coney Island,
Yeah.
which is something that Joe and I used to do all the time
2
by
people
ourselves.
can do that, right?
2 people can come with us and have breakfast with us.
And they're treating.
Yeah, you can rent the band. Dave Barry, myself, Ridley Pearson, Rosie, a bunch of other authors will come. The Pieces of the Rock Bottom Remainders will come out and do a concert
So it's
at
the Rock Bottom
whatever
Remainders.
function you want.
Rock Bottom
Remainders
Remainders
of the
spin-off
Remainders.
out-
Yes.
spin-off group.
Yeah.
Is that what happened? The spin-off
Yeah,
group?
spin-off group.
Okay,
Yeah,
there
you
go.
can co-host the Paul W. Smith show.
Oh, there
right
you
now
go.
that's at $1,000. You can co-host our show. I hesitate to say what that might be at right now. The Top Golf, which is a wonderful
That's
event,
cool.
a 12-person event at Top Golf in Auburn Hills. Party for 12, private bays, 2 hours of golf, lifetime membership for all attendees, complimentary
Wow.
golf club rentals,
Wow. Love that.
food, non-alcoholic beverages. That's a fantastic thing. Bid on that for the Top Golf experience. Shinola Hotel getaway with dinner at San Morello's.
Oh, man.
One night stay. You want to have a romantic
Yeah.
weekend at maybe
Rekindle.
the
Don't have
best
to leave.
restaurant in
Rekindle.
town.
Don't have to leave.
And how about going to a ball game with J.K. Simmons, the Oscar winner, for 4 people, and go hang out? He'll pay for the hot dogs and the pizza.
I understand
and-
he leaves after 3 innings, though.
no, he doesn't.
Doesn't?
No. And also bidding on the very first bicycle that we have produced from My Cycle. This is
Yeah.
going to be a collector's item
Hey.
because we're going to produce thousands of these things over the year. But the very first one, marked 001,
Be signed by
and
you.
it'll be signed by myself and anybody else we can get to sign it here. You can have this bicycle. It's a beautiful bicycle, but the fact that it's the first one that we produced in our My Cycle factory makes it very, very unique. So you can bid on all of these items at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, and we'll announce when we're going to close them out. But please go and make your bids. Don't wait until the last minute because we close them at various times and you could get shut out. So make a bid, put your name in there, and stick to it. All right, you make your donations at 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. Last time we looked, we're in the mid-200,000s. I'm hoping to get to 300,000 so I can take off the tie. At 500,000, the shirt.
Johnny Cash.
At $1 million, the pants.
I hear the train a coming.
Who knew he was Jewish? Hey, look at that.
Back with more on 760 WJ.
A fun way to taste some of Detroit's newest restaurants while helping out a great cause. Mitch Albom is here to talk about Eat Detroit.
Yeah. Eat Detroit is awesome. Eat Detroit. Yeah. It's the best time ever. We're having a great time. Let's go.
You gotta go. I'm gonna eat this in 1 minute, but we have to Cheers, everybody. We'll see you on the other side cheers. In a second. Yummy.
Always a awesome day for us and a beautiful day for a new family here. I am happy to provide you with the keys. Welcome home.
All right. So we know you have a big TV, and that's the place.
She organized to have like some canned goods up here. Okay. Snacks there. There's brand new pots and pans. We have some dishes and glasses. And
Oh, I love it. Look, I sure love big.
that is a big boy bag, man.
Oh, yes, and these are my favorite colors. I love it.
Here's your playroom, huh?
Inside of there.
I feel like it can help us moving forward because it can relieve a lot of stress that I've been going through for the last year with trying to find a place. And I feel like the company, all the companies that have been helping have really helped out a lot. Thank you, Say Detroit.
Detroit Dream Scholars Fund is a fund here at CCS that funds Detroit students who are coming to CCS, the College for Creative Studies, to study art and design. Part of the scholarship commitment when the student accepts the scholarship is that they are able to give back to the city by doing a summer project.
I want to be an art director. Without the Dream Scholar Fund, I wouldn't be here today.
Detroit's involvement with the veterans goes back to its very beginning in 2006. Some of the original money raised went to build the first kitchen that the Michigan Veterans Foundation had ever had.
And we were able to create our mess hall that looked like a cafeteria. With those dollars, we did all the computers, we hired an IT guy.
The computer is just a beautiful thing for these people, the guys in here.
Because they put you back on track, put you back online. But without that computer, man, you know, you could be lost.
Water ice, popcorn, rice pudding, Philly pretzels, soft serve ice cream, everything goes to charity. The Detroit Water Ice Factory was an idea I came up with to sell the best possible products we could, something really unique, and then give all the profits away to charity. So water ice is a derivative of Italian ices, but it's much smoother, has a lot more flavors, no fat, it's got no gluten, it's got no cholesterol, and it's got no dairy. I grew up in the Philadelphia area, and we used to eat it every day. When I got here to the Midwest, I found out they didn't have it. And we now are able to make it here ourselves. When you run 9 different charities, people see you coming and they start running the other way because they think, oh, he's gonna ask us for money again. So we just remind people that charity can be delicious, and it was the beginning of what's essentially become a dessert shop. Watching people's eyes just sort of light up when they taste something that they've never had before. You know, you watch it and you go, yep, told you.
Period. Focus. Follow the show on a podcast. Listen to the podcast everywhere you go with the WJR app on your phone. Search WJR at the Apple, Google Play, and iHeart stores, or say,
Alexa, play 760 WJR.
Call us or text us. The number's the same. 1-800-859-0957. 1-800-859-0WJR. Powered by Michigan Auto Law. Auto Accident Attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's Autolaw.
No! Way!
How y'all doing?
Brandon. 1, 2, 3, bicycle!
This hour is generously brought to you by Cooper Standard. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Now, live from the Northside Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albom.
All right, we welcome you back as we are heading towards noon. We've been here since 6 a.m. We'll be here till 9 p.m. And our goal is to reach what we reached last year, which was $1.8 million, all of which 100% of that money went to help needy Detroiters here in Detroit last year. And we'll do the same thing with whatever we raise this year. No administrative costs with Say Detroit. And we've got a lot of help from some great, all of you obviously listening to us and watching us and sending in money and making calls at 855-955-GIVE. And some great guests who are helping us along the way. I had the great pleasure of meeting Hank Azaria on the set of Tuesdays with Maury that Oprah Winfrey was making. And first time anybody ever played me in anything. And I've been apologizing to Hank Azaria ever since. But he has remained a good friend, and he is with us right now. Hello, Hank Azaria.
It's like looking in a mirror.
So I
Hello.
see you. There he is. Okay, now we can hear you. How you doing, Hank?
What's up? It's like looking in a mirror, I said.
Yes. I don't think I ever asked you when they asked you to be in the movie. You know, before you started working for the part, did you have any idea, A, what Tuesdays with Maury was? Had you read the book, or do you know to B, did you know who I was at all?
I knew who you were because I'm a big sports fan, and I had followed you. And I knew of the book, but I hadn't read it until they offered me the role, and then I read it. And I didn't care for it, Mitch, but I did it anyway. I went Don Rickles on you there. I really
that's all right. As I remember it, if I remember Oprah Winfrey telling the story right, they so wanted you for the part that even though they had Jack Lemmon cast to play Maury, you had some kind of conflict. I forget what it was, either personal or another movie or something you're doing, and they waited for you, and they like held up the production because they wanted you to be in it.
Do you know what actually happened, Mitch? At the time, I was getting ready to marry my ex-wife, Helen Hunt, and we had set a date, and we had moved it a bunch of times, and we had swore we're not going to move this date, right? We were set. And then this came up, and we also didn't want to tell anyone the date we were getting married because we were kind of being overly secretive about it. That's a long story, but trust me, that's what we were doing. And so I couldn't tell people why I couldn't move that date, and they really couldn't move shooting. And you know what I finally did? I don't think I've ever told this to you or even in public. The late and wonderful Jamie Tarsus, who passed away not too long ago, was the head of ABC then, or head of programming anyway, or the executive on this one anyway. And she was a good friend. And Jamie and I were talking. I said, Jamie, I can't tell you why I can't move the date, but I'll tell you what, you're offering me a lot of money. How about if I put my whatever it costs to shoot that week, take it out of my salary? And immediately she went, okay. And that's what they did.
Wait a minute. That's a true story?
100% true.
So they took okay. This suddenly went dark on me. You know, you're right. This was such a nice, you know, they wanted Hank Azaria. They waited. That's the way they told it to me. We found the perfect guy. He's so great. We're going to wait for him.
Well,
nobody ever said to me,
true.
he
They
gave
did.
back a week of his salary.
They pushed it as much as they could, but there was a week conflict that probably had to do with Jack's schedule that they couldn't make up. And so I said, you know, I really want to do this. And so I'll tell you what, if it's whatever the number is, take it out of my salary to cover that week's loss. And they did.
Okay. You know, some stories probably are just better left unsaid.
I didn't mean to. I thought that was. I didn't mean to bring you down with that one.
Yeah,
I thought it was kind of a cool,
never going to tell that one
Hollywood
again.
inside story.
Not that heartwarming anymore.
So Hank, you're always working on a million different things, and then you know the strike came. What was that experience like for you? Like, was it a forced slowdown? Were you antsy?
No, I've learned over the years to really take what the defense gives me in terms of relax when you get to relax. I'm also what was most stressful about it was worrying about my brothers and sisters, writers and actors. I'm probably the most fortunate man in show business because I've been on a cartoon show for 35 years that I knew wasn't going to be going anywhere. So I didn't have to really sweat it too much, but I was worried about pretty much everybody else.
Yeah. And did you do anything during that time? Did you learn to roller skate or
That was the pandemic where I really honed some skills that were long forgotten. And you know what? No, I started working on some of my own projects, like the ideas for a one-man show that I think I might be putting up next year in New York. And I took what the defense gave me, Mitch. I just
I like that.
I polished off, dusted off some ideas that I had that was okay to kind of work on. We were allowed to work on stage projects, so that's what I focused
on. I like, your individual ideas are always great because you've come up with some amazing.
Not always. Just ask my wife; she often shoots them down.
Well, I've always thought that they were great. And can you share any of them? You know, I remember when you told me I have this. I do this baseball voice guy, announcer, and I've always thought it might be interesting to do a show about a guy who talks like this, and hey, it's out of here, and what he might really be like. And that turned into such a great series. It ran for 4 years, I think, didn't it?
Jim Brackmeyer. That was Brackmeyer, yes.
Yeah, and that was just like one of your ideas, right?
That was an. I'll answer as Brackmeyer if I might, Michelle. That was an idea I had since I was a teenager. Just wondering if guys who talk like this always talk like this. Even at home when they're making love to their good lady wives, or they dirty talk in this voice. What's the deal? And
the first episode of that where you have the meltdown in the studio and talk about, walking in on your wife with another guy in that voice and keep interrupting it, going, and there she was, that slowing outside ball too. And anyhow,
Exactly.
that one of the most clever things I think I've ever witnessed. I still, I've watched it 10 times. I get tears in my eyes.
That was born out of a conversation with Harry Shearer from The Simpsons, who we would do base. He does he does such a perfect Vin Scully that you can't tell it's not Vin Scully.
Wow.
And we were talking, and I do this voice, and so over the years in The Simpsons, we'd kind of go back and forth as baseball announcers. And he said, "Do you ever notice that baseball announcers can, pardon me, say whatever they want as long as they give the count right afterwards?"
Right.
So I thought I'd push that comedic premise as far as possible. One of the things I'm working on is a sort of mockumentary series that does feature Jim Brockmire. I can't say too much more about it than that right now, but
I
I'm
like
working
that.
on that.
All right.
Yes.
Well, we're here with, of course, raising money for Detroit, as we always do, and Needy Detroiters, which you've been.
I want to,
kind enough
I've never, I always offer a phone message, this and that, but I formed a foundation a couple of years ago, actually, almost 2 years ago. And I would like my foundation to gift what you guys got going here, $10,000.
Wow. Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. How about that? Wow. We should have called Hank earlier. Well, in exchange for that, Hank Azaria, what have we got? What have we got for you? First of all, Craig Gass is back again visiting with us. I don't know if you remember him as your stalker. Who came up to you on the streets of New York when you tried to hide from him by picking up a cell phone.
I was so excited to meet Hank. This forum is great because there's people you got on the show today that I've seen in your lineup who I have great stories about that I can't wait to share. And then there's people like Hank, who I'm a huge fan of. And I just wanted to ask Hank this question. I have to believe he experiences this weird phenomenon that I experience, because I do voices on animated shows and I do celebrity voices on Howard's show. Do you have people come up to you and randomly start doing their impressions of whoever, like I do? I have to believe you experience that.
Sometimes, yes. And, that's where nodding and smiling comes in really handy. Although, it's an amazing story, Craig. So, yes, all the time. And my college roommate, all right, from Tufts, wonderful guy named Bill Friend. I've known, his kid is named Matthew. And I've known him since he was born. And so, for the 587,000th time, listen to my kid, he does voices. I'm like, okay, let's hear him, right? He was about 15 at the time. And it was like Salieri discovering Mozart or something. I was like, the kid was such a genius. And look him up. His name is Matt Friend. He's blowing up right now.
You're kidding. I know who Matt Friend is.
That
Get
is
out of here.
Roommate's son, and I've been like mentoring him since then.
Wow.
And
Get
he
out
is
of
a
here.
vocal genius. Like literally, 1 out of 587,000 was a genius, and it was Matt.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's got just, what I admire is anyone who can do an impression of people that nobody else does. Somebody who cracks the code.
And who does he do?
And Matt cracks the code. I mean, he did a John Oliver to John Oliver's face. He does.
John Oliver.
His Rami Malek is like insane.
Okay.
His Howard Stern is amazing.
Yeah.
His Jeff Goldblum's incredible. He does he does Rafa Nadal and Roger Federer and Djokovic, and they're perfect. They're hilarious.
Okay.
Yeah, I love voices.
I covered tennis, and I wouldn't know what those guys sounded like. All right, we've got, before we let you go, Hank, John Pizzarelli, the great John Pizzarelli, was going to do a musical little thank you even before you were so kind as to donate $10,000. But now you really got to do it in key, John.
Yeah.
Okay, do it in key this time.
Do it in
Okay.
key.
Yeah. Here we go.
Love hearing all of your voices. Chief Wiggum, Snake Jailbird, those choices. All those who hear them rejoices. And now by far to this superstar, thanks Hank for the memories. Your voices are the rage. So was the birdcage. You're Brockmire and Spamalot. You're great from screen to stage. We thank you. knows so much. I want to tell you. That's my Bob Hope.
He really went. He went old school almost.
Yeah,
there.
went old school. Very
And
old
also,
school.
that's the best song ever written about me from someone who was staring at my IMDb page. So congratulations.
Hank, we love you, man. Thank you for always being a friend and always being there for us and maintaining this relationship all these years. One day I'm going to ask you, if someone wants to remake Tuesdays with Maury, how would you feel about playing Maury? Because we're both getting to that age.
I know exactly. Maybe about 10 years, and I'm right there, totally.
Yeah, I know. I'm
just
there
realized,
too.
Mitch, between the salary on that and what I just pledged, my friendship with you has cost me a lot of money over the years.
But for a good cause.
Both
And
good
that's what's
causes.
important.
Yes.
Great to see you, Hank. Happy holidays
Take care.
to you.
Keep up the great.
The great Hank Azaria here. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. We want to mix in, obviously, our guests here with what we're doing. And Sue Norander is here, Recreation Department Director of the City of Highland Park. And Rashonda Hayes is here, a community leader and executive director of A Village Detroit. Part of Working Homes, Working Families, new expanded scope. Say Detroit did a park rebuild of the Alvin Casey Park in Highland Park back in October with volunteers from Cooper Standard and Michigan Recreation Construction. We assembled and secured outdoor workout equipment, wood chip bedding, complete cleanup of the area, etc. The community has a safe and welcoming park now. This is one of our projects, Working Homes, Working Families, which rebuilds homes and gives them to needy families, deserving families, but also works and beautifies neighborhoods where those homes are. And Highland Park is one of those areas we're very, very deeply invested in. So first of all, we thank you both for coming out. Thank you. Glad to have you here. Make sure the microphones are on. Okay. So tell me, Rashonda, what does it mean to the community to have that park?
Well, when we started this, it was, just to beautify the neighborhood, to get people out and get them excited about where they live. But it has been so very rewarding to be at the park with all the community and residents have come out to us and say, hey, thank you.
Mhm.
We appreciate that. And then those folks in turn began to be huge volunteers for us. So it's a really, really big accomplishment, and we feel great about it. And now that Say Yes Detroit and Cooper Standard has that exercise equipment out there, we're going to have even more events to get folks out at the
Turned
park.
into an outdoor gym. Huh?
Exactly.
Yeah, everybody works out. Well, Sue, I imagine it's not just that you have a new park. It's that there was an organization that didn't live in Highland Park, most of the people, but cared enough about helping another neighborhood to come down and build it, that I think helps build communities here, because that's part of what Detroit is. It's like, well, wait, people who don't actually live in our neighborhood wanted to help us do something. That means something. That spreads some good spirit.
Right. And one of the programs that we've initiated in Highland Park is the Adopt a Park program, where you as an individual or as an organization or nonprofit can come in and adopt a park and work with us to create these community-based locations. That's our goal, to create community and involve community. So with our Adopt a Park program, we have A Village Detroit, we have Say Detroit. We're really trying to expand, and not just Alvin Casey, but we're looking to expand the program to our other parks in the community in the city.
Well, we're happy to be part of that. And, I've been on many of those builds and many of those, days where Cooper Standard and other companies let their employees out for the whole day, which is pretty remarkable, that they give up a day's worth of production so that they can participate in the community. That says a lot from them. Terry Radigan is here as well. We've known Terry for a while. As long as we've known him, Terry has led GM's charitable efforts in GM's headquarters city of Detroit around the world. And since 2018, Say Detroit has received grant funding from GM to support not only our Radiothon, but our Working Homes, Working Families projects here. And you'll see in a few minutes, we're actually going to reveal for another family, which is always one of the highlight moments here, where we can give away a home. A little bittersweet for us because, Terry, you're retiring. You're way too young to retire at the end of the month as GM's president, vice president of corporate giving. I'm hoping whoever is replacing you is half as kind to us and as easy to work with as you have been. Thank you
Mitch,
for all you've
thank you
done.
so much. That is so kind of you to say. The Working Homes, Working Families partnership has been great. It's the volunteerism as well as the money that we're able to provide. Really, those two things joining together are what has the impact. And I have to say that working with you and your team, Rosie, Joanne, it is just one of the most rewarding partnerships that I've ever had in my career. So thank you for the kind words, and thank you especially for the partnership and for everything you do in the community.
Well, you don't need to thank me, but everybody who's been involved, absolutely. And I would say that I came up with that idea many years ago with Chad Audi about, wait a minute, we have so many homes that are abandoned here in Detroit, and we have so many families who are homeless here in Detroit. That's like saying, well, we got some food over here and we don't know what to do with. We got all these people over here who are hungry. I don't know. It seems like there ought to be a solution in there. So it's so easy. So we just go to these houses, find the ones that are refurbishable, fix them up. There's no shortage of those. Go to the communities that help the homeless. No shortage of those. Find a deserving family, put them in and say, hey, take care of it for 2 years, keep it up, pay the taxes, pay the utilities, show that this isn't just a handout, this is a hand up, and then we'll give you the deed to the house. And we've done this now, 60 times already. Entire neighborhoods have kind of sprung up from this. So thank you for helping us realize our dreams of what we had in mind and making it a reality.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Great to have all of you here. Great to have
Mitch.
you here. Rashonda, Sue, Terry, thank you for what you're doing. This is part of what we're doing here, part of what we're raising money for. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or Mitch Album Radiothon on the web. Coming up in the 12 o'clock hour, we star-studded this one. Hugh Jackman, Smokey Robinson, George Lopez, and Paul W. Smith.
Great story about George Lopez.
All coming up here on 760 WJR on the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon from Somerset North. Coming out and see us. Please make a call, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483.
Had the opportunity about 50 other times to be in places like this on days like this, and they are amongst the favorite days of my life because today we get to give a home to a family. All right, say hi to your new home. This is your new home. This is your living room where you first come in and you greet your guests and your Christmas tree. Do you like that Christmas tree?
We didn't have a dining room where we were staying either. So, to be able to eat as family together.
Be able to eat as a family. Come on, then. Bedroom. Ooh.
Oh, God. I almost can't breathe. What? Oh my God. I love y'all. You are a godsend. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. This is really beautiful and amazing. I just can't imagine the time this must have took, or Lord God, the money, but thank you so much for everything that it took you to do, for even the stuff unseen that I can't see. Thank you.
Well, just seeing you and your kids so happy is the whole reason that we do this at Working Homes, Working Families, and it's the reason that we're raising money today at the Say Detroit Radiothon, the 9th annual, so we can have more moments like this. Congratulations, Smith family. We are so happy for all of you.
And I'm the executive director of Say Detroit. Our families are facing a lot of the challenges that many in the city are facing in terms of food insecurity, housing issues, medical issues, and schooling, really, and making sure kids are going to school.
Lopez, Smokey Robinson, the big hour here. Again, if you want to have us read off your donation, we can do that by calling 855-955-GIVE. Can we get a tote board here, Check, as we're approaching noon? Can we get a tote board Vince, can we get a tote board here? Let's see where we are as we head into the noon hour. All right, 366,693.
There you go.
I said after 300,000, the tie is coming off.
Where's the scissors?
So that's it. Yeah.
Get the scissors so I can clip this tie.
This tie off.
Yes.
But next time you see me, this tie will be gone. And then we got a few 100,000 more. The shirt, the pants will go off at $1 million.
Oh my goodness.
And butt naked by
Oh,
$2
my
million.
goodness.
Yeah.
Do we want?
That's our promise.
I guess we have
or
to-
a threat.
We want them to give money.
All right, let's do it.
All right, 855.
Before we go, give me those scissors. The tie's coming off.
I'm gonna cut this. This is kind of a nice tie.
Well, you want to keep it or not? Don't cut it.
It's a Michael Kors.
Oh, we
tie.
ain't cutting Michael Kors.
No, forget
We're
it. I'm just gonna take
Well,
it.
we'll just snap.
Here,
There
just
you go.
pretend
Okay.
like
There you
you're
go. Yeah.
Okay. Off comes the tie, and $366,000 passed. Let's try to get to where we can take off some other clothes too,
Very nice.
which will mean that will be
Very
more
nice.
money. Back with more here on the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. Right after this.
Joy.
Set us back greatly in this city in terms of learning and healthcare, and so we're able to address a lot of those issues with the families that we serve. I get to see the results of our efforts on a daily basis, and it's not always that way, especially in the nonprofit world. I've worked in nonprofits for many years, and sometimes you're in a dark room on a telephone making calls. Here, I get to see the smiling faces of the kids that we serve at our play center. I get to see the smiling faces of the patients that we serve at our health clinic. I get to see the smiling faces of a family taking ownership of a home for the first time. And so I get to see the impact of all the good deeds that really our community does. A lot of our employees come from the communities where our kids come from, and them being successful in life is just as important to me as the kids that we serve. And so having an environment that's safe for them as well, and a career path, and a pathway to success, it goes right into our mission statement. Not just the constituents that we serve, but also our staff and our volunteers are a very large part of that. We're very excited for the next few years because through our strategic planning process and our focus on these new 3 pillars, we have a lot of exciting things coming up in the future.
Eric, here we are.
Yes.
Just about 9 months ago, they were putting shovels in the ground.
Just to see all of the development, just so exciting.
Yeah, and now we're about getting inside of our new building. It's been an amazing 9 months. It's gone by quick, as you have said, and we're excited to get in here.
Yes.
Should we check it out?
Yes, let's go
All
check it
right,
out, see
let's
what's
get
going
in.
on.
6 months ago, we stood in this very space.
Yes, we
There were
did.
no walls, there were no bricks, there was no ceiling. We were on an open field, and it was just really about potential at that point. And now we're starting to see the potential come to life.
Absolutely, increasing the impact of the work that we've been doing and doing it on a larger scale.
It's great to be right outside of the new theater here, the centerpiece of this building. Really the centerpiece of what we'll be doing for the kids, but it goes beyond that even. It's the centerpiece of the community as well.
Besides performing arts community events, it's going to be a multi-use space that is going to be unlike any other in this community.
We are now in what I would say the heartbeat of the facility.
Yes.
Our new classrooms. We have 6 state-of-the-art classrooms here. This is something we didn't have in our old building.
Much needed.
Eric, now here's some spaces that I'm really excited about. Our new vocational classrooms.
Yes.
We will really be able to do some fun and innovative things in here that allows us to bring cars on campus, to bring different trades and skills on campus, and really expose our students to all sorts of career fields that they might not have considered before.
Absolutely.
You know, we are desperately in need of vocational services and trades in our city, and this is going to be a great opportunity to be able to introduce our kids to some of those early stage services.
Absolutely. Our students ask for it, the community asks for it, and we've had calls and inquiries from some local job training programs, vocational programs that want to come and support our expansion of opportunities, offer job training, skills trades programs. So we're looking forward to that.
As with everything else at the Safe Place Center, it takes a village, right? It takes a community and it takes a village. And none of this would have happened without our community of supporters, our community of staff members, our partners who come here every day and work with our kids. And so I just want to say a big thank you to the community for helping us to bring this to reality.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you also to the families that believe in us to look after their kids day in and day out. And they truly believe and support the vision of what we're trying to do is coming to a reality.
Yep. Educating our kids in this community is a team sport.
Yes.
And it takes a lot of players.
Yes,
and we're just very grateful to have the players that we have on staff.
Yes.
So thank you to everyone
you
out
so
there
much.
for all of your support.
Yes.
Now, I think they're working on some electrical over there. I know a little bit to be dangerous. Should we?
Our volunteer program started over 20 years ago. Every month, volunteers gather, sometimes in small numbers of 20 or 25, sometimes in large groups of up to 150, to make a difference in Detroit by putting together a few hours of volunteer time in a collective effort. A time to help brings together everyone's best efforts and desires in a community of helpfulness and volunteerism that has spawned more than 200 projects since its inception.
Books are like instructions to life. It makes me feel like I'm in a whole different place. Like I could do anything if I read a book.
I like reading. It's adventurous. And when I'm reading, I imagine like I'm one of the main characters or something.
Encouraging kids to lose themselves in stories is transformative.
And the thing about kids is they're so innocent. And we have an opportunity to mold them. They're relying on us.
Our annual Radiothon, telethon for Say Detroit, we hold every December. And we were coming pretty close to last year's record. Then Tom Gores called us and blew us all away. He would offer a certain amount of money for every book that one of our kids read and completed. We can have a lot of fun with this. Good luck, Tom Gores, the owner of the Pistons.
Wow.
So he basically just pledged $250,000, which is a little. That means the kids here are constantly facing dangers and threats.
55 Give to Help. Now, live from the Northside Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albom.
All right, as we have passed the noon hour, it's no longer morning, it's the afternoon. We're hoping afternoon giving is spry. We're trying to meet our accomplishment of last year of $1.8 million. We raised over $360,000 last time we looked already today. Again, 100% of all the money that we raise goes to help needy Detroiters here in Detroit through the charities of Say Detroit. We don't have any administrative costs. Those are all paid privately. So please help us at 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. And here to help us, we've got some music, I think. Once I play some of this music, you won't need me to say the introduction.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't know if Detroit has ever had a greater musician or songwriter than the wonderful Smokey Robinson,
Yeah.
and there he is right there.
Yeah, right.
Smokey, how you doing? Good to see you.
How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm much better seeing you. Every time I see your face, I'm reminded of my childhood, the songs, and how much you mean to the city of Detroit.
Well, Detroit means everything to me too, man. It's my heart, of course. I was born
Yeah.
there, and Detroit is my heart.
I don't know if there were organizations like Say Detroit when you were growing up in Detroit that offered, clinics, medical clinics for homeless kids, recreational centers that also did digital learning, things like that. Did you take part in any of things like that?
I was a member of the Boys Club, Mitch, and that was the closest thing to what you're talking about that we had there at that time. And it wasn't even the Boys and Girls Club; it was just the Boys Club. So I was a member of that, and then I did a lot of school activities, and I'm really happy to see that you guys are involved with the schools, man, and because we need that so much for our kids to be paid attention to, because they're our future. So I'm really, really proud of you, man, and happy that that's what you guys do. And if you need me to do something, let me know.
Well, I'm thinking right now it's going through my head, believe me. But one of our recreation centers that we brought, 15-acre recreational facility that has a football field, a basketball court, a first-rate, baseball field. But what we're really proud of is inside is our digital learning center, and we have a recording studio in there where we teach kids music and the art of recording. And I would love to somehow figure out how we could get you to come into that recording studio and have the kids gathered in there and just spend an hour teaching them the art of how to write a song. Like, how did I come up with, I don't know, My Girl or something like that? I think that would blow their minds and be a fantastic memory.
Well, Mitch, I think that you have my people's numbers to contact them and let me know when that's going to take place, and let me know what I can do as far as I'm concerned. And a lady named Robin is the curator of the Motown Museum in Detroit.
Right, we know Robin, sure.
Okay, if you know Robin, you can contact her also, and she'll let me know what you need. And like I said, I'm very happy to do it, man. Because
you're
helping the kids, and I appreciate you so much.
Wow.
Well, that means the world to us. The fact that you're on with us does.
Hey, Smokey, what part of Detroit did you grow up in? I know the story, but what part of Detroit were you guys from?
I grew up on the North End, man. I grew up in the hood. Yeah.
What's your favorite childhood memory from that?
Well, most of where I grew up is gone. So that's where I grew up, man. I grew up in the hood. I grew up on the North End, and the thing that I think about the most is the fact that when I was growing up there, and especially in my own household, my mom passed when I was 10, and my older sister came back to live in the house, and eventually she had 10 kids, man. So there was like 11 of us. And I remember that I didn't know, and my whole neighborhood, I didn't know that we were poor. I had no idea, because we had love and we had each other, and everybody had the same conditions and all that, So I had no idea that we were poor until I moved.
That's the best kind of poor.
You know what I mean, man?
Yeah.
So that's one of my fondest memories of growing up in Detroit, man, because we were all friends and we had a great time, and all my friends that I grew up with, most of them are gone now. But that's what I remember the most.
Did you ever have a song, Smokey, that like you wrote when you were 12 that you never recorded or anything like that, but it was like sort of the first time you ever put any music and words together?
No, Mitch, because the first time I did that, I was 6. So,
oh wow, 6
6 years old. I went to Dwyer Elementary School there in Detroit, and we had a class called Auditorium, and in Auditorium we did musical things. I was in the Junior Glee Club and all those things like that, and we did musical things. And she was having this play. Mitch, do you know who Uncle Remus is?
Sure. Oh yeah.
Okay, Uncle Remus. For those of you who perhaps do not know, Uncle Remus is an old black folklore guy. I don't know if I doubt if he was real, but he was an old black folklore guy for kids in school books and stuff like that. And he was the one who taught the kids how the animals got to be like they are, why the leopard had spots, why the zebra had stripes, so on and so forth. So my auditorium teacher was giving the play about Uncle Remus, and I'm playing the part of Uncle Remus. I'm 6 years old, and I'm playing the part of Uncle Remus. And she had a musical interlude that she played at the beginning of the play and at the end of the play. And while we were rehearsing one day, I asked her, I said, Mrs. Campbell, I said, can I write some words for that interlude? And she said, oh, yeah, baby, go ahead. And I wrote them, and she liked them, and she let me sing it at the beginning of the play and at the end of the play, and I sang it.
Wow.
And my mom was in the audience, man, and you would have thought I was Cole Porter or somebody like that.
Do you remember it? Can you sing any of it now?
The only part that I remember, good night, little children, good night, little children, good night, little children. Uncle Remus said, it's time to go to bed. So that
it's already catchy.
Yeah. Wow. Smokey, if I could ask you a quick question about songwriting, I've dabbled. It's such an honor to talk to you. My name's Kevin O'Neill, and I've admired you for years, and I've dabbled in songwriting throughout my life. And I came to a point once where I thought maybe I'm just not very good at this. And I read something you had written that was such an inspiration. You said everybody is a songwriter. Everybody has it in them to write songs because everybody can tell a story. And I thought those words meant so much to me. And I really appreciate you saying that. You said, hey, it's all about putting it to the music, but you have to have the story, and all of us have a story. Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that.
Well, Kevin, thank you for remembering that, man. and yes, I'm an advocate for songwriting, man. That's why I'm telling Mitch, if he's going to have songwriting classes like that for the kids and whatever, and I'm available, I would love to come and just do that because I think that the world needs music.
Well, the world needs people like you, Smokey, who don't forget where they came from. That's what the world needs. And we are really proud to have you here with us. So we do a lot of stuff in the community, not just with kids, but with adults. And if we can indulge you for a minute to hang on, you're going to get to see exactly what we do because we're about to give away a home. And I think we might want to watch this, and then we'll come back and finish up our conversation with you.
Okay, I will. Fantastic, man.
Okay, so bear with us 1 second because we're about to do this live on TV. Kenny, talk for 1 second.
I'm talking for 1 second. Talking to Smokey. Smokey, we'll talk to you while Mitch is conferring there. It's lovely to see you. What was your favorite song, Smokey?
Oh, come on, man. I know you didn't ask
me. Give me one. Just give me one good one.
No. I couldn't possibly do that, man. If I could tell you my favorite song, it'd probably be a song I had absolutely nothing to do with. I've loved songs all my life, man.
Was there a favorite song that you didn't do? Just a favorite song of yours from somebody else?
Like I'm telling you, man, I could not possibly tell you what my favorite song is. I just love the music.
What was it like when the Beatles recorded your tunes? That must have been surprising, right? Was that a big surprise?
It was surprising. It was a great surprise. It was great because the Beatles were great songwriters themselves. So for them to pick up one of my, I feel that way about music. Period. When the kids first started sampling music and people say, "Oh, they sampled your music. Aren't you upset?" No, I'm not. Sample all of mine. Sample every song I've written, please.
Great.
Because that says to me that my music meant enough to you for you to include it in your music or to use it for your own song. There are billions of songs, man. And if you pick one of mine to deal with and to sing or to add it to your song, I am totally happy about that. So I'm for kids learning how to write and doing things like that. And like I said, I'm a song lover, man. I've been listening to music. In my house, I'm glad I grew up like that. But in my home, there was music constantly, all day long, every day. I had two older sisters and my mom, and they played every kind of music you can think of. Gospel, jazz, blues, classical, whatever it was, I was hearing all that. So I'm just a song lover, man. And I couldn't possibly tell you what my favorite song is.
Well, I do want to mention that Smokey is coming to the Midwest. He's going to be at Soaring Eagle Casino and Resort in Mount Pleasant on the 27th of this month. So great Christmas show, post-Christmas. And then at the Genesee Theater in Waukegan, Illinois on the 29th of this month. He's going to be in Las Vegas at a residency April 24th, 26th, 27th the next year. And he's got a new studio project called Gasms, which I don't want to hear what the first part of that is. Gasms, I'm kind of imagining, and it's available on all digital platforms. I understand we even have a signed copy of that we're going to be able to auction off here. So congratulations.
Absolutely. We're going to send it to you. Absolutely, man. And yeah, Gasms. And I wanted it to be controversial so you wouldn't know. So
well, I think you've accomplished that. All right, we're stay with us now as we're going to do something that's very, very important on the show. And I'd like you to witness this, Smokey. Hold on.
Okay, for sure.
Mitch is running back over. We're doing TV, Smokey, and radio at the same time. So this is a little adventure we're doing here, but you'll enjoy this.
Cross promotion at its
Cross-promotion.
finest.
Yes. Are we going to be hearing this?
TV and radio live at the same time. Mitch has got a group
Are we
of
going to be
people
hearing
with
this? We're not going to hear it. Okay. All right, we're going to hear this.
Smokey, feel free to sing
Yes.
if you'd like. We'll be happy to listen to
All right.
any joy you want to bring us.
We'll continue to talk while we're waiting for the promo. We're trying to sync TV and radio up at the same time.
Let's paint the
While
picture.
we're waiting, I'll give that number out again to call 855-955-4483. Give. That's 855-955-4483 to give. And we're doing this radiothon for Say Detroit. We're going to now break in to Mitch giving away a house.
Sitting here quietly intimidated by
Yes.
Smokey Robinson, who's joining us live. And we're all thinking of questions we wanted to ask him our entire lives.
Yes. And I got a chance to do it.
Okay, so now we're on radio and television and everything else. I want to introduce you to Dangetta McReynolds and her entire family here of 5 beautiful children. You went through a little tough stretch when you came here to Detroit that saw you challenged with your home. Tell us about it.
Well, we came from Arizona to Detroit, and I tried to partner with someone and help her refurbish her home, but it didn't work out in our favor. And then out of nowhere, Say Detroit gives us a call, and in the midst of us looking for a new place, they called us and told us, don't worry about it, that they had us and we were going to be all good. So they gifted us with a beautiful home, 4 bedrooms, and we couldn't be any more grateful. This was the best gift that we have ever received in our life, and we want to thank Say Detroit and everyone who had something to do with blessing us with this beautiful blessing.
Well, you're welcome. But this is what Working Homes, Working Families does. I want you to know Smokey Robinson is watching this live with us right now, so he's witnessing this. So say hi, Smokey.
I am so happy for you.
But what we do with Working Homes, Working Families is we find homes that are distressed, we fix them up, and then we find needy families like yourself who are working and just come upon some hard times as your family did. And if you pay the taxes and the utilities for 2 years, then the house is yours. And right now, here officially are the keys to make this officially yours as of now. And congratulations to all of you. You now have a new home.
Wow.
And that's what we're here to do on our Say Detroit Radiothon. We'll be doing more of it. And if you want to help us out, 855-955-GIVE or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Congratulations, Dangetta. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for all of your family. And thanks very much for having us on TV.
Wow, that was amazing.
That was wonderful. That was wonderful.
Wonderful,
Oh,
wonderful, wonderful.
God.
Very nice.
So, Smokey, that might have been a little technically awkward, but I wanted you to see what it is that we do because, amongst our other programs for children and for seniors and for veterans, whatever, Detroit has a surplus of houses that are empty. We have too many people who are homeless. And we said here at Say Detroit, why don't we just figure out how to put that together? So we fix up the homes. We find families that are needy and working. And if they pay the taxes and utilities for 2 years, keep the home up, the home is theirs. And we've done more than 60 of these already. We've built entire neighborhoods from this. So that's what you're helping to support with your efforts here today.
Well, I'm so very happy that you asked me to do this, then, man, because that is wonderful. That is so incredibly wonderful. I'm filled up to see that because that is so needed. And for you guys to take the time to do stuff like that, and especially Detroit needs that, man. And you can go over where I grew up and get some of those homes and fix them up. There are plenty.
We might have already done it. Yeah.
Yeah, you might have, man, but because on the street that I grew up on, man, there are 4 boarded up houses, mine being one of them, and then 2 people are living in the next 2 houses. Then the next ones are boarded up, and so gosh, this is such a great program, man, and I'm proud of you guys, and I'm very happy that you're doing stuff like that because Detroit definitely needs that kind of care.
Well, I'll tell you what, when you come into town for the Soaring Eagle event, maybe we can figure out how to get you hooked up with us here in Detroit, show you the recording studio, and maybe go to your old house and see if that's something that we might be able to fix up. Who knows? It might be a legacy there for us to do. So we'll figure out all that with the right people. But I want to thank you for spending time with us, Smokey. You're a legend.
Yes.
You're us. You define Detroit, and we thank you. We have John Pizzarelli, the great singer, songwriter, jazz guitar player, is here with us. Comes and joins us every year, and has a little musical thank you as we say so long. So here he is right now, John.
Thank you guys very much.
We got Smokey on our radio. Okie dokie. Here's one thing to know. Well, you made our day. When you're here, Detroit can say, Smokey, Smokey, Smokey. We love you, Smokey, Smokey.
Not as good as when you guys did it. Bravo.
Thank you so much.
Oh!
I appreciate it.
God bless you, Smokey. Thank you so
God
much.
bless
Smokey
you.
Robinson,
Thank you so much.
our guest here on the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon. Wow, what an honor, what a blessing. We go from one star to another here. They're lined up. George Lopez has been a guy that we've gotten to know a little bit over the years, joined us on our radio program, and is kind enough to join us now to help us with our Say Detroit thing. Hello, George.
What's going on? Hey, you guys don't know who I need to pay to take a tour of Smokey Robinson's old house, do you?
Yeah, we can hook you up, man. We can hook you up with that. Yeah. Hey, thank you
That's
for
the second time I followed Smokey. One time at a Vons in Pasadena, and then right now in Detroit.
Well, yeah. Now you know where he lived when he grew up. So when you come to Detroit, we can go visit the boarded up house together. Yeah.
Right.
How's it going, George?
It's pretty good. I'm just in some respiratory treatment right now. No, I'm golfing. So everything's good, man. Everything's great.
Right.
Now, I love Detroit. The reason I love you, we've been friends for like 20 years, but I took a lot of joy in the Detroit Tigers growing up, and Aurelio Rodriguez and Senor Smokey in '84, and then we went out to go see him. So I have a lot of affinity for Detroit. I went to go see Kiss's last show, Detroit Rock City, one of the greatest songs of all, and Detroit's a great city. And
Yeah.
It's wonderful
They
to be able
love
to
Detroit. Well, we really appreciate your supporting us here. Craig Gass is a comedian who's actually sitting here with us. We have all kinds of people joining us throughout the show, and Craig says he's got a story about you. Go ahead, Craig.
I got a lot of stories.
He's got a great.
Go
He's
ahead.
got
What were
some
you
great
going to
ones.
say?
All right.
So
Go
George,
ahead, Craig. I got you, dude.
George is one of the
mic closer here.
George is one of the coolest guys I've ever met. On top of being one of the greatest, most likable comedians, he is the nicest guy, and he pulled a move last weekend that I've never seen anyone do in my life. I have been to hundreds and hundreds of concerts. George, huge rock music fan, and we run into each other at the final Kiss concert. And we were in this room that didn't have any food in it, and George was talking about, like, man, I want to get some food. I'm hungry. I go, man, I'm hungry too. And then the show started, and I left my seats to go backstage for a second, where I saw a massive spread of food. And I was taking pictures of the food and sending it to George. Go, George, I found some food. And he wrote back, LOL. Hey, where are your seats at? And I go, oh, I'm in the back of the floor. And he goes, hey, come hang out with me. And I go, oh, where are you at? I go back out to join him. He pulled me into the pit where security is holding the audience back.
Right.
George is between security and the band. He's just standing with his hand touching the stage. And he brought me up literally hands on the stage where Kiss boots are right in front of us. I've never seen that
so
before.
you were close enough to get Gene Simmons' sweat all over you.
And we got sweat on us from Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, and Tommy.
Are you that big a Kiss fan, George, that you want to touch the stage?
You know what? All I had to do was remember to throw the confetti in those cannons at the end.
That was your only role, huh?
That's one of the coolest.
But you know what?
moves
I am that big a Kiss fan, and so's Craig. I mean, this guy. I mean, the impressions are amazing. But I mean, I went to school. My daughter went to school with Paul Stanley's son Evan 20 years ago. So much like Kiss and their age, me at my age, we look better with a lot of makeup on.
Well, they were a little bit more than you, but Paul's been on our show here many times and donated guitars. And Gene Simmons once asked me if I would write a book with him, and I came out to to talk to him, thinking I'd get a chance to write, the story about one of the great rock bands of all time. And he said, it's not going to have any music in it. It's not going to have anything about Kiss in it. It's not going to have anything about the band in it. And I said, well, what's it going to be about? Every woman I ever slept with.
Get out of here.
And I said, what's it going to be called? And he said, my you-know-whats. And I said, I got to go. And the project never got off the ground, interestingly, although he made...
Well, you know what? You know what? I'm a huge music fan. I would like to... I have a very extensive collection of guitars. I would like to donate a guitar to your charity, to Say Detroit.
Oh, really?
And help other people there. Yeah.
Would you
sign
sign
it? Donate it. I will sign it. It'll be a Gibson Les Paul, one of the best guitars ever made.
Wow. Okay. Gibson Les Paul, signed by George Lopez. Yeah, fantastic.
Love that.
Wow. That is so kind of you,
That's
George.
amazing.
How about that, folks? I
Yeah.
always say thank you to
Love that.
George Lopez.
You know, in music, you meet a lot of different people, and people don't know that Ted Nugent and I are very close friends. I've known Ted. I used to go see him as a kid, and one time he said, "Hey, Lopez, are you going to be in Detroit?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "I'll come out there and play the national anthem before your show." And I said, "All right, well, I'll take a knee while you play."
George, God bless you, man. Thank you so much for spending some time with us, and thank you for that donation. George
Lopez.
Yes, sir.
All right, the phone number is to call to get on that. If you want to make a bid on that guitar or anything else, you go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com to make a donation. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483 to help the neediest of Detroiters. You see people from all over the country, Smokey and George Lopez helping now. This is our backyard, folks. We need to do it for ourselves. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483 or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Hugh Jackman on the other side of this.
WJR Traffic and Weather first. This report.
Look like your typical health clinic with waiting rooms, medical equipment, and patients, but it's not. When the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic opened in 2008, it made history. Located in Highland Park, it was the nation's first free medical clinic devoted to homeless, uninsured, and underinsured mothers and their children. 12 years and thousands of patients later, the clinic has expanded its reach to children, women, and now men, regardless of their ability to pay. The clinic is open weekdays, 9 to 4, and provides all sorts of exams, from ear infections, high blood pressure, cardiology, and even on-site laboratory services. In 2019, Trinity Health became a managing partner, and they provide medical staff, including doctors and nurse practitioners.
This is our time. If you work in this space around in underserved communities, you know that is a time for us to really put our feet down and do something about what we see around poverty, around access to health. We changed out and included some additional staff there so that we could serve more people and can have a connection to the community. We did some cosmetic changes where we upgraded the floors and painted out the ceilings, and most recently we've done a new pharmacy build out, so it'll be additional service available to our community.
Right down this hallway is the pharmacy, and this is important because patients will be able to see their doctor and receive their prescriptions on site. That's a big deal. Most of them don't have transportation.
This clinic is a type of clinic that every city and any city in the United States should want to have the type of people that work here that care.
Always looking to improve and expand, the clinic is upgraded to electronic medical records. In addition, the clinic now has a new community outreach coordinator who will make sure that more residents take advantage of the free services here. For example, the clinic hosted C-Mobile screenings where 1,500 Detroiters received free COVID tests during the height of the pandemic.
It does not matter about your finance. Their whole concern in this clinic is to take care of you when you come in that door.
For those who need it the most, the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic is a gift, truly a gem of the city, and just what the doctor ordered.
NBA crew, Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith, and Charles Barkley with a shout out to the Say Detroit Play Center.
Say Play is a premier learning center. It offers academic enrichment, athletics, and arts programs for students 8 to 18.
Since day one in 2015, Say Play has been rebuilding and empowering one of Detroit's most challenged neighborhoods.
Set on nearly 15 acres in the Osborne community in northeast Detroit, the facility was the site of the rundown Lipke Park Recreation Center, which had been shut down by the city due to budget cuts.
It was rebuilt by Say Detroit in partnership with Detroit major sports teams. Say Play offers all its programs and services, including transportation, meals, mental health awareness, and resources free of charge.
The students who attend Say Play commit to their after-school studies, and they love to learn.
They could take part in a wide array of activities, including sports, creative programming, arts, STEM, social justice, and summer employment experiences.
As part of an expansion announced in 2021, the Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will grow services for members and its neighboring community. And let us not forget the staff and the volunteers, right, fellas?
Good job, guys.
They are game changers, providing pathways to success for the youth of Detroit. Well done.
For you and your family.
What it's gonna do? Oh
Yes.
my God, y'all just saved our life. Man, I just can't tell y'all how happy I am. Like,
Say Detroit has been changing lives for the better since 2006, when I wrote about how our city was providing homeless people 3-day shelter parties to get them off the street while tourists were in town for the Super Bowl. A city that is super just for a weekend isn't very special come Monday. So we put out a call to raise enough to at least help all year long. The idea of Say Detroit is in its letters, super all year. You answered our call, and to amazing results. Say Detroit has grown into a charity that offers help where it's needed the most. And we need your help as we meet the increasing needs of people at risk.
We thought it was all said and done with. There was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up. And then Say Detroit came in our life.
We're providing pathways to success for Detroiters in need. And we're doing it with a focus on solving learning, healthcare, and housing challenges. That's why our programs, like the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic, are so important. Not only is it free to all patients, it now has a pharmacy on site.
The clinic is also now hosting Wellness Wednesdays, monthly support groups for women, and providing one-on-one coaching and resources for mothers during their baby's first year.
It's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy.
Their whole concern in this clinic is to take care.
Half hours of broadcasting. We still have a good 8.5 to go yet for the day, but we're doing well. We're getting north of where we want to be, but we still have a long way to go to try to reach that 1.8 million that we earned last year in a single day. So the numbers are 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. Or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web. You've heard how a lot of the programs in Detroit have been cut, despite the fact that the need has grown. And so this is a year we really need to help people who are doing less well than us. One guy who has helped us throughout the course of, I think, almost every year that we've been doing this Radiothon, and I don't know that we could do it without him at this point, is Hugh Jackman, who joins us from London on the phone. Hello, Hugh.
Hey, guys. Hey, Mitch. Hey, everyone. Hey, Detroit. How you doing?
Hugh Jackman. We're gonna break with tradition. We're gonna start with the musical number for you to welcome you in. The great John Pizzarelli is here alongside. Ready, John?
Hey,
Ready.
John.
Hugh Jackman's on the show, and everybody knows
we don't do this day without him. He might be doing Showman or maybe doing Logan,
but we don't do this day
without him.
He's out with Ryan Reynolds. They might be eating fennel, and we don't want to displace him. But when you need a hand, you call the music man. And you can't replace him, 'cause Hugh helps us raise money. Hugh Jackman helps the needy, always speedy, never seedy. What else rhymes with needy? Hugh is on the line now. We're going long now with this song now, so we'll stop. You probably thought we lost the connection.
That's so fun. I did. Actually, I looked down at my phone. Guys, John, you've done it again, and Mitch, but I can be seedy. Let's be clear. Not on air.
You can be seedy? Well, we don't want to know about that. Keep that to yourself.
You got it.
So you are.
How's it going there today?
We're going great. We got a huge crowd. Everything that's the COVID is way over. We got all the the mall is mobbed. We've already Smokey Robinson just preceded you, and George Lopez before him, and we've had Hank Azaria just before that. A lot of great people, but most impressively have been the people who have come on. Who we just gave a home away just a couple of minutes ago to a family of 5 that were literally without a place to live. Beautiful children and working, but just didn't have a place to live. So we refurbished the home. We gave it to them. And if they pay the taxes and the utilities for 2 years, then we give them the deed to the house. And it's all theirs.
That's fantastic.
They were so happy. And so, it's so far it's been absolutely great. And you, Hugh.
You guys are doing God's work. And I wish I could be there. I say it every year. I really do. I'm waving to everyone there. So I love Detroit. As you know.
One year when you're in between movies for like a day, that day will happen to fall on the Radiothon day, and you'll come here. But I understand you're in London right now. Are you making Deadpool 3? Is that it?
Well, I like to call it Wolverine 10.
Oh, Wolverine 10.
Whatever. Obviously, you've had Ryan Reynolds on the phone, but I'm just leaving work for the day, and it's been awesome. It's going so well. I can't tell you a thing, obviously, but I can just tell you I think this is going to be great.
Yeah, well, the promos and the little commercials that you did for it just to suggest that it was happening already got a lot of people excited. And it must be for you. It must be good to be back to work. I know you love what you do, and the strike. I know strike didn't affect you necessarily financially. I know you're okay that way, but still, you love to create, and all of a sudden your projects, I imagine, get backed up, and then it starts to become, well, maybe I'm not going to be able to do that thing because the other thing's going to get in the way of it.
Yeah, mate, it's hard. It's hard. It's hard for crews. It's hard for everyone, and at the same time, it's a fight, that we had to have, and it's resolved, and that's great. And I think it's a lot better deal for people in our industry, and not for people like me, as you say. It's for the day-to-day people, who are struggle and put their heart and soul in. I just left a day's work. It's 12-hour days, and people in there working really hard. So I'm really glad that we've come to a result where everyone's happy.
So now that, I got a huge sports background, and like half the country was watching the Kansas City Chiefs game when all of a sudden there was all this attention on, now we were watching because the Lions were playing, and that's what we care about. But all of a sudden there's this attention to the box because Taylor Swift is up in the box, and they're saying, oh, Taylor Swift's going out with it. So I'm looking and I'm watching, I'm going, oh, yeah, there's Taylor Swift, and her friend Blake Lively is there, well, because she's married to Ryan Reynolds. So and then I look to the right, and there's Hugh Jackman standing there. Okay, there's one guy that doesn't fit in this picture. He's not married to anybody. He's not dating anybody. What were you doing in that box? What was going on?
I'll tell you, I'm going to totally... Brian, I've got Taylor coming with Blake, and we're going to the forum. There's a whole bunch of girls. I need a buddy. Please, can you come with me? And I said, no problem. I'd love to go. And the funny thing about the whole thing was I've never had more text from anything I've ever done than going to this football game. Everyone on the entire planet knew I was at this football game, but actually in every report, and all my mates from school sent me 4 or 5 headlines. Taylor Swift, Blake Lively, and other now.
Yeah.
And others.
And others. Yeah.
And others.
And others. Other bearded people. Yeah.
Exactly.
See, just when you think you know what it means to be world famous, you run into Taylor Swift.
Exactly. But I got to tell you, she's just a class act. She's great fun. It was a really, really fun night.
Yeah.
I don't know how you did it, Mitch. I'm getting old. Like the 11:30 finish, I was like, oh, it's so much easier when you're watching it at home.
Yeah, and that's when you have to start writing when you're a sports writer. Is when everyone else goes home. So yeah, it was a lot of black coffee in those days. You know. Well, we're very appreciative that you made this call, and we've got.
Before I go,
wait,
you're always plugging things. I just want to say congratulations on your new book. I know how important it is and how proud of it you are, and I'm really, really happy for you, man. And I know it's going really, really well. So congrats on that.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. And we've got one more song for you before we let you go. We had an opener and a closer. So now the great John Pizzarelli will go solo because you don't need my help on this. So go ahead, John.
We've got Hugh Jackman. He's on our line. And for, say, Detroit, that's a great sign. We love to have him, a generous man. Hope we don't lose him to the Wrexham clan. From Kate and Leopold to Wolverine, the greatest showman, and Gene Valjean. Sorry about that. There's no one better beyond compare, and it's always such an honor to have Jackman on the air.
Yeah, a little London song for you.
John, you're almost 7 hours in, and you're strong as ever. Those pipes are roaring. Good for you.
Thank you so much.
Well, we appreciate you, Hugh. I don't know if we tickled your charity bone with the songs or not.
You always did, of course. I love more than anything to give to Detroit. Now, remind me where we're at last year.
Okay, I did this ahead of time so that I wouldn't get lost. Rosie came up with the number. Last year, you gave us $35,000, which was incredible.
Yeah. Well, as we all know, cost of living is a really, really hard time, and I'm being very serious with that. I know it's a very, very hard time for a lot of people. I love what you're doing. You're doing God's work. I'd love to help. I'm going to give $50,000 this year.
Whoa! Yeah!
Oh my God, John, that song really did it.
Wow. We've got Hugh Jackman.
Yeah, he reprised the song. Hugh, I can't thank you enough, pal. You're a real friend.
I think a little key change, John, or something for that. Just bump it up a little.
Fantastic. Thank you. How about it for Hugh Jackman, everybody, calling us all the way from London to help us out. That's going to go a long, long way. See you, Hugh. Talk to you down the line. The phone numbers are 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483 to make a donation, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web. Wow. Okay. $50,000 from Hugh Jackman. That's
and I was going to give that.
Yeah. And so now that he's done it, you don't want to, right?
Ruined it.
I want to remind you that there are a number of people who we are going to read out. Kevin O'Neill will take this, or somebody read out the calls in honor of. I know a lot of people have called in to want to do that in honor of Dr. Feinstein in West Bloomfield, in honor of Terry Lutz in Williamston, in honor of Nikki from South Line, in honor of Joy Matuzik in Commerce Township, in honor of Don Dysars in Shelby Township, in honor of my father, Dr. Ranjit Fonseca from Macomb. We want to read those out because people have called in and asked us to read out. In honor of Beth Evans from Northville, in honor of Edward Kesey Davis. Thank you for all that. Dan Davis gave us $1,000 donation. Thank you. Mike Ryan from Plymouth, $250 donation. Rob Batis from Wixom, $1,000 donation. Thank you, all of you, for that. We'll continue to read these things. Meanwhile, I want to welcome in, formerly of the morning, now of the mid-afternoon. If you normally are listening during this time, then you know the dulcet tones of Paul W. Smith. Hello, Paul W. Smith.
Hello, Mitch. Hello, Mitch. Shoot, he just gave $50,000, so I can't do that now because he already did it.
Yeah, he stole your thunder. I think this is the first time that you have ever joined us in person.
Because it's not at 6 a.m.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. Oh no, nice to have you here.
It's so nice to be here, and I don't know how long I'm gonna be here, but I do need to say this right away. because it occurred to me. And as a guy who tries to raise money for charities and has for 55 years,
You do a great job.
what you have done with this event, I can safely say it is the most successful, the most entertaining and enjoyable, and raises more money than anyone else, not just in the country, but in the world for a one-day radiothon. That, my friend, is a fact.
Wow.
How about that?
Right, well,
And how long
not
have you
much
how
for
long,
facts,
how long have you been doing this?
This is 12 years.
So in 12 years, look what you've accomplished.
Well, look what we've accomplished, not me.
All right,
I
you,
just sit on the
Rosie,
microphone.
the team.
Well,
it's a
more-
big team.
And the donors. It's the donors.
Well, of course,
who have
it's
donated.
our listeners,
Yeah.
WJR listeners, and the people watching on whatever television station you had here. I was listening on the way in. They are the most generous people in the world. I've worked in New York, Philadelphia, Windsor, Toledo. And when John wrote a song about Paul W. Smith and sang it a number of years ago, it changed my life.
Did it?
Yeah.
In what way did it change your life?
I'm not quite sure, but I just thought it was proper to say it changed my life. Here's what'll change your life, folks. If you call right now at 855-955-4483, 855-955-4483, you can also go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. You can even text Mitch12 to 59925, 59925. Here's what happens. You become a part of this history-making radiothon. And that'll make you feel good.
Yes,
it
sure.
feels good to give, but it feels especially good to give when you see all of the good that comes from your donation.
Well, that's why we try to make sure that every hour or every other hour we have people who have benefited from the programs. It's amazing to have Hugh Jackman and Smokey Robinson in the same hour on a radiothon. But in the end, as great as they are and as famous as they are and as kind as they are, the reason we do this is so that we can bring stories of like the family, Jen Setta there, who was just up there with her 5 kids who needed a home, or the veteran who we had with us earlier who was, totally down and out. And when I said to him, what was the thing you needed most when you went to the Michigan Veterans Foundation? And he said, clothes.
Yeah.
Like I thought he was going to say, hope, help.
Mhm.
And he said, clothes. I didn't have any clothes. And when you think about somebody who doesn't have any clothes in the United States of America in 2023, then the way I look at it is we have to give. Not like we want you to give. We have to give because we have clothes. We have homes. We have cars. All the things that we're trying to provide for people are generally things that we all have.
The basic thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And socks are the big one that they need. Of all of the items.
100%.
Yeah.
So, Paul, it's good to have you here.
And I'll tell you something, the value of you doing this once a year is reminding all of us how lucky we are.
Yeah.
And that we should be grateful. Practicing gratitude is going to make all of our lives better. And giving to others who are not as lucky as us also will make our lives better. So I urge you to call now, 855-955-4483, 855-955-GIVE, or go to the MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. And it'll feel good.
Yeah.
I promise you. Kim and I have donated every year. It makes you feel good.
Well said.
And by the way, the opportunity to co-host your show is on the auction block.
Wait, how much?
All right. Now,
This will embarrass me. No one's bid on it. What?
No. Let's get a little dueling Paul W. Smith while I look this up here.
Well,
so Paul, to my right, how are you feeling about the bids on your opportunity?
Well, hang on while I get some Absipure down my throat.
And Paul on my left, how do you feel about Paul on my right?
Let me first get some Absopure down my throat.
Okay. So right now we're at
Except I really have Absopure.
Yes. This is embarrassing in front of Craig Gass.
Well,
Craig doesn't do Paul W.
it's what he
Smith.
does for a living. Well,
Yes.
wait a minute. It's what you do for a living. Not like that.
What you all do for a living. Paul, you're at $1,000 so far to co-host your show.
Well, that's better than I was afraid it might be.
No, $1,000.
Please, somebody bid. Where is, we have people that bid on this every year, and then they call me and they say, can you help me get this? And I said, no, you have to bid.
Yeah, can you help me get the
Play the
money
game.
that I bid to be on your show?
Just
That's
raise your
a
bid.
new one.
Except you do take them off the table after a while, I guess.
Yes.
So I think what had happened was they wanted to bid on it, and it was off the table. And I said, look.
Oh, okay, that's different. I thought
nothing-
someone bid like $2,000 and said, "Hey, Paul, can you give me $2,000 so I can be on your show?"
Well, we could do a second show.
I'm sorry, that's not this Paul speaking right now. I'll do whatever I can do or have to do to help you.
Well, you're doing it right now by being here, so thank you for that.
Hi, Kim.
We're gonna take. Okay.
I didn't even say hi to Kim.
This
but
is a little weird.
My
now.
other self said hi, Kim.
Okay.
So thank you.
Getting two Pauls is better than one. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or Mitch Albom Radiothon on the web. Remember, all those auction items and all those incentive items. And what's the difference? An incentive item you just purchase right off the bat. So, for example, you can purchase a Brown Bag Popcorn Factory gift card, an Avalon International Breads gift card, Cork and Gable gift certificate. You can purchase them for half the price of what the value is. So you get a gift certificate, and you're only paying for half of it. It's crazy. You can buy Desmond Howard footballs. We've got 11 of those left at $200. Tom Izzo signed basketball. We've got some of those left at $250. Let's see, Steve Yzerman signed pucks. We've got them for $190 because, of course, he was number 19. Matthew Stafford signed LA Rams football, $300 for one of those. You can co-host the Mitch Albom show right now, also at $1,000. So maybe the same people.
Boy, it's a good thing.
Yeah.
I'm underpaid.
If you want to get signed copies of my new book, The Little Liar, $35. We'll autograph them for you. So there's many
way,
more.
The Little Liar debuts at number 5 on the New York Times. Sorry.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna
of course
make a speech about it. number, right?
Well, I was looking in my Sunday New York Times. I thought it was 5. So number 4 on the New York Times bestseller list.
Yeah.
Remember who predicted Tuesdays with Maury being your
You
biggest
did,
hit
Paul.
ever?
You did.
And do you remember what the bet was?
Dinner.
Yeah. Still waiting.
Well,
Anyway,
you didn't say when.
While I still have my teeth and I
okay.
can chew the food.
But you still got your teeth.
So I'm going to say this book will be your second biggest hit. It may surpass Tuesday, but that's pretty tough. The Bible hasn't surpassed Tuesdays with More.
We'll be back with more while I finish blushing here on 760 WJR. 855-955-GIVE at the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon.
Another beautiful day at Say Play. Going to pick up the kids. Have a great day.
Welcome to the Say Detroit Play Center. My name is Eric Reed, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Executive Director. And let's meet our students who are about to come in off of our buses. What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yes.
How's school today?
Good.
All right, good. Good to see y'all. How was school?
Good.
Huh?
Good.
It's time for the D. Our students have eaten, they played, and now it's time to learn. We are entering the Deep. The Deep is our education center. It's named the Deep because it used to be a swim.
1 o'clock hour, Tim Allen is going to join us. Monty Williams, the coach of the Pistons, is going to be with us as well. Bernie Smilovich and Carmen Harlan are going to be sitting up here, right here with us. Wow. By the way, everybody who comes up signs those 2 guitars. We've got these amazing guitars that are, in addition to the one that George Lopez is going to give us, that he's going to sign. But these guitars that we have here that you can go look up at MitchAlbomRadiothon.com are being signed by everybody who comes up on the podium with us. So
Paul just asked me, did he want to sign? I said, of course we want Paul.
Of course we want you to sign.
I didn't know if you meant everybody that came.
Yeah, that includes you, Paul.
Where's the Buzz Lightyear?
Maria Schreiber. Maria Shriver is going to join us. Dan Campbell, the coach of the Lions. Chris Spielman from the Lions as well, going to be here with us. Devin Skillion's going to be here. Bob Costas is going to join us. Anderson Cooper. My goodness. Lily Tomlin's going to be here.
Can I just say something real quick?
Nate Burleson, Alice
I don't
Cooper.
mean to. I mean, Rosie has been eating since I got here.
Yeah, he eats when he's nervous.
Did you not let him eat?
No, he eats when he's nervous and when he's got a lot going on.
You know,
so he's got a lot going on.
Joe Gannon, I never should have fixed his fridge.
Mark is the consummate cocktail party host. He's just been working this whole room. All right, looking good. Craig, take it down a notch. Dave, we're going to be a little late. All right, come on. Here we go. Sounding good, Mitch. Are we good? Are we good? All right.
You notice that he's just eating throughout all of this all the time. All right, before we go to break, let's see where we are as we head into 1 o'clock. We got a tote board check. All right, we hit the $1 million mark.
Yeah.
$523,798. All right.
On your way
More
to
than
over $2 million
Well,
this year.
Paul, let's just get as much
jinxing
as we can.
I'm not jinxing you.
You are jinxing me.
You just need
Let's
30.
get as
You
much
just
as
need,
we can.
you just need 39 more Hugh Jackmans. That's
I've
all.
never been wrong.
I got the number right here. 39 more Hugh Jackmans calling. We out of here.
Yeah.
We close it down right now.
We could probably close the day.
I asked, how late do you go tonight? And someone on your team said, until Tom Gores calls.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the truth. 9 o'clock or until Tom Gores makes a phone call. Right, one or the other. All right, all that coming up. Please give 855-955-4483. If you've been thinking about helping your fellow Detroiters, today's the day you can do it. 855-955-GIVE or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com to give digitally as well as to see all the auction and incentive items. Back with more after this.
It's time to celebrate.
The Deep is where our young people come mandatory Monday through Thursday to spend at least an hour and 15 minutes on a variety of academic enrichment activities. Our young people are engaged in tutoring or literacy with the help of our staff. The students can get the individual attention that they need. This is our reading table. One of our certified teachers who's actually providing some reading enhancement activities to a group of our students who are struggling just a little bit with where they are in terms of reading and comprehension. Cubicles are set up for our students to have some individual space to either work on their own or to work one-on-one with our staff. One of the things that we're blessed with is to have a number of volunteers that come in and support the work that we do here. And I have with me now Mr. Malcolm McCants. Malcolm is the Director of Education, and he oversees all the activities in the Deep.
We offer breakout sessions in STEAM, creative writing, and reading.
We've got some students that are getting some homework assistance from Miss Diane, who is a retired certified teacher. And so whatever our students need, we want to make that available. Now let's go and look at some of the activities in the
I think it begins with a conversation. I believe it begins with seeing each other as human beings. They come to find out that they are the same people, in which they are. It's not like a police officer is the boogeyman. It's not like some of those young men who have been struggling in the gang life are the boogeyman. They are human beings.
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm Officer Devon Maples. I've been on the job going on 24 years.
Because I was incarcerated, formerly incarcerated 12 years, and I made a comeback.
We don't go there with titles. I'm a gang member, I'm a police officer. We just there as men and women and connecting together, and just to see that transformational process take place is nothing but amazing.
Trying my best to be a mentor and doing everything I can to show people, like, the uniform is just that. It's a uniform. I'm a black man. When I drive in my car with tinted windows and everything else, I get pulled over and treated like a black man, and until I prove otherwise.
And so once you connect with each other as human beings, you can begin to identify that we're struggling with some of the same issues.
Man, I ain't gonna lie.
Right.
I ain't had the best run-ins with police.
Those are the police that you've had encounters with. You haven't had an encounter with every police.
But they ain't too comfortable walking to that police station because they like, what is going on there? You know what I mean?
We can march, and that's nice. But what are you really gonna do? To me, I said, let me join DPD. With me joining DPD, I feel like I can stop another officer from doing some stupid stuff because I know they're not gonna do it in front of me.
Just to let y'all know, if y'all are having problems like that, it's okay to go up to the precinct and see if you can get that one-on-one conversation too.
I'm not against lawlessness. You know, we need people, if they do something, if somebody breaks into your mom's house, what does she do? She got to call the police.
It's just my hope that we come to understand each other a little bit better as a result of coming together and eating together.
I do it another way.
Stay out the streets, bro.
When I'm policing the city, I personally feel like I'm policing my family.
I ain't never heard nothing like this. This is the first day, I ain't even gonna lie, this is the first day I've ever heard a police talk like this.
My man just had to butcher. Hey, you done ripped off all the skin. Hey, come on.
During the summer of 2022, Say Detroit students participated in an entrepreneurship program where they designed and marketed t-shirts for the Detroit Pistons.
Levirus, last name Hall.
Meet the Say 22 entrepreneurship program participants.
I've always liked taking pictures. If it catches my eye, I'm gonna try to take a picture of it. Yeah, I think I told you I got attacked by a hawk. And even after it attacked me, I was still taking pictures of it. Yeah.
Yeah, this the behind the scenes, yeah.
You inspired me. I wanted to go to Wayne State and get my bachelor's for business, so that way I could run a business, or businesses, rather. The first business I wanted to run was landscaping, because everyone needs their grass cut, everyone needs their hedges trimmed. And if that took off, then have someone run that for me. Then the second one would be cleaning, whether that be windows or large factories or a building like the one we in today, because everyone needs their house clean. Say Detroit has a lot of things. If you want like a good opportunity and you actually gonna go after it, this place provides it. This is my first year here and I've already been presented with so many opportunities. This being a major one on its own.
All proceeds go to Say Detroit Play Center.
7:60 a.m. This hour is generously brought to you by the Michigan Masonic Charitable Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Now, live from the North Side Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albert.
All right, as we continue here, let's see, we've been on since 6 a.m. That's 6,
That's
7,
17
8,
straight
9,
hours,
10,
Mitch, we've been on.
11, 12. This is the 8th hour. I lost track.
Seven.
Something like that.
7.
Anyhow, we are raising money to help the needy here in Detroit through the charities of Say Detroit. That means things like the Say Play Center at Lipke Park that's now taking care of 300 kids a day, providing them activities after school, learning, sports, recreation, recording studios, you name it. Also, our Working Homes, Working Families program, which refurbishes homes and gives them to needy families. We just gave one away a couple of minutes ago. It means our Say Detroit Family Health Clinic, which started, Chad, as you know, in 2006 as the nation's first clinic for homeless children in America, and has now grown to take in not only women but also men as well, full families. We wrote how many? What did we do last year?
We did 6,000 prescriptions.
6,000 prescriptions alone, and this is a free clinic that you're not going to lose your kids if you bring them there, as used to happen when homeless people would go to take their kids for medical care. Even our bike factory, the money that we raise here today helps, which we employ formerly homeless people. They build new bicycles, which we then distribute to people here in the city of Detroit for transportation. So everything that you're doing is helping your fellow Detroiters, and this is a good time of year as you're doing your Christmas shopping and you're thinking how fortunate you are to be able to shop for presents for your family. Think about giving a gift of hope, food, shelter, and the like to your fellow Detroiters.
That's a good motto, man. The gift of hope.
Give the gift of hope.
It's a good idea.
Should we
coined it? I have to tell you that I was driving here when you gave the home away, and I've been listening for years when you've given homes away. It's so touching and really drives the point home at just how important these donations today are at 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. The things we all take for granted should not be.
Yeah. I want to say hi to two good friends of mine who have also been steady contributors to this event. I think they pretty much come every year since we started this 12 years ago. One of them had the good sense to actually retire. The other one still keeps working. No matter how many times people say, Bernie Smilovitz, how old are you now? But you're eternally young. And 47, and Carmen Harlan, you look like...
Did you hear that? I said he's 47.
Yeah, well,
he hasn't aged a bit.
And Carmen's 37.
No,
So the
I'm
story,
not gonna...
There's a story on the 47. The 47 is we once had a news... we had a news director at the station who said, well, we're undergoing a youth movement, and this is going to be a youth... So I said,
and we were actually young then.
We were actually young, but not...
So you felt safe.
So we were a little over 47.
Yeah.
So anyway... The Rolling Stones were in town, and the Free Press calls, and they asked me, what was the first band I did? Have you seen the Rolling Stones? I go, well, that was the first rock and roll concert I ever been to. Oh, great. How old are you? And I went, oh, geez, I'm not that quick.
47.
I know, 47. So on Monday, Miss 47, not quite 40. Anyway, comes to my office, standing at the door, and I'm writing, and she says, hello, 47. And there was nothing else.
You miss me, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
How long did you guys work together?
Oh gosh, twice.
Started.
You know, he left Detroit. Remember
Yeah,
that?
I know.
Man?
I was in a.
Remember we had to send him
He
off.
got the New York.
We had
No,
to send him off,
That's
and then he
not
had to
true.
come back.
That's not true. That's true. I was abducted. It took me 2.5 years to get out of the car. When I finally got
held
out,
hostage.
Exactly.
Oh, that's funny.
Dog
Anyway.
ate my homework. I couldn't. Yeah. all that.
Anyway,
Well, how many years
we got
total?
it back. Shucks, I've
When'd
stopped
you
counting.
stop? I don't
We're
know.
still working together. What is
Yeah,
this?
yeah, right. Yeah, I guess not chopped liver here.
Well, not getting paid for it as far as I know.
Wait a second. We have met, and I have been intending to tell you this at all of our board meetings. But Bernie and I think I speak for you too, Bernie. We have met
Usually do.
some of the nicest people in your audience. They are the
Oh yeah, they are.
genuinely nice, good Americans that represent, I'm sure, most of America. But every time we sit down and have lunch with them,
Oh yeah,
once a year,
we do lunch.
That's right. You do.
Oh my
I
gosh.
think we've got that on the auction thing again today.
It's great.
Here, yeah.
It's always great.
Lunch with Bernie and Carmen, which is becoming an annual thing, and then people bid good money on it, and you're in good company. You've got
oh,
there's
they're
like-
the nicest people.
Yeah, well, good. I'm glad. Some of them are in the audience now. Some of them are bidding at home. But you guys both know how important these types of things are. I mean, we try to star-stud it because, we're in a world where trying to capture people's attention is a challenge.
Well,
Even
so
just
many
to give
things are
them
competing.
5 seconds of your attention is a challenge. So, okay, we'd throw a Hugh Jackman or a Hoda Kotb or Alice Cooper or somebody on. But at the heart of it, you have to care about Detroit in order to listen to a program like this or give to a program like this. And we have an amazing, you've all, Bernie, like you said, you were in New York and you've been around the world, all of you. we have something in this community about how we take care of one another that I believe is very unique. Don't you?
When you're accepted in Detroit, they'll love you forever. And that goes for sports, athletes, people who write columns, wonderful books, like the person I'm looking at right now. Broadcasters. I mean, once you become part of their family, they never let you go.
Yeah.
So.
And when that happens to me, I'll be thankful.
And Bernie is waiting for that to happen.
I keep checking the mailbox, and I haven't seen anything yet.
But anyway, thanks for asking us to come back every year.
And we love coming because you're great. Your commitment to the community is second to none. And
Thank
you know, as a friend, there's no better one in the world to have than you. So
Well,
thank you.
You're kind to say that. Thank you. And the check is in the mail. Get that soon. Carmen, are you still doing the fashion stuff? Still doing the blouses?
The blouses?
Yeah.
They're online, dear.
They're online?
Yes, in fact, it
What's
should
the
be part of
website?
your holiday shopping season
yeah.
this year.
Makes
the
a
Carmen
great
Harlan
Christmas
collection. We started our third launch. It's called the Essential launch. A little less expensive than the first and the third, or the first and the second. So the third launch is called the Essential.
How do we find those, Carmen?
Carmen
great
Harlan
question.
collection. It goes on. Just go online.
Just go online.
Just go online. They're there.
It's a
write what?
computer.
Just Carmen or what?
The Carmen Harlan collection.
There we go. That shouldn't have been hard.
I said Carmen Harlan collection.
Well, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Paul's on
I
the
can
other
speak
side of
up.
the table.
I'm way over here.
No, actually, you should move that mic up a little bit, Carmen.
Did I? It keeps falling down.
Yeah, or move it here. There
Okay,
you go.
there we
That'd
go.
be better.
All right.
Well, all right.
But anyway, it's
I can
called the
bring the
Carmen
volume
Harlan
down a little.
collection. Please look it up. Get a blouse for
Do you
someone you
have,
love.
Do you have men's sizes?
Okay. Okay. This conversation can happen off the air.
Sorry.
Next thing we're going to get the neck measurements. I'm a 33.
Hey, how about those Lions?
Yeah. The Lions, well, speaking of the Lions, Dan Campbell's going to join us a little later on.
Oh, wow.
How cool is that?
Spielman,
Yeah.
as well. Now, we have other sports teams in town as well. And amongst them, the Pistons. And Monty Williams, who I had a chance to interview when he first got the job here, is on the line with us right now from somewhere out in basketball land.
Hey there.
Coach of the Pistons, Monty Williams. Let's give him a hand.
All
folks.
right.
Monty, how are you?
Hi, Monty.
Hey, I'm well. Thank you all for having me on and all that you're doing in the community. It's pretty cool to be a part of this.
Well, I know this is your first year here. We have been doing this Radiothon for 12 years. We start at 6 o'clock in the morning and go 15 straight hours. And try to bring in everybody famous I've ever met and everybody they've ever met. and they, encourage people to give. And we've had everybody from, in the last hour alone, we had Hugh Jackman and George Lopez and Hank Azaria and Carmen Harlan and Bernie Smilovitz. And so we appreciate your joining the ranks here, Monty. I'm really glad that you're in Detroit. We had a great conversation when you first got hired, and I know it hasn't been going the way you wanted it to go, but I have to believe, knowing who you are as a man and as a coach, that this thing will turn around.
Yeah, Mitch, I appreciate that. I'm certainly not happy about how it's gone. But for me, I take full responsibility for this program as the caretaker of the court. And what I will say is our guys have been learning and growing. We haven't had the results that we want, and we live in a results business, but I can't say enough about the kind of people on the team and on the staff and in this building. You need good people when you go through tough times like this. And it really, as much as I want to win for this community, I want to win for this building. And I can't wait till we do that. So, yeah, it's been a tough go, but I am grateful for this particular community and people. I'm just glad that God gave me the opportunity to join up here, and I'm certainly glad to be a part of the Radiothon and all that you're doing for the community. Well,
thank you for that. And I know that you probably had a chance to see that Detroit is a pretty interesting place when it comes to taking care of its own. It may be a little, insular in that way. We tend to grow up here and stay here and stay connected here, but that what that lacks in being cosmopolitan, it more than makes up for in being generous and taking care of your own community.
Yeah, I've felt that. I've had people ask me around the league and different friends and family members, they ask me, how do I like it in Detroit? And they're looking for some weird answer. They want me to say something negative. I've told them with a straight face how much I love it here. One, I'm an outdoorsman, and so I live on a small lake, and I see deer and eagles and hawks and coyotes and all kinds of stuff in my backyard. But the thing that I love about Detroit is when you're in Detroit, you feel like you're in Detroit. It's not just the pride that people have for the city and community, but you feel like you're in Detroit because it is Detroit. And when I've traveled around the country, so many cities are adopting a different way. They want to look like LA or they want to look like some chic town. And when you're in the D, you feel it. You know you're in Detroit. You see people representing their colleges, their city teams, their high schools. And a lot of them have all kinds of stories about where they grew up and who they represented growing up as far as rooting for teams. And for me, that's a pretty cool thing. So I've enjoyed it. It reminds me of DC a little bit, but I think there's a bit more pride here because it is Detroit. It's not, DC has a way of being PG County, Washington, DC, and Virginia.
Right.
But when you're in Detroit, you feel Detroit.
Right. Oh, wow. Plus, we don't have politics to distract us. Sports is kind of our thing. Well, Monty, welcome to the fold.
That's it. Just like this town will persevere, the Pistons will persevere too, and we're
there's no question.
We're right there with it.
No question.
What year?
I appreciate that.
For what it's worth, right after you and I talked, I got a call from Tom Goris on another matter, and he happened to say in the thing, have you had a chance to meet our coach? And I said, yeah, I actually had a nice long conversation with him. What do you think? Like, you really want to ask me what I think? And I gave him a 2 thumbs up endorsement. So for whatever that's worth, I'm sure it probably didn't mean a thing, but I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I wholeheartedly continue to do so and continue to believe you're going to make this team great. And I admire you as a person, and I really appreciate your coming on our program. And hope that the schedule will allow you to be here in person next year, so you can see what this thing looks like in the middle of a shopping mall, where we have Santa Claus across from us in the castle here, but we have a beautiful all of the Somerset collection. Thanks to their generosity, we have the whole ground floor here, and we're lucky to have it. So next year, hopefully, we see you in person. Until then, happy holidays, and thanks for helping us out.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Happy holidays, and God bless you all.
Monty Williams, the coach of the Pistons.
All right. Yep. Hey, Mitch, I want to say something that I forgot to mention that Kim mentioned to me, that that the word Hanukkah translated is dedication.
Yes.
And since Hanukkah starts tonight at sundown, I wanted to, from Kim and I, wish you a happy Hanukkah, and you prove every day your dedication to people in need. And so this is perfect that I can say that to you.
Thank you, Paul.
On the verge of Hanukkah. Your dedication stands out.
Can you come by 8 days in a row and do that?
Absolutely not.
And coming up, Paul W. Smith does dreidel.
And I'm Lebanese.
I want to know how Paul got a book.
I bought it.
Oh, you did?
He bought it.
I bought it for
Well,
$100.
first he asked someone to bring it up for him, and then he bought it.
All right. I said, if Mitch will sign my book while I'm here, I'm going to buy it. And your woman, I mean, these people are so well trained. She said $200.
Okay, it's not my woman,
your
okay?
woman.
We're not running a harem here.
Your teammate, whoever I don't know her, she said they're $200. And I said, on the drive here, I heard they were $35. And she
It's a
said,
special Paul W. Smith
said,
price.
She said 200. I said, I'll give you 100. So I did.
I got to find out who that woman was, because that was a great job. She just bilked you out of 65 extra bucks.
Yes, I was willing to do it.
Our phone numbers to give here, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. And again, if you want to make bids on all the auction items or make some dedications, on the air here, like in honor of Lenora Meeks from Brownstown, in honor of Lee and Grant Goodrum, in honor of Catholic Central's baseball team, in honor of Connie McVie. We're happy to read these on the air in honor of Jeff Morley, in honor of my Lord and Savior Jesus out of Davidson, in honor of Jack Flynn from the Clarkston area, in honor of Mitch. Oh, well, thank you. From Bloomfield Hills, a $500 donation. That's very kind of you. In honor of my frat brother, Ken Brown. Someone gave $100. That's more than Kenny would do. So in honor of his parents, Lynn and Antoinette, a nice donation from that person as well. In honor of Mike from Howell, in honor of Gina Moy from Troy, in honor of Graciela Rabata Rojas from Lakewood, a $1,000 donation.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. In honor of Ted from Canada and Ann Arbor. So thank you for all of those wonderful donations. You can continue to do them. We will read them. We may not get them right away, but we will get to them, I promise. 855-955-4483. For the last 5 years, Bank of America has provided funding support for Say Detroit to drive economic mobility for the communities we serve. Requires access not only to income, assets, training, and employment, but also intangible resources like having the power to seek services to achieve greater wellness and mental health, which is what our Live Well program at Say Play provides, with on-site counseling for youth and their families. With us now is Star Crawford, the Senior Vice President of Detroit Market Executive at Bank of America. Hi, Star.
Hey, Mitch. How
Thank
are
you for coming on.
Thank you so much for having me.
We want to thank Bank of America for supporting the program over many years with Say Detroit.
Absolutely. Bank of America is proud to partner with organizations like Say Detroit. When you think about the number of organizations or just even the people that you support here in Metro Detroit, it's amazing. Since 2017, we've supported you via the workers, the family working program with a homeowners program and the Say Lipke Park. Most recently, we helped with the health awareness clinic. And I think that it's amazing because we are helping to provide access to health and mental health awareness for the youth that are participating in your after school programs. And it was $25,000.
Please pull that microphone closer so we can hear you. We want to hear what you're saying.
Can you hear me now?
Much better. Yes.
Great. So I was just mentioning that we supported the most recent Say Detroit Health Clinic. And so we are giving $25,000 to support the youth that are attending your after school program.
Wow. Well, that's really important because, you know, sometimes we talk about mental health and we always think, well, we don't have to deal with that until we're in our, you know, middle age or our older age. No, if you deal with it when you're younger, you won't have to deal with it perhaps as badly in your middle age or your older age. Because a lot of it is stuff that you never got taken care of when we were younger, right?
That is so true. And when you think about the impacts that COVID had on our youth, right? They need the coping skills now to help, as you mentioned, prevent from any other challenges that they may experience as they get older. And so I'm really proud to be able to partner with your team, the work that they're doing, and we look forward to continuing to partner with you.
We look forward to it too.
You know, I can tell folks that if you haven't made a decision yet on where you plan to do your annual giving, this organization right here, the Mitch Album organization, Say Detroit, is the one that you want to make sure that you add to your Christmas list.
That's kind of you.
Nice.
Thank you very much. And with a name like Star Crawford, you should be doing something, I don't know, in show business. Ladies and gentlemen, Star Crawford.
Thank you very much.
Star.
I appreciate it.
We're going to take a break and come back with more here from Somerset. Coming up, Tim Allen is going to join us on the program, and then Maria Shriver and Dan Campbell, coach of the Lions, all that coming up shortly. Again, the phone number is 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web. Paul W., thank you for being with us. You are officially excused.
Thank you. I was about to, during this break, I was going to say, you don't need me anymore, do you?
We need you, but we're allowing you to go. But
Thank you so much. It was
time.
a pleasure being here with you. Congratulations.
It's the first time in 12 years that Paul and I have actually done this together in person because he's always been so early.
Well, it's so early in the morning, so now I
have to say, Noon agrees with you.
Well, thank you.
You look great.
It feels great. I miss my morning family, but let me tell you something.
But not that alarm clock
No,
at 3 a.m.
No. Kim told me I didn't realize this. She said, you know, every time the alarm goes off, you say one word every time? I said, no, I wasn't aware of that. And then she told me the word, which I cannot tell you.
Yeah, but I get an idea.
Yeah. Every time. Every
Yeah.
time.
Pretty much what I
What's
say
the
every
word?
time I walk in and see Kenny. And I think it might be the same word.
I've never been a morning person. I just had a job that was
You
a morning job.
picked a bad profession.
I know. God bless you. Keep up the
God
good
bless
work.
you too. Thank you
Guys,
for coming
nice to
out.
see you.
Paul, it's good to see
and
you,
Bernie,
too.
I wait through the entire lineup of commercials just to see your sportscast. And I'm not even a sports guy because you always have something there that's interesting and fun.
Oh, you're kind. Very kind, Paul.
That's a
Thank
good
you.
hook.
Take my tie, please. Anything.
Back with more right after this.
I am Denzel McReynolds,
I'm Danjetta McReynolds.
and we have 5 children.
We have Denzel, who's 15,
Ava, who's 10,
Katie, who's 11,
Ivan, who's 9,
and Kamari, who's 8. And we're the McReynolds family. Things weren't really going the way that we wanted them to go. We were looking for a progression. So we moved to Arizona and started to thrive.
We had ended up having a very unfortunate situation in Arizona where a lot of things that we thought was working out for us really didn't in the end.
I started, talking to my dad about coming back. So he was like, well, my friend has this place, and if you guys want, we can all move in together and, fix this place up. The deal we made with the landlord kind of started going south, where she was supposed to get the roof done and we were supposed to do the interior. But as time progressed, me and my husband, we started having arguments over it because the landlord wasn't coming through with things, and it was definitely a too good to be true deal. Even if we started to rent, it'll be pretty much like we're going to be from paycheck to paycheck because we have to have enough room for our family.
So we were doing rental applications for a couple weeks, and she got the call about the house.
Say Detroit called, Ms. McReynolds, we have a program called Working Homes, Working Families, and we wanted to nominate your family for this program. Working Homes for Working Families is a program where we give a family a home and we introduce them to home ownership. Welcome home. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I love it, man. I love it.
Oh my goodness. What you guys are doing for people is pretty much a miracle. It's a miracle.
When all the cameras was gone and everybody left, and we're sitting here with our 5 children like, this is our home. Like, guys, we live here now.
I was introduced to Say Play Detroit by a friend. Say Play Detroit is a program for kids to go and enjoy learning after school. They introduce them into a lot of different programs. They also have lots of sports like basketball, soccer, volleyball. Anything that you can think of just about Say Detroit is doing it with the kids in the community.
They're really into the community. Like, a lot of people say it, but they really prove it.
They prove it.
Yeah.
It's a proven fact. They're in it to make sure that this community is going to thrive, that the kids are going to thrive, that the parents are going to be able to be good parents and thrive for their children. That's what it starts with. It starts with the foundation and creating a safe place for your children.
Kids are in a better situation. I can see the changes in their behavior and how they do things, and to be able to know that they're here, they're safe, and it just feels good. It's a wonderful feeling.
Who would even thought that this was something that was offered to anybody? It's been a dream come true. It's been a joy.
Safe Detroit Working Homes, Working Families is a true blessing.
This is our family forever home.
Time, if you work in this space around in underserved communities, you know
that it's a time for us to really put our feet down and do something about what we see.
A new coronavirus testing site opened today with an important goal: eliminate barriers to get Detroit's most vulnerable screenings. It's at the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic in Highland Park on Glendale near Woodward and the Davidson. You don't need a car or health insurance to get screened.
So we're very fortunate that we were able to erect a mobile site to do some COVID testing. We had several days of testing at the clinic, and we're able to be mobile with that. So we did some testing here at Say Play, and we did some additional testing at the Detroit Rescue Mission's main offices.
As you know, when COVID hit, there was a great need for testing, and it wasn't available at the state fairgrounds to people that didn't have cars and didn't have doctor's prescriptions. So the Say Clinic with the surrounding community really rose up to the occasion and had a great service.
Say Detroit has launched a new testing site in Highland Park and says it will help serve underserved communities. And doctors say they want to administer as many tests as possible to meet the growing needs.
We thought that we would not see so many this week, and it turns out we've seen much more than we thought.
We were often the only test site available to people because it was a free service. We didn't ask for an appointment. You didn't need any insurance. So it was very convenient for that community, and that was an important piece of our outreach.
There's only so much any individual can do, and being part of a collaborative effort where everyone cares, everyone's passionate is incredible. And again, this is how you get stuff done in Detroit. This is what makes Detroit great.
Mitch Albom founded Say Detroit in 2006. Now, every week he's been posting new chapters to his series called Human Touch. All the proceeds will go to running this free testing facility.
What made you decide to do this, Mitch?
I wanted to help out my city, Anthony. I mean, Detroit is the hardest hit city after New York. We've got first responders that are dying. We've got hospitals that are overrun. And, I thought, well, this is what I do for a living. I sell books. So let me write a work of fiction. It's not a big full book, but it'll be a work of fiction, and let me offer it for free and see if I can get people around the world. I'm blessed to have readers from all over to help donate and help our city out.
So moving forward, we're going to look at opportunities to continue our testing efforts as we see the numbers rise, and we're going to look at opportunities to do something with the vaccine once we have something approved. For a lot of our communities, this is going to be their only opportunity. And so we want to make sure that we're ready to serve the community in the best way possible around COVID-19. So it's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunity.
Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
All right, as we welcome you back here at 1:35. We've been broadcasting since 6 a.m. We'll go till 9 p.m. Our goal is to try to reach that incredible mark that we reached last year, a record for our radiothons and telethons, which is $1.8 million. Last we looked, we were at over $500,000. So that's about a third of the way there.
There it is.
Right? A little shy of a third of the way. Bernie Smilovitz, Carmen Harlan are here with us. Craig Gass here with us as well. And then our John Pizzarelli, of course, is alongside, as always. And Ed and Kenny are here from our show. And now joining us is a gentleman who I think has been on with us almost every one of our radiothons, right?
I think he's done them all.
Yeah, and why not? Because he's from Detroit and he never forgets it. And that's what's most important is Tim Allen. Ladies and gentlemen, there he is.
Yeah.
Tim Allen.
Yeah. He crawls right back.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. How is everybody? What's happening? What's going on?
Everything's good. I like this. You're in your garage with the car right behind you.
Yeah, it's my safe space here at my home studio. I get away from the family because no one wants to come in here because it smells like fuel and oil and everything. And I just was cleaning the garage floor when I showed up.
So I guess what's your latest project is probably not a question you want me to be asking you about now.
Well, my latest project, actually, car-wise, is I'm making a 32 Ford that I bought from. It won the Detroit Auto Rama, the hot rod show, got in 1967 or something. I bought it out of Southern California, And oddly enough, don't hate me, car people, but I'm making it a hot rod out of an electric motor. So I'm going to do an electric hot rod.
Wow, there you go.
Wow.
There you
Look
go.
at you.
That's what I'm doing right now, and trying to figure out why I have my glasses on. Because wow, I can really see everybody. Because generally you want to act like the movie star.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't wear glasses. No, I don't color my hair. Come on.
Glasses are fine.
Yeah, sure they are.
We know you. We love you.
It's
as
Detroit.
you are.
Yeah.
You know, Tim, and by the way, Bernie Smilovitz is sitting up here. Carmen Harlan are right next to us here. I don't know if you can see them on the cameras.
I can see them
They're
all,
here.
and it's just, all it is bring the great voice of the Great Lakes. I keep thinking about
earlier we had Matthew Stafford on from LA. Actually, we had him on at the equivalent your time of 5:50 in the morning. Wow. He was already at the Rams facility. And we brought up the idea that is a mathematical possibility that the Rams might end up coming to Detroit to play a playoff game. And wouldn't that be something, how the tables have turned as the Lions would be hosting a home playoff game and the Rams would be the underdog. I don't know. I know you've suffered many years out there in LA land being a Lions fan.
How's Thanksgiving?
This is finally your chance.
No, I'm 1962. You can't script this, how bad this has been on me. I'm so used to losing. Winning has been horribly difficult. I can't tell you. I can't even watch. It's so weird. That said, because I took my whole family and my mom, who's not very, very ill, got her to the game. We took her to the game because she wanted to go down the game. And all my family was there, I have a big family in Detroit. And then, of course, as we all know, the game didn't go very well on Thanksgiving.
No.
And I was depressed for a week. And I said, I'm so used to, I think I was in there one time, and I don't know what one of the commentators, CBS at the time, and I pointed at that flag that says 57. I think it's up to when you look from the sideline, it's up to the left. I said, you should just take that flag down. When your whole stadium is filled, you got one flag that says 57. It's old, it's dusty. Just take that flag down. And I got in so much trouble because I think I told them they should have, maybe I've said this before. I said, just have the Red Wings coach one year. And they go, they don't coach football. Well, neither do the Lions. But at least the Wings know what winning feels like. I'm such a fan only of the Rams because of Matt. I mean, I love that guy. I love the Lions this year. I said, it's just hard on me because I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop, because even the commentators nationally are going, well, there's always this, it could be that they've certainly got all the potential.
Well, they're not used to it either. They don't know what to make of it. It's hard for the words coming out of their mouth. Detroit Lions and playoff team.
Winning games.
It's really difficult. But I did hear Tony Romo say that they could go to the Super Bowl.
Well, Tony Romo, who is a great guy in person and really love this guy, he said that they're a Super Bowl offense, and when they're clicking, obviously with their record, I don't know where that goes, because they said the defense needs a little work. I don't know anything about football because I'm afraid of Dan Campbell, so I'm afraid of saying anything. I literally told his wife at the game, every time I see him, because I got seven, where there's seven boys in my family, I feel like wrestling him. As soon as I see the guy, I feel like I want to get in one of those stances where you run and you try to. I don't know what it is. Really adore that coach, adore the team, and adore Detroit and all that. I said I got some emotional problems with winning. I can't watch. I tape the game, and if they win, I'll watch it. If they don't, I don't watch it.
Oh, that's an interesting way of doing it.
It goes to Xfinity and beyond.
Yeah.
Bernie Smilovitz this year was telling me in the break that what was it that Tim was the first guest on? What was it?
The Chuck and Bernie.
Yeah, you're good.
You're good.
The Chuck and Bernie show. I think it was 91.
Do you remember that?
And you came to the station. You said, I remember at the time, we said, what have you got planned? You go, well, I'm going to LA. I've got an idea for a show. It's called Home Improvement. And we said, oh, good luck to you.
Yeah.
And I remember it was a snowy, terrible day, and you brought boots that you wore. Then you took them off and put loafers on. Then you put your boots and went back out. And I go, he's not a big star yet, but he will be soon.
Oh, man.
Wow.
But that
was it.
I keep thinking about it because when we pitched it, the neighbor, of course, I had a neighbor out in of all places, Beverly Hills. It's not near Royal Oak. If you don't know, it's Beverly Hills, Michigan. Anyway, and my neighbor, because we had those plots of land are about an acre or half acre, quarter acre. I've never, to this day, I still don't know what my neighbor looks like, and that was the whole impetus for Wilson. Obviously, in TV, you can't make guys. He was so small. I don't go, how you doing? He's about this big, so I never really ever knew that. He worked for. They make the cruise missiles out in. What's the name of the company? It's out near
Costco.
Boeing.
Boeing. Was it Costco?
They make everything.
Yeah,
I
they do.
Believe Costco has a cruise missile.
They have missiles.
Yeah, Kirkland MX missiles. Kirkland MX missiles. Yeah.
Yeah, they have the cast iron
12.
dome. They have that whole
Good
thing.
as the real
Yes,
missiles,
you
but
get
they're
12 of them.
called Kirkland.
Right.
Where else
Yeah,
can you go and buy chocolates and a couch?
Yeah.
Oh, you made him laugh. Look at that.
Yes, I like that because I came up with it. They have their own. They don't have the iron dome. They have the cast iron dome. You can get that at Costco. I'll be using that.
It's all yours. It's all yours. Well, Tim, we want to thank you. You've been very generous to us over the years, generous with your time, generous with donations, and it means a lot to us. It means a lot to a lot of the people who are watching us all over the place. And to thank you to the great John Pizzarelli, as you know, every year is here with us, flies in from New York City, cancels his gigs, and writes little songs of thanks to our special guests like yourself. So here's John Pizzarelli with a thanks to Tim Allen. Ready to go.
He started out doing stand-up. I read it was on a dare. Now he does more than just stand-up. Here are some things I will share. He's played himself and even more. Toy Story 1, 2, 3, and 4. He drove Daytona, a great persona. We love Tim Allen.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You know, I wasn't expecting much, but that was pretty good. And you know what? Because that worked out, like we got to get. I've got. Where do I got to figure it? I got to. If you can get 5 people, or 4. When is it? I got to get the right. I got 20 grand. If you can match that, I need somebody to match my 20.
We'll get it.
Oh, we'll get it.
You get somebody. You get 5 people with 5 grand, and you got 20 coming from me. When as soon as that happens, 20 Canadian.
Come on, that's for Pirellis. You know that, Tim.
Right.
We'll get it. Whether it's 5 people or 50 people, we'll get
Whatever
your
you want to do, I'll
20,000
match 20 grand in the next hour. Whatever. Like little.
We'll
game
get it.
one.
We'll get it.
We'll do it. It's
We'll get it.
145
nice is
here in
that?
the East.
Yes.
We'll get $20,000 from our amazing audience to match Tim Allen's $20,000. Ed Kelly just gave me 40 Canadian, which is worth about $1.50.
Yeah.
So we're on our way. Tim Allen, thank you so much for your generosity, pal. Really appreciate
Nice
it.
to see you.
Great, Tim
Thanks,
Allen.
Merry Christmas, you guys.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah,
Call
Merry Christmas.
855-955-4483. All right, now you have real motivation to call right now because if we can get 20,000, we'll get 20,000.
Let's match
so that'd
it.
be 40,000.
There you go.
855-955-4483. 855-955-GIVE is the phone numbers. Bernie and Carmen, you guys have been great. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, it's always
it's not official
wonderful.
until you guys are here.
It's You're awfully kind, but we
It
love
is.
it. We
We do.
and we promise we'll be here every year for you.
Good. Well, then we're gonna book you
Where's-
for next year already.
Where's the document we signed?
Yeah. You'll make a blood oath on the way out.
Yeah.
Sign the guitars,
All right.
and we'll come back with more here on 760 at WJR.
All right.
Eric, here we are.
Yes.
Just about 9 months ago, they were putting shovels in the ground.
just to see all of the development, just so exciting.
Yeah, and now we're about getting inside of our new building. It's been a amazing 9 months. It's gone by quick, as you have said, and we're excited to get in here.
Yes.
Should we check it out?
Yes, let's go check it out and see what's going on.
6 months ago, we stood in this very space.
Yes,
There were no walls, there were no bricks, there was no ceiling. We were on an open field, and it was just really about potential at that point. And now we're starting to see the potential come to life.
Absolutely, increasing the impact of the work that we've been doing and doing it on a larger scale.
It's great to be right outside of the new theater here, the centerpiece of this building. Really the centerpiece of what we'll be doing for the kids, but it goes beyond that even. It's the centerpiece of the community as well.
Besides performing arts community events, it's going to be a multi-use space that is going to be unlike any other in this community.
We are now in what I would say the heartbeat of the facility.
Yes.
Our new classrooms. We have 6 state-of-the-art classrooms here. This is something we didn't have in our old building.
Much needed.
Eric, now here's some spaces that I'm really excited about. Our new vocational classrooms.
Yes.
We will really be able to do some fun and innovative things in here that allows us to bring cars on campus, to bring different trades and skills on campus, and really expose our students to all sorts of career fields that they might not have considered before.
Absolutely.
You know, we are desperately in need of vocational services and trades in our city, and this is going to be a great opportunity to be able to introduce our kids to some of those, you know, early stage services.
Absolutely. Our students ask for it, the community asks for it, and we've had calls and inquiries from some local job training programs, vocational programs that want to come and support our expansion of opportunities, offer job training, skills trades programs. So we're looking forward to that.
As with everything else at the Safe Place Center, it takes a village, right? It takes a community and it takes a village. And none of this would have happened without our community of supporters, our community of staff members, our partners who come here every day and work with our kids. And so I just want to say a big thank you to the community for helping us to bring this to reality.
Absolutely, thank you. And thank you also to the families that believe in us to look after their kids day in and day out. And they truly believe and support the vision of what we're trying to do is coming to a reality.
Yep. Educating our kids in this community is a team sport.
Yes.
And it takes a lot of players.
Yes,
and we're just very grateful to have the players that we have on staff. Yes. So thank you to everyone out there for all of your support.
Yes.
Now, I think they're working on some electrical over there. I know a little bit to be dangerous. Should we go try to help them out a little
let me
bit?
see if I have a circuit tester.
I see some tools. Let's go get them. Okay.
Water ice, popcorn, rice pudding, Philly pretzels, soft serve ice cream, everything goes to charity. The Detroit Water Ice Factory was an idea I came up with to sell the best possible product. All right, we are back here at the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon, Telethon, Streamathon for needy Detroiters, and we've got a lot of amazing continued guests coming up here, including Anderson Cooper, Dan Campbell from the Lions, a number of the Michigan football players are going to be here and more. But moving away from the stars, just had Tim Allen for a long time and Bernie and Donna, but I want to focus for a moment on the recipients and the people who help make some of this stuff possible that we do with Say Detroit, with all the different operations that we have. So our Say Place Center at Lipke Park is one of our jewels in the Say Detroit family. It's a 15-acre facility. It was a rundown recreation facility that was closed for many years. And at the request of Mayor Mike Duggan, we looked around at a bunch of them. We finally found one that we might be able to refurbish. We got a lot of help, cleaned it up, fixed it up, took a swimming pool that was rotted and full of mold and turned it into instead a digital learning center. We converted an empty field into a first-rate football field built by Matthew Stafford, and converted a ripped-apart basketball court into a first-rate basketball court from the Pistons. The Tigers built a baseball field. We have a recording studio there, a dance studio there, and much, much more. And all this came together a number of years ago, particularly with the help of the Michigan Masons, who have been partners with us since 2016 there, after they came and saw the Save Play Center at Lipke Park, and have funded it every year with a significant contribution. And joining us is Jan Cross, the president of the Michigan Masonic Charitable Foundation, and our old friend Bob Conley, the system CEO of the Michigan Grand Lodge. Thank you both for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And to my other side, to my left, are the people who make it work. Eric Reed is our executive director. Eric, good to have you here.
Thank you, Mitch.
Malcolm McCants is our director of education. Malcolm, pull that microphone right up in front of you. And maybe I'm proudest of all of Allison Woodward, who is, can you pull that right in front of you? Right in front. Allison is 12th grade Cass Tech High School and a Save Play student, and she's an example of the reasons of why we do what we do. So please say hello to all of our guests here. A nice little round of applause as we kind of focus on the Save Play Center. And I want to actually go right to you, Allison, to start, because you're the beneficiary of this. What difference has the Save Play Center made in your life before it was there versus when it got into your life?
I'd say before I went to Save Play, I felt like really lonely. Like I didn't have as many friends as I wanted to. Like I felt like I could have did more. And I remember when Miss Sally came in and told us all about Save Play, and it sounded so awesome. She said home cooked meals. She said there's gonna be so many kids there, so many activities. I could be dancing, I could be reading and writing at the same time. I got a place to study and do my homework. I could play a sport if I wanted to. I could make more friends. Again, she had me at food and kids. So.
Okay.
And when I got there, I felt a lot happier. Like I had a way bigger family. And then I got to meet other people's parents. That was really nice. Like a lot of y'all, hi, Miss Jackson. Mm-hmm. And I got to meet like people like you, super big. And I had a lot of opportunities. I can definitely make my college essay look super pretty thanks to this place.
Wow. Well, that's a handful and a mouthful, and I'm glad that we're able to do all that. And that's exactly the reason that we are there. Let me ask you, Jan and Bob, what did you see? And what have you seen? Because now it's no longer what it got started, 2016, it's 7 years already. What have you seen that has encouraged you to continue to support us the way you have?
Well, last year was the first year I was there, and I was just amazed, first of all, at the energy. You cannot walk out of there feeling down or the blue. I mean, I got in my car and I had so much energy that I absorbed from the kids, and it's quite obvious that they love the place and that they're benefiting tremendously. You wouldn't have that much excitement if you weren't getting something out of it. Right. And I think as the Masonic fraternity, we are proud that we are part of that and that we are helping this happen for the children of Detroit. And I just, it's an amazing place.
We're glad you're there too. Bob?
Yeah, I agree. Jan said it very well. And I think more than anything else, it's a place where hope lives. If you feel down, just go to Save Play for an afternoon. You won't feel that way when you're done. The kids are incredible, and that we're a part of that is profoundly important for us. So we're very happy, very glad we do that.
Eric is our executive director. You came in a few years ago and made a huge, huge difference. We've also seen a big explosion, a growth at our place. Why is that, and what are the needs do you think that the Save Play Center serves the most in the community?
I think just providing opportunities. There's not a lot in terms of after-school programming and opportunities in the community that the center is in. And so being able to connect with schools and connect with other organizations and businesses we're meeting a need, and this annex, it's so sorely needed. We're busting at the seams right now with students every day, and students like Allison. She's a 12th grader. She's about to graduate. She is working with us day in and day out, and this is when we have a center. These are the types of results, the type of young people that we envision developing as a result of what we invest in that center.
And the education part of it, Malcolm, which you oversee, I mean, obviously the schools are doing some job of educating. I won't use what adjective goes in front of job, but it needs help.
Absolutely, Mitch. Our center is a place where students can come and get that important support that they need. The impact we make, and as we all know, in inner city, roughly between 35 and 40% of our students are struggling in reading. And so at the Safe Place Center, that is a big component of what we do. We offer reading literacy cohorts. So our students are able, if they don't have homework, or even if they do, they are incorporated every day in some component of reading. And we start to see those students grow throughout the year. As we go on in the future, we definitely need to expand, provide more support to that reading intervention, so that we can fight that number and make that percentage go down in our city.
Well, you're all doing an amazing job. Allison is one of umpteen kids who we could have brought up here, and you would say, wow, what an impressive young woman or what an impressive young man. And as impressive as they were when they got to us, they've grown that much more as a result of being there, and that's how I know we're doing good. And Allison, it so stunned me when I first met her that I said to her the first time I met her, if you need someone to write a letter of recommendation for your college application, come find me.
Got to take you up on that offer.
Yes, I know you will. I know you will.
That's right.
So Bob and Jan, thank you for all the support that you have done for this particular organization. This is how things come together. You get money to support it. We can therefore do the kind of programs which we never could have done without your contributions or all of your contributions out there who are listening to us. And we make the difference now in hundreds of kids' lives, and there will be even more once we open the new annex that we're building there. So thank you all. Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Malcolm. Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Jan. Thank all of you. The numbers to help projects like this, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Back with more right after this.
And I'm the executive director of Say Detroit. Our families are facing a lot of the challenges that many in the city are facing in terms of food insecurity, housing issues, medical issues, and schooling, really, and making sure kids are going to school. The pandemic set us back greatly in this city in terms of learning and healthcare, and so we're able to address a lot of those issues with the families that we serve. I get to see the results of our efforts on a daily basis. And it's not always that way, especially in the nonprofit world. I've worked in nonprofits for many years, and sometimes you're in a dark room on a telephone making calls. Here, I get to see the smiling faces of the kids that we serve at our play center. I get to see the smiling faces of the patients that we serve at our health clinic. I get to see the smiling faces of a family taking ownership of a home for the first time. And so I get to see the impact of all the good deeds that really our community does. A lot of our employees come from the communities where our kids come from, and them being successful in life is just as important to me as the kids that we serve. And so having an environment that's safe for them as well, and a career path, and a pathway to success, it goes right into our mission statement. Not just the constituents that we serve, but also our staff and our volunteers are a very large part of that. We're very excited for the next few years because through our strategic planning process and our focus on these new 3 pillars, we have a lot of exciting things coming up in the future.
Books are like instructions to life.
It makes me feel like I'm in a whole different place. Like I could do anything if I read a book.
I like reading. It's adventurous. And when I'm reading, I imagine like I'm one of the main characters or something.
encouraging kids to lose themselves in stories is transformative.
And the thing about kids is they're so innocent, and we have an opportunity to mold them. They're relying on us.
Our annual Radiothon, telethon for Say Detroit, we hold every December. And we were coming pretty close to last year's record. Then Tom Gores called us and blew us all away. He would offer a certain amount of money for every book that one of our kids read and completed. We can have a lot of fun with this. Good luck, Tom Gores, the owner of the Pistons.
Wow.
So he basically just pledged $250,000, which is a little. That means the kids here are constantly facing dangers and threats on the street to their very existence. There's not a lot of options, there's not a lot of entertainment, but a book can take you anywhere.
It means a lot to me because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that I'm doing now.
It's that idea that you provide an environment to access themselves and their greatness.
Every time I come here, it just feels like home. It brings me hope.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
What we're going to do now is present to you, Rashida, the keys to the house. And it's our wish from Say Detroit and everybody else on the team that this is a new start for you. Congratulations to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wow, this is so beautiful. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is so special. Oh my goodness. Oh, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. So we have a spaghetti for dinner tonight.
Oh, radio.
This is nice. This is crazy. Look at that move.
All right, open them.
Hour is generously brought to you by the Zatkoff Family Legacy Fund. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Now, live from the Northside Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albom.
All right, we welcome you back here on 760 WJR, and we are at the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon, the 2 o'clock. I think we're right about the halfway point here now, right, Kenny?
Yes.
We have
Pretty
7
much.
hours
We
to
are
go.
right there,
So
we've done this our 8th hour.
Yeah, we're starting the 8th. So we passed the halfway point, and we'll get a tote board tally here in a moment. In this hour, we're going to be joined by Maria Shriver and Dan Campbell, the Lions head coach, and Chris Spielman, and Roop Raj, just to name a few.
So
here.
big football guys. It's
Yeah,
our
big
Roop
football
Raj
hour.
and 2 Lions.
Yeah. They're going to block for him.
Yeah, they'll need to.
I want to say hi to our good friend Bruce Kornblatt joining us from New York City. Bruce has been here before. Hello, Bruce.
I don't hear Bruce.
Oh, I see
He's
Bruce
in
staring
contemplation.
down.
He's in contemplation.
Kind of frozen.
I'm about to say, he looks frozen. He hasn't moved.
Frozen.
Is that a bus? It's in a catatonic state right now.
Is that a bus? Somebody carved.
It's like the Thinker downtown.
It's bronzed. It looks
There
like
he is.
the big parade thing we have for brown bag popcorn upstairs.
He's moving. He just moved.
His hand moved.
Yeah,
I think he's
it's
a little
stop-start,
frozen.
little
Maybe
frozen.
you guys fix it. Let me know when we got Bruce
There he
up
is.
here. Okay?
I think he's moving now.
'Cause I'm not hearing him.
I have a song for him when he's ready.
All right, for Bruce Kornblatt, nice to know. John Pizzarelli here as well. Kevin O'Neill. Hey, Kevin, why don't you read a couple of the dedications here? Because
Sure.
we've fallen behind, and
Okay.
people
Yeah.
are calling in 855-955-GIVE. We will read your dedication over the air if you'd like to honor somebody or in memory of somebody. 855-955-4483 to do that, or at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com.
If you
Go
tune
ahead,
in for
Kevin.
Chris Renwick's show, we're taking it over. But Chris is here.
But Chris is here.
Chris
Hi,
is here.
Chris.
How are you? It's nice to be here.
So we just moved you out of the studio and
That's
moved you over
great.
here.
That's perfect.
Yeah, this is a nicer place to broadcast,
It is.
right?
I agree. Yeah, I agree. We had we're at Castle View here. It's
Yeah, we got a
perfect.
Santa's castle.
We get close, and you know what? I've noticed, and I'm kind of freaked out, I'm paranoid now. You know, we're right over Santa's sleigh here, and any second now he's gonna drop presents.
That's
on
true.
us.
Yeah, I'm under Donner.
Right, like freaking me out here, man.
And I'm under Donner's rear end, actually. So there's such a thing as reindeer poop. I'm in perfect alignment for it.
Road apples.
So we were at the Somerset Collection, but definitely on the ground floor. Although this is a lot nicer place to broadcast, right, Chris, than in a radio studio. You in the break, you can go to the Apple store,
Yes,
get an
perfect.
iPhone.
I grabbed my Peloton on the way home.
Right.
Got a good close.
Kevin, who do we got?
Oh, let's start out with Charlotte Terry, Mitch, from Bloomfield Hills, $1,000. That is wonderful. In honor of Matt Hersel of Washington Township, we got $500. In honor of Dave Horgan, South Lyon, thank you for that $300 donation. We appreciate that. John Danik in Plymouth, $300. Thank you, John. Christine Ziola Pardell, who's in Fenton, that's $500. These are wonderful donations. In honor of Christine Allen, Shelby Township. Also, Mike Harrison, Allen Park, $350. Thanks, Mike. In honor of Thomas Stockel, M. Thomas Stockel, Ypsilanti. We certainly appreciate your taking the time to, there we go. We got another one there, I think. There we go. Thank you, Mitch. Susan Priestley, Birmingham, $1,000. Thank you, Susan. Laurie Stubb of Plymouth, $250. In honor of Mark Cessna of Plymouth. Thank you so much for that kind donation. And Ann Sobey, Rochester Hills, $835. Love when these things just come rolling through. In honor of Rita Cariotti for We Are Planners in Southgate. Also in honor of Frank and Ann of Troy. Thank you so much for calling in honor of John Pizzarelli and his lovely family in Atherton. Honor of Lynn Bridges in Mansfield, I believe that is, and Jackie Pfeiffer, Jackie Pfeiffer, Lake Orion, $250 from Jackie. Warren Wick in Farmington, a quick $500. Thank you, Warren. Wow. And in honor of R.S. Young in Fenton, thank you so much for calling in. $140.
I like the one who said Anne of Troy, because she has a cousin named Helen.
Yes, I was thinking great minds think alike.
Yeah. In honor of the Trojan horse.
It's a Trojan reindeer.
Yeah. Okay, and again, some amazing items. Now, I want to ask you guys, which of these items would you bid on? Okay, separate from, you got Ed here, Kenny here, Kevin here, Chris here, and auction items here. Okay, how much would you bid for a wedding at Andiamo's Warren Banquet Event Center for up to 250 people?
Don't ask me that.
Kenny just married off his daughter.
And that's why I got to go out and squeegee work on the freeway after the show is over. I'm still paying for that.
That's a good chunk of change.
That's
a great
facility. That's a great facility, great wedding.
So if you know someone who wants to have a wedding reception.
Right. If they're looking at the White Castle parking lot, do this one instead. Call in right now. Because this one here, I'm telling you right now.
Up to 250 people there. Wow. And you can do it any Friday or Sunday in 2024. Wow. Pretty good.
Yeah.
So what would you bid on that? All right. Ask yourself that. That's a great one. A NASCAR Cup experience. Experience the NASCAR Cup as a VIP at the Michigan International Speedway on Sunday, August 18th, 2024. Package includes 2 tickets, a parking pass, VIP pre-race up-close access to the pre-race activities, including the NASCAR Cup Series driver introductions, signing the start and finish line, the red carpet, and all the rest of it. You're a NASCAR fan, bid on that. Right now, we're waiting for an opening bid on that, so anything could go. You could take 10 people to Andiamo's to see Gary Puckett and the Union Gap, or the Buckinghams, rather.
Yeah, I think,
as well. Gary Puckett and the Union Gap and the Buckinghams. And 10 people plus a dinner plus a meet and greet.
Man, I'd give my life savings for that.
Yeah.
That's right up his alley. I don't know if we can outbid that, Kim. Before 3 o'clock.
You can experience a Pistons suite. 18 people for a Pistons game.
Oh, there you go.
State-of-the-art Little Caesars Arena. We're still waiting for their opening bids here.
Come on, 18 people.
Right? So go on in there and make a bid. We've
Might
got
better
a
get in the
Burberry EKD wool blanket from Somerset that's been donated here. A Detroit Tigers experience. Lower bowl game tickets as well. You can do a night of wonder and inspiration at Jack Crisula's. Where is this?
His house?
No.
Oh.
Yes, at his house.
At Jack's house?
Yeah, at his home and gardens in Bloomfield Hills.
Oh, you got to do that.
Sports history wonder.
You got to do that.
Yes.
Jack Crisula.
Mart's
he's a treasure.
Cider signed Red Wings jersey is out there. You can have lunch with our whole show, the
That's
Mitch
right.
Album show.
There you go.
You can bid on that. You can have lunch with Carmen Harlan and Bernie Smilovich.
There you go.
The Kane Brown concert package. You can bid on
I'm in
that. The
concert.
Grand Hotel bed and breakfast package for 2.
That's the Kane Brown package, not the Kim Brown
Yeah,
package.
not the Kim Brown package.
I'm not
No.
singing today.
Tickets to the Lions Vikings game, the last game of the season.
That could be for it all.
Yeah,
that could be for it all.
everything.
All the marbles.
So these are all major things that you can bid on. All you got to do is go mitchalbumradiothon.com to make the bid. And then as far as incentive items, and these are things you could just purchase straight out. Now, Rosie, I want to make clear on this. Rosie, can you tell me? Rosie's just bending over like he's in pain. Are you, Rosie? So these gift cards, when they are priced as $200, is it like for a $200 gift card or a $100 gift card, or is it the gift card at the price value? Half the price. So if they're paying a $50 gift card, they pay $25.
Right.
Okay. All right. So this is pretty good.
Right.
You get twice the value. This is incredible. That's like making money. That's
$500
like
gift card gets you $1,000.
where you return the bottles for 2 cents, and, and if you just do enough of it, you make a fortune.
It's like a crazy Eddie spot.
Yeah. So all right. So the gift cards like this: Avalon International Breads, Brown Bag Popcorn, Cork and Gable, Detroit Water Ice Factory, Grand Traverse Pie Company, Hand and Stone Massage. All of these you can get gift certificates for half the value, and then you get the full value of the gift certificate. Perfect. I don't know how we're doing that, but I guess it's because it's been donated here. So go check that out. You can get football signed by Desmond Howard or Jim Harbaugh. You can get football signed by Blake Corum, the Michigan running back. Matthew Stafford signed L.A. Rams footballs and jerseys. You can co-host the Mitch Album program. You can co-host the Paul W. Smith program. You can get signed copies of my new book, The Little Liar, for $35 a piece. You want them for the holidays? Here, all the money goes to charity instead of Barnes & Noble.
Right.
So, not that Barnes & Noble's going to be happy about that, but that's okay. That's all right. They're doing okay. They're doing okay. All right. So all of that is you go to mitchalbumradiothon.com or 855-955-GIVE. Now, I think we have Bruce Kornblatt on the phone. I don't think we were able to work out the thing. Bruce, are you there?
This is not on me. I was here with a jacket and tie ready to go. And by the way, every 10th word I heard from you, and you never sounded better.
Well, you should have heard the 9 in between.
Yeah. And let me ask you this.
They were all saying, where the bleep is Bruce Kornblatt?
That dial-up modem's just not doing
innocent.
good.
I didn't do that. But are there any bids on the Gary Puckett Buckingham's thing yet?
Not yet. We're waiting
How
for the
about if I want to
first.
meet Gary, but I don't want to meet the Buckinghams? Can I do that?
I think we can arrange that. Yeah.
We're going to have drag to meet them. Yes.
We're going to have to duke it out. We'll duke it out, Bruce.
Kind of a drag to meet them. Yes, it is.
Thank you.
The back of the room got that one. Yeah.
Mercy, mercy,
Great
mercy.
John
You're
Pizzarelli.
90, you're laughing right now.
John Pizzarelli is here. By the way, John Pizzarelli has composed. Bruce, you know you've made it.
Oh, yeah.
When John Pizzarelli has composed a song for you. Now,
John,
nothing
God
less.
bless you.
Nothing less than Hugh Jackman got a song. Hank Azaria got a song.
The A-listers
Tom
got
Izzo
songs.
got a song.
All the A-listers got songs.
Jane Pauley got a song. And now,
Bruce has arrived.
Bruce Kornblatt has got a song. Here we go, John.
Yeah, I went with an old reliable for you, Bruce.
Do it, John.
Kornblatt. The old reliable Kornblatt. It's undeniable. Close friends always call him BC. Wish he were sitting right next to me. Kornblatt. The undeniable man at MLB. He's the best, is it so? The Yanks got Juan Soto. He's the best at bat. Kornblatt.
Yeah. Hold in. Nice. That is fabulous, John. You know, you mentioned that John gave up a bunch of gigs to blew it off to come see you. And you know I've been there a lot, and I would love to have been there. John has 300 gigs a year. I have 15. So I'm afraid I can't blow off the one gig I have. But I'm there in spirit, and next year I'll be there in person. I miss being there. It's one of my favorite times of the year, and it's the one day. You and I have talked about this, Mitch. I talked to my sons about this last night. It's the one day of the year where you get to be selfish, where you get to try and have people have a better life. I watched some of these things. Jan Cross was talking about the energy she had leaving that building. Every time I leave this, I feel like something good happened. Something good happened for somebody else but me and my family. And that is an incredible reward. And so thanks for letting me be selfish one day a year.
Well, we're happy to have you be selfish with us. And giving is living. I've said that many, many times. It wasn't an original line. Maury Schwartz said it to me when I was visiting with him and what would ultimately become the Tuesdays with Maury book. And when I asked him
how's that book doing, by the way, Mitch?
I'm hoping it has a breakthrough. I'm looking to try to reach a few more people.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. But he did say to me as he was dying, he said, I asked him, how come you're always, asking other people about their problems and giving them advice, and you're the one who's dying? And he said, I said, why don't you just let them, give you sympathy or tell you? And he said, why would I take from people like that, Mitch? Taking makes me feel like I'm dying. Giving makes me feel like I'm living. And I never forgot that. And I said, if that's how it works when you're dying, then it has to definitely be working when you're healthy.
Speaking of giving, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I know on a phone, I'm not that interesting in person, but on a phone, I have a shelf life. So I'm going to get.
And shelf life is expiring. So
yes, I know.
Talk
That's
quickly.
why I'm talking faster. Since we talked last year, I have a grandson, my first one.
Congratulations, Bruce.
And you and I have exchanged texts. I saw your beautiful child as well. And in honor of him, I'm going to tell him when he's old enough. I'm going to tell him about the people I've been lucky enough to meet. I'm going to tell him about the events that you and I often have been together at, but all the sporting events that his granddad made possible, covered. But what I'm also going to tell him about are the December Thursdays that I spent with you and everybody there. And I'm going to tell him what it means to do something for someone else. And in honor of my grandson, I'd like to donate $5,000.
Oh my gosh, Bruce. That's fantastic. Thank you. I'm going to tell your grandson that.
And in addition, you're going to write his college recommendation.
I will.
I will. So that's
for $5,000, yeah, I'll write his college application and I'll deliver it.
Have some more grandsons. By the way.
You can hang with us for a second, Bruce. I want to go to another friend of mine who is talk about someone who gives and is generous of her time, her efforts. She seems to dedicate herself daily to good messages, positive news, keeping people uplifted and doing charitable work. That's Maria Shriver, who is on the line with us right now. Can we give her a Detroit welcome?
Yeah.
Hello, Maria.
Hi. Well, gosh, we're all talking about grandchildren. We're all going to give in our grandchildren's names. I'm going to match Bruce. There you go. I don't even know Bruce, and I'm going to match him. But I think I would like Bruce if I knew him.
You would like.
I think I would like him, right?
You would like Bruce. Yes, you would.
Maybe my granddaughters can go out with his grandson.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. You might not like him that much. I want to screen him a little bit before and make sure that. How many grandchildren do you have, Maria?
I have three. I have two granddaughters, and then I have one is Lila Maria, and the other is Eloise Christina, and then I have a bonus grandson, Jack Pratt. And so I feel my nickname is Mama G. Bruce, what are you?
Pops.
Yep. Okay. So I got both of you beat because we're all about the same age, except now I'm getting called Dada because I have a 2-year-old who it's kind of a long story, but she came from Haiti and she was 6 months old and she weighed 7 pounds and hadn't had anything to eat but sugar water. And she couldn't move. She couldn't speak. She couldn't open her eyes. And we were able to bring her to America to get her on a nutrition program, thinking, okay, if we can get her healthy, eventually we'll bring her back to Haiti. And that was 1.5 years ago, and I don't think she's going anywhere. And so meanwhile, thank God she recovered from all that, and she didn't have any serious brain development issues or whatever. And so now at the same age that you guys are, I'm the one changing the diapers along with my wife, and we're the ones staying up, and we're getting sneezed on. Yeah, so I'm a little slow to this party.
Barely crawling, so that's fun. Yeah.
Oh, listen to us, Pops, Dada, and Mama G. Aren't we the ones?
Yeah, look at us. Yeah.
Well, Mitch, I wanted to just say how honored I always am is to get your text to join you in supporting all of these incredible programs in Detroit. I'm such a big admirer of yours. I've told you that over and over again, the work you do in Haiti, the work you do in Detroit, the writing you do, the man you are, the father, the pops, the dada, all of it. And it's just such an honor for me to be here with you. I also have, I think I told you, a real soft spot in my heart for Michigan. Because Christopher, my youngest son, went to the University of Michigan. He was just back there for the Ohio State game. Go blue, right?
Yeah, go blue.
And I just loved all of my time coming to visit in Ann Arbor, visit in Detroit. Met so many great people in Michigan. So I have a soft spot for everyone in Michigan and Michigan in general, and love watching it, evolve and grow and change, and love the work you're doing. So count me always in to help out.
Well, you have, and I want to say, you've been a TV star. You've been the First Lady of California. You certainly could have rested on your laurels and said, I have done all this high-profile stuff, and I just want to be famous for the rest of my life. Instead, your second act, as far as I can observe, anyhow, has all been about helping others and lifting up others and spreading positive messages, and that I really admire anybody who kind of realizes at some point in their life that there's even more to life than being successful yourself. And you have done that. And so I salute you, Maria Shriver, and I thank you for matching Pops' donation there.
Amen.
That's nice. And we're gonna make a prerequisite that anyone from here on in has to have grandchildren who comes on the program, because every grandchild is apparently worth $5,000. And do the math. I mean, we can figure that out between now and the next 7 hours. We could make a fortune.
You could call that the grandparent effect.
That's right.
There's a real thing. There's a real thing, actually. There's real science and research around the grandparent effect. So you can call, thanks to Bruce and I, you can just kind of keep the grandparent effect going.
There you go.
Let
me tell a quick story to Maria as well. When I was in college, we had the visiting lecturer was Margaret Mead, the famous professor of all that. And so she took questions, and one person asked, why are grandparents get along so well with their grandchildren? And parents have a different thing. And she looked up, and with all the drama she could muster, she said, I'll tell you the reason grandparents do better with their grandchildren than their children. Common enemies.
Okay. What? That didn't go where I thought it was going, but it turned dark. Kind of got dark.
I don't know if I should be in-laws with Bruce. He's funny, though. I think maybe.
That date has been rescinded.
Yeah. Maria, God bless you. Thank you for coming on with us. Thank you for your donation, and thank you for your support and your friendship. Maria Shriver, everybody.
Everybody who works on this. Thank you, Mitch.
You're welcome. Thank you. 855-955-4483. 855-955-4483. By the way, we're still in that $20,000 match from Tim Allen. We have 20 more minutes to make sure that we match that $20,000. And then we actually have $40,000. So please call in and do that. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. I want to say hi to Ashley Plamp from the Zatkoff Family Legacy Fund. Ashley, so great to have you here. Thank you. Your family, you have supported a number of initiatives at Say Detroit. It includes our academic program at Say Play, the pharmacy at our Say Clinic, as well as our Wellness Wednesdays Women's Support Group in first year, which was created almost 3 years ago to improve maternal infant health outcomes in our city. And I know that advocating for children is very close to your heart. Share with us why you do this.
So the Zatkoff Family Legacy Fund, started by my grandparents, Roger and Elaine, everything they did was for their children and their grandchildren and their great-grandchildren, who I brought today. So it's just been sort of our inspiration, how can we pay it forward? And so much of what you do at Say Play and with all the different programs is about helping the whole family, the whole community. And it's something we really rally around because we pride ourselves first and foremost on being a family. And so that's really the motivation for us. And obviously, I'm very connected to the baby stage right now.
I can see that, yes.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if everybody's watching at home can see this, but Are we going to be safe to say you are with child?
3 weeks to go.
3 weeks to go. Wow.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Right. I told Rosie as I came up, I'm like, well, if you give birth at Somerset, you probably can shop for
Oh, I'm sure you get. I'm sure there's a special gift certificate for
So
that.
you get
Great
something,
promotion.
right? So, where the first year's program is something I care deeply about because I feel it's a way for myself and so many other moms and dads in the community. It meets them where they're at, right? So last year we had the opportunity to throw a baby shower, which was incredible because I had so many moms. I just posted, on various community boards and things like that, asking for donations, like thinking I'd get a few things here or there. And I had moms and dads from all over Metro Detroit driving to my house, driving beautiful cribs and strollers and, rock and plays and all these different things and buckets of clothes. And they kept saying over and over again, I just want to know it's helping someone in my community. I want to know it's going to another mom, another dad.
Well, that's a really good point you bring up, Ashley, because, a lot of people want to help where they can see the good being done.
Right.
And that's no knock on giving to a country far away. Listen, I run a charity that relies on that in Haiti.
Right.
But I understand when people say, I want to see the beneficiaries in my community. I want to help those people where I drive through their neighborhoods. And that's what you help us do, because Detroit is that kind of place where even the people who are doing well drive through the neighborhoods that are not doing so well. You have to, the way we're kind of laid out. And you and the Zatkoff Family Legacy Fund have been huge, huge helps in all of that. So God bless all of you and your family, your upcoming babies, your current babies, your babies still to come that haven't even been conceived yet, and all the rest of it. We applaud you and your family. How about it for
Thank you so
Clamp
much.
and the Zatkoff family? Like, they help us out tremendously. You can help us too. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web. Coming up, Dan Campbell from the Lions and Chris Spielman as well. We're going to get to talk to them and get their take on things. Again, if you want to bid on any of the items, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com is where you go. Back with more from Somerset Collection right after this.
"28 years and 11 months. Now I'm in Clarenceville High School when they told me I was going to die in prison. Know why I'm here? Because I didn't give up. My name is Daryl. I dropped out of school in the 8th grade. Started selling drugs. I found myself at the wrong place at the wrong time, associating with the wrong people. Someone was killed. I didn't do it. They convicted me for being an aiding and abettor in this homicide. Let's stay engaged with them and hear them a lot, and get them to talk, because that's what's going to make a huge difference when we transition. Oh, this is amazing. This is the biggest one that we ever done with 400 students. They're laughing, they're working together, don't know who they're working with right now, but they just having fun, natural fun. Young people desire a lot. They want to be heard. So it's not just a monologue in here, it's a dialogue that's going on. We're here to lift each other up. First of all, we want to thank you for welcoming us into your school today. It's been an honor and a privilege for us to be here with you guys. We have some other good friends here that I want them to share just a little bit more about themselves and what they do, and then we want to have a conversation about that. And so I'm gonna ask my good friend here if he would say just a little bit more about himself.
I'm Savannah Hall. I'm a police officer for the city of Inkster.
Are you a cop? And I'm a cop too. And I
Oh,
turn
you a
myself
cop too?
Yes, sir. And I
Oh,
turn
you
myself
bet.
around.
You a cop.
You don't look like no cop.
He don't look like no cop?
Him neither though, for real.
Neither one of them.
no
We want to help them to believe in themselves. We want to empower them with the tools that they need so that they can win in life.
I don't like bad people because it's not all cops, just like it's not all kids. To be a cop, you go out there and you risk your own life for everyone else's every day. And just because there's bad people in like the police system, there's bad people everywhere, but you can't like say all cops are bad.
But we're saying here that we ain't got no beef with the police. You know, we got a beef with foolishness. She gets it, and you all got to get it. Because a many of these cops that's in this room right now could be your ticket to winning. Better together means us coming together as a community and saying that everyone have a voice, everyone have a seat at the table, everyone lives matter. And that's what we need to be about as a nation, working together so that we all can be better together.
Your name? Brandon. Hi, Brandon. What's your name?
Takaya.
And this is the house. Your dining room.
So you stocked your refrigerator for you. Oh, look! That's
Right here is Brandon's room.
Oh!
Here is your room.
Wow! So
Water ice, popcorn, rice pudding, Philly pretzels, soft serve ice cream, everything goes to charity. The Detroit Water Ice Factory was an idea I came up with to sell the best possible products we could, something really unique, and then give all the profits away to charity. So water ice is a derivative of Italian ices, but it's much smoother, has a lot more flavors, no fat, it's got no gluten, it's got no cholesterol, and it's got no dairy. I grew up in the Philadelphia area, and we used to eat it every day. When I got here to the Midwest, I found out they didn't have it. And we now are able to make it here ourselves. When you run 9 different charities, people see you coming and they start running the other way because they think, oh, he's gonna ask us for money again. So we just remind people that charity can be delicious, and it was the beginning of what's essentially become a dessert shop. Watching people's eyes just sort of light up when they taste something that they've never had before. You know, you watch it and you go, yep, told you.
Brought to you by the Zatkoff Family Legacy Fund. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
All right, as we are back here on the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon, 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or mitchalbumradiothon.com. I want to correct a math mistake, and now the mystery is solved because we couldn't figure out how you would pay $50 for a $100 gift certificate. It seems to me like I said, the bottle cap thing with I Love Lucy.
Yeah.
Well, okay, we had it wrong, and I apologize. It's the other way around. So you pay $100 for a $50 gift certificate. So $50 of it, you're actually getting your merchandise back,
Okay.
you know, and you're making sort of a donation of $50 and you're getting a gift certificate. So
Exactly.
our apologies if any confusion about that, but at least we figured, because I was thinking we're going to get a run on these things. I'll take $1 million of them. You know?
Volume.
I'll take $1 million and I'll make $1 million. Thank you, Say Detroit. It's like, that's not really the way it's supposed to work.
No.
Yeah, so forgive us for really bad math, but that was never our specialty. here. Okay. Kevin O'Neill, you want to read a few more of our
Sure.
donations? And Dan Campbell's going to join us momentarily from the Lions.
He's going to have to give us his coffee order for the morning because we've been here 8 hours now. And Dan's got a coffee
advice,
order
at
in the
least.
morning that'll get us stimulated. So we got to ask him as
We're
soon
going
as
to
he
find
comes
out how
on.
much coffee he drinks. Yeah.
Well, in honor of R.S. Young of Fenton, we have a donation. We appreciate that. Warren Wick in Farmington, $500. In honor of the Sulik family in Novi, $250. Thank you for that. Richard Sinowick of Fenton, that's another $250. And there are... You have the magic touch, Mitch. There you go. Thank you. In honor of Judy Florian, Farmington Hills. Thank you, Judy. In honor of Pearl Harbor casualties. Boy, that is something we have to remember.
That's December 7th.
Yeah, this
That's
date.
right.
It's in 1941. That's right. So thank you for that kind donation. In honor of Marla Yeomans of Byron Center. Also in honor of Roger Molesky, Garden City. In honor of Richard and Rosemary Nelson. They're in Grand Blanc. And also in honor of Walter Kozlowski in Southgate. And can't forget Ken in Westland. A lot of people want to honor Ken, and that's a $200 donation.
Very nice.
So,
Again, if you want to make donations in honor of people and want us to read it out over the radio, then you can record it and give it as a gift, Christmas present or something like that. Go right ahead. We got a nice crowd of people here at Somerset as well. Yes, give yourselves all a nice round of applause. And please, if you're listening and you have nothing to do in the afternoon or you're planning on shopping anyhow, come on out. We are here until 9 o'clock. Our goal is $1.8 million. That's what we raised in one day last year, our biggest total yet. And a lot of the celebrities who've been with us have helped us out a lot, from Hugh Jackman to Hank Azaria to Hoda Kotb, Maria Shriver, many, many more. And we'll continue to do so. We've had a lot of great athletes who have joined us. And we're joined by one right now in the field of sports, the coach of the 9-3
that's right.
Detroit Lions, Dan Campbell.
Right, coach.
Woo! Hello, Dan.
Hello. How you doing?
Doing good, Dan. Thank you for taking a couple minutes. I know how busy you are during this time of year, and we really appreciate your helping us out. We've been here since 6 o'clock this morning. We'll be here till 9 o'clock. And we're trying to, break our all-time record.
We need that coffee order, Dan, for you to get us going for the next 8 hours. What do you do in the morning, and what do we got to do? Give it to I'm writing it down as you speak right now.
What's for a good cause? I know that.
Yeah. How much coffee do you take first thing in the morning to get going?
Well, I drink 2 of the big large cups with 2 shots of espresso in each one of those.
Oh,
yeah,
man, 2 cup charges. Oh, my God.
Glad he said espresso.
I knew he was Italian.
And what time in the day is that?
Well, that'll be 5:30 in the morning, usually. Wow. And that gets me going. And then I take a little breather. And then about 10 o'clock, I'll get another cup. And then I hold off till about 3 or 4 in the afternoon after practice. So
you can keep coffee awake at that point.
Wow. I just want to see the difference between when you wake up and when you swallow the 2 large cups and the 2 espresso. Does your body just jerk into some kind of, suddenly you're 6 inches taller?
Well, believe it or not, I kind of feel like I'm immune to it now. I still drink it. I don't really know if it does anything or not. I don't feel the effects like I used to. So
that's the danger of it. You just have to keep drinking more. Pretty soon you're up to 37 shots of espresso, and you're saying to yourself, I don't understand why it's not working. By the way, just so that you keep track of your competition, I know you're not thinking about the playoffs at this point yet, but Matthew Stafford was on with us this morning, and he was on from L.A. at 5:50 in the morning his time, already in the Rams facility, fully awake, and it looked like he was ready to start throwing. And I'm going, what time do football players go to bed? They're at these places at that early. So he's up early thinking about, I might have to come back to Detroit to play a playoff game. So just giving you some heads up.
I got it. That doesn't surprise me one bit, knowing him.
Yeah, everybody's a hard worker. You have, you've done an amazing thing, Dan, in not just in 9-3. That speaks for itself. What you've done is create a culture that not only seems to have permeated your locker room, but has permeated the town, and I would say, as someone who's been covering the Lions since while you played, before you played, and even before you dreamed of playing, to turn around a culture in a town and get fans to believe in what they're seeing, That's pretty remarkable. I don't know if you take time to because you did play here and you know what that same old Lions mentality thing was and all that. Do you ever take time to consider the kind of big rock that you pushed up a hill to get people to start thinking, you know what, we can have a winning football team in this town?
I don't know if I think that in depth about it, but I know this. It was one of the things that drew me to take this job and to want to coach this team. I mean, is to kind of get where we're at right now and beyond. Obviously, I mean, we still haven't done anything. It looks good. We're getting better. But I think that was what this was about. This is an area, this is a community, this is a city that you could just feel it. They're dying to support the Detroit Lions, and if you could ever give them something to grab hold of and feel like they're a part of, and it is a winner, man, you can have a lot of pride in this area. And so, that always kind of motivated me. And then for our players and coaches, man, to be a part of something special like that. I mean, it's been 30 years and more since there's been a division championship, since you won a playoff game. We got a chance to do something really special here that honestly a lot of other teams have done. Some of these teams do have a legacy. We don't. And I want to build a legacy. I think everybody that's here that's involved, from Brad to myself, certainly Sheila, that's what it's about. And we want the community to feel like they're a part of it, when it flips.
Yeah. Well, the community does. And I've covered when the Pistons were bad and then they got really good and then they won. I've covered the Red Wings when they were bad and then they got really good and then they won. There's a sweet spot on the curve. Right before the wave starts to crest, I think surfers kind of know this, when you can just get into that thing where everything seems to just be rolling. The attitude is great. Nobody's gotten a big head yet because they haven't won it yet, but they can smell that it's coming. It feels to me that that's exactly where this team is. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I absolutely know what you're talking about. And I do feel like we are riding the wave up to the top. And we're not there yet, but I feel like we are getting the feel of that. We're starting to figure some things out. We understand what it's going to take. There's nothing easy about it, but I do like where we're at, Mitch.
Catch a wave and you just might win the Super Bowl.
Exactly. Well, we like where you're at too, Dan. And now we have a tradition here. John Pizzarelli, I don't know how much time you have for music or anything like that, but John Pizzarelli is a world-class jazz guitar player and singer who every year, because he's been friends with me for a long time, stops his gigging around the world, comes in and sits with us all day long and composes small little musical thank yous to guests who have come in. And so he's got a little something for you. So John Pizzarelli, hopefully you can hear this. Take it away, John.
Motor City Dan's got the team upright, got the Lions ready for a really big fight. Everybody's talking about the silver and blue. Motor City Dan's why they do what they do. MCDC. MCDC. Motor City Dan's got a Super Bowl in 9 tonight.
Yeah.
All right.
That could be your new ringtone, Dan.
There you go. I appreciate that, John.
Yeah. Listen, I want to thank you for taking time. I know how busy you are. We have auction items here that help us raise a lot of money. Last year, we raised $1.8 million in a day, which was our all-time record. We're trying to shoot to break that. I don't mean to put you on the spot, and it's certainly okay if you can't do it, but I'm wondering, would it be possible at your convenience to organize, if we could have two people, father and son or whatever, who might come sometime during a practice or something and just get to shake your hand for 5 minutes. And there are people who just would pay to just have their picture taken with Dan Campbell, wouldn't they? Mm-hmm. If it was at a mutually convenient time, do you think we could arrange that and auction that off?
You absolutely can do that, Mitch.
Thank you, Dan. That's kind of you. We'll do it. We'll let you know when we figure it out. And
Coach.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Nope. And it doesn't have to be now.
No, I got it. All good. Absolutely.
Off-season, postseason, preseason.
It might have to be at a Starbucks the way he's put that coffee in.
Yeah. It can be online at a Starbucks. Okay? In between the fourth and fifth shot of espresso. Or just a quick handshake and a photo. But I know it would help us raise money. You're a great guy, and we really appreciate you doing it, Dan. Thanks so much for coming on. Dan Campbell, coach of the Lions. Right. How about that, man? All right, so we'll call that, Vince, we'll call that a quick meet photo op with Coach Dan Campbell, 2 people. I don't want him bringing like the whole army, but in a Starbucks.
Yeah, a meet and suite
at 5:30 a.m.
Yeah, that's right.
What's the max capacity of a Starbucks?
How much else do we have to kind of put onto the thing here? Okay. Did we say so long to Bruce? Is Bruce still here? Is he with us?
Oh,
We said so long to him already, or he's here?
He
Bruce-
might have left.
Oh, he's on?
He's
Bruce
on.
Kornblatt.
Bruce still here?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't hear him.
Oh, there he is. Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
all right.
his
All right.
system's
Sorry,
right.
we got caught up with the football coach, and
he became a grandfather for the second
Yeah.
time. Since,
got another grandchild
in the last 20 minutes.
So long.
All right. Brucey, I want to thank you.
I just want to. That's fine. Sure. I just want to say a couple of things. Number one, thanks to John, my pal, for writing that great song. My grandson will sue me eventually, but thank you anyway. And also, Mitch, thank you for always being a part of this. And the last thank you I have is I'm done with my Christmas shopping. I ordered 250 gift cards, and I think I've got a real bargain here. I didn't hear anything other than that 50% discount, so I think I'm in good shape.
Yeah. So about that, Lucy. Yeah. I got some explaining to do.
Wait a minute. What? Oh no! Text me because I don't want to hear it right now. Feeling too good.
Yeah.
It's
ridiculous. Bruce said, I called in a radiothon and I made a fortune. Yeah. Well, that's why we had to correct it. Bruce,
That's
thank you for all
Ryder's
you do.
first year of college already.
We will
Always.
see you
I love you
next
guys.
year,
See you
I hope,
guys.
in person. All right, Bruce Kornblatt,
Yeah,
thank
Bruce.
you for that.
Kornblatt. Thought he'd made a
Nice
fortune.
song there, by the way,
Yes.
John Pizzarelli.
Nice. Very nice.
He said,
Always.
for Bruce, pretty soon you're going to have to do one for Kenny. Okay. All right.
That'll be a quick song.
Some of the beneficiaries that we partner with here, we want to introduce you to, because in between stars, it's which is nice about the Radiothon and all that. But the important thing is, where does the money go that we raise here? And one of the places that we help out is LACED, which stands for Latin Americans for Social and Economic Development, which was developed back in the 60s to assist Hispanics and residents of Southwest Detroit. It's grown hugely. There are currently 35 young people in the kids program, and Mary Carmen Munoz is the director. Mary, nice to see you as always.
Always great to see you, Mitch. Thank you so much for everything that Say Detroit does for LACED to help us serve a growing population, growing community.
And what have we helped you do specifically? Give us an example, an inspiring story, perhaps.
Well, you know what? All the stories are very inspiring. Our kids are the kids program helps plug that hole that's created from the kids struggling today with reading and math. We have tutoring one-on-one for at least 35 kids during the fall, and then 75 to 80 kids during the summer. Great stories. We have a young man who joined us when he was 10 years old, Juan de Dios. He was in a car accident as a young man, 10 years old, and is in a wheelchair. And he came to us just to experience the summer program as a normal kid. Today, he's a sophomore at Henry Ford College, and he serves us at back to the community by tutoring the young kids now, as well as serving as our sports coach.
Wow.
During the summer. So he's amazing. He's not limited by his wheelchair. It does not define him.
Amazing.
So that's a great story. And Say Detroit helps do that. And we so appreciate what you do. You help plug that dam of ever increasing needs in all of Metro Detroit, right, and beyond. If it wasn't for Say Detroit, many of us nonprofits could not serve the communities that we do. So muchas gracias. Thank you.
Well, I don't know what the Spanish is after someone says muchas gracias. I only know muchas gracias, but however you say you're welcome,
De
you're
nada.
welcome.
De nada.
De nada.
De nada.
De nada. You're welcome. We love working with you, Mary Carmen, and your group is so well organized and so heartfelt, and the people that we've met are so passionate about helping. And I'm so glad to hear that we're able to help kids through that program. So thank you. God
Absolutely.
bless
And
you.
I would like to just also add that we have an incredible senior citizen program at LaSed that Say Detroit also helps. When you donate the money to LaSed, it goes for all our programs. And you had a very timely article over the weekend about the suicide rates, especially among senior men.
Yeah.
Our senior men, the population is increased in our senior program by about 12%.
Wow.
So those men that have lost their wives, their children are very busy. They come to LaSed for that food and friendship and socializing that is so needed to maintain a
Reason
good,
to live. Yeah.
a well-balanced mental
God
health.
bless you, Mary Carmen. You do great
God bless
work.
you
Mary
guys.
Carmen
Thank you
Munoz,
guys.
Director of
Muchas
LaSed.
gracias. Muchas
Just
gracias.
part of
Gracias.
what you do with the money that we raise here. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. Speaking about the Lions, we went to the current coach of the Lions and a current hard-nosed guy. But before there was a Dan Campbell, there was Chris Spielman.
Yes, there was.
Who was put the hard and hard-nosed.
That's it.
And he's on the line with us right now and on StreamYard with us as well. Hey, Chris.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey,
We're
Chris.
good. How you doing? How about for Chris Spielman, everybody?
Yeah. They're like, who's he?
Oh, no. There's no who's he here. Everybody knows who you are. They're still afraid of you, Chris. I still stand 5 feet away just in case. Not because I think you're going to, you and I get along great, but I always worry about a flashback to, like a 1980s game. And,
PTSD.
Yeah.
And you'll have the COVID thing covered, too, so we're all good.
I got that, too. Chris, I know you won't toot your own horn, so you may not answer this question honestly, but can you give us an idea of how much input you have had in the turnaround of the Lions with Dan Campbell, with Brad Holmes? You were kind of brought in around the similar time to, a little ahead of time to help bring them in. Again, I'm not asking you to toot your own horn, but I am curious, how involved you are, because this team seems to have adopted a lot of Chris Spielman qualities, right? And I wonder if Chris Spielman might have had something to do with that.
I have a philosophy that for an organization, everybody has to speak the same language. And so that was when I was hired by Sheila and Rod. This is kind of what I envisioned for the whole organization. Now, I wasn't the one to do that. You have to get the right people in place to do that. And as an organization between Sheila, Rod, Mike Disner, and myself, we were able to identify two guys that are great leaders in Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes. And so my job basically is to be a support system in all areas for not only those guys, but I try to do that in all areas, from groundskeeping to watching college tape to looking at unique plays to offer to Ben just in case he might want to use something. And I just offer things and offer suggestions. And I don't take it personal if they say no, and I don't take it personal if they say yes. But I think as long as we let the leaders lead and we support those leaders, then that's why we're all kind of rowing in the same direction here. I was just reading an article about Carolina, how everybody was undermining each other and undermining the head coach. Once you have that, you got no shot, and it's going to take years for them to build that back up.
Right. Would you have liked to have played for Dan Campbell?
I would have loved to play for Dan Campbell. I think that he and I, mentality-wise, are so similar that it's like sometimes we don't know what to say to each other. We just grunt. That's the language we speak. That's called grit. The language of grit.
I know all about it.
It's no vocabulary, just different levels of growling.
We make sounds and we know what each other means.
I think bears do the same thing, don't
exactly.
they?
Or lions. Lions do too.
Or lions, yeah. Well, Chris, you've been around a long time here in Detroit. I started doing this Radiothon 12 years ago. I started Say Detroit 17 years ago. We started from a little organization, started at from a column I wrote about spending a night in a homeless shelter to this broad, multi-million-dollar operation that runs, 10 different big, huge programs every year. But it's all supported by people giving and like events like this. And you have, you played in Cleveland, you played in Buffalo, you've been around the whole country and around parts of the world. Can you speak briefly to what it is about Detroiters that they come together and help their own, even when the economic climate may not be particularly good for them?
Well, I mean, there's an old saying, to whom much is given, much is expected, right? And I think at our core as human beings, we're all have good in us. Then when you have the ability to recognize that you can have a direct impact on somebody's life, and quite frankly, I think it's your duty to do so. And, Mitch, you guys have all been given a lot in life, opportunity, blessings, whatever, money, whatever it is. But you understand that you wouldn't have gotten there without somebody giving you a chance, some way, somehow, somewhere down the line. And so I think it's fitting and our obligation as human beings to constantly give back. I've done that in breast cancer research with a friend that we have down at the Ohio State University. So it's in my late wife Stephanie understood that it's not about us. It's about helping others and making an impact in any way that you can. And and it's not the amount that you give. I kind of think it's the intention in your heart in which you give.
Well, you have great intentions. You've done it. And before we let you go, John Pizzarelli, our great friend, musician, jazz singer, has a little musical thank you, as is our tradition here. Here we go. And see what he's got for Chris Spielman. Go ahead.
Okay,
John
here we go.
All right.
Spielman's a supporter. He does his job so well. Spielman's a supporter, a real-life grunter. When he's round and Campbell, all they do is growl. When he's round and Campbell, they're oh so similar. With all the grit and growl in them, we've lost the blues. Spielman's a supporter, however can we ever lose?
Hey, Mitch, I'm just glad he didn't call me an athletic supporter.
Ooh, add another verse. Thank you, Chris Spielman. God bless you, man. Thank you for coming on. Chris Spielman, everybody. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. Back with the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon right after this.
Please consider
another beautiful day at Say Play. Going to pick up the kids. Have a great day.
Welcome to the Say Detroit Play Center. My name is Eric Reed, and I have the pleasure of serving as the executive director. And let's meet our students who are about to come in off of our bus. What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yes.
How's school today?
Good.
All right, good. Good to see y'all. How was school?
Good.
Huh?
Good.
For the D. Our students have eaten, they played, and now it's time to learn. We are entering the Deep. The Deep is our education center. It's named the Deep because it used to be a swimming pool. The Deep is where our young people come mandatory Monday through Thursday to spend at least an hour and 15 minutes on a variety of academic enrichment activities. Our young people are engaged in tutoring or literacy with the help of our staff. The students can get the individual attention that they need. This is our reading table. One of our certified teachers who's actually providing some reading enhancement activities to a group of our students who are struggling just a little bit with where they are in terms of reading and comprehension. Cubicles are set up for our students to have some individual space to either work on their own or to work one-on-one with our staff. One of the things that we're blessed with is to have a number of volunteers that come in and support the work that we do here. And I have with me now Mr. Malcolm McCants. Malcolm is the Director of Education, and he oversees all the activities in the Deep.
We offer breakout sessions in STEAM, creative writing, and reading.
We've got some students that are getting some homework assistance from Miss Diane, who is a retired certified teacher. And so whatever our students need, we want to make that available. Now let's go and look at some of the activities and the electives that are available to our students here 5 days a week. Notes for Notes is a national organization that provides music studios across the country. Our wonderful art teacher, Ms. Kai Puritan. Can you talk a little bit about just kind of the value of having this kind of space for young people?
Especially in Detroit, this kind of space for young people to express themselves, to learn who they are as like humans and artists, to hone those skills with people from the community like us. I think it's a one-of-a-kind space and it's needed like throughout this city.
As we leave the creative arts room, you may hear some music in the background, and that's because right next door is our dance studio. And we have a variety of different dance genres: hip-hop dance, tap dance, modern dance, and then we also have an African dance and drum program. And so today, our students on Mondays are engaged in their hip-hop dance activities. We're now in our gym area. We are extremely committed to making sure that our students increase their health. And so we exercise, calisthenics, running, agility, and then we also get into organized sports, including basketball, volleyball. But we also like to get our students outside, where we have a terrific AstroTurf football field, we have a baseball diamond, and we have a grass football field. We try to utilize our outside facilities as much as possible, both for recreational opportunities as well as for competitive sports. So that about wraps it up for our tour of the Say Detroit Play Center.
Water ice, popcorn, rice pudding, Philly pretzels, soft serve ice cream, everything goes to charity. The Detroit Water Ice Factory was an idea I came up with to sell the best possible products we could, something really unique, and then give all the profits away to charity. So water ice is a derivative of Italian ices, but it's much smoother, has a lot more flavors, no fat, it's got no gluten, it's got no cholesterol, and it's got no dairy. I grew up in the Philadelphia area, and we used to eat it every day. When I got here to the Midwest, I found out they didn't have it. And we now are able to make it here ourselves. When you run 9 different charities, people see you coming and they start running the other way because they think, oh, he's going to ask us for money again. So we just remind people that charity can be delicious, and it was the beginning of what's essentially become a dessert shop. Watching people's eyes just sort of light up when they taste something that they've never had before. You know, you watch it and you go, yep, told you.
It's the 12th annual Mitch Albom Say Detroit Radiothon, on WJR 760 AM. This hour is generously brought to you by Huntington Bank. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Now, live from the North Side Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albert.
All right, we are entering the 3 o'clock hour here.
Piece of cake.
I want to thank Chris Renwick, who has lent us his time.
Yes.
What's that thing that they're saying now in Congress? You know, I want my time back.
Reclaim my time.
No,
reclaim
take
my
all
time. Reclaim my time.
No.
But you have not reclaimed.
No, nor will I.
It's always hard to get that time back, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'll give it to you tomorrow.
Thanks for having me out. This is in your 12th year now. It's incredible what you're doing. And with all of the kind of ugliness in the world, you are providing a better opportunity. You and your partners are providing a better opportunity for people in our community, which is incredible. But you're also leading in the sense that there's still really good people out there. There are still really good things happening. And if you want to get involved and do good things for people, say Detroit's the place to be. 855-955-GIVE. And give. This is an incredibly giving community, you know. So
thank you,
give.
Thanks
for having me.
And thanks for saying the number so I don't have to.
That's right.
And this is Chris's first year as a host. I knew
That's right.
The
That's
next
right.
generation of hosts.
That's
is
right.
doing a great
Won't
job.
be your last.
All right, thanks,
Won't be
guys.
your last.
Lots of money.
Chris Renwick. All right.
Keep the calls coming in.
Yep. All right. Thank you. And thank you for sharing your audience with us. Speaking of broadcasters, I want to say hi to two stars in our community, Devin Skillian from WDIV, the anchor, and Roop Raj from Fox 2.
Yes.
So say hi. We hit that button there so it turns green.
There we go. Yep. Great to be back with you again.
So we're bringing people together from across the networks, you know, even though you're sitting on both sides of me. A little bit like Michigan and Ohio State. And
Wait a minute. Who's who?
I make no assignments. No.
I was going to say this is like Anchorman, but there's no nunchucks and there's no leather-bound books.
Yeah, right.
Nothing of the
meet on the
sort.
playground.
Not yet.
Just don't be Florida State. That's the only one you don't want to be today.
That's right.
That's right. That's right. You can be Michigan or Alabama. I'll let you guys hash it out. But thank you guys for coming in. Devin, you've been with us. Well, both of you have been with us really the whole length of the time of our being on the air here, or your careers here anyhow. And Devin, you've seen how people give. But what always astounds me isn't the people give. It's that whenever the economic climate is bad, and if you read the politics, it's like, well, the thing that people dislike most about Joe Biden and the reason they're not going to vote for him is because the economic situation is bad and people don't feel like they have any money. And then you do an event like this and everybody, at least in Michigan and especially in Detroit, they open up their wallets. And it's like, I'm sure these are the same people who were saying, I don't feel like I have any money. I tried to buy food for Thanksgiving and we had to skip on this and skip on this course because we didn't have enough money. But here they are helping other people.
Yeah.
What is that about our community?
It really is a stunning thing. And Detroit just really understands what it's like to be down and to need a hand up. And we've always been one of the most giving, you know, I don't know how they do the metrics on this, but we have always been one of the most charitable giving places in America. And especially, I love what Chris just said. It's a time right now where it just looks like the world is setting the curtains on fire. And I think it's a time when a lot of people are seeking ways to do good, to feel good. And doing good does make you feel good. And so I expect this to be a banner year just for that very reason.
Well, I'm hoping the banner will fly. We're trying, we're setting our sights pretty high. I mean, $1.8 million raised in a year. I don't even know how you get to count that high up, but you know, we did that last year and we're trying to shoot for that this year. And Roop, you've helped out with a lot of hits on television. You keep cutting, you know, I've spent a lot of time jumping off this platform, running over and doing a Roop Raj hit and then running back over here. And what's also nice about it is exactly that. I've got somebody from DIV sitting next to somebody from Fox 2 on a program with someone from WJR. If we wanted to, we could all say we're competitors. And I'm sorry, I'm not going to help you out. That's a broadcasting thing. And and if we were in different markets, I bet some of your bosses would say, don't go on there.
Yeah.
Because, we don't want to boost something that could take away from us. And yet that doesn't even enter anybody's mind here.
I mean, like Devin, I know he's hopped around the country and made Detroit his home, and he's been embraced by this city for the reasons that you talk about, the the generosity and the kindness that he shows, that we all show. But I think that unity that you talk about is something that as a kid who grew up in Troy, I didn't know any different until I left. And when I went to other cities and I learned that if you're competition, you don't share a table together, you don't share a microphone together, but you do it for a good reason. You know, I heard you talking about spending. I like what Devin said. We did a story recently about doomsday spending. Everyone's saying, I don't have the money, but I'm going to find a way to buy gifts. People are craving a way to get out of the rut of the daily headlines that, let's face it, are so dark and so hard. They want to feel good about themselves and about their community. The best thing you can do is not just buy a gift for somebody who doesn't need it, but instead gift money to someone who does. And that's what this is all about. And I think that's what really kind of makes this community special.
Yeah. We also have a funny thing going on right now, though, where people, this is partly the Twitterification of America, I think.
Twitterification, I like that word.
You ask, the Xification, I guess now, if you ask people how they feel the economy's going, they say it's terrible. And then you say, well, how are you doing? They'll say, oh, I'm doing pretty good. It's a very weird disconnect right now. Yeah. The Detroit Regional Chamber has shown that in a couple of polls over this past year. Depends on which headlines you want to.
Well, sometimes your economic perception is how you feel as opposed to what you read in your bank account.
Yeah.
And if you feel like the walls are closing in, you don't. Sometimes people feel fear. And that's how they reflect their economy. I'm not doing well. I'm not, I'm worried because I'm worried about losing my job. I'm worried that I won't be able to keep it up. I won't get a raise. Things that haven't happened yet, but they worry about because they see with the climate or they see what's going on. And yet, despite all that, our community seems to pull together and to give. And on our program here today and in the Radiothon here today, you can actually do both. Because what you just suggested, Roop, like instead of getting gifts, you can actually get gifts and give at the same time. We have this whole thing of incentive items, and I wish I had twice as long so that I could literally read these things all the time, because it's like I look at this stuff and I say, I'm doing all my shopping here, but if I could just get a break that I could call in, I could get some of this stuff, because you can get gift certificates. Okay, so you can pay $100 and get a $50 gift certificate. So you're getting a $50 gift certificate to give to somebody. You're making a donation of $50. You can get gift certificates to Avalon Bakery, to Brown Bag Popcorn, to the Cork and Gable restaurant, to the Detroit Water Ice Factory, to the Grand Traverse Pie Company, to the Hand and Stone Massage and Facial Spa. You can get all that. You can get signed footballs by Jim Harbaugh, by Desmond Howard, by Blake Corum, basketball signed by Tom Izzo. You can tell it's getting a little late, and I don't drink coffee. Tom Izzo, Kirk Cousins signed a jersey. Steve Yzerman signed pucks. Matthew Stafford signed jerseys and Rams footballs. You can co-host the Mitch Albom program. You can co-host the Paul W. Smith program, where you come in and you just sit in and co-host. There are all these kinds of things that basically make for really good guests, really good gifts. And you can do that and be giving to charity.
It's great that you said you need twice as much time. It's a 15-hour radiothon, and Mitch needs twice as much time. I need 30
hours.
Because that's how much stuff there is.
We're going to broadcast through till tomorrow morning.
But Mitch, I think the sense of community that this radiothon brings, this effort brings together. When I mentioned to a couple of my neighbors in Rochester that I was heading out here later, they said, "Oh, well, no, that's already happening. That's already today." And I said, "Yeah." And they said, "Oh, we give every year." And it's one of those feelings of like, yeah, I'm doing my part, man. They're excited about it. And I think that's one thing about this. It's fun. It's fun to give when you're doing it with kind of the big names that you bring into. I know like the everyday people are awesome too, but you have Dave Coulier kicking off your morning, and then you have Dan Campbell. Look, when he was on the screen here at the Somerset Mall and I walked by to get a smoothie, I was like, I want to wait. I got to just watch this. It's too cool.
He's kind of arresting, isn't he?
Yeah.
You just sort of, you just want to see what he's going to say. You feel like if you turn away, you're going to hear like, hey.
Yeah, right. Get back over here, Rube.
Okay, whoa.
Exactly.
It's like Chris Spielman said, they just grunt at each other. It's like, would you turn your back on a lion or a bear? You wouldn't. By the way, we have a guest on the line here right now who we were hoping would be here with us, but apparently got called to Washington, D.C. at the last minute. That's what happens when you're the mayor of the city of Detroit. But he's joining us via phone. His name is Mike Duggan. And how about we give a nice round of applause to our mayor? Hello, Mike.
Well, Mitch, if I were in Michigan, I would be at Somerset with you. But I'm going to the White House tonight for the president's holiday event. You don't get invited that often to the White House, but I've been enjoying listening to Devin and Roop and the group. You're just doing great as always.
Yeah, well, I haven't looked lately, but I think we're kind of on track if we have a great afternoon and evening towards at least in the neighborhood of what we did last year, which is 1.8 million. And you more than most. I mean, I remember Mike when Mike was just, I don't mean just like running the DMC as a just, when he was just running the DMC, that little job, it's a part-time thing, 4 hours a day. But we go way back, and that's why, by the way, I call him Mike, because when you know somebody Mike before and then the mayor, it's kind of weird. You wouldn't call your dad mayor, you wouldn't call your uncle mayor or whatever. So I've known Mike as Mike, but you have seen Say Detroit grow up. You've watched this. You were the guy who said to me, "Hey, Mitch, we got a bunch of abandoned rec centers. Do you think, with your sports background, do you think maybe you could fix one of these things up for us?" And you gave me the name of a gentleman. I can't remember his name, but he had more keys than any human being I've ever seen. He had a key to literally every rec center in the city and every side. And we would meet him at the door. And this is like a Monty Python or Christopher Guest thing. We'd stand at the door as he went through every one of these keys to see which one opened this rec center. I think if I could have all that time back, I could probably start another charity. But eventually we found the Lipke Center after turning down a bunch of them, and that has turned into one of the jewels of Say Detroit. And really, that just came from a conversation that you and I had in a hallway somewhere.
Well, and it's been a pleasure to watch Say Detroit evolve. But you're right. You were talking about wanting a recreation mission, and that 7 in Van Dyke neighborhood desperately needed a rec center. The place had been closed for years. But there was a strategy. I showed you all the really bad ones first. So when you got the Lipke, you said it looked pretty good.
But I thought it was just because the guy couldn't find the key to the place.
But what's been so incredible is what you've done there. You started with the basketball courts, but now you've got a whole computer room. You've got kids going down and studying and doing homework before they participate in the recreation activities. And it is not an exaggeration. It's literally true that houses that were boarded up in that area 8 years ago when you started out are now renovated and have families living into them. You've helped contribute not just to the opportunities for the children, but you've helped bring back a whole neighbor, and it's been just great to watch.
Well, it's been one of the joys of our operation there. And a little earlier today, we gave a home to a family that, Rosie, if I have it correct, we found out through the center there, and our Working Homes, Working Families project ended up fixing up a home for them. Is it in that neighborhood right there? So yeah, across the street from the center, and move them in. So it's come full circle. And earlier today we had Smokey Robinson on. It joined us for the first time, and I don't think he was aware of what Say Detroit was until that. And he joined us, and he kind of teared up because he was on when we gave the house away. And he said that his old house, where he grew up on it was in the northwest side,
end.
right, Kenny?
North end.
Right.
North side is boarded up. And I'm thinking we need to go find that house and see if we can fix that house up, because I think Smokey Robinson would help us do that. So there's a lot of interest in bringing Detroit back from some of the, from the more dried out roots to more of the green shoots. And
Smokey's House sounds like a song title too.
Smokey's House, fixing Smokey's House.
Yeah,
That's
yours,
a
Devin.
Motown song right there.
Take it, Devin.
Yeah.
Mitch, we'll figure it out. We'll do the house, and we'll change the street name. We'll do the whole thing.
Oh, yeah. We could call it Smokey Robinson Boulevard or something
Smoky
like
Way.
that. Yeah. Smoky Way.
Smoky Way.
Smoky Way.
Nice.
That's a great
Smoky
ring.
Lane. Yeah. Well, we miss you, Mayor. And, we hope that you can be here in person, because, of course, it lends a whole feeling of, community when you're here. We understand you got to go to the president's Christmas party. Just are
we wearing a tux tonight, Mayor?
Nah, it's not a tux night,
Okay.
but my wife went through a number of choices before we settled on the dress.
All right.
Would it be, inappropriate to take something from the bathroom? They have like little soaps.
Wait, I got to tell you, we went a year ago, and Sonia came out of the bathroom, and she had napkins that said the White House on them, which she pocketed, and we took out of there. and all of her family wanted them, so she now has at the Manoogian napkins that say the Manoogian Mansion, and we watch people take those. Not quite as much in demand, but one way or another we'll get a souvenir.
Our tax dollars at work.
Just don't leave any plastic bags with white powder anywhere near them. That's been done. Listen, I know that you are offering up. We thank you for this. An auction item to have lunch with Mayor. I'm supposed to ask you. Sorry, Rosie said ask. Ask Mayor Duggan if you would be willing to put an auction item up to people bid on it for up to 4 people to have lunch with you.
Yes, I do it every year, and one of my most interesting lunches every year are the winners of your bids. So count me in again.
All right, so an interesting lunch with Mayor Mike Duggan. We'll put it in the auction pile there. And John Pizzarelli, the great jazz musician and singer and guitar player, has a little musical thank you for you, Mayor Duggan. So here we go. Listen.
He is going to the White House, spreading all his Detroit joy. We're so happy he's our mayor, for every friend and girl and boy. Wait, hear him. Love Detroit being mayored by Mike Duggan. Love the jumping quickly on the move. Say Detroit is grateful for Mike Duggan. As for we Detroiters, we approve.
Well done. He's from New York. He has an accent.
I don't know any better.
Thank you, Mayor Duggan.
He's speechless.
Thank you. Yeah, we left him speechless. Thank you, Mayor Duggan, as always. And we'll see you when you get back home. Have fun at the White House. Mayor Duggan of our fine city of Detroit, who's helped work with us at all of our charities here. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955.
Hors d'oeuvre on the carpet. Do you pick it up at the White House?
If you spill an
hors
hors
d'oeuvre party tonight and you spill an hors d'oeuvre on the carpet, do you pick it up or do you just
look the other way?
Let's ask Craig Gass that question. Craig, when you were at the White House,
who would you like to answer the question? We could have Tom Arnold, Al Pacino, or Christopher Walken answer the question.
Christopher Walken is at the White House, drops an hors d'oeuvre. What happens?
If you drop a little Smokey, you pick it up. Pow!
855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. Mitch Albom Radiothon on the web to get any of those great auction items that we mentioned or incentive items, which, by the way, you can just buy straight up. The auction items include a wedding at Andiamo's for 250 people.
Ooh.
A wedding reception for 250 people. A great golf club set, the Tour Edge HL3 complete golf club set. Piston Suite at Little Caesars Arena, a Burberry EKD wool blanket, chance to go to the Tigers game with J.K. Simmons, the Academy Award winner, opportunities to fly to New York and have brunch with Jane Pauley from the CBS Sunday Morning Show, lunch with Bernie Smilovitz and Carmen Harlan, lunch with our entire Mitch Albom Show crew, which is going to be a lot of us at the table. Cider, a signed Red Wings jersey, and much, much more. Go on MitchAlbomRadiothon.com to see all the amazing auction items that you can bid on and the incentive items you can buy.
Mitch, I'd like to add one to that. Last year, I had a lot of fun doing voicemails for people. If you want to have a celebrity voicemail of Al Pacino, Christopher Walken, Gene Simmons, Paul Stanley on your outgoing voicemail, I would love to do that for somebody.
Fantastic. Okay, we'll put that up there, Vince, and get the voices from Craig that he can do so that people know which ones they can pick from. Because if they ask for, Lucille Ball and he doesn't do it, then it's going to be
My Lucille Ball sounds just like Tracy Morgan.
Mitch, hey, everybody, this is Lucille Ball. That's crazy.
Mitch, I would like to offer to do a outgoing voicemail as Devin Skillion on anyone's voicemail.
Okay.
If possible, I can learn imitate. I'm good at imitations. I can learn. I've watched Devin for many years. I can figure this out.
All right. And Devin's got to do one of Roop.
There you go.
All right, back with more guests. Bob Costas is going to join us in a couple of minutes.
Can't wait.
Anderson Cooper is going to be with us as well. Lily Tomlin's going to join us. Junior Colson and Mikey Sanders still are going to be here from University of Michigan football team. So a lot more to come here at the Somerset Collection. We're on the ground floor. We hope you can come and join us on the north side as we continue the 12th annual Say Detroit Radiothon.
WJR traffic and weather.
But it was all said and done with. There was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up. And then Say Detroit came in our life. Thought we were doing fine. My husband had a TIA, which meant he had to stop working for a moment. But in the middle of that, the bad news just kept coming. Tried to go back to work. Work let him go, continued to let him go each job he found after that because he would have a seizure at least once a week, something that was new to him. They sold the home from up under us. So that meant the leasing went up and we still couldn't afford it. Before we knew it, we were living out of our car and a motel sometimes 2 times a week with 3 children. Drastic difference from a 2-bedroom home to a vehicle. My chest felt heavy every night we were finding somewhere to park. My chest felt heavy every time my crying baby was laying on my chest and we're in this vehicle parked. You can't imagine the claustrophobia, the shame I felt. You have these children and it's just this car. No space to play, breathe, be human, you know. It was a lot. It just seemed like one thing was happening after another. We still were working, but not full time. And every dime we made, it just seems like it wasn't enough. We just thought, what more could happen? Like, we're just gonna continue to go down. Then They Say Detroit came into our lives and things drastically changed. It's almost like it was a dream, a fairy tale that someone could never imagine.
For me, it was a relief. It was a point to where I'm no longer having to worry where we're gonna have a roof on our head that night, where we're gonna be displaced to tonight, where are we gonna park the car, or where we're gonna rest our heads. It's a sanctuary.
Home.
Home.
Comfort.
Right.
Security.
Right.
Peace.
Right.
All the kids have their own room, personally to them. Their names are even on the wall. They know this belongs to them. It's a sense of comfort, even with my girls, because they're older. They know this room belongs to me, and this is just my personal area. I can be free to be me and just be comfortable.
These are not lazy people. Me and my husband both work.
How happy are you about that?
I can take a shower in peace.
That's all we needed was a chance. All we needed was a chance. Almost immediately, getting into the home, we slept peacefully. And then the calls came in from the jobs. It's like everything fell in line, one after another, after another, after another. I could come home, make food, and just sit there peacefully at a dinner table with my children and just listen to them laugh and play and run around. Best feeling in the world.
Inside the NBA crew, Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith, and Charles Barkley with a shout out to the Say Detroit Play Center.
Say Play is a premier learning center. It offers academic enrichment, athletics, and arts programs for students 8 to 18.
Since day one in 2015, Say Play has been rebuilding and empowering one of Detroit's most challenged neighborhoods.
Set on nearly 15 acres in the Osborne community in northeast Detroit, The facility was the site of the rundown Lipke Park Recreation Center, which had been shut down by the city due to budget cuts.
It was rebuilt by Say Detroit in partnership with Detroit major sports teams. Say Play offers all its programs and services, including transportation, meals, mental health awareness, and resources free of charge.
The students who attend Say Play commit to their after-school studies, and they love to learn.
They could take part in a wide array of activities, including sports, creative programming, arts, STEM, social justice, and summer employment experiences.
As part of an expansion announced in 2021, the Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will grow services for members and its neighboring community. And let us not forget the staff and the volunteers, right, fellas?
Good job, guys.
They are game changers, providing pathways to success for the youth of Detroit. Well done.
Yeah, these are fire, actually, though. Y'all got some XLs or something?
Kelly, and I'm the Executive Director of Say Detroit. Our families are facing a lot of the challenges that many in the city are facing in terms of food insecurity, housing issues, medical issues, and schooling, really, and making sure kids are going to school. The pandemic set us back greatly in this city in terms of learning and healthcare, and so we're able to address a lot of those issues with the families that we serve. I get to see the results of our efforts on a daily basis. And it's not always that way, especially in the nonprofit world. I've worked in nonprofits for many years, and sometimes you're in a dark room on a telephone making calls. Here, I get to see the smiling faces of the kids that we serve at our play center. I get to see the smiling faces of the patients that we serve at our health clinic. I get to see the smiling faces of a family taking ownership of a home for the first time. And so I get to see the impact of all the good deeds that really our community does. A lot of our employees come from the communities where our kids come from, and them being successful in life is just as important to me as the kids that we serve. And so having an environment that's safe for them as well, and a career path, and a pathway to success, it goes right into our mission statement. Not just the constituents that we serve, but also our staff and our volunteers are a very large part of that. We're very excited for the next few years because through our strategic planning process and our focus on these new 3 pillars, we have a lot of exciting things coming up in the future.
Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
All right, we're back here at the Somerset Collection in the North Court, mid-afternoon. I assume the sun is out or some light, but I haven't seen any light since we got here at 6 o'clock in the morning or 5:30 in the morning. Sort of hermetically sealed environment. Chad Audi from the Detroit Rescue Mission Ministries has been alongside since 6 o'clock in the morning. The great John Pizzarelli has been here since about 7 o'clock in the morning. Kevin O'Neill's been here for a long time. Craig Gass, who literally didn't know us until 2 years ago,
Yes,
has been with us the whole time here as well. And we're trying to march towards an accomplishment that we didn't believe was possible last year until we achieved $1.8 million in a single day. We're going to see where we are right now at 3:35 on the day with, 5.5 hours to go. We are at, let's see, drum roll, $890,589. All right. Wow. So that's that's right about halfway, isn't it? Just under halfway.
Now, if somebody looks into their car, into their change thing where the cigarette light, the cigarette
need the
thing is,
$10.
you got $1 million in it, just call it right in.
Right. If you do that, we'll go off the air.
Just call it right in.
Yeah. Well, our next guest may have that in his car. I'm not sure. Bob Costas has been a friend of mine for a long time, and I don't think he has $1 million in his car, but maybe in the drawer. I don't know. Let's say hi to the great Bob Costas, legendary broadcaster. Hello, Bob Costas.
Hello, no, I keep it in a pillowcase in the attic, just in case of end times or whatever, and I have to access the cash.
Right.
So that's what it is.
Because $1 million in cash would do you a lot of good in end times.
Exactly. Yes. Along with the canned food that lasts for 25 years.
Yeah,
If you believe some of those apocalyptic ads that you find on certain outlets on television.
Yes. How are you, Bob?
I'm good. I apologize for only having the audio component. I was all set, and then I looked at the instructions, and I told your producer, look, I had a flip. The last time we crossed paths in person, I still had a flip phone.
Yeah.
Asking me to go through all these steps. I thought it would just be a Zoom, which I'd managed to master. Asking me to go through all these steps in order to connect with you visually, you might as well ask me to operate the Hubble telescope.
That's funny because we were actually going to ask you to operate the Hubble telescope for the Radiothon, but I guess, ixnay on the Hubble-skay, okay, for
this
Bob.
is classic radio. It's audio only.
Audio only, which is just fine, We got a lot of, the only thing is you can't see all the people that are here. We're doing this in the ground floor of the largest shopping mall, shopping center, I should say, in all of Michigan, and the most elegant, the Somerset collection. And we have the whole ground floor here in the center court. We're right across from Santa's castle, right behind the fountains. And not only joined by all of our radio staff, but the great John Pizzarelli, jazz guitar player and singer, is here with us. Been performing. You're joining the likes of Hugh Jackman and Hank Azaria and Jane Pauley and Dan Campbell and Blake Coram and many others who have joined us here today to try to help awareness for our charities and help the city of Detroit. Now, Bob Costas has traveled the world and other places. I assume there's a Detroit story somewhere in the Bob Costas lore.
Well, I have very fond memories of games I did at the old Tiger Stadium. Comerica Park kind of postdates most of my baseball broadcasting days, although I did a regular season game or two there. But during the NBC Game of the Week days in the 1980s and early 90s, there were so many games at Tiger Stadium. And I think that Tiger Stadium is often overlooked when people talk about the grand old ballparks, largely because it's not there anymore, whereas Fenway and Wrigley are simultaneously nostalgic and current because they still stand. But Tiger Stadium was as good a place to broadcast a baseball game from as I have ever been in. And you know, Mitch, from having been in that press box, it was so intimate. You really felt like you were in the game, and you had to be alert in the broadcast booth to fouls that came straight back. He had a hard thrower and a lot of foul balls straight back. Ernie Harwell eventually had a net put up to protect him when he got into his 70s and 80s, and his reflexes weren't quite what they were. And just the dimensions of the ballpark and the setting, you could almost, sit there and say, Ty Cobb was here, Al Kaline was here, and everybody in between. And to me, that's a big part of baseball. So that's kind of
well, you mentioned Ernie Harwell and you mentioned Tiger Stadium. You may or may not know this story, but Ernie told it to me, and I ended up putting it in a play that I wrote about Ernie Harwell. When Tiger Stadium closed down and they were kind of auctioning off, all of the assorted things, Ernie decided, since so much of his life had been spent there, that he wanted to get something. And I said to him, well, what'd you get? He said, well, I'm a little embarrassed to tell you. I said, well, what is? He goes, well, the urinal. I said, what? He said, I got the urinal from the Tigers locker room. And he said he told his wife, Lulu, that he thought it would be great. And she said, why on earth would you get the Lulu? He said, well, he said, everybody from Ty Cobb to Justin Verlander, would use the thing. And there's some history there. And she put the kibosh on the. He wasn't allowed to bring it in the house, but he thought it was a great idea. And when you kind of think about it, if you want to talk about something that every Tiger at some point or another had utilized, the urinal.
And just think of every sports section's headline writer and all the possible puns would be connected to that. Usually, if the Tigers had let a lead slip away, and there are other applications, but there are a lot of bad puns. When I think of Ernie, only of grace and gentility. So it's a little jarring that he would want to bring a urinal home.
Yeah, well, every now and then Ernie would surprise you.
The all urinal team.
Yeah,
first base,
the all urinal team. Yeah.
Second base,
Yeah. As we're talking to Bob Costas here, Craig Gass, the fine comedian and voiceover specialist, has a story. Now, what was it you wanted to share with Bob?
I've been dying to talk to Bob for 30 plus years since I saw a moment on television that I've been looking for on YouTube and I can't find anywhere. And when I repeat it to other comedians, they don't believe it. And I tell them, I swear I saw this. Bob Costas, who to me he's able to recall memories of great things about sports. But on his late show later, he did an interview that was a clash of pop culture where he had Sam Kinison on his show.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, what is Bob Costas going to know about Sam Kinison? And Bob said, I used to go watch you at the Comedy Store late at night and watch you do your routine when your entire routine back then, and this is outrageous, was about that day's obituaries. He would get today's obituaries and do a whole routine about it. Do you remember that, Bob?
Yes. And he would rant and rave, and he didn't care if the body was not yet cold and people were still breathing. If he found some things that were worthy of some objections about this person, well, then he let them have it.
Sam forgot about it. And he said, wow, I remember that. He goes, I used to go on stage, and I would have today's obituaries with me, and I'd say, hey, folks, my name's Sam Kinison. I want to thank you guys for coming out. Thanks. Thank you for supporting stand-up comedy. And then he'd pull out the newspaper and go, I'll tell you a couple people that you won't be seeing here tonight. And he would start reading the names of people who just died. And he'd go like Esther Goldberg. No, she didn't catch the bus. She's not here. But apparently, if you want to see her work, it's going to be on display this Sunday at Evergreen Mortuary.
Bob is reliving it right now.
That's right. And basically, the basis of the bit, it didn't need to be someone that he really knew anything about. It didn't need to be someone of note. As was just explained, he had kind of a routine, and he could put all these aspects into it. Caught the bus. This, if you want to know more about him or her, there's the mortuary. That was, part of the rhythm of it. And when I think back on the later show, and I don't want to be too expansive here because I know you have other people to get to, but I'll try and make this as concise as I can. And I drop a name only because it's essential to the story. I was lucky enough last weekend to be part of the Kennedy Center honors. I was one of the presenters for Billy Crystal. And I walk in, and all of the past winners are invited to come back, and one of them is Rita Moreno. And there's 91-year-old Rita Moreno, who has to be the best-looking 91-year-old person on the planet.
Yeah.
Just amazing, okay? And I see her in the green room, and before I can walk up and say hello, she says, Bob. And I have not laid eyes on this woman in person in almost 35 years, because I went back and checked, and when she was on later, it was 1990. And she begins to tell me in great detail of what the interview meant to her, because later was a different kind of show, the kind of show you don't see anymore on television, where you had one guest, no studio audience. It could be funny, it could be serious, or anything in between. Literally, your guest one night could be the Secretary of State, and the next night you could be taking a pie in the face from Soupy Sale. So, that's literally, right? So that was kind of what it was like. And she begins to tell me that she recounted how at a dark stage of her young life, she didn't just contemplate suicide, she attempted suicide. And then she said, there's always something better. You think when you're in the throes of that, you think that's the end, you'll never come out of it. And I'm living proof that you can, and everybody out there should pay attention to that. Now, when she mentioned it, I recalled it, but I hadn't thought of it in many, many years. She then tells me that since then, she can't even remember how many people have come up to her to say, that was a turning point for me. I'm up late at night, it's 1:30 in the morning, and one guy actually said, I had the gun in my hand.
Wow. Oh, my
And
God.
I'm watching this, and it turned me away from it. So, you know, that kind of thing, not that something that profound happened every time, but that sort of intimate conversation at that time of the night in a different era when people weren't on their phones all the time and a million different distractions and the television landscape was different, it could connect with people in a different way. And just to tie a ring around it, many people say to me through the years, they're just meaning to be kind. And now that the show has another life on YouTube and there's hundreds of them knocking around, they say, why don't you go back and do a show like that? And my answer is, A, I don't know that I have the energy for it anymore, but B, even if I did, I could do a professional interview with Ed Sheeran or Taylor Swift, a professional interview, but I wouldn't be organically connected to it the way I was to McCartney and Springsteen and Smokey Robinson and Carole King, because that was my generation. Same thing with Sam Kinison. You know, could I interview whomever, a comedian today? Of course I could. But when I sat down with Kinison or with Richard Lewis or with George Carlin or then an up-and-coming Jerry Seinfeld, I was organically connected to it. I did preparation. I looked at research.
Yeah, but they
were
your era, and you were going to see them after work anyhow.
Which
Well, Bob, I want to thank you for coming on with us here. Before we let you go, John Pizzarelli has prepared a little musical thank you, which we do for some of our special guests. So John's right here with us with his guitar, and he's got this for you. Take it away, John.
When you talk of Bob Costas, here's a fact that I think you should know. Got a triple off Gibson. Should have been called up to the show. He's lucky that Gibby had no second try. He would have gotten one right under his eye. He's better off calling games on the 4th of July. Bob Costa is the Say Detroit guy.
Oh, my gosh. Great Pizzarelli. And just to prove what I was saying earlier, obviously borrowing a melody from John Sebastian and the Love and Spoonful. Because that's what
Who are our next guests on the show right after you?
John Sebastian and Delva.
We've got stories about them, too. Bob, thank you for coming on. Thanks for your support of Say Detroit. We appreciate it, and we appreciate your helping us raise some money here today.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Happy holidays.
Bob Costas, everybody. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. If you want to go to the auction items or the incentive items that we have to do all your Christmas shopping, go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. Matt Garco is here, the new vehicle salesman for Bill Brown Ford. They're going to join us as an Inner Circle sponsor on our program, on the Mitch Album program, starting in January. We're very happy to know about that, and we want to talk to them about they're giving back to this community, and also we've got a little challenge here. So thanks for coming on, Matt.
Thank you for having me
here. All right, let's say hello to Matt.
Hello.
So I know you guys are very involved in the community here, and you know our car dealers are kind of part and parcel of our community, more so maybe than in other states. You know, we take them very seriously. What have you seen about Say Detroit and what we do that's made you want to be involved?
Well, first of all, I'm a huge fan of you and all the things that you've done, especially your writing. Tuesday at Maury's, I think, was the first book I've read for enjoyment as an adult since Curious George Goes to the Hospital. So I appreciate your work.
Which is often paired with Tuesdays at Maury's.
And he wears a yellow hat.
They kind of sell them at the same time. Yeah.
But just everything that you do in the community, you know, meeting with Rosie, and you know, it took a few years for me to even get in the inner circle of trust. That was everything you do from Haiti to the Detroit. Obviously, Detroit's near and dear to our heart. That's where the dealership started, you know, 100 years ago. So, you know, obviously we see the biggest need there, and that's the real focus for our charity.
Well, we are very, very glad to have you join us. Shouldn't have taken that long, but whatever the reason, glad to have you here with us. And I understand you've got a challenge that you're going to offer to our listeners.
Yeah, and especially the car dealers. As you know, car dealers are very giving people. I don't know if they get the credit that they should, but all the car dealers in the area, when they hear a call to raise money, they're always first to raise their hand. But we're giving $5,000, and we're going to that'll be the match going forward.
All right, we've got a $5,000 match. We ought to be able to do that. I'm hoping by the end of the hour, and then we can take a tote board tally. So, all right, 5,000 that goes on there. If you can call now at 855-955-4483, we can turn that to 10,000. Thank you so much for that. Thank everybody over there at Bill Brown Ford. Thank you, Matt, for coming out here.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. All right, I want to talk about one more before we take a break here, and Anderson Cooper from CNN going to join us in the 4 o'clock hour. But I want to talk about a program that we're very proud of. It's one of our newer programs with Say Detroit, and it's called Better Together. And it was an idea that came to me based on something that I got invited to once, which was a crazy idea where they got people to come to New York and cook a meal together, but no one was allowed to say what their names were until the meal was over. And you had to get to know each other just by cooking together. And I always thought that was an interesting concept. And when everything happened with George Floyd in America and the country was kind of extremely divided between those in favor of the police and those criticizing the police, I thought, but we don't want Detroit to blow up. How can we do something that would help foster a better relationship? And I said, why not that idea? Why don't we get police officers and people who are at risk, people who have served time before, maybe gang members, whatever, to kind of get together without knowing that they're getting together, cook, do a meal together, and then realize, hey, wait a minute, we're not all that different. And we weren't sure if this was going to work at all, but we found somebody who helped us pull it off, and that's Daryl Woods, who has become our program coordinator for Better Together. And that very first time when after they were all grilling together and talking and whatever, and then Daryl, I remember, said, all right, let's all, we all finished eating and everyone's getting along great. And Daryl said, let's find out who's, what's everybody's background. And he started pointing at this guy and that guy. And the first ones would say, well, I just got out of prison. I'm trying to get my life together. I just, I got out of a gang. I'm trying to get my life together. And then he pointed to a guy and said, and what about you, sir? And the guy said, well, I work for the city. And he said, what do you do for the city? He said, I'm a police officer. And like half the table got up and wanted to scoot for the exits. But it was Daryl who said, no, sit back down. Yes, that's right. You've been sitting next to a police officer all this time. You've been cooking with them and grilling with them, whatever. And guess what? They're human beings just like you. And from that first program, we have done how many, Daryl? I don't even know. More than 50, right?
Absolutely.
Maybe closer to 100.
Closer to 100.
All over the state. And it has been a fantastic program. So please say hi to Daryl Woods, our program coordinator for Better Together, and Todd Bettison, the deputy mayor of the city of Detroit.
Over here we got the Crips, and over there we got the Bloods.
Todd, have you seen this program at work, and what are your thoughts about what it does?
Yeah, absolutely. Daryl is amazing, and Better Together. I can tell you, I retired from the Detroit Police Department, so I got a chance to actually select officers to actually go and participate and work with Daryl. So we work very closely, and the program is just amazing because it really just brings out the human factor. We're all people and we all share that commonality. And so when people can just see folks without the barriers and just get to know each other and form that relationship, then it was beneficial for the officers because the officers came back and told me like, wow, I have to really look at it different because people tend to hang out in their own social circles. So cops will be hanging with cops, folks, and so it's good for them to get a chance to just see how people are really working, and we're all people.
Well, I want to say why Daryl Woods was such a perfect candidate for that and why we're so proud to have him as part of Say Detroit. Daryl served, was it 29 years?
Yes, sir.
29 years in prison for something that he did not do and was exonerated for, unfortunately, 29 years too late. And instead of being bitter and saying, I'm going to get back at the world, he said, I'm going to make sure that these kinds of things don't happen to other people in situations like me. And so you have what's called cred times 10.
Yes,
and
sir.
cred matters when you're trying to do something like this. And when you pulled people together, and I watched how you knew exactly how to talk to both parties, because you dealt with the cops and you've been part of the system, the incarceration system. And when I heard some of the at-risk youth say, I never had a cop's phone number before.
Yes.
And the cops were giving them their cell phone number.
Yes.
And saying, hey, call us if you see something. We don't want bad cops. Call us. And what do you mean? This is your cell phone number? Yeah, call me.
Yes.
That was an eye-opening thing.
Yeah, very magical and miraculous for young people who live in the city of Detroit and in the surrounding areas. Never had the opportunity to shake a police officer's hand or be in the presence of the police other than what they see on television or some bad experience or being in the back of a car to say that, hey, I want to connect with you. What I could do, the officers extending a hand. If you need a job, if you need a mentor, you need whatever, I'm willing to extend my hand out. And they was able to have that transformation experience because they was able to see that these human beings who may have been gang members or what they call returning citizens had a need to be able to come out here to take care of their families and just be respected as citizens.
Yeah. Well, it's basically we have now taken Better Together, and we've kind of turned it into an additional program, sort of a Scared Straight program.
Cared Straight.
Cared Straight. Well, I was going to say a sort of a Scared Straight program. We call it Cared Straight, into the school systems in the city. Talk quickly about that. We just have a minute.
Oh, absolutely. We have gathered hundreds and hundreds of schools. School students go inside the schools. We take officers in, we take resources in, and we have a peace revolution inside the schools. Persian High School, Dawson Middle School. We have them doing peace pledges. We have them to come together in the name of peace. I would like to say that we see a 60% reduction in homicides in the city of Detroit. I think that we are part of that solution as well. Wow. Teamwork make the dream work, and I'm so glad that the deputy mayor is doing the great work, and we're working with them hand in hand to bring peace in our community.
Well, we are proud to have sponsored this program. Continue it. You are a proud member of our team, Daryl, and we're so honored to have you. And Todd, thank you and Mayor Duggan for supporting these things, and hopefully bit by bit. Everyone thinks sometimes you got to do a big program, and that's the only thing that works. Sometimes you just do it 20 people at a time around some chicken and ribs, and 20 plus 20 plus 20 plus 20 adds up, and it sticks.
Absolutely, Mitch. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So
right.
we're gonna keep going on and until we completely get everybody where they need to be.
One bite at a time. I like that. Thank you both for coming in. Our Better Together team here: Darryl Woods, Todd Bettison.
Thank you.
855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. If you believe in programs like this and making the city better, helping to eliminate crime, better relations between our police and our citizens, that's just one of the many, many things that Say Detroit does. Go to MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. We can do a tote board here. Are we capable of doing that? I don't see Vince. I don't know if we can. Can we get a tote board together? Or we'll do. You know what? We'll do it when we come back. So that'll draw you back in. All right. Sure. When we come back, we'll see where we are on our march to try to eclipse last year's record of 1.8 million right after this.
This is the
What did it do for you and your family?
What it's gonna do? Oh
Yes.
my God, y'all just saved our life.
Aww.
Man, I just can't tell y'all how happy I am.
Say Detroit has been changing lives for the better since 2006, when I wrote about how our city was providing homeless people 3-day shelter parties to get them off the street while tourists were in town for the Super Bowl. A city that is super just for a weekend isn't very special come Monday. So we put out a call to raise enough to at least help all year long. The idea of Say Detroit is in its letters, super all year. You answered our call, and to amazing results. Say Detroit has grown into a charity that offers help where it's needed the most. And we need your help as we meet the increasing needs of people at risk.
We thought it was all said and done with. There was nothing else we could do. We had almost given up. And then Say Detroit came in our life.
We're providing pathways to success for Detroiters in need. And we're doing it with a focus on solving learning, healthcare, and housing challenges. That's why our programs, like the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic, are so important. Not only is it free to all patients, it now has a pharmacy on site.
The clinic is also now hosting Wellness Wednesdays, monthly support groups for women, and providing one-on-one coaching and resources for mothers during their baby's first year.
It's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy.
Their whole concern in this clinic is to take care of you when you come in that door.
The Say Detroit Play Center is about a lot more than play. It's really about learning. We partner with the city's top sports teams to turn an abandoned recreation center at Lipke Park into a first-rate after-school program where students have a safe place to study, play, and socialize.
Every time I come here, it just feels like home. It brings me hope.
The pandemic created a learning loss for many of our young people. We've helped them catch up, and we're partnering with local schools to keep kids in school.
They work together to make kids learn here, so that's why I like coming here. I grew.
It means a lot to me because if I didn't have it, I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that I'm doing now.
And we'll be offering more to neighbors on the east side of Detroit with a new annex. The Kelly and Matthew Stafford and Friends Education Center will provide job training and opportunities for young people and adults.
A diverse community thrives when its members learn to respect each other. That's why our Better Together program launched in 2020.
Human beings connecting with other human beings. We bring law enforcement officials in plain clothes together with the community. Gang members, high school students, people with substance use disorders, and they would grill meals together, sit down and break bread without any labels. Once you connect with each other as human beings, you can begin to identify that we're struggling with some of the same issues. We're struggling with some of the same trauma. We desire to be successful. We all desire to raise a family and have a good family life.
A good family life requires clean, affordable housing and safe neighborhoods. Our Working Homes, Working Families program puts families without a decent place to live into refurbished homes that are previously donated or abandoned.
After getting our home, their grades went up. The behavior became better. It adds a sense of security for them, not just me. I would say my home is home now.
This is just some of the work that Say Detroit does to improve the learning, healthcare, and housing challenges of our city's neediest people. Please help the efforts of Say Detroit by donating or volunteering. Follow along as we share the experiences of your neighbors on their journeys to success all year long. Our story and theirs is only just beginning.
Say something positive.
Say something inspiring.
Say Detroit.
And say something amazing.
Way!
How y'all doing?
Brandon. 1, 2, 3, bicycle!
Say Detroit's involvement with the veterans goes back to its very beginning in 2006. Some of the original money raised went to build the first kitchen that the Michigan Veterans Foundation had ever had.
And we were able to create our mess hall that looked like a cafeteria. With those dollars we did all the computers, we hired an IT guy.
The computer is just a beautiful thing for these people, the guys in here.
But they put you back on track, put you back online. But without that computer, man, you know, you could be lost.
Somerset Collection. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Now, live from the North Side Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Albert.
All right, we welcome you back to what hour is this? We've been on since 6 o'clock in the morning, so that's 3 plus 4 is...
This is start 9.
No, 6 plus 4, 10.
Divided
11th hour? I don't know. I can't.
I can't figure it out.
10th or 11th
Long
hour
time. Put it
broadcasting.
like that, long
I don't
time.
know. I'm keeping my eyes open with toothpicks at this point. But we are trying to march to match our record last year of 1.8 million raised in a day. We've been joined by some incredible guests around the country and, of course, people from right here in Detroit as we try to help needy Detroiters. Remember, 100% of what you give, 100% goes to the needy. All the administrative costs of Say Detroit are handled privately so that your money goes right to help children, homeless, veterans, seniors, kids who wouldn't otherwise have a chance to study at college, all the way from age 5 days up to age 106 years. Let's see where we are here. Vince, if you don't mind, we'll do a little tote board tally here and see where we are. As of 4 o'clock, we are at, all right, $926,135.
There you go.
Moving in on $1 million. I took a tie off at $300,000. I'm taking the jacket off at $1 million. The pants come off at $1.5 million. Over my head if we get to 1.8.
It'll be a cold 2 hours. Then,
yes, it's going to be a cold few hours.
That's right.
I want to say hello to a friend of mine who does remarkable work. He's indefatigable. That's an SAT word for doesn't tire easily.
Yes. I'll get 1,400 on the SAT.
And is a very, very caring guy. If you haven't seen his series on grief, it's pretty incredible. And from CNN, the wonderful Anderson Cooper. Everybody give him a Detroit welcome.
How's it going?
My man Anderson, how you doing?
Did you say you're going to take your pants off as well?
At 1.5 million, yes. Over my head if we get to 1.8 million. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, listen, we're not. We have no pride.
Okay.
If for charity, we'll do pretty much anything. Last year, I shaved my whatever I wanted to call it, a goatee or whatever. We got $35,000 for that.
Wow.
Yeah, if somebody gives us 50, I'll shave something else if they want to figure out what it is. Not that many things left, but we're shameless about it. Anderson, how are you?
I'm well. My kids just woke up from a nap and they were here a second ago and then they're running off somewhere. So
yes, your kids are, I'm thinking, what about 1 and 3?
3.5 and almost 2. Yeah, Wyatt and Sebastian.
Almost 2. Wow.
Yeah.
It's an amazing thing at this stage in life because I shared with you that I'm going through the same thing now with the little baby in our lives. I find that I'm much more appreciative of the whole childhood thing than I would have been if I had done this in my 20s. You know, I marvel at it. I sit with our little girl and just stare at her I never would have done that in my 20s. I would have said, well, okay, very nice. I got to go, got to work. But it's a different thing when it happens later in life, don't you find?
Without a doubt. I mean, I waited way too long. I waited till I was 51 for a whole bunch of really stupid reasons, mostly which my dad died at 50. And I had this weird idea that I'll die at 52. And therefore I didn't want to, have kids and leave them. So when I hit 51, I was like, I talked to my doctor and he was like, you're an idiot. You're going to be around for a while. So
was that an official prognosis, by the way?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Mr. Anderson Cooper, I have your results. You're an idiot.
Yeah. All my numbers clearly indicated that I was an idiot. So they have a test for that now. But yeah, I mean, I think if I had kids earlier, I was so focused on work and what I thought was important. And I realized now, I don't know what I've been doing all my life. I mean, I can't believe I missed out on this for so long, and it changes everything.
But you didn't miss out on it because you're getting to do it now and you're getting to do it with the right perspective. right?
I know. I wish I had more time. I would have more kids. I mean, it's such an incredible thing. It's.
I don't know how you have time as it is. It always seems like it's one of the things I marvel at TV news. I obviously know this from newspapers. They do the same thing, but it's amazing. Like, war breaks out somewhere, or there's an incident somewhere, and you're just finding out about it, and there is Anderson Cooper there. Like, it's not just reporting on it, but you're already there. Do you literally get these calls in the middle of the night, like, Anderson, you need to get on a plane to Tel Aviv tomorrow morning, and you basically have to do that?
I do. I actually, not supposed to turn my phone off at night, so my phone is always on, and people, they know I can. And so generally, wherever I go, I always let people at my work know, so that they can always reach me, so they can always get in contact with me. And I usually always carry my passport with me at all times, and I have sort of a go bag ready to get that unfortunate call.
Well, yeah. Hopefully, you don't get too many of them. You've had an unbelievable stretch in what's going on here now. And I know it's been difficult, I imagine, to try to be objective. You went to Israel, you did some amazing reporting from Israel, and then you come back and you report on what you see, and you have to face backlash in the country for reporting facts, which is kind of a dangerous trend, it seems to me.
Yeah, look, I mean, I obviously, when you're reporting on anything that there are such passionate emotions of, and good people who see things in just different ways, it is a challenge. It's a difficult thing. The good thing is you just try to stick to facts. I'm not looking to try to do opinion. I'm just looking to report on facts and let people make up their own minds about what's going on.
Well, I admire the work that you do. I'm proud to call you a friend and someone who helps in Haiti all the time, that a lot of people aren't even aware of. And of course, as a thank you, the great John Pizzarelli, who flew in from New York, as he always does, has prepared a small little musical thank you with your name in it. So let's see what he's got.
This
here,
may be
John.
the longest one, too.
Okay, here we go.
Anderson Cooper, he's super duper. Such a great trooper for, say, Detroit. His show's a highlight, 8 p.m. each night. No one else can exploit. Still going. I love him every New Year's Eve, ringing in each brand new year. When he stands amongst the confetti sky, brings a tear right to my eye. Oh, Anderson Cooper.
Okay.
Wait, I'm still going. Anderson Cooper. Say Detroit thanks you, my.
Wow.
Let's go right to the Broadcasting Hall of Fame.
Thank you. Wow. Oh, also, I'm amazed you had such a long song and you didn't rhyme Cooper with pooper, which is something I was familiar with from third grade.
That's the verse that we cut off.
That's the poem that I just wrote.
Thank you for supporting us, Anderson. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, well, listen, I'm going to donate $5,000, and
wow,
I'm amazed at how
that's very
much
kind of
good work you're doing, and I wish you guys the best.
Thank you, Anderson. Anderson Cooper, everybody from CNN, our friend,
Thanks.
supportive. See you soon.
Bravo.
Take a brief break and come back with more on 760 WJR.
WJR.
Look like your typical health clinic with waiting rooms, medical equipment, and patients, but it's not. When the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic opened in 2008, it made history. Located in Highland Park, it was the nation's first free medical clinic devoted to homeless, uninsured, and underinsured mothers and their children. 12 years and thousands of patients later, the clinic has expanded its reach to children, women, and now men, regardless of their ability to pay. The clinic is open weekdays, 9 to 4, and provides all sorts of exams, from ear infections, high blood pressure, cardiology, and even on-site laboratory services. In 2019, Trinity Health became a managing partner, and they provide medical staff, including doctors and nurse practitioners.
This is our time. If you work in this space around in underserved communities, you know that is a time for us to really put our feet down and do something about what we see around poverty, around access to health. We changed out and included some additional staff there so that we can serve more people and can have a connection to the community. We did some cosmetic changes where we upgraded the floors and painted out the ceilings, and most recently we've done a new pharmacy build out, so it'll be additional service available to our community.
Right down this hallway is the pharmacy, and this is important because patients will be able to see their doctor and receive their prescriptions on site. That's a big deal. Most of them don't have transportation.
This clinic is a type of clinic that every city and any city in the United States should want to have the type of people that work here that care.
Always looking to improve and expand, the clinic is upgraded to electronic medical records. In addition, the clinic now has a new community outreach coordinator who will make sure that more residents take advantage of the free services here. For example, the clinic hosted C-Mobile screenings where 1,500 Detroiters received free COVID tests during the height of the pandemic.
It does not matter about your finance. Their whole concern in this clinic is to take care of you when you come in that door.
For those who need it the most, the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic is a gift, truly a gem of the city, and just what the doctor ordered.
Welcome to your new home.
Oh, this is beautiful. Oh my God.
By the couch, see how it feels. This will be your dining room.
Look at it.
It's too cute. Cute's good, right?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I feel good.
Volunteer program started over 20 years ago. Every month, volunteers gather, sometimes in small numbers of 20 or 25, sometimes in large groups of up to 150, to make a difference in Detroit by putting together a few hours of volunteer time in a collective effort. A time to help brings together everyone's best efforts and desires in a community of helpfulness and volunteerism that has spawned more than 200 projects since its inception.
The Detroit Dream Scholars Fund is a fund here at CCS that funds Detroit students who are coming to CCS, the College for Creative Studies, to study art and design. Part of the scholarship commitment when the student accepts the scholarship is that they are able to give back to the city by doing a summer project.
I want to be an art director. Without the Dream Scholar Fund, I wouldn't be here today.
Water ice, popcorn, rice pudding, Philly pretzels, soft serve ice cream, everything goes to charity. The Detroit Water Ice Factory was an idea I came up with to sell the best possible products we could, something really unique, and then give all the profits away to charity. So water ice is a derivative of Italian ices, but it's much smoother, has a lot more flavors, no fat, it's got no gluten, it's got no cholesterol, and it's got no dairy. I grew up in the Philadelphia area, and we used to eat it every day. When I got here to the Midwest, I found out they didn't have it. And we now are able to make it here ourselves. When you run 9 different charities, people see you coming and they start running the other way because they think, oh, he's gonna ask us for money again. So we just remind people that charity can be delicious, and it was the beginning of what's essentially... I forgot what time it was.
That's right.
But our audience, all right, I'm counting on our audience on the Mitch Album program to help us out in a great way, okay? 855-955-GIVE. I want us to get to a benchmark here. And I understand that we've got a challenge here. We have a donor who will match up to $50,000 this hour.
Wow.
Okay, so if we can raise $50,000 this hour, or over the course of the next 60 minutes, we can get another $50,000. So that means we can do $100,000 in an hour. Our audience can do this, all right?
Yes, they can.
Folks, you've been with us, many of you, since we started the program in 1996, all right? Give $1 for every year that you've listened to the program, and even that would help out, okay? So let's see where we are right now, because we need to establish the baseline. So drum roll and tote board, and let's see where we are. Because if we get to 1 million, I'm taking the jacket off. Let's see. Watching. All right. $1,007,574. We have broken the $1 million mark at 422.
How about jacket?
The jacket is off. Well, I got a microphone on me here, but the jacket is coming off, and I'm gonna have to wear this someplace else. Thank you for that, because I'm tired of this jacket.
You got another hit today on TV, so you got to keep the jacket.
Well, I'll put it behind me somewhere. All right, Ed Kelly, you've got a few people who are making donations. Again, when you call in at 855-955-GIVE, if you want to make a donation, in honor of somebody, we'll read it out over the air. Ed, go ahead.
Which was done in honor of Judy Flory and of Farmington Hills. Thank you very much. Also in honor of Pearl Harbor casualties today, of course, being December 7th. Got to remember those who gave. Marla Yeomans has a donation, and that is in honor of her. I believe that is Hank Yeomans. In honor of Roger Molesky of Garden City, also Richard and Rosemary Nelson of Grand Blanc, Michigan, and in memory of Walter Kaluski of Southgate. And a last donation in honor of the memory of Ken from Westland.
855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. We want you to check out the incentive items, the auction items. It's a great way to shop for your Christmas list, if that's what you want to do. Now, some of you, we've been on since 9 o'clock, and I feel that our audience, because this is our hours that we do the show, you might have missed some of the people. So we put together a couple little clips, a couple of highlights, so we'll catch you up on what you may have missed. So earlier today, and if Blake or whoever's running the things back there, just get ready to play these. We had Dave Coulier and Matthew Stafford. Stafford, by the way, at 5:50 in the morning in Los Angeles. Here's a little bit of that.
15th time.
We've only done 12, but yeah.
But I keep showing up and you guys aren't here.
So you just go shopping instead.
I just go shop. I bought a pair of pants 112 of those times. So I have a lot of pants because of this thing.
I'm in the Rams studio right now, so I'm at work and figured I didn't know what office to jump into because there's going to be guys popping in to watch some tape here in a minute. So I just jumped into the Rams studio. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, it looks like you're hosting a TV show in there.
Yeah, exactly. That's where they film it in here. I figured this is the safe spot, so I went for it.
Very nice.
That was so impressive to me that he was already at work. Yeah. Joe Dumars and Dave Bing, former Pistons greats, joined us a little earlier. Like, I know, for example, Draymond Green, who's a friend of yours, who's been at your house a gazillion times. You watched him grow up, and now you have to be the guy who says to him, I'm sorry, but you're not playing for the next 5 games.
The first time it wasn't even awkward for me to call Draymond, and because he knew the call was coming.
Yeah.
He knew it was coming to me, and it was like, hey, you know what it is, man. And I know, Joe D. I know, how many games on that? Oh, just one. And it's like, okay, oh man, you know. And then we went on talking about stuff at the house and Debbie and everybody else, you know.
Do you ever miss being mayor?
No.
That was a quick answer.
Let me think of another question. What's the square root of 125?
But hey, if I had the chance to do it again, I would. But
You
I
would.
don't miss it. But if I had the chance to do it again, if I was asked, I would do it.
Really? That was pretty interesting, I thought.
Yeah,
Mayor
very.
Biggs
Oh,
said,
yeah.
not a chance.
Quickly.
Nope. I want to
Quickly.
do this gig again.
Quickly.
Yeah, very, very quickly. And then we had Dan Campbell and Chris Spielman representing the Lions. This was pretty interesting as well. Let's play that.
Man, this is an area, this is a community, this is a city that you could just feel it. They're dying to support the Detroit Lions. And if you could ever give them something to grab hold of and feel like they're a part of, and it is a winner, man, you can have a lot of pride in this area.
I would have loved to play for Dan Campbell. I think that he and I, mentality-wise, are so similar that it's like sometimes we don't know what to say to each other. We just grunt. That's the language we speak. That's called grit. The language of grit.
I can actually see that. Those guys just grunting at each other in the morning.
No
That's
doubt about
Spielman.
that.
Oh, grunt, grunt, grunt. I didn't get a rump out of that guy.
2 days.
By the way, the $50,000 match that we're working under is from the Bazzi Family Foundation. So thank you to them. And we're going to get that $50,000. I want to get to another 100,000. It'd be at 1.1 million in 50-something minutes from now. Again, you can make donations. Let me tell you about some of these auction items that are available here. That wedding at Andiamo's. We're still an opportunity to get that. A wedding for 250 people at Andiamo's. A NASCAR package where you get to go to the Michigan International Speedway on August 18th, and everything from 2 tickets, a parking pass, VIP, pre-race close-up access, NASCAR series driver introductions, meeting some of the drivers, signing the start and finish line, the red carpet treatment. If you're into auto racing, this is a great gift, and right now it's very low, so you can get a great thing. We're also taking bids on the very first bicycle that we produced here at the My Cycle shop, the number 1. It'll always be a collector's item because it's got 001 on the model number. The Tour Edge HL3 complete golf club set. Is that a good thing there, Steve Courtney? You're a golfer.
Outstanding there, Mitchell.
$500.
Okay, well, right now we're looking for a bid of $500 on that, and you might end up having it. Chance to watch the Pistons at a suite at Little Caesars Arena. Chance to see Gary Pucker in the Union Gap and the Buckinghams for 10 people plus dinner at Andiamo's. Co-hosting the Paul W. Smith show. Co-hosting our show. Now we're at $1,000 and Paul W. Smith's at $2,000. Oh, that hurts.
What's happening?
Yeah.
That hurts.
He's one, and we've got an army.
Yeah, I mean, you only get to meet Paul on Paul's show. You get to meet like 30 people on our show.
That's right.
So we need this is our listeners out there. If you would like to come in and co-host our show,
It's happened many times, Mitchell. We've had them in studio, wonderful people, and they've admitted they've had a lackluster time.
yes, but we promise to be better next time. So you're gonna up the game from lackluster to a very, very impressive.
Is
all
it not a video store lackluster?
Yeah. You can also have lunch with our whole show. That's only at $1,000 right now. You can have lunch with Carmen Harlan and Bernie Smilovitz. Kane Brown, not to be confused with Ken Brown. Kane Brown concert package at Little Caesars Arena. A Detroit Tigers experience. You get to go on the field and batting practice. Tickets to see the Lions play the Vikings in the last game of the year right here at Ford Field. That could determine everything. We've got an opportunity for that. That's at $1,000 right now. And a chance to see baseball with J.K. Simmons at the Tigers. 4 people to go to a ball game with J.K. Simmons, and he's buying the pizza.
What an experience.
And George
huh?
Lopez, the comedian, donated his guitar. Was it a Les Paul guitar, I think?
Les Paul.
And he signed it himself. That's up there as well. A chance to go to New York and have brunch with Jane Pauley. And stay in a New York hotel overnight and have the whole experience there.
Flights in?
Not with Jane Paul.
Chance to have breakfast with Joe Dumars and myself
Very nice.
up at Leo's Coney Island. That's something that Joe and I always did by ourselves anyhow.
Ken Calvert to be there to go, Joe Dumars.
So all that stuff is at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com and lots of incentive items as well. Back with more right after this.
Offering up a fun way to taste some of Detroit's newest restaurants while helping out a great cause. Mitch Albom is here to talk about Eat Detroit.
Yeah.
Eat Detroit is awesome.
Eat Detroit.
Yeah.
It's the best time ever. We're having a great time.
You gotta go.
I'm gonna eat this in 1 minute, but we have to
Cheers,
go.
everybody. We'll see you on the other side.
Cheers.
In a sec. Yummy.
Water ice, popcorn, rice pudding, Philly pretzels, soft serve ice cream, everything goes to charity. The Detroit Water Ice Factory was an idea I came up with to sell the best possible products we could, something really unique, and then give all the profits away to charity. So water ice is a derivative of Italian ices, but it's much smoother, has a lot more flavors, no fat, it's got no gluten, it's got no cholesterol, and it's got no dairy. I grew up in the Philadelphia area, and we used to eat it every day. When I got here to the Midwest, I found out they didn't have it. And we now are able to make it here ourselves. When you run 9 different charities, people see you coming and they start running the other way because they think, oh, he's gonna ask us for money again. So we just remind people that charity can be delicious, and it was the beginning of what's essentially become a dessert shop. Watching people's eyes just sort of light up when they taste something that they've never had before. You know, you watch it and you go, yep, told you.
During the summer of 2022, Say Detroit students participated in an entrepreneurship program where they designed and marketed t-shirts for the Detroit Pistons.
LEVAIRUS, last name HALL.
Meet the Say 22 entrepreneurship program participants.
I've always liked taking pictures. If it catches my eye, I'm gonna try to take a picture of it. Yeah, I think I told you, I got attacked by a heart.
I'm close to even what we did last year, which was 1.8 million, which was pretty remarkable. That was a record by a big, big way. We've had some pretty impressive people who have joined us from, Hugh Jackman and Hank Azaria and Jane Pauley and Dave Coulier and Tim Allen and Smokey Robinson and Dan Campbell and Matthew Stafford and all. But there's somebody we need to thank right now who just sat down next to me that literally, you say those sentences like, without you, it wouldn't be possible. And you say that to a lot of people, but literally, this is absolutely 100% true. Without Nate Forbes, who's the managing partner of the Forbes company, which owns this beautiful Somerset collection, this would definitely not be possible. So can we give a very big thank you round of applause to Nate Forbes?
I can't believe it's been 12 years.
12 years. We were just talking in the break that when we started, we were over there on the side. Like it's sort of the equivalent of like, well, yes, you can be on the stage, but not in front of people. You can be like by the light switches.
Now we got this whole stage set up. We overlook the beautiful 3-story castle, sitting over the fountain with the elevators behind us. It's just a wonderful setting.
Yeah, I don't think we can
cause.
get any bigger here now.
No.
This is as large as it gets. We're like we're sent, and we have done this now under all kinds of conditions.
Yeah.
I mean, we did it when you couldn't move anything. We were over on the side. We did it during COVID when it was a ghost town.
Yes.
And it was kind of eerie. I mean, we were up here all by ourselves broadcasting to the world, but we had to stay 15 feet apart.
Yep.
And we had to wear masks.
Yeah.
And I remember I went over to a piano because there was nobody here, and I wrote a little musical thing for Hugh Jackman, played the whole thing. And I see him on the big screen. He's smiling, and I play the whole thing, and I finish. And he goes, and then he points at his ears. He goes, "I can't hear a thing, mate." Okay, great performance.
I remember
so,
that.
I mean, we got a lot of memories in this building, but I really can't thank you enough for making this available every year.
It's been a great partnership, and we spend a lot of time throughout the year. Linda McIntosh and her team does a wonderful job helping curate this entire event, this entire day. And your team and our team make a great a whole, and all the money that's raised goes to phenomenal charities. And I've been to so many of them with Chad, and we come by and we help feed the kids, and we're always bringing them donated toys and clothing for the winter months and things of that nature. So we really get involved in all your different charities, and it's just a wonderful thing for the city of Detroit and for the greater metropolitan area.
Yeah, it is. And, what's also really nice about it, Nate, is that this is an upper end mall. Let's all be honest about it. This is a high end place, and people are proud to come here, and it's beautiful and it's gleaming. But you're letting us use this all day long when I'm sure there could be activities that could be making you money and all the vendors money to help the other part of Detroit. The part that doesn't gleam yet. And is a lot further down 75, and never thought twice about it. Like not once when we suggested this did I ever hear from you or anybody on any of your team like, well, I don't know, we're out in Troy, and I mean, why should we have to get involved with something like that? How many of them are our customers? I mean, nothing like that. There wasn't even a breath of that. There was like, oh yeah, we're Detroit, we'll help out, and that says a lot. I mean, you have a Detroit shop upstairs here where all the profits, are go to charities, and you're just selling stuff from Detroit, but you're located in Troy, so you don't think about it as suburbs or Detroit. You just think about it as our region.
It really is. And it's really a community asset. We really look at the Somerset collection as a broader community asset. And it's not just for the Troy and the northern Oakland County area. It's for southeastern Michigan and beyond. And we have so many customers from Canada and Flint and Saginaw and Ann Arbor and Illinois and Indiana and all over Ohio. And we are a regional draw. So we have to look at this as a community asset and do things like this to really lean into the community, because there's so many areas and so many places of need, and we have to be at the center portion of that need-based community things that we do to reach out to the broader community, especially during this time of the year.
Yeah, well, you have. And, I'm thinking about it as you're talking, I'm looking around this beautiful mall, and I realize, like, they've done movies and TV series about, like, hotels. They've done them about airports. They've done them about hospitals. I've never seen a show about a mall.
Like, there have been some, by the way. Mall Cop.
Paul Blart. Well, that was a movie, but that was about
a movie.
Cop.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, just life inside the mall. That would be a great series. The things that people don't know. So tell me one thing, the top thing that people don't appreciate about operating a shopping mall.
I think it's 24/7, 365 days a year.
Wow.
So this place never stops. Overnight crew is upwards of 50 to 60 people.
Wow.
Cleaning and polishing floors and cleaning handrails. And
I thought they were just here to see our show.
They could be here to see your show.
So those people when we came in the morning were maintenance.
That's right.
They said they were audience.
It's 24/7, 365. And
do you get calls like sometimes at 3 o'clock in the morning?
No, really not. I mean, typically things will happen during mall hours. Contractors will break sprinkler heads, and we'll get floods in spaces, and we'll get backups if there's large rains, and drains will back up. And usually not in the middle of the night, but sometimes right up until the time you go to bed. And
I always thought the thing that might happen in a mall that no one will know about had to do with fountains in some way. Like oh my God, the fountain exploded again. You know,
we did have one day when I get a call one day. There's 5 people in the fountain. They went swimming. What do we do about it?
There you go.
I think they went after the coins that were in the fountain.
I was going to say, somehow it would involve pennies and a fountain, you know, and now you just said it. We have people swimming in our fountain.
Somerset
we gotta
Pictures
presents.
the ball.
If you ever get a call about like there's a shark in the fountain, then let me know. That would somehow we could combine the two. You know?
It is like a little city, though.
You know what's great about this, Mitch? You finish your day today, which is just an amazing thing you do for the city. And then right on the heels of this, we leave this stage up. We kind of ease into the weekend. And on Saturday morning, Blake Corum, University of Michigan star running back, is here.
Who was on with us earlier?
Who was on with you earlier today.
Promoted it.
Promoting the toy drive.
And not just him. Mikey Sanders still and
Junior Colson.
Junior Colson are coming. Yeah, they're probably here any minute. They're going to be on the next hour. And a whole mess of Michigan football players are going to be here in the toy drive, correct?
Yeah, we have 2 things going on Saturday. 11 to 1 is the toy drive. Bring an unopened toy, and you'll be able to donate the toy to one of your charity, one of your homes with kids in need. You'll get a picture with Blake Corum. So that starts at 11 a.m. to 1 o'clock. Then in the afternoon from 2:30 to 4:30, we have a signing event where you'll have the ability to get somewhere between 27 and 30 of the Michigan players, all of the household names that you know and love, the Michigan Wolverines, will be able to sign a piece of memorabilia, and you'll get all 27 of them for $125 a ticket that goes for charity.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
That's
That's
a nice
a big
deal.
football.
It's a big football. That's exactly right.
Or a small Sharpie.
It's a
one or
Zeppelin.
the other. Big football, small Sharpie.
Yeah. So big day on December 9th here at Somerset all day long.
Well, we're looking forward to that. And again, we can't thank you enough for your generosity and letting us, you know, hang out for a day in your place. And this all makes it possible. It's a great thing. We're so back. Like I love, and Kenny will appreciate this too, from having done this a couple of years ago in dead silence, echoing in the pandemic and wondering if we were ever going to get out of it, to seeing just people have been coming through, sitting down, clapping, coming up. We're that part of life has resumed. And if people remember that, how down we felt during the pandemic and how many times people said, is this thing ever going to end?
Hopeless.
Is life ever going to resume again? It has. And so even what we're going through now in the world, be it political, be it the war, all the rest of this stuff, humans persevere. But we are asking for your help for those who are having a harder time persevering. And one of the ways you persevere is through the help of other people and the kindness of other people. So please call 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. In addition to Nate, I want to thank what's Kate's last name? Because I can't. Kate Millay, who is the general manager here, and her entire team at Somerset Collection, because they do fantastic work.
Yep.
Well done.
And Linda McIntosh's, we know that she was actually, there was a group of angels that flew over Earth at one point, and most of them got back to heaven, and somehow Linda McIntosh got lost and landed on Earth.
I found her 27 years ago.
Yes, well, yes, but God put her here long before that, she's an angel to all of us here, and so thank you, Linda, for everything that you do. It's 760 WJR.
And Mitch, before you break, I want to leave you with a check for $20,000 additional dollars from the Somerset.
Oh, wow.
And the Forbes.
Because it's not enough to let us use your mall.
Right.
All right. Well, thank you.
We got to
for
get
that.
Nate back in the studio, too. No, he used to cover for you, man. Nate used to do
Yes,
the
I
show.
know.
Yeah,
Nate was
I used
our
to
backup
cover.
host.
Yeah.
Backup host. Yes.
I'm like the cover band.
You did a great job. Yeah.
Tribute band.
All right. Thank you. How
Thank
about
you,
it for
guys.
Nate Forbes?
Hey.
Please thank our host and the $20,000 donation. Fantastic. So appreciate that. I want to turn my attention over to my right and Mr. Paul Glantz, who you might know as Please Silence Your Cell Phones
That's right.
before the movie starts. And now sit back, relax, and enjoy the Imagine experience.
Now I know life is back to normal.
Yeah. How you doing, Paul?
Mitch, I'm terrific. How about you?
Great to see you. I not only do I know you well, but all of my kids from Haiti who are up here in college, who I take to the movies, they say, every time I take them and you come on, because we basically only go to Imagine theaters, every time you pop on with one of your messages before, they say, you know him, Mr. Mitch, right? You know him. He's famous. I said, well, just because you're on a movie screen doesn't necessarily mean you're a movie star. But to them, like, you're on it. You're like, You really know him? I said, yeah, I really know him. Man. So you're a big hit in Haiti.
Well, I'm going to express my gratitude for bringing more guests to my theater.
Oh, yeah. And they eat a lot of popcorn.
Oh, now we're talking.
And pizza. and pretty much everything else. Yes. In fact, I think it would be cheaper if I just took them to a 5-star restaurant and let them order everything by the time they're done. How are things in the movie business?
You know, we're doing great. We've had a fine year. It's interesting, pundits talk about our industry a lot, and I would tell you that the recovery in our industry has been sort of separated, bifurcated, if you will, in that those who have invested and are dedicated to a great guest experience are doing well, and those who perhaps have older, less, amenities, not the dedication to customer service, they're not doing so well. But sometimes the pundits, the reporting media, just strike with a rather blunt instrument. And if you read that, you would say, oh, these guys they're going under. Well, the truth is that we're doing very well. And the only cloud on the horizon, of course, is that there will be an after effect from the Hollywood writers and actors strike,
right,
which will potentially reduce the number of films we've got next year.
But I remember when you first invested in luxury seats and all that stuff, food that they delivered to your chair. And that was at a time when that was kind of singular. And it did seem like, wow, they're spending a lot of money to put in. And you can go see the same movie and just sit in a regular chair. And why would they do that? But it seems like you were pretty prescient about that, because now I believe almost all your theaters, if not all of them, are basically of that ilk with the seats that go back and all the rest of it. And you're saying that that's actually become what people expect when they go to the movies, or otherwise they say, well, I can sit at home and watch this thing on Netflix in a more comfortable chair than I would get in a traditional theater.
Yeah, I was asked today, what's my biggest competitor? It's an indirect competitor. It's sitting at home. And I think that the expectation particularly has grown among consumers post-pandemic that if it's not a great experience, we're not going out. And so our mandate is to continue to hopefully provide our guests with an exemplary out-of-home entertainment experience.
Paul, let me ask you this, and please be candid. Are you just about Marvel movied out?
Steve, I am marveled out, yes.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
Well, you might be marveled out, but they're pretty good for business, aren't they?
They are good for business, although I got to tell you, the most recent one was a flop.
Yes.
I know.
And
and that's what's also interesting. The industry media that follows us will say, well, look at the number of films that didn't earn their money back. That has not had a deleterious impact on us. What we need is variety. We need lots of content that appeals to different demographics, and that's the single best thing for us. So that's why next year could be a little bit of a constraint, because there just won't be as many films available.
Right, because they didn't make them during that stretch. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, we'll somehow soldier on and get through it. But we want to thank you for your support of Say Detroit and just being a friend to the program and being a friend to our charities. You do some great things, and we've done some charity things at your organization that has helped us out. And, you're part of the family.
Well, thank you, Mitch.
Thank you for being here.
I'm deeply honored to be part of your family. And, of course, we didn't come empty-handed.
Well, you got popcorn?
No, you've got popcorn upstairs.
No, we've got popcorn. That's right. I forgot.
You got one of your chairs? I love those chairs.
Kevin, I might have one for you.
All right.
But you can't use it at home.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, Mitch, we've got a donation for you as well. We're going to match what we've been doing last year. We've got another $20,000 for City Detroit.
Wow. $20,000. Thank you, Paul Glantz. Thank you, Imagine. That's fantastic. Thank you, Paul. That's extremely generous of you, and we appreciate that. And we will continue to bring every single one of my Haiti kids to have dinner at your theater. Which, when I only had one, it wasn't too bad. But I took 12 over Thanksgiving, and those pizzas add up. But well worth it. So thank you for that. I want to turn my attention over here to our left, and I've talked about some of our programs that we're very proud to have been doing in, say, Detroit. And you know where your money is going when you're donating at 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. One of the programs that goes back to the start of Say Detroit is Bright Beginnings, where we take the whole idea is to take care of childcare for very, very young children. When it first began was really infants, while their mothers are either coming out of transitional housing, finishing programs, or even just looking for jobs, because there were a lot of mothers that we encountered early on who were going to job interviews with babies under their arms because there was no place for them to leave their children that they could trust, and consequently they didn't end up with the jobs, and that's never good. So from that, Bright Beginnings has grown hugely. Our partner with that is Kotb, and Shante Hightower is the Executive Director of Children's Services, and Tiara Johnson is a mother of 3 who's attending Bright Beginnings. Nice to have both of you here with us.
Hello. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming on. Tiara, let me start with you. What has Bright Beginnings program meant in terms of opportunities for you and your family?
So far it has been a great experience. The staff is good. The kids are happy. They present a lot of opportunities for us to do as far as the community and things like that.
What brought you to them in the first place?
Shante.
Okay. Besides knowing Shante, though, what was your need that brought you to them?
Just, I do hair, so taking the kids to work with me, it was a difficult thing. So being able to have somewhere conveniently located from where I work was a plus for me. So it's right down the street from my shop, and I can take them to school, go to work, and then go pick them right up and not be late. They 5 minutes away from me, so it's a good thing for me.
So you're able to basically economically provide for your family because Bright Beginnings is able to help you with taking care of your children during that time, which is such a practical thing. And yet, you know, if you don't have this, what are you going to do? Are your kids going to run around your shop while you're cutting hair? And
exactly, and that don't help me out.
No, it's not good for business.
So being able to take them there and know that they safe, know that they happy, knowing the staff is doing good with them, it's a good thing for me.
And Shante, what are the nature of most of the people that you're helping these days? You know, what are their backgrounds? What are their challenges?
So we started off Bright Beginnings with just our homeless families.
Right.
And the challenge with that was that when those families left the shelter, we did not have enough spaces for those children. So with generous donations like those from Say Detroit and other community-based foundations, we were able to extend that opportunity and keep that continuity of care for our children. Because what we don't want is to provide that opportunity to them, and then when they go out into the community, childcare is so expensive. And we do this at no cost to our families.
That's amazing that we can offer this at no cost to the families. And how many families are you serving right now?
So we actually have slots for 35 children now.
Wow.
Which has grown tremendously. So
I remember first going there when there were about 10 or 11, you know, little cribs, and you would go in there and the little Rockabye Baby songs would be playing, you know, and the kids would all be in their cribs. I always said it was one of the most peaceful places. If you just wanted some quiet while the children were sleeping, it was just so lovely to see these beautiful children. And now you're up to 35. And if that's 35 children, that's at least 35 mothers who are able to find work, you know, get set in their housing, do whatever it is in their life that they otherwise, if you're carrying a baby around under your arms, you can't do it.
Absolutely. And it creates opportunities for the children as well as the parents. So we're very thankful.
And creates a much bigger asset in the community. We're proud to be partnered with you. Our Bright Beginnings program goes all the way back to 2006. It's one of the oldest ones we've done. Mm-hmm. So we're really proud of it. Shante, it's great to see you. And Tiara, thank you for telling us about your beautiful family. And best of luck to you and happy holidays.
Happy holiday. Thank you so much. Happy holidays.
Our phone number is 855-955-GIVE to help programs like this. Remember, 100% of the money that you give goes straight to helping people like our guests that you just heard. We don't keep any money for administrative costs. We don't pay for air conditioning fees or paper clips or anything. All that comes out of private funding so that we can use your dollars to help the clients. We want to make sure that we match that $50,000 gift and move well past the $1 million mark. So please, especially our audience for the Mitch Albom Show, make your donation at 855-955-GIVE. Go to MitchAlbomRadiothon.com to see some incredible lists of Christmas presents that you could get from, I mean, you can just buy some of them. Forget the auction items. That's one amazing thing. But you can also just buy autographed footballs by major sports stars. You can buy autographed jerseys. You can buy gift cards where you pay $50. You pay $100 for a $50 gift card. It's really, you're really only paying $50 and you're getting that $50 gift card. And you can give it to all kinds of foods and restaurants and massages and things like that. Too long for me to list right here, but just go to MitchAlbomRadiothon.com and check out all the amazing gifts. All that money goes into the pot for us to help needy Detroiters right here through our Radiothon. It's a 12th annual one, and it's 760 WJR.
760 WJR is proud to announce.
I think it begins with a conversation. I believe it begins with seeing each other as human beings. They come to find out that they are the same people, in which they are. It's not like a police officer is the boogeyman. It's not like some of those young men who have been struggling in the gang life are the boogeyman. They are human beings.
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm Officer Devon Maples. I've been on the job going on 24 years.
Because I was incarcerated, formerly incarcerated 12 years, and I made a comeback.
We don't go there with titles. I'm a gang member, I'm a police officer. We just there as men and women and connecting together, and just to see that transformational process take place is nothing but amazing.
Trying my best to be a mentor and doing everything I can to show people, like, the uniform is just that. It's a uniform. I'm a black man. When I drive in my car with tinted windows and everything else, I get pulled over and treated like a black man until I prove otherwise.
And so once you connect with each other as human beings, you can begin to identify that we're struggling with some of the same issues.
I ain't gonna lie, I ain't had the best run-ins with police.
Those are the police that you've had encounters with. You haven't had an encounter with every police.
But they ain't too comfortable to walk into that police station because they like, what is going on up there? You know what I mean?
We can march, and that's nice. But what are you really gonna do? To me, I said, let me join DPD. With me joining DPD, I feel like I can stop another officer from doing some stupid stuff. Because I know they're not gonna do it in front of me.
Just to let y'all know, if y'all are having problems like that, it's okay to go up to the precinct and see if you can get that one-on-one conversation too.
I'm not against lawlessness. You know, we need people, if they do something, if somebody breaks to your mom's house, what does she do? She got to call the police.
It's my hope that we come to understand each other a little bit better as a result of coming together and eating together.
I do it another way.
Stay out the school, bro.
When I'm policing the city, I personally feel like I'm policing my family.
I ain't never heard nothing like this. This is the first day, I ain't even gonna lie, this is the first day I've ever heard a police talk like this. My man just had to butcher. Hey, you done ripped off all the skin. Hey, come on.
Home had caught on fire in 2019. It was the coldest day of the year, and we basically lost everything. I love living there. That was my home for all of my life. I moved there when I was 8. That was my dad and my mom's home. He passed away in 2014. And I inherited it. So it was near and dear to me, and then it caught fire. This is when I met Rosie. Rosie told me that, hey, I got a way that not only fix your electrical problem, but make your house a home as well for you and your children. Here we are, 2020, and we're living the dream. I can't help but to say I love living there. That was my home. They did everything for me in a way that I never would have been able to fix, even though I was so adamant about fixing my home, going back home on myself, even if I had to paint and do it myself. But I couldn't ask for a better way of going home. After getting our home, their grades went up. The behavior became better. It adds a sense of security for them, not just me. We have our Christmas tree up early, so we're looking forward to Christmas, even though COVID has been such a tragedy. I've been through so much this year that we're looking forward to this great memory. I would say my home is home now.
Another beautiful day at Save Play. Going to pick up the kids. Have a great day.
Welcome to the Say Detroit Play Center. My name is Eric Reed, and I have the pleasure of serving as the Executive Director. And let's meet our students who are about to come in off of our buses. What's up? How y'all doing today? Everybody good?
Yes.
How's school today?
Good.
All right, good. Good to see y'all. How was school?
Good.
Huh?
Good.
Time for the D. Our students have eaten, they played, and now it's time to learn. We are entering the Deep. The Deep is our education center. It's named the Deep because it used to be a swimming pool. The Deep is where our young people come mandatory Monday through Thursday to spend at least an hour and 15 minutes on a variety of academic enrichment activities. Our young people are engaged in tutoring or literacy with the help of our staff. The students can get the individual attention that they need. This is our reading table. One of our certified teachers who's actually providing some reading enhancement activities to a group of our students who are struggling just a little bit with where they are in terms of reading and comprehension. Cubicles are set up for our students to have some individual space to either work on their own or to work.
760 AM. This hour is generously brought to you by the A.A. Van Elslander Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help. Now, live from the Northside Grand Court of the Somerset Collection in Troy, here's Mitch Alvin.
Okay, we are back here. It's the 5 o'clock hour on 760 WJR, and we are heading down. Let's see, we've got 4 more hours to go. All right, we want them to be the most productive 4 hours.
Hour 12.
We are involved in trying to do a match of $50,000. And do you remember where we were when we started that? We were just over $1 million, right?
Yeah,
and we need to get another 50,000 raised, and then we can get a 50,000 kicked in. So you can call 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web. Donations in honor of Jim and Irene Longbucco in Springfield. Donations in honor of myself in the city of Detroit. Thank you for that. In honor of in memory of our mom from Canton, in honor of Mitch and Say Detroit Promises from Naperville. Thank you for all of that. In honor and memory of Max and Judy Hogan and Jim McDevitt. In honor of Tom Automotive. In honor of the Haran family out of Brighton, we thank you for those donations. In honor of Libert Alati from Whitmore Lake, we thank you for those. Also, Thomas Jacob from Oakland Township, $1,000 donation. We appreciate that very much. In honor of Brother Dennis from Sterling Heights, in honor of Pat Leadham in Ann Arbor, Jeffrey Plain, a number of donations there. We appreciate large-scale donations like that. In memory of Teresa and Jack Gatos from Huntington Woods. In memory of my wife, Carolyn from Clarkston, a nice donation there. In honor of Mike and Laurice Platsky from Troy. In honor of John and Betty Guillermo from Livonia. In honor of the Darden parents from Ann Arbor. In honor of John and Betty Guillermo from Guillermo, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, from Livonia. And in honor of Leon and Antoinette from their son, Ray Templin. We sure appreciate that. Thank you, Ray. That's kind. And in memory of Kerry Oakland from Northville. Thank you for that. And in honor of Eileen and Anthony Martin from Birmingham, and in honor of the Whitsamsburg family out of Livonia. These are beautiful donations that people are making. And speaking of families, Van Elsler family, Art Van Elslander, of course, you know Art Van, better known here in town, but the generous spirit of Art Van Elslander lives on in his children and grandchildren. Gary Van Elslander, president and board member now of the Van Elslander Foundation. And we're also joined by Grace Scarfone and Cindy Webb, who represent the next generation as well. And we are happy to have you all here. Thank you for joining us.
Mitch, it's great to be here. We know the relationship that we had for so many years with my father.
Yeah.
And so many things that you guys did together. You know, and as I watch your team, everybody here, and how hard they're working today, I wish everybody could know that this is just a microcosm of what your organizations are doing 365 days a year for the people of Detroit and for people in need. And we're so happy to be able to support that.
Well, you guys have done amazing work with us. And you're right, your dad was, he was remarkable. You know, the charitable things that he got involved with, he would come up with ideas. And when we first started going to Haiti, it was your dad who offered us the opportunity to travel on the plane to go down. The very first trip, I think, that we took down there with the Muscle Crew was on your dad's plane. And, you know, he wasn't selling furniture in Haiti, that's for sure. But he had a heart for people who were in need after a disaster. And that was very kind. And now Grace and Cindy, obviously I can tell by looking at you that you are a little younger than Garrett. And so am I right to assume that grandchildren?
Yes, we are the grandchildren.
So are you getting into, pull these microphones real close up to your mouths there. You'll have the better sound. There you go. Are you getting into the philanthropic thing as well here?
Yeah, so actually we are kicking off our own family foundation that started because of the philanthropic legacy of our grandparents and all that they've given back to the community. They wanted us to give back philanthropically as well. So our foundation is a multi-generational foundation composed of the grandchildren. Yep.
How many grandchildren are there?
32.
32?
Yes. And
Oh
there's
my
a lot of great grandchildren as well.
Yeah. And so does everybody have an equal vote in the foundation? These are going to be long meetings.
Yeah. So there's a representative of each family.
Oh, okay.
So 10 board members. Grace and I are on the executive committee. So it's really cool to see the third generation in our family now stepping up and giving back to the community as well, and carrying on what our grandparents and our grandfather, who we called Pepper growing up, giving back in ways that they would want us to. And so we're here to give a grant of $25,000 to Save Detroit. So we're excited to kick off our inaugural grant giving this year, with our first being to Save Detroit of $25,000. So
thank you so much. Wow. That's very, very generous of you. And I'm particularly taken with the fact that you guys are obviously so young. And, you know, frequently this is the truth of charitable giving. A lot of times it's older people who are like have gone through enough of life and they realize, you know what, on my way up, it was all about taking, but now I want to give back. You don't even look like you've started your way up yet. So, you know, I don't want to assume how old you are, but you look very young. And the fact that you are already doing charitable work at your age means that it will continue throughout your lives, and that's a great pattern to start establishing.
I think that's what was so important. Like growing up, we were always taught by our grandparents that giving back to the community and giving back to Detroit was so incredibly necessary. And if you're fortunate enough to give back, you should. That's something that our grandparents always said to us. So
well, it's something that grandparents say, but it's not always something that kids listen to.
Yeah.
So thank you for listening. We appreciate that. Gary, thank you. Your involvement, the Van Elslander Foundation has pledged $1 million towards the annex out at the Save Place Center, along with Matthew Stafford and his group, that helped us really put us over the top. And I'm happy to say that annex is going to open very soon, and is going to be a huge thing. So we're bursting at the seams out there. We've got 300 kids sometimes a day out there, but we can add 6 classrooms and add a theater and add all these work areas there. It's going to make a huge difference. So thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
You'll be able to see where your money is going to. And Grace and Cindy, thank you for representing a next generation. It's don't take this the wrong way, but it's great to see people who don't have gray hair getting involved in this kind of level of giving as well. So we appreciate you.
Yeah, no, we're very grateful to have the opportunity to give back. And it's exciting. We're kicking off our foundation this year, so lots to come in the future. But we're
happy
very
to
excited.
be the kickers. The
Yeah.
kickies.
Yes. The
You know,
kickies.
we appreciate it. How about it for the Van Elslander Foundation? Kids, next generation. Thank you for coming out. Great to have you here. Our phone numbers are 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. Kenny, how we doing?
We're doing well. You looking for an exact number?
We got about 3 minutes, three
All
more
right.
minutes to make sure we match that $50,000 pledge. Earlier today, for some of you who missed some of our guests, Tim Allen was on along with Smokey Robinson. I think we have a little cut here from some of what they had to say. This cut 3 here. Let's play it.
They make the cruise missiles out in what's the name of the company? It's out near
Costco.
Costco.
Boeing.
Boeing. Was it Costco?
Yes, I know.
Costco. They make everything.
Yeah, they do. I do believe Costco has a.
They have missiles.
Yeah, Kirkland MX missiles. Kirkland MX missiles. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
I appreciate it.
God bless you, Smokey. Thank you so much. Smokey
you.
Robinson. Smokey Robinson sang in response to a song that John Pizzarelli sang for him. So we got Smokey to sing. We got Smokey to basically come and say, I'd like to have my home refurbished. I think a couple of the Michigan football players are here. Are they going to be joining us on stage here momentarily, Rosie? I think Mikey Sanders still and Junior Colson are here as well. And so they're going to be joining us. Lily Tomlin going to be joining us in this hour as well. Alice Cooper is coming up, and Nate Burleson, too. Hoda Kotb from the Today Show going to be with us as well. So a lot of big name people still to come. A lot of big name people already have joined us starting early on when, Matthew Stafford at 5:50 in the morning LA time. I still can't get past that one. 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483 are our phone numbers. And again, what would you bid on a few of these auction items here? Where are we with the Paul W. Smith co-hosting? Let's see. I got to see it. Now it's kind of become a competitive thing here.
I see.
Of course.
I mean, in a friendly way.
Of course.
I can throw in a free roof.
Is that what is happening here? The chance, Blake Corum's autographed jersey is up to $1,500. A chance to go see a Tigers game with Oscar winner J.K. Simmons, 4 tickets plus J.K. At a Tigers game. That's all in $1,000 right now. The chance to meet Dan Campbell, the coach of the Lions,
yes.
For a little quick photo op and a handshake, and I'm going to say, great job, coach. You have an opportunity there. That's at $1,000. George Lopez's privately donated Les Paul guitar that he signed.
Interesting.
Is at $1,000. Yeah, we've got several guitars that are up there. A Gibson Les Paul Special Tribute Humbucker guitar, a Fender Player Plus Telecaster electric guitar. These guitars have been signed by all of the guests who have come here to the Somerset collection. So you got a lot of famous names on there. Chance to go to see the Detroit Lions take on the Minnesota Vikings in the last game of the season.
Excellent.
That's up there. It's at $1,000 right now. The Grand Hotel bed and breakfast package for 2 is up there at $1,750. We're going to start closing out some of these items before 6 o'clock. So those of you who are being strategic about your, bidding, we're going to start closing these things out before 6. And once we say they're closed, they're closed. You can't call in and say, now I want to bid $2,000. It's too late.
Can't do it.
Yeah. So don't get cute. The chance to golf at Oakland Hills Country Club for 2. That's at $1,400 now. That's priceless. We don't have any bids yet on this Burberry EKD wool blanket from Somerset. Come on, we need to get something there. The NASCAR event is at $1,000, and we're still looking for an appropriate opening bid for the wedding at Andiamo.
That's unreal.
Okay,
Mitch.
You want to have a wedding? It doesn't have to be a wedding. I mean, if you want to have any kind of reception or whatever for 250 people, you want to make it a wedding, you want to make it a 50th anniversary
Super
party,
Bowl
you can
party,
make it anything
yeah.
you want. But up to 250 people, valued at $25,000. It includes the linens, the napkins, the cake cutting service, the service staff, the manager, 6 hours of reception time. That you've got this whole package of menus, different kinds of food, and it's good for any Friday or Sunday in 2024.
If you're on your family's reunion committee, that would be an outstanding deal.
I am the family. I don't need a reunion committee.
And Kevin, there's still hope for you. The Gary Puckett and the Union Gap,
yes,
and the Buckinghams at Andiamo's on February 23rd of next year. 10 tickets plus a meet and greet. Come on, Kevin, you can get in on that.
Do that quickly. They're not getting any younger. Okay.
Kane Brown concert package at Little Caesars Arenas at $850. Let's see. You can have a book club Zoom meeting with me if you would like. If you've got a book club and you want to spend a half hour with me on any book, happy to do that. You can make a bid on that. Detroit Red Wings experience, a morning skate around that you can attend, plus go to the game later on.
Playing some hockey
and a
right
parking
now.
pass. Yeah, they're doing great. We've got Pistons signed jerseys up there. Cade Cunningham signed jerseys. A Top Golf Auburn Hills party for 12 guests.
Wow.
Private bays, 2 hours of Top Golf play, lifetime membership for all attendees, food, non-alcoholic beverages. This is huge stuff. Huge stuff. So make sure you check all this out at MitchAlbumRadiothon.com, MitchAlbumRadiothon.com. And then, of course, those are auction winners. Those are auction things. And then there's also incentive items, which include, now these are things you can just get for yourself. You can just get them simply by paying for them, and they're yours, okay? So that's what an incentive item is. You don't have to wait for bids. You can get them. We've got gift certificates for Avalon Bakery, for Brownback Popcorn, for Detroit Water Ice Factory at discount prices. We've got Hand and Stone Massage and Facial Spa gift cards. We've got Jim Harbaugh's signed Michigan footballs, Desmond Howard signed footballs, Tom Izzo signed basketballs, Kirk Cousins signed jerseys, Matthew Stafford signed LA Rams footballs and jerseys as well. Many copies of my new book, The Little Liar, autographed, however you like to do it. WWE, 4 tickets to a WWE live event in your area in 2023-24. You can get that right now. Craig Gass, celebrity impersonation voicemails, all to be chosen
great
there.
gifts.
So,
All
okay,
great
and
gifts.
many, many more. I can't list them all. MitchAlbumRadiothon.com on the web, or to call in and make a donation, 855-955-4483. Whew. Hard to keep up
That's
with
a
all
list
this
right
stuff,
there,
I'll
Mitch.
tell you
That
now.
is a list.
I am telling you.
An hour 12.
Do we have any Hail to the Victors music that we can play back there, Blake? Who's ever doing it?
Just
Okay,
like
that'll
that.
do. Just like that, because 2 of the victors, at least when it comes to the Big Ten championships, have just sat down with us here, and they have an interesting connection. Junior Colson and Mikey Sandwichville, who are stars of the defense, and they're here with us right now. How about welcome for the Michigan Wolverines? Woo! Mikey Jr., welcome. Nice to have you guys here with us. Make sure the microphones are right up by your face. Lift that one up a little bit. So there you go. Perfect. So in addition to being members of the football team, you guys have a very interesting connection because both of you are from Haiti. And tell me, when did each one of you come to America?
I moved to America when I was about 9.5. I was about to turn 10 years old. So in 2012, right around 2012 area.
Okay, and you were adopted?
Yes, sir. I was adopted. Both my parents are standing over there,
Hello. Okay, nice to see you. And so were you in an orphanage while you were there in Haiti?
I was in an orphanage for about 2 years. So like I'm from Maribalis, Haiti. So I was in an orphanage for about 2 years, and I got adopted. They came visit me quite a bit while I was down there.
Quite a change, wasn't it?
It is.
Wow.
It was. It's a huge difference, from being from Haiti and coming to America. It's like it's a huge disparity between them two, So it was a big change for me.
Yeah. And Michael, what was your story?
I moved to America much earlier than Junior did. I was 7 months.
7 months. So your memories are limited.
My memories are limited, but I lived through my parents.
Yeah.
My dad was a journalist in Haiti.
Mhm.
He was being persecuted out the country. So my family, we fled pretty much. My mom came, and then she brought me and my older brother, and my dad came not too short after. But I'm still very well connected in Haiti. So much family members still back there. Lost a few family members in the earthquake in 2009. But yeah, moved here, and
opportunities
have been endless since.
Yeah. Vous parlez Creole?
Oui.
Okay.
He does not though. Junior does not.
You were 9 years there, and you parle Creole?
It's like I'm able to understand some of it, but when I didn't really grow up when I came to America. I didn't really grow up with a lot of people who spoke Creole.
Right.
So you kind of forget about it, especially when you're trying to learn a new language.
Right.
So I was like so focused on trying to learn English while I was growing up that I kind of lost a bit of my Creole, but I definitely want to learn it back, and I think it'll be pretty quick to learn.
Well, you guys, I have to say, I think you have been told that I operate an orphanage there and have since 2010. I've been there every month since January of 2010, so it's going on 14 years. One of our young men is here in the audience who's now in college, but we have 60, 65 kids every year who are there who we don't adopt out. They actually live there the whole time, go to school there, and all of them so far have graduated right on time at 18, which you guys know is unheard of in Haiti, and are in universities here in Michigan, similar to you. They're not football players. In fact, the first time they saw football was when Coach Lloyd Carr came down to visit us, and he brought this funny-looking thing, and they started shot putting it, like they did. But within a couple of hours, they had figured it out. They haven't figured out the whole hike forward pass thing. Like they hike the ball and then they throw one pass to someone who then takes it and throws a pass to somebody else, who then takes it, throws a pass to somebody. The line of scrimmage doesn't exist. The whole concept, because it's more of a soccer mentality.
Right.
But it's a fascinating place, and we're hopeful that you guys can get a chance to come down and visit and inspire the kids. It would be something.
Yeah, would love to.
When you joined the team, I mean, I don't know what the odds are that there are two guys on a college football team who are from Haiti. Did you automatically take to one another when you found out?
We connected pretty quickly.
Yeah.
When we found out we're both from Haiti.
Yeah.
That was like one of our first things that meshed us together, and ever since we've been tight. We're pretty close.
And I imagine the defense is pretty tight on that football team anyhow.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's a brotherhood.
What was the whole process like for you guys during that 3-game stretch, this most recent 3-game stretch where Coach Harbaugh wasn't there? We had Blake Corum on a little earlier today, and he said, the first 3 games of the year, games weren't all that tough. Notice it. But then all of a sudden we're flying to Penn State and they say you don't have your coach. It had to be disconcerting, no?
It's unique. It's unique, not having our own coach, not having him there. He brings a lot of energy, a lot of juice to the team. But, we have such great leaders, such great people, we look up to. And it's like, especially as a defense, like we feed off our own energy, feed off each other. So, like, with us as defense, I don't think it affected us too much. But, as an offense, I don't know how it would affect him because he's an offensive-minded.
Right. Yeah, it's almost a little bit like, I don't know, losing your teacher in your class or having your mom or dad drop you off at summer camp and you have to wave goodbye, as you guys left the hotel. It was like, bye, coach. See you in about 9 hours. It had to be so strange, right, Mikey?
Yeah, I mean, I would say to see how everybody came together was wonderful. And, being one of the leaders on this team, a captain as well, it just reflects the type of coach Harbaugh is. He's somebody who really cares about this team, cares about, relationships. And, I was just talking about this earlier. When things like this happens, it could do one of two things, either, break the team or bring guys together. The culture that this team has created, the bond, the brotherhood that we all have, it allowed us to come closer, play together, play for each other, and ultimately, play for Coach Harbaugh.
How did you guys feel on Sunday when you found out that A, you were the number one team in the nation, B, lucky you get to play Alabama in the first round of the playoffs?
I feel great about it.
Yeah.
But either way, we'd have to see them whether they were 3 and we were 1 or not. And I don't think there's a better stage. There's no bigger stage than to do it at the Rose Bowl than to play them. An SEC team, a powerhouse. I'm so happy and so ready to, take advantage of this opportunity.
You feel the same way?
Oh yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to play them. I think the stage is set. It's the perfect stage to play that type of caliber team, and we're all excited. It didn't matter who you place in front of us. We're gonna go out there and play our best. But and then going back to your point about being the number one team, we've always thought we're the number one team in the country. So just now it's on paper, but before that that's always been our mindset.
It only matters at the end anyhow. It doesn't matter you're ranked the number one team second week of the season.
No.
When the regular season ended, you were ranked number one, and it sure is going to be interesting to see that game on New Year's Day in the Rose Bowl and have you guys play it. It's going to be fascinating. I mean, there's so much interest in the Michigan Wolverines now, and
and they went the whole year of 2023 because the game was in January. You guys hadn't lost a game this year.
No.
Yeah. But it must feel so weird, though, to stop playing and have a month before you play your next football game. Did your week, Saturday. Stop, month. That has to throw your timing off, your whole thing. If you had your druthers, would you just as soon play Alabama the week after the Big Ten championship?
I mean, it would be great to play them as soon as possible. But, this month is a great month to, stay locked in preparation, to do all the little things necessary, get back to your fundamentals and your basics.
And take your finals, right, Junior?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Have to.
I'm saying that for your mom over there. Okay. And take your finals.
She's huge on those. She was
Yeah.
talking to me about it on the whole drive here. When's my finals? What all am I going to do and all that?
Yeah. Well, she's right.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of games now, Mitch. Remember in the 70s, 10 games was the most before you went in. You guys are 13 already.
Yeah.
And if you
Right.
can
Play
go
15
2 more,
games.
that'll be
That's
15.
an NFL season.
One game from an NFL
Yeah.
season.
Oh, yeah.
That's all right. Both of them are going to be playing in the NFL
That's
anyhow.
about it.
So
That's about
might as
it.
well get used to it. Well, I want to thank you guys because in 2 days you're going to be back here,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And you're going to be part of a big signing thing where you're going to sign autographs for I think 27 guys from your team are going to be here. They need a bigger boat, and you're all going to sign. And I understand that you get to direct some of the stuff towards charity, and you guys are going to be directing it to help our orphanage in Haiti.
Yes, sir.
That's fantastic.
Yes, sir.
And
Wonderful.
on behalf of all of our kids there, I want to thank you. It'll make a huge difference to them. Mikey, you can record a little message in Creole to them, and they'll appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, I would love to.
Yeah, well, we want to thank you guys. We're proud of you guys, and I know you're going to do great.
Rest
How about
up.
it for the Michigan Wolverines,
Rest up.
Mikey Sanderson, Junior Colson? The phone numbers are 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483, or MitchAlbumRadiothon.com to give digitally. We'll be back right after this with Lily Tomlin.
WJR Traffic and Weather.
Our time. If you work in this space around in underserved communities, you know that is a time for us to really put our feet down and do something about what we see.
A new coronavirus testing site opened today with an important goal: eliminate barriers to get Detroit's most vulnerable screenings. It's at the Say Detroit Family Health Clinic in Highland Park on Glendale near Woodward and the Davidson. You don't need a car or health insurance to get screened.
So we're very fortunate that we were able to erect a mobile site to do some COVID testing. We had several days of testing at the clinic, and were able to be mobile with that. So we did some testing here at Say Play, and we did some additional testing at the Detroit Rescue Mission's main offices.
As you know, when COVID hit,
There was a great need for testing, and it wasn't available at the state fairgrounds to people that didn't have cars and didn't have doctor's prescriptions. So the Say Clinic with the surrounding community really rose up to the occasion and had a great service.
Say Detroit has launched a new testing site in Highland Park and says it will help serve underserved communities. And doctors say they want to administer as many tests as possible to meet the growing needs.
We thought that we would not see so many this week, and it turns out we've seen much more than we thought.
We were often the only test site available to people because it was a free service. We didn't ask for an appointment. You didn't need any insurance. So it was very convenient for that community, and that was an important piece of our outreach.
There's only so much any individual can do, and being part of a collaborative effort where everyone cares, everyone's passionate is incredible. And again, this is how you get stuff done in Detroit. This is what makes Detroit great.
Mitch Albom founded Say Detroit in 2006. Now, every week he's been posting new chapters to his series called Human Touch. All the proceeds will go to running this free testing facility.
What made you decide to do this, Mitch?
I wanted to help out my city, Anthony. I mean, Detroit is the hardest hit city after New York. We've got first responders that are dying. We've got hospitals that are overrun. And, I thought, well, this is what I do for a living. I sell books. So let me write a work of fiction. It's not a big full book, but it'll be a work of fiction. And let me offer it for free and see if I can get people around the world. I'm blessed to have readers from all over to help donate and help our city out.
So moving forward, we're going to look at opportunities to continue our testing efforts as we see the numbers rise. And we're going to look at opportunities to do something with the vaccine once we have something approved. For a lot of our communities, this is going to be their only opportunity. And so we want to make sure that we're ready to serve the community in the best way possible around COVID-19. So it's very important for us to think about how can we remove barriers to care so that people have real opportunities to be healthy. And so that's our mission moving forward.
Kelly, and I'm the Executive Director of Say Detroit. Our families are facing a lot of the challenges that many in the city are facing in terms of food insecurity, housing issues, medical issues, and schooling, really, and making sure kids are going to school. The pandemic set us back greatly in the city in terms of learning and healthcare, and so we're able to address a lot of those issues with the families that we serve. I get to see the results of our efforts on a daily basis. And it's not always that way, especially in the nonprofit world. I've worked in nonprofits for many years, and sometimes you're in a dark room on a telephone making calls. Here, I get to see the smiling faces of the kids that we serve at our play center. I get to see the smiling faces of the patients that we serve at our health clinic. I get to see the smiling faces of a family taking ownership of a home for the first time. And so I get to see the impact of all the good deeds that really our community does. A lot of our employees come from the communities where our kids come from, and them being successful in life is just as important to me as the kids that we serve. And so having an environment that's safe for them as well, and a career path, and a pathway to success, it goes right into our mission statement. Not just the constituents that we serve, but also our staff and our volunteers are a very large part of that. We're very excited for the next few years because through our strategic planning process and our focus on these new 3 pillars, we have a lot of exciting things coming up in the future.
A.A. Van Elslander Foundation. Call 855-955-GIVE to help.
All right, it is that time. Let's check, Vince, if we can do a tote board check, because we have we passed the time in which we could match that $50,000 thing. But I think what we had, if I'm not mistaken, was 1 million. What was it? 7,000, Kenny? 1,007,000. So we need to be at 1,057,000 in order to get another 50. Right? I have that right?
I believe so.
Is that right? And I always trust Steve Courtney when it comes to numbers.
What a mistake.
Okay. So let's check the tote board, see where we are here. Vince, let's put it up. Got the drum roll. Oh, okay. I think we passed it.
I think we made it.
1,345,525. That's our audience. That's our audience.
Very nice.
Yeah, baby.
All right, you're coming through. You're coming through. Great. Thank you, folks, so much. So far it's been an incredible day, and we have so much more still to come. We're waiting just for a moment to be joined by Lily Tomlin, Alice Cooper is still going to join us. Nate Burleson, who's now a TV star, former Detroit Lions
doing
receiver,
extremely well.
Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I guess Sawyer Fredericks going to join us. This next hour is going to be our morning TV hour, apparently. The phone numbers are 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. Again, as Kevin O'Neill has repeated, we suggest you do this exercise. You're driving home from work now. Number one, if you're leaving your job, you're already better off than most of the people that we're trying to help, because those of them don't have jobs or don't have cars to drive home with, or are challenged in that area. Number two, if you roll down your window and don't roll it back up, and you let that cold air blow on you, and you say, okay, what if I had to sleep out in this? What if my home, if I did have one, the windows were cracked and this was the air that was coming in? Just put yourself in that position, and then what would you do to have someone help you for a night, feed you for a night, give you shelter, give you a potential home to live in? What would you do? You do almost anything, right?
Sure.
And that's what we're asking you to try to help out with at 855-955-GIVE, 855-955-4483. John Pizzarelli.
I have a question, kind sir. Do you know the number of houses that you've given away, and has anybody not made the taxes and the money to them?
We have given away over 60 houses. There are some that don't work out, but then we have to, if you have to part company, then we refurbish the house and we do it again.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more that we feel sorry that there was a family that weren't able to abide by the conditions of it, but it's not a wasted effort,
right?
Because So I mean, I don't want to paint a overly rosy picture. Nothing that you do in life is perfect across the board, and nothing that you do in charity is perfect across the board. But
you make the effort.
You make the effort, and you continue to make the effort.
And it's a very high percentage that does.
Oh,
work.
very high percentage. Yeah.
So
Considering
the dwelling is always used. Always.
Yeah. In the end, when we fix it up, it always finds a home.
Sure.
The home finds a home, so to speak.
That's good.
Yes. 855-955-GIVE. That's 855-955-4483 if you don't like to type with your phone, as I don't. Or on the web, mitchalbumradiothon.com. Right now, we want to say hello to a friend of not only the program and Detroit, but of this Radiothon, which has been going on for a while. And she has joined us over probably the last 5 years anyhow. From Detroit, Lily Tomlin, who's on the line with us right now.
Woo-hoo.
Hi, Lily.
Hi, Mitch. How are you?
We're doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Yes, we miss you. We miss you here in Detroit.
Yeah, I miss Detroit too.
But do you ever come back through just for a visit? I know that you were here when Jane Fonda and you did that wonderful program downtown and some other special events. Do you ever come through unannounced, unofficial, just to see some people?
Well, I used my cousin I had one cousin left in town, and she died last year.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I haven't been back because of that. Her husband moved into an assisted living place, and her kids live in other parts of the country. So I've got like a frog in my throat.
That's all right. Get rid of it.
Yeah, shoo, beat it, frog.
Beat it, frog.
I have a
Yeah.
frog in my throat.
Yeah. Frog in my throat. Well, it has. I mean, when you have been here, I'm sure you've seen that it has changed dramatically.
Oh yeah, I know, it has really. And I was there at the homecoming a couple of years ago, and that was really fun because we had a big event at the Grand Central Station. That's not the name of it, is it? That's New York.
No, Grand Central Station is New York, but the old Detroit train station, which is now being turned into the new, sponsored by Ford and everything. That's probably where you were. It's huge.
That's the place.
Yeah. Well, not only did you do that, but I think since the last time we talked, or maybe it was just before, you also were in a film with Tom Brady, another fine.
Oh, that's right, I was.
fine Michigander.
That's
and
great.
you even had some locker room scenes with him.
I certainly did.
What was that like?
Well, that was nifty. He's a very good actor. He's a nice actor. He pays attention. He's really responsive. He's spontaneous. He was great.
Did he
And
ask?
he's a
Did he ask
and
for?
he's a very nice guy. He was to all of us.
Did he ask for acting tips?
Not really. Not of me anyway.
Yeah. No. Well, and I will say this because I've known Tom Brady, since he was in college. He's arresting, isn't he? Like he's way taller than you think he is.
I said this is like he's like a great big boy doll.
Yeah, exactly. And look, I'll say this. I'm not ashamed to say the guy is like stunningly good looking.
But he's so young looking.
Yeah, he looks. He's in his 40s, and he
looks like a boy.
Yeah, he looks like a boy. He's got these kind of piercing eyes. He's big. He's way taller than you think he is. And
yeah,
you look at him and you say, I was not born of the same race as this guy. He's from a superior planet.
Yeah. He's really amazing.
Well, I must have been.
We were all out there ready to greet him when. Well, actually, he was one of the producers, so we were really going to his set, but we felt like we were the welcoming committee.
I hope he's taking care of your Super Bowl tickets this year.
Well, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
He said, and here's a pair for Mitch. He didn't want me to leave you out.
Well, we're hoping the Lions are in the Super Bowl. Then you're going to have to go to it. Maybe you can be the halftime show.
Oh yeah, that would be good.
Pull out the cheerleader outfit.
Now, every time I talk to you, you seem to have another project with Jane Fonda. Is anything now that the strike is over and everything? Is there anything new on the agenda?
Well, I think maybe we're not going to do anything much in terms of being tied to a job until the election is over.
Why is
There's
that?
so much riding on this election that we want to do other stuff. Work for candidates and.
Oh, I see. Okay, well that's interesting. I haven't heard too many actors saying I'm going to wait till the election's over. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, I can't take that part until the election is over. Not something you hear from actors every day.
No.
But I guess when you reach a certain point in your career, that's what you can say.
It's an option.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good for you.
We have to say it in time.
Keep your priorities straight.
That's right.
We really appreciate your joining us every year. Just to give a shout out to everybody to give because you grew up here. I don't know. People remember. I'm not going to ask Lily Tomlin to do her high school cheer because she's done it like 14 times for us already. But she was a graduate of our high school system here. And
I went to Cass Tech.
Yes, as did our own Ken Brown. And still remembers her high school cheers. And CT. Now they're shouting from the audience, CT. Yeah, so and we really appreciate your never forgetting Detroit and the wonderful John Pizzarelli, our phenomenal jazz guitar player and singer, has prepared a little musical thank you, as per tradition, to say thank you to Lily Tomlin. So here we go, Lily. Listen to this.
Yeah, I finally put an ending on this after all these years. Lily Tomlin, though your mama called you Mary Jean, Lily Tomlin, she played Ernestine, the laughing queen. Now it's Grace and Frankie make the screen. Oh, Lily Tomlin, just the best. The Grace of silver screen. Lily Tomlin, you dug Altman's 5, did 9 to 5, and you got to work with Martin Sheen. Oh, Lily Tomlin, we love Lily Tomlin. We love you so, Lily Tomlin, Lily Tomlin. Lily-Tomlin. Tomlin.
Yeah.
That's too good for me, frankly.
Well, you can use it as a ringtone. Thank you.
Well, is that all you want me to do? I always have a great story. My mother, first of all, her maiden name was Ford.
Oh.
And I was born in Detroit. My brother was born in Detroit. My dad worked in an auto parts factory, and we still never owned a car when I lived in Detroit.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a hard road to go down.
Well,
so when we were little kids, we always took the streetcar with my mother. Like when my mother would have to go shopping, she'd have to go walk 3 long blocks up to Woodward Avenue to shop at a big grocery store to get her weekly shopping. And so my brother, and one time when my brother was like 4 and he still sucked his thumb, and I was about 7, and we would go walk with my mother up to the grocery store, but we weren't much help. He's too little to carry anything, and he was sucking his thumb anyway, and I couldn't really carry much more than maybe a quart of milk or something. And so my mother would be loaded down with big, huge, heavy sacks of groceries, and we would hop on the Claremont streetcar and come back 3 blocks to our stop. And so when we got on the streetcar, my mother goes on first, and we were walking, trailing behind her, and we passed a woman who was seated, and she grabbed my brother's little wrist, and she said, "You're too big a boy to suck your thumb." And my brother, and his thumb came out of his mouth, and he said, "You shut up."
Okay, so he is from Detroit. Yeah.
That's right. Okay. And I tore into her. I said, "You can't tell him not to suck his thumb. This is a free country. Only his mother can tell him not to suck his thumb." And we heard the cord on the streetcar, ding, 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 ding. And we looked up, and my mom was getting off a stop early.
Uh-oh.
Just to avoid the confrontation.
Well, that's a Detroit story. That's a good one.
Sure is.
Lily, we thank you so much for coming on with us and always supporting our efforts. We really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. I thank you for doing what you do.
Well, we'll talk to you again next year, I hope. And
Okay,
be
thank
well
you,
until
Mitch.
then. Lily
All right,
Tomlin,
take care,
everybody.
everybody. Guys.
Thank you. 855-955-GIVE.